Chapter 141. Don't jump to conclusions so early. It should be the booth in front. Yes. It is indeed number 88. Called Jinhaoqi. According to the recruitment information on her phone. Yang Xiaobing walked to the Jinhaoqi booth and saw the booth sign exactly the same as the photo. She swiped her phone, exited the picture page, and said to Lin Monli with a smile, "Just a little closer." After seeing the several queues in front of the booth, a touch of surprise instantly jumped into her eyes. And then she uttered an uncalm surprise. Wow! The queue in front of the booth looked spectacular. Even though Lin Monli was used to big scenes, she was a little upset at this moment. This unknown booth has a general location, and is flanked by well-known hotels and restaurants on the left, right, front and back. But it still stands out. It can be seen that the chef of this booth called Jinhaoqi is really good. Otherwise, a famous hotel like Su Mansion would not be less popular than this booth. Smelling the rich aroma of stewed vegetables in the air, she almost figured out why this booth was so popular. It was really saliva-inducing when she smelled it. She pursed her lips and smiled, nodding in agreement. Well, compared to the booths we just passed, this booth does look more popular. Let's go and line up. Knowing her best friend, Yang Xiaobing could guess with her big toe that her best friend saw that this booth was worth reporting. She couldn't help but laugh and tease. "Lily, you are so active now. How about this one I introduced? It's not worse than the ones you wanted to take me to before. Right? Don't jump to conclusions so early. You haven't eaten it yet. You'll know after you eat it." Lin Monli has always been cautious in her words and deeds. She won't easily jump to conclusions until the end. She won't admit what she saw with her own eyes without trying it herself. She smiled through her sunglasses and gave the other party a beautiful big eye roll. Yang Xiaobing. What she said made sense, leaving Yang Xiaobing powerless to refute. The two of them came to the back of the line one after another and lined up. Their appearance made many men's eyes fall on them, causing quite a stir in the queue. Lin Monli ignored it and played with her mobile phone with a cold face, exuding an aura of keep away from strangers. Yang Xiaobing was the opposite of Lin Monli. She chatted with the queue in front of her in a very familiar way. "Hey, handsome guy. We just came to the food festival and found that this booth is very popular. So we came to try it. Did you also come here to queue up to buy because you saw that this booth is very popular?" Yang Xiaobing leaned over and talked to a young man in the queue in front, facing the beautiful woman's approach. The young man was calm on the surface, but excited on the inside. After all, this is the first time he has been approached by a woman. And a beautiful woman. Unexpectedly, today, in front of this booth, he was approached by a beautiful woman. It seems that this booth is very popular with him. Naturally, he has to respond. "Hey, beautiful girl. I came here to queue up because I heard that Master Wei Minghua and many chefs and waiters from hotels participating in the food booth all came to this really delicious booth to queue up to buy. And Master Wei Minghua also commented that the food in this booth was so delicious that it made him cry. So I thought of coming here to queue up and want to taste the food highly praised by Master Wei Minghua." Ah, did other hotel colleagues also come to this booth to line up? Master Wei Minghua also came to this booth to line up? And he said it was so delicious that it made him cry? Yang Xiaobing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen, and her mouth couldn't help but slightly open. She has been hanging out with Lin Monli for many years, so she naturally has heard a little about those respected figures in the chef world. She is even more familiar with the name of Wei Minghua. So when she heard these words, she was inevitably a little shocked. Lin Monli's shock at this time was definitely worse than Yang Xiaobing's. It's just that she has always been a person who doesn't show her joy, so it's hard to see any shock on her face. In addition, it's even harder to see with sunglasses covering it. Of course, her heart at this moment has already been in great turmoil. Even Wei Minghua spoke highly of it, and even other colleagues came to line up. What does this mean? This means that the food in this really delicious shop is really delicious. It seems that this time, it is worthwhile. After all, coming to the food festival, you can get materials. This trip is still worth it. Of course, for the sake of caution, she decided to try it first and then make a decision. "Lily, did you hear that? Master Wei Minghua also came here to line up to buy it, and said it was so delicious that he cried." Yang Xiaobing turned to look at Lin Monli and related to Lin Monli, with a little excitement in her words. She also felt that her cousin was not deceiving her. After all, Wei Minghua gave such a high evaluation. It can be seen that the food in this booth must taste great. "I heard it. Lin Monley still had a charming smile on her face and reminded her slightly, "Be steady. Many people are watching you." After she reminded him, Yang Xiaobing realized that she seemed to have lost her composure a little bit. She turned back with a smile on her face and stood in line gracefully. The young man in front saw her turn back and continued to chat with her. The two chatted for a long time. It took a long time to take turns. It was their turn. As soon as they got close, the fragrant stewed food seemed to surround them, which was very tempting. "Two customers. What would you like to eat?" Lin Yuhan smiled sweetly and greeted them warmly. After a morning of training, she now found that it was not difficult to communicate with customers. And a slight smile was also simple. And the whole person looked very friendly. Lin Monley and her partner looked at the 6 or 7 plates of stewed food, each with its own fragrance and attractive colors. Then, they looked at the nourishing fish soup, which was as fragrant and white as milk, and the roast duck, which was golden in color and crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. They were suddenly in a dilemma, seeing the two of them hesitating. Lin Yuhan introduced with a smile, "Two customers. Our stewed food is cooked with the best quality ingredients. You can tell from the color that they are all very good. They smell good and taste even better. Moreover, our roast duck is roasted with live ducks. And the fish soup is also boiled with fresh silver carp." Lin Monley mainly wanted to see the craftsmanship of this booth. So she ordered some of each. "Give me 2 servings of each stewed food. A bowl of nourishing fish soup. A portion of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. And half a roast duck." Bing bing. "Is this okay?" "Sure." Yang Xiaobing immediately understood that her bestie wanted to share the food with her, and she stretched out her hand and made an okay gesture. Lin Monley paid the bill and waited for the meal while watching Huang Tao cooking. Watching Huang Tao's method of shabu-shabu fish slices and the heat. Watching Huang Tao's knife skills of slicing roast duck. The smooth movements were very pleasing to the eye. It is said that color is the most important thing when cooking dishes. And the skill of plating has also become very important. People who work on food magazines always look at the color at the beginning of color, fragrance and taste. And Huang Tao's plating of roast duck obviously meets her requirements. It makes her look forward to the taste of the next one even more. "Hello. This is the meal you ordered. Please take it." Ding Suqing packed everything and handed it to Lin Monley with a smile. "Thank you." After Lin Monley took it, she and her bestie came to the special area for diners to rest and eat. She sat down. She wanted to try the braised food first. So she opened the takeaway box. She picked up the chopsticks and picked up a braised chicken foot first. The braised chicken feet not only look good in color, but also have a mellow taste. Take a bite and chew it with the skin and tendons. It is very chewy and has a sweet taste. She picked up a piece of braised duck neck and tried it. It was also well marinated. The meat was not dry or hard. It was more tender and fragrant than the ordinary braised duck neck. Then she tried some braised goose feet, braised chicken wings, braised chicken legs, etc. And finally ate braised vegetarian dishes, which were also very tasty. After trying these braised dishes, the good processing of various ingredients is one of them. The good marinade is the key. She drank a mouthful of nourishing fish soup, which slightly relieved the taste. The delicious fish soup warmed from the throat to the stomach. Warm and comfortable. Yang Xiaobing on the opposite side was also eating braised food. And she also started with braised chicken feet. The aroma of the braised food was addictive. The two of them usually eat more restrainedly, but they ate wantonly at this time. Lin Monley looked up and saw her best friend eating with oil dripping from her mouth. She was no longer the lady she had been before. But when she thought about the braised food she had just tasted, she felt that it was indeed as it should be. She made a decision in her heart while tasting the roast duck. Chapter 142 Finished the sweet noodle sauce. Yang Xiaobing has always been very strict about her body image, and believes that maintaining a good figure and beauty should be a woman's lifelong career. She usually pays special attention to her diet, and does not eat high-calorie foods. She basically eats vegetables, fruits and melons, jokingly called eating grass. More fashionable, called light meals. As self-disciplined as she is, she can't resist the temptation of delicious food. She shoveled it into her mouth in big mouthfuls, making a subtle smacking sound, as if she had eaten a full meal for 8 lifetimes. She explained with a refreshing body and mind, "Wow, the taste is really great. It's so delicious. It's really delicious. Gurgle gurgle. Let's buy some more to take home later. Gurgle gurgle." Huh? What is this gurgling sound? Lynn Monley, who was enjoying the delicious steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, thought her bestie was drinking nourishing fish soup at first. But later she realized it. The nourishing fish soup has already been finished. Then the question is, what is my best friend drinking now? She looked up in surprise and looked at a bright face opposite her, with delicate makeup and some sauce on the corners of her lips. But she still had a very attractive beauty. Lynn Monley looked at her best friend opposite her, whose movements were extremely strange. The icy face that had been there for thousands of years showed a rare fluctuation. There was a little surprise in her beautiful eyes. And she said in confusion, "Bing bing. Do you know what you are drinking now?" "I am drinking," Yang Xiaobing replied subconsciously. And she was stunned before she finished her words. "Yes. What is she drinking? What on earth is this? How can it be so delicious? Wait. This small box seems to be the dipping sauce for roast duck." She was enjoying the meal so much just now, and kept stuffing food into her mouth. So how could she care about the sweet noodle sauce for roast duck? She even forgot about the sweet noodle sauce for roast duck. She just took it subconsciously, and took a sip when she smelled something sweet in her hand. It tasted sweet and salty. It also had the aroma of sauce and ester. It tasted delicious. She subconsciously took several sips. She finished the small box of sweet noodle sauce that came with the roast duck. Yang Xiaobing, Lynn Monley. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time. Ahem. Yang Xiaobing cleared her throat, and with an awkward but polite smile, she explained, "Lily, let me tell you, it's mainly because this thing is so delicious. It's all because of the chef at the really delicious booth, who made the sweet noodle sauce so delicious that I accidentally drank it all as a drink. However, the taste of this sweet noodle sauce is very refreshing. Not the kind of sticky or sweet feeling that hits the throat. Well, there is also a special sauce aroma. The taste is salty and sweet, fresh and mellow. In short, the taste is first rate. I should have used sweet noodle sauce to dip the roast duck just now. The taste must be wonderful." The more she spoke, the more she regretted it. But now, it was too late to say anything, and she could only buy another roast duck later. Just as she was about to pick up a piece of lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs with chopsticks to comfort her regretful heart, she heard her bestie's voice of approval. "Well, it tastes really delicious when you dip the roast duck in sweet noodle sauce. Wow! Is this considered an admission that the food at Jin Delicious is delicious?" Yang Xiaobing teased, "Lily, from what you said, you are admitting in disguise that the food at the Jin Delicious booth is not worse than the ones you wanted to take me to eat before." Lynn Monley is not the kind of person who suffers for the sake of face. Learning to admit the advantages of others is the first lesson you must learn when entering society. Even if your face hurts a little after admitting it, it's really good. I've been in charge of one lean food magazine for many years. I've reported on many restaurants and discovered many time-honored brands. I'm confident that I know all the food restaurants in this city. But I didn't expect that there are still some omissions. She nodded gracefully, pursed her lips and smiled, thought for a while, and said, "Well, I think this is a really good restaurant, and it's worth reporting. It seems that I have to thank you for discovering such a treasure booth for me this time. Then how do you thank me as a hero? How do you want to thank me?" Lynn Monley has already prepared herself to be ripped off by her best friend. According to her understanding of her best friend, it's either a seafood feast or a French feast. Who would have thought that this time I guessed wrong? Just treat me to a really delicious meal again. Ah, what did you say? Lynn Monley almost thought she had misheard. Every time he asked her to treat him, he always loved to rip her off. Like before, when he asked her to treat him, he always went to a seafood dinner or a French dinner. Unexpectedly, her love for Zenhachi made her lose interest in seafood and French cuisine. But after thinking about it, she felt that her bestie's request was reasonable. After all, Zenhachi's food is so delicious. The kind that you want to eat again after eating it. Okay. You go to queue up to buy it later. And I'll reimburse you later. Okay. Yang Xiaobing didn't think she missed the opportunity to have a good meal. She happily stretched out her hand and made an okay gesture, thinking that it would be good to buy it home and eat it as dinner in the evening. However, thinking back to what her bestie said just now, she couldn't help but wonder, why do I have to queue up to buy it? Shouldn't it be you? I plan to find the owner of Zenhachi later and want to discuss an interview with him. So I can't help you queue up. Okay. After the agreement, The two continued to enjoy the remaining food. A moment. They ate it all. Even the cucumber sticks were eaten without a single one left. Yang Xiaobing took out a box of tissues, took a few and handed them to Lin Monli. Then she took a few, wiped her lips, wiped her hands, rubbed the tissues, and threw them into the empty takeaway box. She leaned back and touched her belly, sighing, "Ah, I'm so full." "Same here." Lin Monli also rubbed her slightly bulging belly, feeling that this meal was the most full and satisfying she had eaten in all these years. It was also the first time that I realized that good food has a soul, which can make people feel a special sense of happiness. The two took a short rest, got up, and went to the Zenchichi booth again. Just arrived nearby. The two of them separated. Yang Xiaobing got in line at the back of the queue. Lin Monli walked to the booth, poked her head out, and asked politely, "Excuse me, is your boss here?" "Yes. What do you want to talk to me about?" Huang Tao looked up and looked at Lin Monli, curious about what she wanted to talk to him about. Lin Monli never thought that this handsome chef with superb skills, who could make such delicious food, was actually the boss himself. He has such good cooking skills at such a young age. The key is that he is also handsome. Just based on these two labels, he may become popular. At this time, there are only two words in her mind. It's settled. I didn't expect the boss to be so capable at such a young age. And his cooking skills are amazing. She decisively took out a business card and handed it to the handsome boss in front of her, pursing her lips and raising a charming arc. "Hello. I am Lin Monli, the editor-in-chief of Wenling Food and Beauty magazine. I want to interview and report on your food. Can we discuss the specific details?" The chefs and managers of other booths nearby saw that Lin Monli, the editor-in-chief of Food and Beauty magazine, personally invited the boss of Zhenhaosher to be on her magazine. And they all cast envious eyes on Huang Tao. And Huang Tao was surprised. He took the business card handed over by the other party, and saw that the unit on it was a well-known food magazine in Wenling City. What he didn't expect was that the editor-in-chief of this food magazine took the initiative to come to his door, and said that she wanted to report on the food in her own store. He remembered that he had just seen this beautiful editor-in-chief, who had just lined up in front of the booth to buy things from his booth, and was watching him shabu-shabu fish slices and roast duck slices. It is possible that she came to the food festival today specifically to discover food. And then she was quite satisfied with the things in his booth, and determined that it was worth reporting. So she greeted him now to express her intention. Of course, Huang Tao would naturally not refuse this kind of free publicity. But he is currently attending the food festival. He can't spare time to discuss the reporting matters with the editor-in-chief of the food magazine. And he can't spare time to cooperate with their subsequent filming matters. Alas, you can't have both fish and bear's paw. So I can only give up. He smiled and declined, "Sorry. I will be very busy these days, and I don't have time at the moment." The chefs and managers of the nearby booths all looked doubtful when they heard this. "Oh my!" He actually refused. If it were them, they would have agreed long ago. What a pity! The editor-in-chief doesn't like their food. The chefs and managers of the nearby booths were very sad. Huang Yida and his wife, Ding Suqin and others were a little puzzled why Huang Tao refused at first. It was just a pity to think that Huang Tao might have rejected the invitation of the magazine because of the current food festival. But she also respected Huang Tao's decision. At this moment, Lin Monli's eyes were also full of surprise. She never expected that the other party would reject her outright. You know, how many people hold a lot of money and break their heads to be on the page of her magazine? Now she, the editor-in-chief, personally invited him and wanted to promote him for free. He didn't care. Declined? If it were other booths, those bosses would do everything they could to please and flatter her. Unlike this young boss, who was not willing to pay attention to her at all. For the first time, she felt that the title of editor-in-chief of Food Beauty magazine was not so impressive. Yang Xiaobing, who was standing in the queue, saw her best friend being embarrassed for the first time in her life. She felt calm and even wanted to laugh. She even took out her mobile phone to take pictures and check in to commemorate it. Lin Monli, who didn't want to give up, smiled again and said, "Boss, if you are busy these days, can we make an appointment to discuss in detail another day? Of course, my magazine will fully cooperate with your time." Huang Tao didn't expect that the editor-in-chief would be willing to accommodate him. Since the editor-in-chief has said so much, Huang Tao naturally couldn't refuse. He nodded and agreed. "Okay, Let's contact each other after the food festival is over. Can you give me a contact number? Sure. The two added each other's contact information. Seeing this, the chefs and managers of other nearby booths all shed crazy tears of envy. This treatment is unique. Chapter 143, Teaching the Art of Steaming Lobster with Garlic Vermicelli. Lynn Monley's move was still very eye-catching. After all, she is the editor-in-chief of the famous Whole Food Beauty magazine in the city, and is quite famous locally. In addition, she has a good image and temperament, and is often invited to food programs. It didn't take long for her to be recognized. Guess who I saw when I passed by the Jinhaochi booth just now? Who? The editor-in-chief of Whole Food Beauty magazine. Lynn Monley. She actually took the initiative to hand over her business card to the owner of the Jinhaochi booth, and wanted to discuss the details of the interview with the other party. After being rejected by the other party due to time issues, she was not annoyed, and said that she could make another appointment, indicating that she could cooperate with the time of the Jinhaochi owner. Damn! Did I hear it right? Lynn Monley, who is so cold and arrogant, would actually do such a thing? Is this still the Lynn Monley I know? This matter, of course, is true. My dear, what you see with your own eyes, and hear with your own ears, how can it be false? You can doubt my ability, but you can't doubt my character. I just think strange things happen every year. But there are more today. At the booth of this really delicious food, there must be chefs from the same industry lining up to buy it from the beginning? Master Wei Minghua and Master Qin also lined up, and gave it a high evaluation. Wow! How delicious is the food at this really delicious booth. So these people in the food industry come here specially to eat? What haven't people in the food industry eaten? They come here specially to line up to eat. Which shows how delicious it is. Many diners who have just arrived and have never tried it are tempted. They all rush to the Zenchichi restaurant. Damn! Is it really necessary to line up like this? Oh my god! It shouldn't be that serious. Right? Seeing the terrible queue, I was discouraged and wanted to give up the idea. But seeing the intoxicated expressions of those who were eating, I couldn't help but want to try it. So they all joined the queue. This new round of popularity, and this new round of long queues made the managers and chefs of other booths nearby shed tears of envy. On the other side, the signature column of this food festival, live art teaching, is about to kick off. There is a temporary small kitchen above the stage. Stove, seasoning, pots and utensils are all available. The freshest ingredients of the season are also prepared. At this time, the photographer of the TV news channel is carrying a camera and looking for a suitable shooting angle. The beautiful host Lu Qianqian wore a long dress with smooth and elegant lines. This long dress showed her charming figure, gentle and elegant, holding the microphone, looking at the manuscript, making the final preparations. And Ma Qingxiong, the head chef of the International Hotel, wore a chef's hat and a chef's uniform specially tailored for him by the hotel. Close-fitting cut. Double-row buttons distributed in the middle of the clothes. In the upper left corner of the chest of the chef's uniform, there are 5 big characters International Hotel embroidered with red silk thread, and a lifelike golden dragon is embroidered on each shoulder of the clothes, extending from the shoulder to the wrist of the clothes. In the sunshine, it shines brightly. In short, the whole set of chef's uniform gives people the feeling of being atmospheric, high-end and upscale, showing the style of a chef of a 5-star hotel. Here and now, it will definitely become the most eye-catching place of the food festival. But, as time approaches, in the audience area, there are only a few people waiting for Ma Qingxiong's live teaching. It shouldn't be. In theory, his name, Ma Qingxiong, is still quite famous in this city. Many people who come to the hotel for dinner come for his name. And he is now teaching live. And there should be many people who come to watch. Not to mention the 3 layers inside and outside. At least the entire audience seats should be filled. Perhaps those customers are still on their way. Chef Ma, the time is up. Let's start first. Seeing that the time was up, Lu Qianqian reminded him softly. Ma Qingxiong nodded, washed his hands, walked to the stove, and prepared to start his live teaching. The cameraman pointed the camera lens at Ma Qingxiong. Good afternoon, dear audience. Welcome to the live teaching of this food festival. Lu Qianqian pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. She walked gracefully, holding the microphone, and walked towards Ma Qingxiong. She also waved to the few audiences in the audience. This afternoon, Chef Ma of the International Hotel will teach you in person. Please applaud and welcome him. After that, she led the applause. The few audiences in the audience also applauded. Ma Qingxiong felt a little sad, and he forced a smile on his face and bowed slightly to the audience. She walked to his side, handed him the microphone, and still had that sweet smile on her lips. Chef Ma, what dish are you going to teach us today? Ma Qingxiong looked at the camera and smiled. Steamed lobster with vermicelli and garlic sauce. Wow! It's worthy of being a 5-star hotel. The first dish is a big lobster. Such an expensive dish. Lu Qianqian smiled sweetly and said, everyone must be familiar with steamed lobster with vermicelli and garlic sauce. After all, this dish can be seen everywhere. Some families will put it on the table as the main dish for everyone during the New Year and other festivals, which is enough to show its importance. After saying that, she did not forget to point her finger at Ma Qingxiong and gestured, today, let Chef Ma teach us to make this dish. Steamed lobster with vermicelli and garlic sauce is very delicious. The main ingredients are lobster, which is then paired with an appropriate amount of vermicelli and minced garlic, and a little seasoning. It is steamed together, and its color is bright red, and the meat is firm. Ma Qingxiong prepared the ingredients slowly and methodically, saying as he did so, many people always feel that the vermicelli is dry and tasteless when making this dish at home. Here, I can teach you a little trick, which is to soak the vermicelli in warm water for about 10 minutes. Remove it and drain the water and put it on a plate. Pour a little cooking oil into it and stir it evenly with chopsticks. The few audiences in the audience nodded repeatedly and recorded his words seriously with their mobile phones. This made Ma Qingxiong feel a little relieved. It's just until he was almost done with this steamed lobster with vermicelli and garlic. No more customers came to watch his live teaching. The audience was still the same. The whole art teaching seemed miserable. By the way, where did people go? It was over before I could fully experience the art teaching. In front of the Zenchichi booth, the long queues never stopped. Wang Tao and several employees were still immersed in the busy ocean, unable to extricate themselves. Tired but happy. If Ma Qingxiong came back and saw this scene, he would definitely understand where people went. They all went to the Zenchichi booth to queue up to buy. He would definitely cry at the food festival. Chapter 144. Everyone, I want this duck neck. As night falls and the lights come on, the commercial pedestrian street is full of colorful lights. Beautiful and colorful, beautifying the night view of this city. And this food festival has lit up the wonderful nightlife for the residents of this city. Many residents come here with their families to visit the night market and taste delicious food, using this relaxing way to relieve their busy day. And the booths that sell well, through word of mouth from customers in the morning and afternoon, or just by looking at the number of people queuing in front of a booth, you know that the things in this booth should be more delicious. So, the booth of really delicious food has become the first choice for all new customers. The business is still hot at this time, and the queues are divided into several groups, and they are all very long, and they are all lined up next to the next door. Well, give me 2 bowls of nourishing fish soup, 2 servings of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, 2 servings of braised pig's trotters, braised chicken wings, braised chicken legs, braised chicken feet, and 2 servings of braised goose feet. I want 3 bowls of nourishing fish soup, a roast duck, 3 servings of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, and 3 servings of all the braised dishes. I want 1 serving of each braised dish. Oh, this booth is doing so well. I'll buy 1 serving for my family to try. The food in this booth is highly praised by Master Wei Minghua. So how can it not be doing well? So, buddy, I advise you, you'd better buy a few more servings. If you only buy 1, your family will probably fight because 1 serving is not enough. Really? Then I'll buy 3 servings. It's really delicious. The booth's food delivery speed is still very fast. Lin Yuhan and Yen Ming, a young couple. One is mainly responsible for receiving customers who order food and cashier work, and the other is mainly responsible for picking up and packing braised food. As the saying goes, young couples work together and don't get tired. The speed of braised food is very fast. Wang Tao continued to take on the role of chef. Shabu-shabu fish slices and roast duck slices. Ding Suchi was packing, while also shouldering the supply of ingredients. Xiao Ji was responsible for putting the duck into the automatic roasting machine for baking. All personnel were busy with their own work in an orderly manner, while Huang Tao was busy. Ma Deqiang and Lin Dezhu came with him. As soon as they arrived nearby, they couldn't help but move their noses and smell the smell in the air. Ah! The unique aroma of stewed food. Strong and mellow. It smells so good. Ma Deqiang squinted his eyes in enjoyment and sighed. It's still the familiar recipe. The familiar taste. Old Ma. Don't sigh. Because your sigh has attracted more people to line up. You, hurry up. Lin Dezhu looked at the other diners, all rushing to Huang Tao's booth, and hurriedly dragged Ma Deqiang to join the queue. These two people are the organizers of previous food festivals. Especially Ma Deqiang. He is one of the spokespersons for the opening ceremony of previous food festivals. His figure often appears on local news channels. At this time, his appearance naturally caused a lot of commotion. What's going on? Even Ma Deqiang, the deputy director of the Commerce Bureau, came here to line up? This is nothing strange. Deputy Director Ma must have come here for the food at the Zinchichi booth. Come to think of it, even Master Wei Minghua and the editor-in-chief of Food Whole Food magazine were impressed by the food at the Zinchichi booth. It is normal for the deputy director of the Bureau of Commerce to come and line up. After a little commotion, everyone continued to line up. Huang Tao continued to serve food quickly. There were only 2 roast ducks left. There were only a dozen servings of nourishing fish soup and steamed spare ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. There were not many stewed dishes left. After these were sold out, he should close the stall. Although the flow of people at the food festival was still quite large in the evening, all the dishes prepared for the food festival today were about to be sold out. The clerk had worked hard all day and had to rest. He also had to go back to the store to continue to make new marinade. Most importantly, Xian and her parents had been following for a day and were a little tired, as the last serving of nourishing fish soup was sold. In his mind, the long-lost and always cold reminder sound of the system suddenly rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the 10,000 killer mission. 10,000 customers have been attracted with nourishing fish soup. Reward the host with a chance to draw a lottery. P.S. The host can enter the lottery page at any time and draw the lottery by himself. Huang Tao, who had been mentally prepared, was not surprised by the system prompt sound this time. Instead, he showed a state of control. Although he wanted to enter the system page to draw the lottery immediately, to see how his luck was today, what would he win? But when he thought that he was still slicing roast duck, it was not suitable for the lottery. If he got too excited and accidentally sliced his hand, it would be barbecue. Finally, reason overcomes emotion. Don't rush. Finish the work at hand first, and it won't be too late to smoke after you go back. He continued to lower his head and concentrate on slicing the roast duck. After a while, it was finally the turn of Ma Deqiang and the others. Ma Deqiang smiled and said, Boss Huang, I just took a look. Your store's business is really good. It's all thanks to you too. Huang Tao smiled. Ma Deqiang responded, It's mainly because the food you make is delicious. Lin Dezhu on the side also nodded in agreement. Yes. Everyone comes here for the food you make. The 3 of them exchanged a few words before turning the topic back on track. Boss Huang, give me 2 bowls of nourishing fish soup, half a roast duck, 2 servings of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, and 2 servings of all the braised food. Sorry. You too. The roast duck and nourishing fish soup are sold out. Huang Tao responded with a smile, and then looked at the other dishes. Of all the dishes, only 1 braised duck neck was left. Sorry. Guys, there is only 1 braised duck neck left, and the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice are all sold out. Why don't you come back tomorrow, and I'll leave some for you. Ma Deqiang and Lin Dezhu were so disappointed when they heard the news. Lin Dezhu couldn't help but complain to Ma Deqiang, It's all your fault. Old Ma, you were so slow just now. If you had come and lined up quickly, we wouldn't have missed out on food. How can you blame me? I didn't want to. Ma Deqiang. The customers who were still queuing behind him all looked at the stainless steel plates in the booth excitedly when they heard that everything was sold out. Ah! The night market of this food festival has just started. You've sold out? Boss, why did you make so little? I haven't even tasted it yet. That's right. The food festival ends at 10 p.m. You're closing at 6 p.m. Too early. Boss, can you make more? The customers behind him hung their heads, looking unhappy. They complained to the boss. Why didn't he prepare more when he came out to participate in the food festival? Huang Tao. He had prepared enough, and originally planned to sell until around 8:30 p.m. before closing the stall. But he didn't expect to close the stall more than 2 hours earlier than expected. Alas, it was all because of these customers who were so awesome. He had no choice. Hey, Deputy Director Ma, do you want the last braised duck neck? If not, give it to me. You can give it to me. I'm just short of something to go with wine. Give it to me. My little granddaughter loves the braised food here. After she tasted it in the evening, she asked for more. Several customers were looking at the delicious food, not caring whether the person standing in front of them was a leader or not. At this moment, there was only the last braised duck neck in their eyes. Everyone, don't fight. I want this braised duck neck. Ma Deqiang responded quickly, as if he was afraid that it would be snatched away. It's better than nothing. Huang Tao signaled with a look, asking Yin Ming to pack the braised duck neck. Then he handed it to Ma Deqiang. Originally, he wanted to give it away, but Ma Deqiang insisted on paying, so he let him do it. There were still dozens of customers who didn't buy anything in front of the booth, and they stayed in front of the booth, feeling it was a pity. They were reluctant to leave, just wanting Huang Tao to make more tomorrow. In this way, they could buy more. Boss, you must make more tomorrow. What time will you set up the stall tomorrow? I will be the first one to line up. Oh, my little granddaughter wanted to eat the braised food in this store. If she can't buy it, she will make a fuss when she goes back. Boss, you must make more. I want to bring my father-in-law to try it tomorrow. Huang Tao listened to the wishes of these customers and nodded. Okay. I will try to make more tomorrow. But if you come at this time during the day, you can basically buy it. After 6 o'clock in the evening. It's hard to say. I will set up the stall around 8:30 in the morning, so you can come and line up earlier. His words satisfied these customers. Since the boss has promised to make more tomorrow, they can come and line up during the day tomorrow. If it's at night, it's definitely not available. Okay, everyone, let's go first and come back early tomorrow. Okay, I'll line up at 8 o'clock tomorrow. No, I have to come at 7:30. Brothers, you guys are in the bag now. The customers who didn't buy also went away. Ma Deqiang and Lin Dizhu took the last braised duck neck and said goodbye. They will come again tomorrow. After all, this braised duck neck is not enough to satisfy the two of them. Huang Tao, who was free, wanted to tell Xian Xian that he could go back after he packed up. But Xian Xian looked up at the starry sky with her head tilted up. Her pink face was filled with a sweet smile. He knew. The little girl was thinking about her mother. She wanted to share with her mother what happened at the food festival today. His heart was slightly disturbed. But he did not go forward to destroy this beauty. He said to Ding Suqin beside him, let's close the stall and go back to the store first. Okay. Then let's pack up quickly. Ding Suqin nodded, and took Yin Ming and others to take the initiative to pack up the kitchen utensils. The organizer of the food festival did not provide a warehouse nearby, so all the equipment for cooking food in the booth had to be moved back to the store intact. Several people divided the work and worked together to get all the equipment on the small truck. After they were done, Lin Jinsong and his colleagues drove a taxi to the food festival. Huang Tao asked his parents to take Xian Xian and 4 other employees back to the Xinqiho restaurant in Qingxi Old Street in their car. He was still escorted back to the store by car. Chapter 145. The nightlife has just begun. After learning through various channels that there is such a magical booth at this food festival, many people from far away also rushed to the food festival. That's right. They also want to come and try it, to taste the magical food of this restaurant. But when they arrived at the Zhenhaoqi booth, damn! It's not even 6:30. This booth has already closed. So early. The nightlife of the food festival has just begun. How come it's sold out? This is sold out too quickly. The chefs and waiters at other booths are still holding their own booths at this moment. But only the booth called Zhenhaoqi is empty. Not even a shadow of a person was seen. Many diners, who came from afar, were all empty-handed. I was so disappointed. Hey! I drove for more than an hour to get here. But I was disappointed. Damn it! Why did this booth close before 6:30? The food festival was supposed to close at around 10:30. Boss, you closed so early. Did the organizer know? Yes. Who would have thought that this really delicious booth would sell out so quickly and close down? I came here so happily, but I was disappointed. Hey, it's just a waste of time. It's all in vain. This boss? Really? It's ridiculous not to make money. Forget it. I'm off work tomorrow anyway. I can just come and buy it tomorrow. I'll come here early tomorrow morning. I don't believe I can't buy it. Many people who came here specially, but were disappointed decided to come back tomorrow to buy. Even if they have to drive for more than an hour. They are willing to go for the food. Of course. Since we are here. It would be a waste of time if we don't buy something to take back. Many customers who come from afar have this idea. So, they are ready to settle for the second best and buy some food nearby. The 3 food booths closest to the Zenhachi booth, Zawaji, Sugongwen, and Zinkayuan Hotel, became their first choice. For a while. In front of these 3 food booths, people were crowded, and the sound of ordering food continued to rise and fall, echoing in the sky above the food exhibition. Give me 2 servings of grilled abalone, and 1 serving of grilled squid. Grilled abalone and grilled squid. 3 servings each. 3 servings each of siamai, chuyan and chingtuan. And siamai should be red. Please give me 5 siamai with yellow skin. 2 chuyan and chingtuan. I want 1 roasted whole lamb and 1 roasted suckling pig. 2 servings each of roasted suckling pig and roasted whole lamb. Please hurry up. The food booths such as Zawaji, Sugongwen and Zinkayuan restaurant, which had been in a slump and had few customers, gradually recovered due to their purchases. Even better than before. This was completely beyond their expectations. Of course, they knew it very well. Because Huang Tao's food booth closed early. These diners who came here for the reputation did not want to go home empty-handed. So they chose their store. They also suddenly changed from victims to beneficiaries. This moment, they no longer need to consider withdrawing from the food festival directly. Speaking of, is it a curse or a blessing to set up a stall near the Zenhachi booth? The answer is of course. It is both a curse and a blessing. When Huang Tao took a small truck and returned to the door of the Zenhachi restaurant, Ding Suqin and the others arrived at the store first and were waiting at the door of the store. Daddy. When Xian saw her father get off the car, she rushed towards him happily like a bird returning to the cage. Hey! He reached out and picked up this little person, hugged her in his arms, kissed her little face, and asked softly, why don't you go into the store with your grandparents first? She didn't see you come back, so she had to wait for you outside. Song Caoyan's tone was full of love and helplessness. Xuan's eyes curved, dimples on her face. She said, I was worried because I didn't see Daddy. This little girl. She missed him so much after just a while. Huang Tao felt warm in his heart, and couldn't help but kiss her on the face. Su Hao and Lin Zifeng came over with a smile. Boss. You're back. Zifeng and I have prepared some food. You guys go in and eat first. Let Zifeng and I take care of this. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Huang Tao thanked him, and then invited the driver. Master, let's go in and eat together. Today, the driver drove back and forth many times and helped move the goods. If it weren't for him, today would definitely not be so relaxing. Okay. I'm really hungry. The driver, who had been fed 2 meals in a row, agreed with a smile. Su Hao, Zifeng, Ding Suqin, and others were moving the things on the truck to the store. Jiang Wei saw this and came to help. After a while, everything was moved. Brother Jiang? Thank you. Stay and eat a little. No. I've already eaten, so I won't disturb you. I'll go back first. After seeing Jiang Wei off, everyone continued to eat and talked about the food festival. 7 o'clock. After eating and drinking, the driver stood up and said goodbye. Boss Huang, thank you for your dinner. Then I'll go back first. I'll come at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay. Then you go back slowly. After the driver left, Ding Suqin and Lin Yuhan took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Everyone went their own way. At this moment, Huang Tao remembered that he had not drawn a prize yet. So, with a thought, he entered the system lottery interface. A large round turntable instantly appeared in his mind. The turntable was filled with recipes for various ingredients. Chicken wings recipes, spare ribs recipes, tofu recipes, yam recipes, beef recipes, small yellow croaker recipes, potato recipes, prawn recipes, broccoli recipes, abalone recipes, duck recipes, eggplant recipes, shrimp dumplings recipes, lobster recipes, tomatoes recipes, squid recipes. He was dazzled by the various recipes for ingredients. Forget it. I won't read it anymore. I'll just draw the lottery. If I read on, my head would hurt. Draw, he said silently in his heart, and prayed that he could draw a king bomb. Well, he didn't know which one of these was the real king bomb. It's better to be more Buddhist. Let it go! At this time, the big turntable slowly turned. Faster and faster. Stop! He thought. The speed of the big turntable slowed down. And finally, the pointer slowly stopped and froze in a grid. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fish ball recipe encyclopedia. You can make the most perfect fish balls in the world. How to make fish ball soup and its ingredients. How to make fried fish balls and its ingredients. How to make chrysanthemum fish balls and its ingredients. How to make sauerkraut mandarin fish balls and its ingredients. How to make Japanese teriyaki fish balls and its ingredients. For a while, countless experiences on making various fish balls flooded into Huang Tao's mind. As a native southerner, Huang Tao is no stranger to fish balls. When cooking rice cakes, putting a few fish balls in can make this bowl of rice cakes more colorful. When eating hot pot, adding a plate of fish balls can make this hot pot extremely fresh. When cooking, cut the fish balls in half and put them in to make the whole dish nutritious. It can even be used to cook instant noodles, porridge, soup, and deep fry. In short, fish balls are a versatile ingredient. No matter what you cook, it can be mixed in and can add icing on the cake to other ingredients. These fish balls not only have many ways to be eaten, but also have a variety of cooking methods. According to different regions, they can be roughly divided into 10 types: Fuzhou fish balls, Taiwan fish balls, Xinjiang fish balls, Wenzhou fish balls, Xiamen fish balls, Chaozhou fish balls, Luoding fish balls, Hong Kong style fried fish balls, Japanese bamboo rolls, and Sansha fish balls. In Guangdong, Chaozhou fish balls are more commonly heard and on TV, especially in Hong Kong dramas. Hong Kong fish balls appear in many shots. Fuzhou fish balls and Wenzhou fish balls are considered the old men among fish balls, and they have been on the market for many years. In terms of cooking methods, they are divided into 2 types: solid fish balls and stuffed fish balls. For solid fish balls, just make them into balls the size of a ping pong ball with fish paste. For stuffed fish balls, after making the fillings, just like making glutinous rice balls, wrap the fillings with fish paste and roll them into balls. This is a special skill in making fish balls, which can be called a skill among skills. Regardless of stuffed fish balls or solid fish balls, the system rewards all of them in the recipes of fish balls. This time's reward, it's quite generous. Not bad. Not bad. However, his surprise is yet to come. Chapter 146. Dad, you want to make fish balls. Song Salian put a plate of washed apples on the dining table and asked happily, Xian, Grandma will peel an apple for you. Okay. Thank you, Grandma. Xian half knelt on the chair with her thin legs, pulled the fruit plate on the dining table over, looked left and right, then picked the biggest apple and handed it to Grandma beside her, saying sweetly, Grandma, peel this first. This is the biggest. Okay. Listen to Xian. Song Salian's mouth overflowed with a loving smile, stretched out her hand to take it, and began to peel the apples one by one. The apples she peeled were thin and the skin was continuous, and she used a knife to dig out the fine core inside. Xian propped her elbows on the dining table, holding her chin and waiting eagerly, and asked hurriedly, Grandma, are you ready? You little greedy cat. You can't wait. Song Salian smiled and also increased the speed of her hands. Huang Yida also subconsciously thought that his granddaughter was greedy and couldn't wait. He said with a smile, Children, they are like this. Song Salian nodded in agreement. Fearing that she couldn't wait, she didn't bother to cut it into small pieces for her, and directly handed her the freshly peeled apple. Here. Thank you, Grandma. Xian thanked with curved eyebrows. Eat it. Seeing her take it, Song Salian thought she would be eager to take a big bite of the apple. Unexpectedly, she jumped down from the chair and went to find her father with the apple in her hand. Ouch! Originally, all these behaviors of this little girl were just to give the best to her father. This little girl is so considerate. The old couple Huang Yida suddenly felt that their son was blessed to have such a considerate little girl. After receiving the experience bar, Huang Tao was thinking about his own baby Xian. If she knew that he was going to make a new fish ball, she would definitely be so happy that she would dance with joy, because she also loves to eat fish balls. I was thinking about whether to launch a new fish ball soup at the food festival tomorrow. Ding! Without any defense or any worries. It just appeared in his mind, bringing him a surprise. That's right. The emotionless cold reminder sound of the system suddenly sounded in his mind again. In view of the fact that the host has successfully completed the task of killing 10,000 people in a short period of time, an additional prize is given, a fully automatic mixer. P.S. The fully automatic mixer has been placed in the system space, and the host can take it out at any time according to his wishes. Huang Tao was surprised. He thought that completing the 10,000 killers task and winning the fish balls eating guide in the lottery was already a very generous reward. Unexpectedly, the system was so generous this time and gave him an extra prize. It's still a black technology product. Don't ask why it's a black technology product. The answer is that there is a fully automatic baking machine. Of course, the more such tasks that come with generous rewards, the better. However, the system has always been as laborious as milking cows to issue tasks. It's not that he wants. The system can satisfy him and issue tasks to him. It can only be said that this task is hard to come by. At this time, the fully automatic mixer was quietly stored in the system space. He didn't plan to take it out immediately, thinking about finding a reason to go out later, find a more secluded corner, take it out, and bring it back to the store? After all, it's not good to create a machine out of thin air now. Why don't you ask the fish stall owner first if he can send some fish during this time period? He muttered to himself, took out his mobile phone, swiped the screen of the mobile phone, clicked on the WeChat account of the fish stall owner, edited a message, and sent it to the other party. Daddy? Daddy? Xianxian ran to his side, like a little dog, and immediately got into his arms, found a comfortable position to lean on her father's chest, raised the big apple in her hand to him, and smiled sweetly. Daddy, Grandma peeled an apple for me. You eat it. It's very fragrant and sweet. As she said, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. This little guy. Obviously he was very greedy, but he was still thinking about him in his heart, wanting him to eat first. Huang Tao felt warm, sweet, and cherished in his heart. He reached out and touched the little girl's head lovingly, and said warmly, eat it. Eat more fruits, and you will be healthy. Hearing this, her little head shook more like a rattle, and her attitude was very firm. No, no, no. Daddy eats. Huang Tao laughed dumbly. He reached out and picked her up, and sat her on his lap. Then Xianxian eats a bite, and Daddy eats another bite. Let's eat together. Okay? Xianxian blinked her big watery eyes, hesitated for a moment, and felt that her father's suggestion was a good choice. She nodded obediently, opened her cherry mouth, and took a bite of the apple. He smiled and asked, is it delicious? Her pretty face was filled with a sweet smile, and she nodded vigorously, very sweet. He reached out and brushed away the messy hair on Xuanxuan's forehead, and said softly, if it's sweet, eat more. Dad, it's your turn now. Seeing his daughter hand over the apple again, he smiled and lowered his head to take a bite. In this way, Huang Tao took a bite, and Xianxian took a bite. The father and daughter finished the whole apple. It's really sweet. There are apples and big grapefruits here. Xianxian, Xiaoao, come over and eat some more. Song Xiaolian peeled a few apples, and Huang Yida also peeled 2 big grapefruits. After smiling and greeting Huang Tao and his daughter, he greeted Ding Suqin and others who were still cleaning the kitchen. Suqin, Su Hao, and you guys, come and have some fruit. Auntie, Uncle, you are too polite. But I just finished my meal, and I'm not hungry yet. You guys eat. Don't worry about me. Ding Suqin responded with a smile, but her hands did not stop moving. Su Hao and others also declined politely with some embarrassment. Song Xiaolian smiled and said, it's just fruit after the meal. It won't fill you up. Besides, we can't finish all this. Don't be busy yet. Come and eat. I plan to launch a new product. Fish balls. At the food festival tomorrow. I'm going to make some fish balls tonight. You have to stay and help me. Eat something first. Take a break, and replenish your energy. Wait for the fish stall owner to deliver the fish. I'm counting on your strength to help me make fish balls. Huang Tao just received a reply from the fish stall owner, saying that he would deliver the fish he needed in a while. Xianxian's beautiful eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise. Dad, you want to make fish balls? Yes. Do you like it? I like it. If you like it, Dad will make you some fish balls for midnight snack. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. After hearing the conversation between the father and daughter, the employees were sure that Huang Tao's words just now were not just an excuse for them to come over to eat fruit. Boss, Zifeng and I also learned to make fish balls in school. We can do the work of scraping fish paste, Su Hao said with a smile. Huang Tao nodded, thinking that this saved him a lot of effort in teaching. When everyone went to eat fruit, he took the opportunity to take out the fully automatic mixer in the system while going to the kitchen to get a new marinade bag, and took a look at his mall points. The current points balance is almost 1 million. But now, he hasn't decided what to change. So he will wait and see when he needs it. Chapter 147. I will send it to you at midnight. After eating the fruit, Su Hao and others returned to the kitchen, prepared to continue cleaning. As soon as they entered the kitchen, they found that there was an extra machine on the table on the right. A machine they had never seen before. Looking over, it seems to be a blender, but the buttons on the machine are very simple and clear, with only 2 buttons, on and off. Huang Tao said casually, "This is a fully automatic blender. I bought it together with the fully automatic baking machine last time. I didn't need it at the time, so I put it in the innermost part of the cabinet. I plan to make fish balls to sell tomorrow. I just remembered that there is such a fully automatic blender. I will put the fish meat in and blend it directly, which will save a lot of effort." Because everyone accepted the existence of the fully automatic baking machine, everyone did not doubt Huang Tao's words. Well, okay. But boss, generally speaking, if you use a blender to blend the fish into a paste, the fish paste you make will be more delicate than the one you scrape. But in terms of taste, it will never be as delicious as the one made by the traditional method. After listening to this, Lin Zifeng expressed his little concerns. Of course, he still had confidence in his boss, and believed that the boss would not be stumped by such a small problem. This is the magic of this fully automatic blender. As long as you put the fish meat in, it will run automatically and make the fish paste have the best taste. Huang Tao just took it out and studied this fully automatic blender a little bit. In short, fully automatic machines are all very magical. For example, the previous fully automatic baking machine can automatically identify food and adjust the appropriate temperature and time. Until now, Su Hao and his friends have been exclaiming that it is so fucking magical. However, they did not think much about it, just thinking that these high-tech machines were set in advance. The fully automatic blender is similar, and can blend the ingredients into the best taste according to the ingredients. And it looks small in size, but actually has a large capacity, so it can blend a lot of fish at a time. This can save him a lot of time in processing ingredients. The fish stall owner will send the fish over in a while, and then we will make the simplest white fish balls. Before he finished speaking, the fish stall owner's voice rang out outside the door. Boss Huang. Boss Huang. I brought you the sea base you wanted. Yo! Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Okay. I'll be there right away, he responded. And when he was about to go out to get it, the fish stall owner kindly brought it in. Thank you. It's late at night, and I asked you to come all the way here. It's okay. Anyway, I haven't closed the stall yet. Even if I have closed the stall, as long as you, Mr. Huang, want the goods, I will deliver them to you immediately, even in the middle of the night. The fish stall owner, who is well versed in business, will naturally hold Huang Tao's big golden leg tightly. Think about what Huang Tao thinks, and worry about what Huang Tao worries about. Huang Tao. Then Mr. Huang, you are busy first. I will go back, and I will deliver other goods tomorrow morning, the fish stall owner said with a happy handshake. Okay. Take care. After sending the fish stall owner away, Huang Tao and others started to get busy in the kitchen. Ding Suqin and Xiaoji started to scrape the scales of the sea base, gut the sea base, empty the internal organs, and clean up the dirty fish gills and fish teeth. Yin Ming and Lin Yuhan, the young couple, were responsible for cleaning the perch they had prepared inside and out. Huang Tao took Su Hao and Lin Zifeng with them to process the perch they had cleaned. They all knew that the best fish balls were chewy and delicious, without any residue or gelatin. So, the fish skin and fish bones must be removed. Huang Tao turned the fish over, raised his knife, and chopped off the head and tail. Pressed in the middle, the blade slid under the fish bones. A piece of bony meat with bones was separated in an instant at lightning speed. Twisting the soft meat at the bottom, lifting the knife down, pressing on the fish skin, gently lifting it. In the blink of an eye, a piece of clean fish meat was put into the basin. With their cooperation, the fish was filleted in a short while. Huang Tao smiled and said, "Hazi, put the sliced fish in running water and soak for more than 15 minutes. This can more effectively remove the blood remaining in the fish, making the fish whiter, more transparent and clean. When soaking the fish, you also need to keep the faucet open to let the water in the basin form running water. It is more conducive to flushing out the blood remaining in the fish." "Okay, boss." After understanding, Su Hao followed his instructions and did it obediently. "Zifeng, you cut these green onions and ginger into shreds." He took the right amount of green onions and ginger and asked Lin Zifeng to cut them into shreds. Duo. Lin Zifeng picked up the kitchen knife and quickly cut the green onions and ginger into shreds on the chopping board. Huang Tao soaked the green onion and ginger shreds he had cut into cold boiled water. This is the scallion and ginger water that will be used when making fish paste later. You need to prepare more scallion and ginger water. When making fish paste later, you need to add water several times. The fish paste made in this way will be delicate, tender and elastic. In addition to preparing scallion and ginger water, you also need to prepare some starch water. This is to make the fish paste more viscous and easier to shape. He walked to Su Hao's side and looked at the effect of the fish soaking in water. "Well, it's okay. No need to soak it again." He put the fish meat handed over by Su Hao into the fully automatic blender piece by piece. Cover the lid and press the start button. The blades of the machine rotated rapidly under the drive of electricity. And the rare thing was that the sound was very small. Almost no sound. The fish meat turned into white fish paste almost in an instant. Beep! With the sound of this prompt, the fully automatic blender stopped running. The snow-white fish paste was poured into a large basin by him. The next step is the beating, which is the most challenging part. Beating the fish paste is the most critical step in making fish balls. Whether the balls are elastic, soft, and chewy depends on whether this step is in place. He poured the soaked scallion and ginger water into the basin in an appropriate amount, and began to stir it clockwise in the basin with his hands, so that the fish paste could fully absorb the scallion and ginger water. Scallion and ginger water can remove fishy smell and enhance fragrance. When used in fish paste, it can make the fish balls delicious and not have fishy smell, and the fish paste can be thoroughly beaten. In this way, the taste will be more tender and chewy. When the fish paste becomes sticky again, he put some scallion and ginger water in it. After adding water 3 times in a row, the fish paste, which was originally a bit sticky, seemed to be diluted now. The slightly sticky fish paste was lifted high and then dropped heavily. The meat collided with each other and made a smacking sound, and the snow-white juice splashed. The fish paste has been stirred. He added a spoonful of salt and a small amount of rice wine to the basin, which not only gave the fish balls a base flavor, but also made the fish balls taste more chewy. Then, he poured a few egg whites in it. Adding egg whites can ensure the color of the fish balls, and make the fish balls smoother and more delicate. White as snow, easy to float, and elastic. After the egg whites were stirred evenly, he also poured in the starch water he had prepared before. Continue stirring. Next, squeeze the fish balls. Boil a pot of water in the pot. No need to boil. Just 60 to 70 degrees. Hot water can certainly make the fish balls take shape quickly. But if it is boiled, the fish balls will easily be boiled apart by boiling water. If the fish balls have a high starch content, they can also be put into the pot with cold water. However, it is best to put them into the pot with hot water. In this way, the foam on the surface of the fish balls will be washed away by the hot water, making the fish balls taste better. If it is cold water, the foam will always be attached to the surface of the fish balls, and it is difficult to remove. Wait for the water to heat up. He put his left hand in the basin, grabbed a ball of prepared fish paste, left a small hole at the base of the thumb, and squeezed it gently. A cute little round ball came out. The spoon in his right hand gently picked it up. The white and plump fish balls fell into the hot water on the stove. The fish balls made in this way are solid fish balls. That is, white fish balls. If you add some shrimp roe, crab roe and other meats, it is also possible. But the taste and flavor will be very different. These and the stuffed fish balls will be discussed later. Huang Tao mainly makes white fish balls now. After all, those are more expensive and time-consuming. and are not suitable for food festivals. Gradually, his movements became faster. Both hands were very casual, with a light scoop on the left and an effortless squeeze. The spoon in the right hand gently turned, and a fish ball fell steadily into the pot, one after another. It was so fast that it seemed like he was putting the finished fish balls directly into the hot pot. When the fish balls were ready, they were cooked. What is the final taste and flavor of the fish balls? It all depends on the cooking method and skills. So, this step is particularly critical. He turned up the heat, but not to the maximum. He wanted the water in the pot to slowly heat up. In this way, the fish balls can slowly adapt to the water temperature in the pot, and will not be boiled or broken all at once. During the cooking process, you must constantly use a spoon to remove the floating foam in the pot, so that the water in the pot remains clear and clean. The surface of the cooked fish balls is smoother and more delicate. On the contrary, the floating foam will make the surface of the fish balls uneven. It affects the color and the appearance. When the water in the pot is heated to 90 degrees, the fish balls roll in the hot pot, and the floating foam gradually increases. This shows that the impurities in the fish balls have been cooked out. It also shows that the fish balls are almost cooked through. When the fish balls are about to roll in the pot, Huang Tao turns down the heat to prevent the water in the pot from boiling completely. Cook for another 6 minutes. And when no floating foam appears, the fish balls are completely cooked. It can be taken out of the pot. He took a large colander and took out the fish balls in the pot one by one, and put them into a cold water basin prepared by Su Hao in advance. The boiling fish balls entered the cold water in an instant, and the skin and flesh that were originally loose shrank instantly. The high temperature dropped rapidly, and there was a slight white steam in the cold water basin. Chapter 148 Falling but Not Falling. Full of glue. The night deepened. A few lonely stars dotted the sky, and the gray clouds covered the shining crescent moon. In the kitchen, blue flames licked the bottom of the pot, and the fish soup in the pot bubbled. Due to time issues, he temporarily used fish soup for tonight's fish ball soup. As for the fish ball soup bought for tomorrow's food festival, he planned to use old hens to make soup. He glanced at the fish balls that were drained and cooled, and they looked like milky white balls. Even cute. Also very fresh and fragrant. He picked up a white fish ball with chopsticks and applied a little force on his hands. The pressure of the chopsticks increased, and the fish ball slowly flattened. But after the force was relaxed, the fish ball instantly bounced back. It can be said to be elastic in seconds. Lin Zifeng, who was watching from the side, could not help but exclaimed, "Wow! The flexibility and elasticity of this fish ball are so strong." Just now, the boss used Tai Chi hands to push, rub, twist, and stir thousands of times, so that the fish meat continued to shrink while the surface fibers would condense, thus producing a large amount of gelatin. It is this layer of gelatin that makes the fish ball taste chewy and elastic. Su Hao looked calm, but he admired Huang Tao in his heart. Lin Zifeng recalled Huang Tao's method of beating the fish paste. The force was strong and uniform. The finished fish paste falls without falling, and is full of gelatin, which gives the fish ball the greatest elasticity. This is full of skills. Lin Zifeng even sighed that the skills he learned in school to make fish balls were nothing compared to the boss. He didn't feel jealous at all, but felt that he was lucky to meet such a boss with superb cooking skills. He gave a thumbs up and said exaggeratedly from the bottom of his heart, "Boss, your cooking skills are really great. You can make fish balls so elastic." Su Hao nodded in agreement. "Then you can help taste it later." Huang Tao smiled, and when he saw the fish soup turn white, he picked up a large colander and fished out the fish head and bones. Then he poured some fish balls into the fish soup and cooked them together. The round fish balls rolled in the waves. "Well, it's ready to be served." He picked up a large spoon and began to scoop the fish ball soup. The large spoon sank down accurately. The 6 balls rolled into the large spoon at once along the height difference. He pushed his hand slightly to the edge of the pot, scooped up some fish soup, and poured it into a small bowl. The small bowl prepared was porcelain white, and the milk-like fish soup and the plain white color blended into one. Sprinkle a handful of chopped green onions. A bowl of fresh and fragrant fish ball soup is ready. Lin Zifeng smelled the aroma in the kitchen and exclaimed, "Oh my god! Boss, the fish balls are so fresh and fragrant." Huang Tao smiled and filled a few more small bowls, put them on the tray, and said, "It smells good. You guys can help yourself. I have to bring it to Xian first. Ouch. He is a real doting demon. Su Hao and others looked at Huang Tao's back and gave a fair evaluation. These days, they have been very familiar with Huang Tao. And the most profound impression Huang Tao left on them. He is the image of a doting father. However, with the delicious food in front of them, everyone didn't care to envy Xian. They picked up the bowls, filled the fish ball soup, and grabbed a handful of chopped green onions and put them in the bowls. Each of them tasted it. The fish balls were like oversized pearls, white and crystal clear, tender and elastic. He gently scooped up a spoonful of fish balls. He exhaled several times and took a bite. Eat it with fish soup. Wow, fresh and elastic. Very tough. And very refreshing. So delicious. Lin Yuhan said as she ate, with a fish ball bulging out of her cheek. With her small baby face. She was a greedy little girl. It's really delicious. I only smell the fish fragrance. Not the fishy smell. When I bite it, it's not as tight and violent as beef balls, but tender, and it's effortless to chew. Yin Ning felt that the fatigue of the day dissipated instantly, and his whole body was full of strength. He was so happy. Sure enough, the happiness of a foodie is so simple, so fresh and elastic, much better than the internet celebrity fish balls I queued up to eat last time. Shin Qiumo couldn't help but praise it. If you like it, eat more. Su Hao smiled and gently stirred the fish balls in the bowl. After it cooled down a bit, he scooped a spoonful of fish balls and blew on it. When he felt that the temperature was about right, he sent it to Shin Qiumo's mouth. Shin Qiumo saw the porcelain spoon handed to her mouth. Her watery eyes curved, and a sweet ripple appeared in her heart. She opened her mouth and ate the fish balls that Su Hao fed her with a charming face. Envy! Lin Yuhan glanced at this scene, and her eyes were full of envy. When will her big pig's trotters come to her senses? Yin Ning saw her looking away, and wondered where she looked, and saw Su Hao and Shin Qiumo feeding each other. He thought about it and got it. He scooped a spoonful and blew it, then put it to his mouth to test the temperature. When he was sure it was not hot, he put it to Lin Yuhan's lips. Come on, open your mouth. Lin Yuhan was very surprised by the unexpected feeding. Oh my! Her big pig's trotter finally got it. It is said that eating fish makes people smarter, and it seems that there is some effect. Of course, it was all thanks to the delicious food made by Boss Huang the Yin Ming. The big pig's trotter got it again and again. She happily accepted Yin Ming's feeding. In this way, two pairs of young lovers fed each other. The whole kitchen was filled with pink bubbles. Oh my god! Kill the dog. Lin Zifeng, Xiao Ji and Xiao Wei, the three single dogs, were forced to eat a wave of dog food and quietly left the kitchen, so as not to be fed to death by tons of dog food. Why not find a girlfriend to show affection and feed them dog food instead? What girlfriend? A girlfriend will only slow down their eating speed. The fish ball soup made by Dad is so delicious, Xian said with a bulging mouth. Then, before she finished eating, the little girl scooped up another fish ball, blew it twice with her pink little mouth. She took a big bite with awe. It tastes so fresh. It's as soft as seafood. It's bouncy when chewed. It's like QQ candy. Xian chewed a few times. Her eyebrows curved and revealed a cute dimple. Ah, delicious, so delicious. He took a tissue to wipe off the soup left at the corner of her mouth, and smiled. Then I'll give you another one. After you finish this, there will be no more. Dad will make it for you tomorrow. She had already eaten 6 fish balls. If she ate more, he was worried that she would be full and have trouble digesting it. After all, it was getting late, and she should go back to wash up and go to bed. Oh! The little girl knew that her father was doing this for her own good, so she nodded obediently. Besides, there would be more to eat tomorrow, so she wouldn't worry about eating more or less. So good. He reached out and touched her little head. Seeing that she had finished eating, she was ready to take the dishes to the kitchen. But she was stopped by her mother. Son, sit down. I'll clean up here. As she said that, she started to clean up the dishes. Mom, put it in the dishwasher in the kitchen later. Okay. I know. Huang Tao thought about it and shouted to the kitchen. Howsy, do you have any fish ball soup? Yes. Boss, do you want more? Pack 2 bowls for me, and I'll send 2 bowls to Brother Jiang. Jiang Wei helped all morning today and helped move kitchen utensils in the evening. Send him some new fish ball soup to try as a token of gratitude. Boss, can I take it for you? Su Hao walked to his side with 2 bowls of fish ball soup. I can do it alone. After Huang Tao told Xian Xian a few words, he brought 2 bowls of fish ball soup to the convenience store next door. Brother Jiang, I just made some fish ball soup and sent 2 bowls to you and sister-in-law to try. Thank you. Boss Huang, come in and sit for a while. I'll make you a pot of good tea. Jiang Wei took it gratefully and invited him. Come. Sit. Jiang Wei's wife also quickly moved a chair for him to sit. Brother Jiang, Sister Jiang, please don't bother me. I will be home soon. I am too tired today. Huang Tao smiled and declined. Yes, your business today is really good. In the entire food festival, your booth has the most people and the business is booming. Jiang Wei witnessed the grand scene of queuing with his own eyes today. While admiring, Huang Tao was also happy. Boss Huang has good skills. People come here for his skills. Chen Winley admired. That's right. Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. And did not forget to remind, no matter how busy you are, you must also take care of your health. Don't be too tired. After chatting with Jiang Wei and his wife for a few words, Huang Tao returned to the store. He also brought back a small bag of snacks in his hand. It was given by Jiang Wei and his wife. To be precise, it was for Xian Xian to eat. Huang Tao originally declined, but he had to accept it because he couldn't refuse the kindness. Xian Xian, who was fed too much, knew who sent it when she saw the bag of snacks, and smiled and asked her father if he thanked Uncle Jiang for her. After Huang Tao thanked her, she put the snacks away with a clear conscience. This self-conscious look is so cute. Chapter 149. It's okay to get up early tomorrow. Boss, we'll leave first. See you tomorrow. After Su Hao and the others packed up, they prepared to go home and said goodbye to Huang Tao's family. Huang Tao, who was sitting at the dining table calculating today's turnover, looked up at them and smiled and said, Okay, then be careful on your way back. There are so many of us. Nothing will happen. Lin Yuhan smiled and said playfully, Don't worry. Half a master. Huang Tao. Song Silian? Huang Ida. Lin Zifeng, who had just walked out of the kitchen. What do you mean? What half a master? How is it half? Is there no top or no bottom? Newcomer Lin Zifeng always felt as if he had missed something. He asked in confusion, Lin Yuhan, what do you mean by half a master? Are you going to tell ghost stories at night? Huang Tao. You misunderstood. I learned cooking from Mr. Huang for a few days, but Mr. Huang doesn't accept apprentices, so I can't call him master directly, although I only learned cooking from him for a few days. In my mind, he is half a master, so I just made a fuss and called him half a master. Lin Yuhan explained very seriously. So that's it. Lin Zifeng understood. Oh, you scared me. I thought you were going to tell some supernatural events. Huang Tao smiled. Yuhan, I appreciate your kindness, but you should call me Mr. Huang or Brother Tao in the future. This half-master is a bit scary. Then Mr. Huang. We'll leave first. Bye. Xian Xian. Bye. Lin Yuhan nodded and waved to them. Boss. Xian Xian. Uncle Huang and Aunt Huang. Goodbye. Aunt Suqin. Uncle Haozi. Sisters and brothers. Goodbye. Xian Xian waved her little hand and watched them disappear at the door of the store. Huang Tao had calculated today's turnover and couldn't help but take a breath. Huang Ida asked, What's wrong? Song Silian asked curiously, Son, have you figured it out? How much money did you make today? Mom, guess? Huang Tao kept it a secret. Song Silian thought about it and gestured a psychological price. 60,000? Excluding various expenses. It's probably more than 150,000. He smiled slightly. How much? Song Silian opened her mouth in shock. More than 150,000 a day? So much. Huang Ida also opened his eyes wide. It's only been one day. No. It's only been about 10 hours. He nodded. Yeah. Huang Ida was a little confused. These are so much more profitable than Xingjianbo. Of course. Song Silian said with envy. Your father and I earn nearly a year's salary, which is equivalent to your profit for one day. My son is really promising. She patted Huang Tao on the shoulder and smiled happily. Huang Tao smiled. This is only so much during the food festival. Not so much on weekdays. Let's keep a low profile. This wave of income has added a strong touch to his car buying cause. With the original income, He can directly get a mid-range car. He prefers a pure electric SUV in his mind. He plans to go to the car dealership after he is done with this busy period. Song Salian nodded, don't worry. Your father, and I will not show off to relatives and friends. Well, it's getting late. Let's go home first. You'll be busy tomorrow. You should rest early. Wang Yida looked at the time and said. He nodded, went over and picked up Xian from the chair. Baby, we're going home. Xian hugged his neck and whispered, Daddy, put me down. I want to walk by myself. The little girl felt that her father was tired all day, and it would be even more tiring to carry her home. Wang Tao naturally understood her little thoughts, and did not expose her. He obeyed her wishes and put her down. Okay. Xian will walk by herself. Lock the store door. Wang Tao held Xuan's little hand, led her parents, took Mini and Xie, and walked along the old street in the west of the city towards home. Boss Huang, you came home a little late today. Are you busy preparing ingredients for tomorrow's food festival? Boss Huang, the braised chicken wings at today's food festival are delicious. My little grandson loves them and wants more. How many days will you open the stall tomorrow morning? I'll go buy more. At today's food festival, your stall has the best business. Boss Huang, congratulations. Xian, come here. Auntie will give you something delicious. Little cherry, do you like it? Just right. I cut some cantaloupe. It's very sweet. Take a few pieces and try it. The neighbors are still very enthusiastic about Huang Tao. Xian smiled sweetly. Grandpa and Grandma. Auntie, my dad made fish balls tonight. There will be fish ball soup for sale at tomorrow's food festival. If you want to eat it, come to the food festival. Yeah. Fish ball soup will be sold tomorrow. I like fish balls the most. I don't have to go to work tomorrow, so I will definitely go. Boss Huang's product must be delicious. I must try it. I want to try this new fish ball soup too. Xian smiled sweetly. Okay. See you tomorrow. After chatting with Huang Tao and his friends for a few words, the neighbors asked them to go home and have a good rest. After getting back on the road, the group returned to their own homes. It was getting late, so he took a shower first, and then urged Xian to take a shower. After taking a shower, Huang Tao put on pajamas for her, and after washing up, he took her out of the bathroom. Song Salian came over. Son, you take Xian to bed. Throw out the clothes to be washed, and I will wash them for you. Mom, I can wash them myself, he said with a smile. Go to sleep. You are so tired, and you still wash them yourself. When Song Salian thought of how busy he was today, she felt distressed and wanted to help him do more work. Otherwise, she would feel that coming here alone was useless, and she couldn't help at all. Okay then. He nodded. He put all the clothes he had changed into the dirty clothes basket and handed the basket to Song Salian. Mom, you and Dad should also go to bed early. We have to get up early tomorrow. You go to bed. Don't worry about us. We are old and don't sleep much. It's okay to get up early tomorrow. Grandpa and Grandma. Good night. Xian said goodbye and followed Huang Tao back to the room, because it was too late. Tonight's bedtime story was temporarily shelved. Xian climbed onto the bed very obediently, and pulled the small quilt over herself. Huang Tao saw her lying down, helped her to straighten the quilt, gently stroked her hair, lowered his head, and kissed her smooth forehead, and whispered, go to sleep. My baby? She reminded, Daddy, you have to take me with you tomorrow morning. Daddy will definitely take you with you. Hee Daddy. Good night. After getting her father's answer, she came over with satisfaction, kissed Huang Tao's cheek, and closed her eyes obediently. After a while, she fell asleep, with the corners of her lips slightly upturned, and a faint smile appeared. It seems that she had a sweet dream. Huang Tao raised his hand to turn off the desk lamp, and went directly into the quilt to play chess with Zhou Gong. Chapter 150. Why spend a lot of money to buy an old hen? Buzz. Buzz. The mobile phone under the pillow vibrated again and again, gently waking Huang Tao from his sleep. He subconsciously opened his eyes, and the curtains reflected the cold light of the sky, as if there were shining smurfs standing outside. He reached out and took out the mobile phone under the pillow, and the light from the screen instantly shone on his face. It was already past 5 o'clock in the morning. It's time to get up and move bricks. He took a long breath and turned off the alarm on his mobile phone. He turned his head to look at Xian, who was still lying on his side beside him. The little guy was still sleeping soundly, with a delicate face, set off by a few naughty hairs, looking pitiful. Maybe he was still dreaming. There was still a sweet smile at the corner of his mouth. He smiled and prepared to let the little guy sleep for a while. He got up on tiptoe, put on his clothes, and prepared to go to the bathroom to finish his morning washing and cleaning. As soon as he left the bedroom, he saw his parents who had gotten up early. Dad. Mom. Good morning. Where's Xian? Is she still sleeping? Song Xian asked Huang Tao with concern when she saw that there was no Xian following him. He yawned and nodded. Yeah. She was sleeping soundly. I didn't call her because I wanted her to sleep a little longer. Why don't you let your mother stay at home with Xian first? When Xian wakes up, we can take a taxi to the food festival together. Huang Ida was thinking about letting Xian sleep until she wakes up naturally. Huang Tao also wanted to do that. It's just that he had already agreed with Xian. And if he changed his mind at the last minute, he would leave her at home. The little guy will definitely be unhappy. He will probably say that he is not trustworthy. Will he become a bad role model then? Let her go with you. She wants to go together. After washing up, he returned to his bedroom, walked to the bed, and gently patted Xian, who was still sleeping through the quilt. Baby, wake up. Xian hummed a few times, turned over, and showed her father the back of her head with black hair. Huang Tao smiled and leaned over to her face, saying, My dear Xian, it's time to get up. He deliberately prolonged the ending tone. Xian opened her heavy eyelids, woke up, yawned, and called out in a daze, Daddy. Huang Tao kissed her pink little face hard. My little lazy bug. Get up and go to the store. If you sleep any longer, we will be too late to go to the food festival. Xian giggled. She put her arms around Huang Tao's neck and explained coquettishly, Daddy, it's not that I don't want to get up. It's just that the bed is too attractive to me. Huang Tao gave this reason 99 points. Okay. Dad knows. He kissed her again and helped her put on a beautiful skirt. He urged her to go to the bathroom. After everything was done, the whole family left the house and came to the Zinchichi restaurant. At this time, the employees in the store have been busy in the kitchen for a long time, especially the 3 regular employees in the store. They came to the store to work at about 3 o'clock this morning. Because stewing and boiling soup take a long time, they want to prepare them earlier so that they can go to the food festival earlier today. In that case, there would be no need to wait until after 10 o'clock to deliver the braised food like yesterday. Su Hao has strictly followed the method taught by Huang Tao and put all kinds of braised food ingredients into the stainless steel pot one by one to boil. At this time, the aroma of the braised food has spread in the kitchen. It smells very good. He also used the old hens over 3 years old sent by the owner of the chicken and duck stall to make clear soup at Huang Tao's request. He was puzzled when he first received this task. After all, using fish heads and fish bones to boil fish soup and cook fish balls tastes quite good. Why spend a high price to buy old hens to make clear soup? In this way, the cost will go up. But he knows the boss's temper. He has always been striving for excellence and has very high requirements for ingredients. Using old hens to make clear soup must be the pursuit of the most perfect taste. So he didn't ask too much and just did it obediently. Wash and remove the head, neck, claws, chop into pieces. Soak in clean water until the blood foam is removed. Then put it into the pot with a little ginger slices, without adding any seasoning. Pour in the pure natural water specified by Huang Tao, and slowly stew it on the fire. The reason why no other seasoning is added. According to Huang Tao's words, use appropriate cooking methods, moderate seasoning and heat to give full play to the initiative of raw materials, and maximize the original taste, fragrance and nutrition of raw materials. Finish these. He then started to deal with the preliminary process of roast duck. Lin Zifeng was busy cutting side dishes and slicing fish. Ding Suqin and later Lin Yuhan, the 4 temporary workers, have now cleaned the sea bass for making fish balls. Now they began to pack up all the necessary kitchen utensils and equipment as well as disposable packaging bowls and chopsticks one by one. Everyone was busy. And even Huang Tao's family came in. And they didn't notice. Aunt Suqin, Uncle Haozi, Brother Zifeng, Sister Yuhan, Brother Yinming, Brother Xieji, Brother Xiaowei. Good morning. Xian greeted them with a sweet smile. Oh, our little Xian is here. Everyone responded with a smile. But they didn't stop. Boss, I've already cooked the clear soup you asked for. Can you see if this heat is feasible? Su Hao, who was competent for the first time, said a little uncertainly. To make soup, some raw materials rich in protein, fat, and organic acid are heated in water for a long time so that the umami substances in them enter the soup. A good soup can not only be used to make soup dishes, but also can be used as an umami seasoning. When making soup, pay special attention to controlling the heat. As the saying goes, the voice of the singer is the soup of the chef, which can explain the importance of making soup. Huang Tao took a look, skimmed off the floating oil, and slightly adjusted the heat. This is the most critical moment. The heat must be controlled so that the mincemeat can slowly absorb the residue and fat in the soup as the temperature rises. In other words, the collagen in the animal raw materials is solidified to make the soup gradually clear. After that, he started to make fish balls. He thought that the clear soup fish balls were a new product today, and it was estimated that many old customers would choose to try the new product. So he had to prepare more stock. Of course, breakfast this morning had to be made. I couldn't let my baby girl and my parents starve. It was almost 7:30. The ingredients to be sold in the morning had been prepared. The rest was left to Su Hao and Lin Zifeng. The most urgent thing was to fill our stomachs first, so that we would have enough energy to rush to the commercial pedestrian street to welcome the new day's food festival. Huang Tao steamed some glutinous rice and steamed pork ribs. He also quickly tore the chicken for cooking chicken soup and removed the bones. Heat the oil pan. Add some chili and stir-fry until fragrant. Add onions and stir-fry. Then add hand-shredded chicken slices and stir-fry. Add appropriate amount of boiling water and simmer for 5 minutes. Add appropriate amount of salt and soy sauce. A pot of onion hand-shredded chicken is ready. Use chicken soup again. Add some fish balls. Add rapeseed heart, ham slices, mushrooms. Boil over high heat. And it will be a clear soup fish balls. The breakfast was very rich. Everyone ate with relish, all showing satisfied and enjoyable expressions. Food should be like this. In addition to filling the stomach, it should also make people enjoy the spirit. At this time, the driver of the small truck loading equipment honked the horn twice at the door to indicate that he had arrived. As expected, he was invited to dine together again. The driver felt that these meals were the best work meals he had ever had since he started working. He wanted to ask Huang Tao if he was hiring a driver. After everyone finished eating, everyone loaded the equipment and ingredients for the food festival onto the truck. After settling crab, Xian came to say goodbye to Mimi. Mimi, I'm going to the food festival. You have to stay here and watch the store. Meow. Mimi followed, shaking her tail. She looked like I don't want to watch the store, but I also want to go to the food festival. Xian touched its cat head. Mimi. Good boy. It's not okay this time. I'll take you out to play next time. Mimi meowed a few times and laid down in her cat house dejectedly. Even if it pretends to be pitiful, it is useless. Huang Tao and others will not take it to the food festival. So, Song Cailian took Xuan's hand and walked directly to the direction of the taxi stop, leaving Mimi lying at the door of the store. Grandma. Mimi is so pitiful. Xian turned around and looked at Mimi at the door of the store. Song Cailian smiled and said, It's okay. When you come back in the afternoon, give it some food made by your father, and it will be very happy. Xian thought about it and felt that what Grandma said was very reasonable. So she set off happily. Huang Tao took the co-pilot of the small truck and went to the commercial pedestrian street. The warm sunshine shone on Huang Tao's body. Warm and very comfortable. Today should be another beautiful day. Chapter 151. It's only 29. The second day of the food festival is Sunday. Many companies in Wenling City have a rule to work on Saturdays and on Sunday. Basically, all companies will have a holiday. In addition, many food lovers think that the first day of the food festival will be crowded, and the second day will be relatively less crowded. So they stagger their schedules. Wait until the second day of the food festival to come and have a look. When Huang Tao arrived at the outskirts of the food festival in the driver's small truck, many people had already come to the commercial pedestrian street. Look at the flow of people. It is not less than the flow of people yesterday. Xian and others are also waiting for him at the old place. Daddy? As soon as Xian saw him, she waved her little hands happily. wanting her father to see her at a glance. "Hey!" He smiled and waved in response, and said, "You go in with Grandma and Grandpa first, and Dad will come over in a while." Xian knew that her father would be busy moving things with Aunt Suchin and others. No time. She has to be good and not disturb her father's work. "Yeah," she agreed obediently, and said in a sweet voice, "Daddy will see you later. You have to be careful when moving." At this moment, Huang Tao felt that his heart was about to melt, and he really wanted to hold her in his arms and love her well. "My baby is so considerate and sensible." Looking at her little back as she left with her grandparents, he smiled and responded, "Okay. Dad knows." Su Hao and others who were unloading the goods listened to Xian's words and looked at Huang Tao with envy in their eyes. Lin Zifeng murmured, "I also want to have a daughter who is as caring as a little cotton-padded jacket." Su Hao glanced at Lin Zifeng. Yin Ming was silent for a few seconds, then said, "First, you have to find a girlfriend, and then ask her if she is willing to give birth to a daughter for you." Single dog Lin Zifeng almost knelt down to Yin Ming. Life is already so difficult. Some things should not be exposed. Leave him some good thoughts. Okay? Huang Tao didn't care whether he hurt the young heart of an innocent boy. Everyone should be careful. With Xuan's advice, Huang Tao worked harder and helped unload all the equipment and ingredients on the small truck one by one. Everyone was busy again. One after another, all the ingredients and equipment were moved to their own booths. The chefs and waiters at other booths of the food festival had already arrived, and now they were all busy preparing for the opening of the food festival. As for the chefs of Ziweiji, Laoqian, Zinkayuan Restaurant, and Sidanwen, who benefited from the last night, all came to Huang Tao's booth with smiles, wanting to greet Huang Tao, get close to him, and build a good relationship. By the way, they asked about the closing time of Huang Tao's booth in the next 2 days. If he closed the booth as early as yesterday, they would still have a chance, especially Ziweiji and Zinkayuan Restaurant, which are right next to Huang Tao. As long as Huang Tao doesn't close the booth, there will be few customers visiting their booths all day. If they hadn't seen the dawn of hope last night, they would have probably withdrawn from this food festival today. Huang Tao naturally didn't know that the two neighboring companies had thought of withdrawing because of his strong strength. Old Qian, who came first, saw that Huang Tao was still busy, and said with a smile, "Boss Huang, I'm here. I see you have a lot of things. Do you want help?" As he said that, he took the initiative to help Huang Tao move the things, because there were really a lot of things. One more person would definitely add more strength. Huang Tao had no reason to refuse. The chef of Zinkayuan Hotel and the chef of Su Mansion, who saw this scene, said, We agreed to greet each other. But Old Qian, you secretly helped first. You are just showing off your presence." They really wanted to shout to the unethical Old Qian, "Put down those buckets. Let me do it." The two of them also hurried forward to help. "Boss Huang, I'll help you too." For a while, the three chefs took the initiative to come over and talk to Huang Tao, and quickly helped Huang Tao move the cooking equipment and ingredients. With their help, all the equipment was quickly moved to the booth. After everything was done, Huang Tao sincerely thanked them. "Thank you very much. All of you. It's just a small thing. Just a little help," the three chefs said with a smile. After finishing their work, they chatted for a while. "Boss Huang, you look quite young. Are you 30? "Yes. 29. "Only 29. You got married quite early." Old Qian knew that Huang Tao was quite young, but he didn't expect that he was not even 30. At such a young age, he has such superb cooking skills. "You are really young and formidable." Thinking back then, when he was 29. Forget it. A hero doesn't mention his past achievements. Besides, his current cooking skills can't even compare with Huang Tao's. So how can he have the face to mention the things when he was 29? "Yes. It was quite early." Huang Tao nodded. "Boss Huang, since you brought your parents and children with you, will the stall close earlier in the evening?" As they asked, Lao Qian finally told them the question they were most concerned about. After he asked this, Huang Tao naturally understood why they came here on purpose. This was to find out if he would close the stall as early as yesterday in the next 2 days. If he stayed open until 10 p.m. these 2 days, and the business was so hot, many of his colleagues might sit in the store and be bored to count people to kill time. So Huang Tao also understood the mood of these chefs. "My daughter will go to school tomorrow. so I have to go back early in the evening. The closing time of the stall in the next 2 days will be similar to yesterday. After hearing Huang Tao's words, the three chefs finally put down their worries. If Boss Huang closed the stall earlier, their booth would have hope of survival like last night. The three people who were relieved at this time couldn't help but order meals. Boss Huang, give me 1 portion of each braised dish. I'll also have 1 portion each of braised pig's trotters, duck neck, chicken wings and chicken legs. I'll have a bowl of nourishing fish soup, steamed glutinous rice spare ribs, and 1 portion of each braised dish. Huang Tao smiled and said, Okay, wait a minute. We have a new product. Fish ball soup today. Would you like to try it? Fish ball soup? Sure. Give me 1 portion to try. Lao Qian was immediately tempted. I want 1 too. Give me 2 portions. I want 2 portions too. Huang Tao first wrote the selling price of the new fish ball soup on the standing mobile whiteboard with a black oil-based pen. New fish ball soup, 20 yuan per bowl. A bowl contains 6 fish balls. After writing, he saw that the chefs had paid, so he started to cook fish ball soup for them. However, in his mind, the cold prompt sound of the system sounded. Ding! The host has a good start today. Triggering a side quest. Please sell 3,000 bowls of fish ball soup before the end of today's food festival. Completion of the quest will reward a random cooking skill. Currently sold fish ball soup, 5 bowls. It can only be said that the system task may be late, but it will never be absent. Fortunately, he has a lot of fish balls in stock. Otherwise he would definitely be disrupted by the sudden task issued by the system. Of course, Huang Tao happily accepted this task. Having a task means having a reward, so he will not go against the reward. He did not show it on his face, and continued cooking. The chefs at other booths were all a little impatient when they learned that Huang Tao had made a new product. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! The owner of Zhenhaoqi restaurant actually launched a new product. Fish ball soup. Damn it! Then how should they do business at their booth today? The chefs who had good relationships with the booths all gathered together and sighed. The chef of a Venturin Hotel, oh my god. His business is so good. And he has also launched a new product. Fish ball soup. Is this going to kill us? The chef of Hintang Hotel, hey! The food he makes tastes good. And customers are willing to go to his booth to buy it. This is not something we can control. The chef of Maiju Hotel, that's right. Even if we want to compete with him for business, we can't. Everyone should think of more ways to come up with some new products to give customers more choices. Of course, everyone should also work harder to attract customers. Chef of Xinglongli, that's the only way. Alas, a well-known hotel is not as good as a small restaurant. If you tell others, people will laugh at you. But there is nothing we can do. The opponent is too strong. They can't compete at all. Chef Lao Chu of Xinglongli said weakly, by the way, how does his new fish ball soup taste? Everyone was strongly condemning Huang Tao. But as soon as this sentence came out, everyone fell into silence. Yes. How does his new fish ball taste? Everyone's curiosity was instantly aroused. What does it taste like? I have no interest in the fish ball soup in his booth anyway. It's just fish balls. Who hasn't eaten it? The taste is just like that. I'm not interested and I won't buy it. I'm not interested either. Everyone expressed that they had no interest in the fish ball soup in Huang Tao's store. And they would not buy it. Chapter 152. Like enjoying an art performance. The repeat customers near the food festival saw that the Zhenqiqi booth had already set up its stall. So, one by one, they all rushed to the Zhenqiqi booth to patronize Huang Tao's business. Because they didn't control the strength of their feet well, they all bumped into the booth table. They all showed Huang Tao a very happy and somewhat twisted smile. They greeted him noisily. Boss Huang. Good morning. Good morning. Boss Huang. Good morning. Boss Huang. Huang Tao. How can these customers, who only care about food and not bumping into each other, be so cute? Huang Tao smiled a little helplessly and responded, Good morning. Everyone came early. Boss Huang. It's because you closed your stall early last night. Hey! Don't mention it. It's ridiculous not to do business. That's right. Boss Huang. You don't know? Last night, I came here to patronize you again, wanting to buy some more braised food. But I never thought that you would close the stall early and go back. After I went back, I had a dream all night. The sky was full of tempting braised food. My general manager's arms turned into braised pig's trotters, and the general manager's hands turned into braised chicken feet, which were delicious. Yes, 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 you are not exaggerating at all. When I went home for dinner yesterday afternoon, I suddenly found that the food cooked by my wife was not delicious. I couldn't even arouse my appetite. Hey, don't talk about you guys. A middle-aged woman holding a child said helplessly, my son refused to eat since he came home last night. It's like he has anorexia. He only wants to eat what Mr. Huang makes. Otherwise, why did they come to the food festival so early in the morning? Although today is the weekend, it is indeed a bit free. But the main reason is, since eating the food made by Huang Tao, ordinary food can no longer satisfy their taste buds. Eating other food is like chewing wax. It feels like those foods have lost their souls. To describe it in 4 words, life has lost its color and become boring. At this time, some customers' eyes inadvertently drifted to the standing mobile whiteboard next to Xian Xian. In an instant, eyes widened like bells, shooting out lightning like surprise. Fuck. Boss, you have a new product? It's my favorite fish ball soup. I seriously suspect that the boss has the ability to read minds. This morning, my left eye kept twitching when I woke up, and I wondered if something good would happen. I didn't expect it to happen. As soon as I arrived, I met Boss Huang's new product. Wow, my luck today is pretty good. I wonder if I can continue this good luck and scan the biggest red envelope when I pay later. If I can, it will be double happiness. Oh my god, you have a new product so soon. Awesome. Boss, you are really amazing. I just want 3 servings of fish ball soup. No more words. Boss, just give me 10 servings of fish ball soup first. Huang Tao helplessly held his forehead. He spoke to maintain order. Please line up first. One by one. Yes. Yes. Everyone. Line up quickly. Line up to order. Hearing this, everyone dispersed and lined up. After a while, a long line formed. The customers in the front began to order. Give me 5 servings of fish ball soup, 5 servings of steamed pork ribs with glutinous rice, and 5 servings of all the braised dishes. I want 2 servings of fish ball soup, 1 serving of steamed pork ribs with glutinous rice, 2 servings of braised duck neck, braised chicken wings, braised chicken legs, and braised vegetarian dishes, 6 servings of fish ball soup, half a roast duck, and 2 servings of all the braised dishes. That's all. Okay. Wait a moment. Lin Yuhan smiled sweetly and began to pack the braised dishes for the customers who ordered. Huang Tao started to cook the fish ball soup. The 3 colleagues just now didn't order much, so he cooked according to the amount they ordered. There is no extra portion to sell. Now, I have to cook the fish balls again. His pot is not small, and he can cook more than 50 bowls at a time. The customers in line are bored and watch Huang Tao busy. He looks focused, just like the film sticker on the overpass. Well, no. He is much more handsome than the film sticker. In short, it is very charming. A soup spoon. A handsome and gentle gesture. One after another, the fish balls the size of ping-pong balls jumped into the soup. Splashing some water, he gently stirred with a soup spoon. Watching Huang Tao cook the fish ball soup, customers felt like they were enjoying an art performance. His movements were neat and tidy, without a trace of delay. The most important thing is that Boss Huang himself is very handsome. The kind with a beauty filter? Even the way he held the soup spoon attracted the attention of many customers. He was like a chef master in a comic. Handsome and talented. It also made many girls in line sigh that from now on, chef novels have a male protagonist. 5 minutes later, he scooped the cooked fish ball soup into the takeaway bowl 1 spoonful at a time. Then sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions into the takeaway bowl. Ding Suchin was busy covering the lids one by one, putting them into plastic bags one by one, putting disposable chopsticks and spoons, and then handed the braised snacks and steamed glutinous rice ribs that Lin Yuhan had packed to the customers. Here, your 5 servings of fish ball soup, 5 servings of steamed pork ribs with glutinous rice and lotus leaf, and 5 servings of braised dishes. Please take them. Welcome to visit next time. The 2 servings of fish ball soup, 1 serving of steamed pork ribs with glutinous rice, braised duck neck, braised chicken wings, braised chicken legs, and 2 servings of braised vegetarian dishes you asked for are ready. Please take them. Welcome to visit next time. Huang Tao and Lin Yuhan acted very quickly. Many customers got their ordered meals after queuing for a short time, no matter whether they were new or old customers. After getting their meals, they couldn't help but stand aside and taste the new fish ball soup. The moment I bit into the fish balls, I exclaimed with satisfaction. So delicious. Oh my god. I feel so satisfied after taking a bite. It's so delicious. Woo woo woo. I can't describe it in words. This soup and this ball are so delicious. I wanted to write a poem to the world, but I'm uneducated, so I can only say wow. It's so delicious. Wow. So hot. So delicious. Oh. Eat slowly. Don't burn yourself. I've never tasted such a delicious fish ball soup. The soup is rich and fresh. The taste is refreshing and delicious. You can feel the delicious taste of the fish constantly lingering in your mouth. And the crispness of the fish balls is another fairyland-like feeling. You must try this fish ball soup. You will regret it for the rest of your life if you don't. It's amazing. The fish ball soup is amazing. The boss is amazing. Hearing this, Huang Tao raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed. Xuanxuan's pink face was also filled with a bright smile. While she was happy for her father, she also felt that her father was the best father in the world. Little cutie. Don't accept any rebuttal. Many office workers, who have a weekend off, also choose to come to the food festival booth to kill time. The food festival, which was already a bit lively, will become even more lively. Beside Huang Tao's booth, there are many diners eating fish ball soup. Every diner's face is filled with this extremely happy smile. The office workers who visited the nearby booths, looking at such a hot business booth, also want to try the taste. Damn! That booth is doing too well. So many people are queuing up. Come on. Let's go over and try it. This booth has so many people queuing up. The food must be good. Come on. Let's go over and queue up. Most of the office workers who came to the food festival ran over and joined the queue. Huang Tao had been setting up the stall for less than 30 minutes. 2 long queues formed in front of his booth. Of all the booths in the entire food festival, his business was the best. Even 5-star hotels, like the International Hotel, were crushed by him. Some diners came to Huang Tao's booth for the first time. At first, they all came with the mentality of trying it. So they bought a portion of fish ball soup to taste it. When they took the first bite of the fish ball soup, they regretted it. Damn! I bought too little. I should have bought a few more servings of such delicious fish ball soup. 1 serving is not enough. So, many diners ran to the back of the queue and prepared to queue up again to buy more and taste other delicacies. Although it takes a lot of time to queue up again. But they didn't find it annoying at all. Delicious food. It's worth their time to wait. The chefs who had gathered together looked at the long queues from afar, and their eyes were about to fall out of envy. And the waves of stewed aroma almost drew the souls of these people out. The fresh aroma of the fish ball soup also stood out in the air. Fresh and refined. This is too fragrant. It was so fragrant that they almost lost their minds and rushed over to buy it. Ahem. The chef of a Venturin Hotel coughed and said with a smile, Okay. It's getting late. I should go back to my booth. Everyone, please do as you please. The chef of Hintang Hotel, Yes. Yes. I have to go back and prepare. I'll leave first. The chef of my Chu Hotel, Haha. My subordinates in the store can't do without me. I have to go back and take charge. I'll go back first. The chef of Xinglongli, Lao Chu, today. The store sells new products. I have to go back and see how these little bastards are preparing. The few people nodded to each other tacitly. They dispersed. After walking a few hundred meters, Lao Chu did not go directly to his booth, but took off his chef's uniform and chef's hat, changed direction, and turned back. Damn it. No way. He originally tasted the braised food sent by the chef of Lei Yumun Hotel yesterday and fell in love with it. He has been enduring for a day. Now he could smell the aroma of his favorite fish balls again, and he couldn't bear it any longer. He decided to go alone and quietly go to the Zenchichi booth to buy some. Chapter 153 Social Death is nothing. To be honest, he could have just said it to the chefs of the hotels. There is nothing wrong with him going to the Zenhachi booth to buy food. Right? After all, many of his peers lined up to buy food yesterday. This morning, the chefs of the Weiji, Su Mansion, and Zenkaiyuan Hotel also visited the Zenhachi booth again. The problem is, he couldn't bring himself to do it at first. He followed them in saying that he was not interested in the fish ball soup in the Zenhachi booth at all. He also patted his chest and vowed that even if he starved to death, he would not buy anything in the Zenhachi booth. If he told him now, he would want to buy it again. These old guys would definitely laugh at him. Maybe it would become their after-dinner talk. He didn't want to save face. So, in the end, he decided to go there quietly by himself. In order not to attract attention, he took off his chef's uniform and hat and put them on his arm backwards. As soon as he arrived at the Zenchichi booth, he walked quickly to the back of the queue, ready to queue. But as soon as he stepped in, he was hit head-on by a fat body that was running very fast and panting like a dog. The key is that the person stepped on him. Squeak. This collision and kick made Lao Chu grimaced in pain. But he had to endure it, in order to avoid screaming and attracting onlookers. He would be recognized by the chefs in other booths and his identity would be exposed. Of course. He is not a pushover. If you respect me 1 foot, I will respect you 10 feet. Subconsciously, he punched the other person. The other party also groaned in pain, but did not dare to scream, but apologized subconsciously. I'm sorry. I'm sorry almost at the same time. Lao Chu also apologized. The two said in unison, It's okay. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Lao Chu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly raised his head. In an instant, the 4 eyes met, and the familiar face broke into each other's eyes at the same time. Wow! Wow! Isn't this the chef of the Adventure Hotel who just separated from him for a while? The expression on his face changed instantly. He tried his best to restrain the idea of turning around and running away immediately. I guess the other party has the same idea. He clearly felt the other party's shoulder. Subconsciously turned a little to the other side, and turned back and forth very unnaturally. The two looked at each other, with embarrassment in each other's eyes. The people who just gathered together and said they would not go, now appeared together in the queue of the Zenchichi booth. Okay. He said he would not go, but he ran towards the Zenchichi booth honestly. He even took off his conspicuous chef uniform and hat. The chef of Adventure Hotel smiled awkwardly but politely, and said, Old Chu, what a coincidence. We meet again. Haha. Yes. It's really a coincidence. Old Chu smiled and responded. Haha. Ha ha ha. The chef of Adventure Hotel coughed awkwardly and said something to make conversation. Cough. Cough. Old Chu. Why are you here? I didn't have breakfast this morning, and I was very hungry. I happened to pass by here, so I planned to buy some food to fill my stomach. What about you? Old Chu blamed his stomach. Even Lao Chu himself didn't believe this reason, let alone the chef of the Adventure Hotel. If you want to eat, there is food in our booth. Why go far away and come here? He smiled knowingly. Me. Same as you. Hee hee. The two smiled awkwardly again, and suddenly felt that this scene was too embarrassing. So angry. Lao Chu quickly lined up behind him, so as not to continue staring at each other and embarrass each other. It took a long time. It was their turn. Excuse me? Lin Yuan smiled sweetly and asked politely. Well, a bowl of fish ball soup and 1 serving of each braised food. I'll do the same as him. Lao Chu poked his head out. Okay. Both of you. 116 yuan each. Scan the code here to pay. Lin Yuan smiled and pointed to the QR code on the sticker, and began to pack the braised food for them. Okay. Old Chu and the other two took out their mobile phones and scanned the code to pay. Alpay has arrived. 116 yuan. Alpay has arrived. 116 yuan. After they paid, Lin Yuan had already packed the stewed food. Huang Tao's fish ball soup was also ready and was being packed. A moment. Ding Suqing put both into a food bag, each with a pair of chopsticks and a spoon, and handed them to Old Chu and the other two. This is the fish ball soup and stewed food you ordered. Please take it. Welcome to visit next time. Old Chu and the other two took it and squeezed out of the crowd. Just met a pair of familiar eyes. Okay. This person is the chef of Hintang Hotel who is 4 or 5 queue positions away from them. At this moment, the two of them, Lao Chu, no longer felt awkward. Anyway, as long as they were not awkward. The awkward ones were the other chefs. Lao Chu laughed and joked, Hey, isn't this the chef of Hintang Hotel? Aren't you going back to your booth to prepare? Why did you come to the Zenhachi booth? The old face of the chef of Hintang Hotel turned red in an instant. It was so embarrassing that a whole building of Thompson EP could be dug out on the spot. The chef of Hintang Hotel said politely, "Aren't you going back to the booth to see how your little bastards are preparing? Why are you here too?" "Haha. Who made my little bastards not do well and not prepare yet? I was bored. So I came to take a look and buy some breakfast." Lao Chu found a random excuse and went to the rest area with the chef of a Venturin Hotel to find a place to sit down and eat. Seeing that there was only one person sitting at a table, he walked over. Old Chu asked the brother, who was slurping fishball soup with his head down, "Brother, is there no one sitting here?" The other party muttered, "No one sitting here," and raised his head. The four looked at each other. The chef of my Chu Hotel was full of embarrassment. Fortunately, he was also a person who had experienced many ups and downs. This social death scene was nothing at all. He wiped his mouth calmly. He greeted the two of them cheerfully and generously. "You guys come here to eat too? Sit down and eat together." "Okay." Old Chu and the others sat down together. The chef of my Chu Hotel explained, "You all know that my stomach has always been not very good. I will feel uncomfortable if I don't eat something. I just passed by here and bought something to drink." Listening to his explanation, Lao Chu and the other two did not have any inner fluctuations, and even felt like laughing. This is fucking amazing. 20 minutes ago, everyone was still shouting that they would never go to the Jinhaochi booth to eat fish ball soup. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, everyone went to the Jinhaochi booth to line up to buy it. Not a single one was missing. Fortunately, the three of them knew it tacitly, so they did not bring up this topic again, and each of them lowered their heads and drank the soup silently. The tender and smooth fish balls absorbed the delicious chicken soup. When you bite it lightly, it is smooth and crisp, with the delicious fish meat between your lips and teeth, but without a trace of fishy smell. Another mouthful of delicious chicken soup. Double deliciousness collides between taste buds. At the moment of swallowing, there will be a sense of happiness rising from the heart. That kind of delicious taste. It feels like the tongue is going to fall off. The three people ate, all with a satisfied look on their faces. It was also the first time that I realized that good food has a soul, which can make people feel a special sense of happiness in their hearts. To be honest, they can't reach this level either. How shameful. Chapter 154. He had to come and tell me the good news in person. Xian saw that her father was busy all the time and didn't even have time to drink water. So, the little girl very considerately handed him some water. "Daddy, drink some water," she said softly. She tilted her little head and looked at Huang Tao with her big eyes blinking. So cute. A straw was thoughtfully inserted into the raised water cup. It was obvious that he had learned the true art from Song Silian. Huang Tao just had to bend down a little to drink it. "Hey! Good. Goo-goo. Drinking in the mouth. Sweet in the heart." Drinking the water personally offered by the caring little cotton jacket. Huang Tao felt thirsty after a few sips. He also felt that his little cotton jacket had really grown up and could take care of people. He looked at the sensible and distressed little person in front of him with loving and gentle eyes. He couldn't help but lowered his head and kissed Xian on the forehead, and said softly, "Ah," after drinking the water sent by Xian. "Dad is not thirsty at all now." She nodded obediently, with a shallow dimple on her cheek. She was very happy to help her father. "Daddy, you are busy. If you need water later, you must tell me. I will bring it to you again." She curved her eyebrows and did not forget to make a cheering gesture, cheering him up. "Come on, Dad. Come on." He smiled widely. Customers in front of the booth couldn't help but smile at the loving interaction between Huang Tao and Xian. Xian changed her hairstyle today and tied her hair into 2 ponytails. Even though she sat quietly beside the standing mobile whiteboard without making any noise, she was noticed by many customers in line. She is very pretty and cute. Just like a doll. There is nothing wrong with her facial features. Her skin is very fair. She doesn't need to dress up too much. She looks like a little princess. Many people's eyes fell on her. Everyone is so envious of having such a cute, beautiful, well-behaved and sensible daughter feeding water. Damn! The boss actually has such a cute daughter. No wonder this little girl looks so good. It turns out that she inherited her father's appearance. The boss's daughter is so cute and thoughtful. Handing water to her father is really cute. It's so healing. It's like rubbing her face. Aw. It's another series of deceiving me to have a daughter. It's really cute. I really want to take it home. Xian happily accepted the praise from the customers. As for their desire to take her home, she said she didn't want it. She wants to be with her father, and never separate. After drinking a sip of water, Huang Tao continued to serve fish balls to the customers. He looked up and glanced at the queue. There were probably more than 300 customers in the queue now. And there were many new customers coming to his booth one after another. These customers, all of them heard from friends and relatives who came to the food festival yesterday. Hey, when you go to the food festival, you must go to booth 88 Zenhachi restaurant to buy some braised food to try. It's the third booth in the second row right after the main entrance. The braised food there not only smells delicious, but also tastes even better. The taste of that braised food is definitely the best braised food I have ever eaten in my life. When you go to the food festival, you must go to booth 88 Zenhachi restaurant as soon as possible. The roast duck there is definitely the best roast product in the entire food festival. Although the price of one is 188 yuan. They use local live ducks, real ingredients, and great value for money. I tell you, it tastes much better than the roast duck at Quanchude. Anyway, the strategy is, when you go to the food festival, you have to go to booth 88, Jinhaochi restaurant first. Whether you buy braised food, roast duck, or nourishing fish soup, they are all delicious. Don't come here and feel excited, but you can't eat anymore. It will be too late to regret. After buying, remember to vote for booth 88. Compared to the first day, the customers who came today understood the rules better and understood the meaning of their votes. For them, it doesn't matter whether they vote or not. But for the merchants, their votes are still the key votes that determine whether the merchants can get the top 10 restaurants of this year. After knowing the usefulness of their votes to the merchants, they feel like they hold the power of life and death. So, when voting, they are much more cautious than the customers who came yesterday. Only when they particularly like the food will they vote without hesitation and decisively. The Jinhaochi booth accounted for most of this point and received votes from many new customers. Looking at the long queues in front of Huang Tao's booth, the weak hearts of the chefs at other booths of the food festival were hit again. They could only envy him crazily. There were no customers in several booths, so they stood together and chatted. Looking at the queues, they were so envious that their eyes almost fell out. Since Mr. Huang came to the food festival, this year's food festival has been much more lively than in previous years. But few of these customers pay attention to our booth. Alas, the only booth with such a prosperous business is Mr. Huang's booth. In previous food festivals, there has never been so many people queuing in front of a booth. Even the international hotels that dominate the food festival every year have never had such a grand occasion. Yes, I finally saw what a booming business means. Do you think that among the top 10 most popular dishes this year, can the international hotel still be ranked first? Originally, everyone was still chatting casually. But as soon as this sentence came out, everyone fell into deep thought. It is hard to say whether the international hotel can continue to be ranked first in the top 10. After all, a dark horse appeared at this year's food festival. Ma Deqiang and Lin Dezhu are both good friends, and they came to Huang Tao's booth together again. This time, they brought good news for Huang Tao. Originally, they could have just called or sent a staff member to notify Huang Tao. The reason why they had to come in person, it was because they only bought a braised duck neck last night, which could not satisfy their appetite at all. Even when they were sleeping at night, they dreamed that they were about to eat the food made by Huang Tao. But they woke up the next second and could not eat it. I can't tell you how uncomfortable I felt. There was a piece of news to be notified to Huang Tao, so the two of them volunteered to be the messenger. As soon as they arrived at booth 88, they were shocked by the long queues in front of them. Wow! It was less than 8 o'clock, and the food festival hadn't officially started yet, and there were so many people queuing up. Ma Deqiang was happy looking at the queue. The better Huang Tao's business, the more proud he was. After all, he discovered and recommended Huang Tao. The more prosperous Huang Tao's business, the more it proves that he has a good vision. Oh! Mr. Huang's booth has a new product. Fish ball soup. Lin Dezhu was sharp-eyed and saw diners eating fish ball soup next to the booth. New fish ball soup. Hurry up. Let's get in line. The two were afraid that if they were delayed, they would miss the delicious food like last night. Queue up quickly. Chapter 155 Most Popular Booth. New products. Naturally, they are all highly anticipated. As a result, fish ball soup has become the first choice for every customer in line. And basically everyone must order one. Huang Tao is very busy because of this. He serves fish ball soup bowl after bowl. He also has to check the steamed spare ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice from time to time. How is the steaming? Of course. Slices of roast duck and nourishing fish soup are also indispensable. Fortunately, after yesterday's training, he has completely adapted to this high-intensity work and has held on well. Everything is in order and under control. Ma Deqiang and Lin Dezhu chatted for a long time before it was finally their turn. The queue was so long, but they didn't feel tired at all, but full of expectations. Boss Huang. 2 servings of fish ball soup. 2 bowls of nourishing fish soup. Half a roast duck. 2 servings of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. And 2 servings of all the braised dishes. Ma Deqiang hurriedly ordered the dishes as soon as he came up. And ordered everything, wanting to make up for the regret of not having eaten last night. He even forgot about the main purpose of coming here. He was afraid that he would be a little slow. The next second, Boss Huang told him with an apologetic face that all the other food was sold out. And only 1 braised duck neck was left. That would be barbecue. However, he was relieved when he saw that the stainless steel plates on the booth were filled with various braised dishes and other ingredients. Okay. Wait a moment. Both of you. Huang Tao didn't expect that Ma Deqiang and the others would come to take care of his business today. You came so early. He started to cook nourishing fish soup. Ding Suqin packed 2 portions of the fish ball soup he had just cooked, and took out 2 portions of the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice from the steamer. Lin Yuhan and Yan Ming, who were responsible for packing the braised food, were also busy packing the braised food for the customers, and took on the job of cashiers, and quoted the price to them. Hello. A total of 412 yuan. Ma Deqiang heard this, and immediately took out his mobile phone to pay happily. Now, he was completely relieved. He also remembered the main business of this visit. While waiting, he smiled and said, Boss Huang, I came here with Director Lin this time, because I have good news to tell you. Good news? What good news? Huang Ida and his wife, and the employees in the store were immediately excited when they heard this. And they all looked at Ma Deqiang and others curiously. Xian, who was sitting next to the standing mobile whiteboard, had her eyes light up when she heard the word good news. She asked curiously, Grandpa Ma, what good news do you want to tell my dad? Ma Deqiang, who had completely accepted the title of Grandpa, smiled kindly. Oh, Xian wants to know. Yeah. Xian nodded like crazy. As long as it's about her dad. She wants to know. Then Grandpa will tell you that your dad's booth has been selected as the most popular booth because it was loved by the majority of customers at the food festival yesterday. Grandpa came here specially this time to invite your dad to participate in the on-site teaching in the afternoon. Grandpa Ma, what is on-site teaching? What's the use of it? Xian opened her big, pure eyes, tilted her head in thought, frowned slightly, and didn't quite understand what live teaching meant. However, she suddenly remembered that the adults mentioned yesterday that a chef was invited to teach people how to cook on stage. And she seemed to understand. She smiled sweetly. Grandpa Ma, does it look like going on stage to teach people how to cook? Yes. Xian is really smart. After getting a positive answer, Xian quickly turned her head and looked at Huang Tao, her eyes shining. Did you hear it? Dad, you are going to teach people how to cook on stage. Huang Tao saw Xuan's expression from the corner of his eyes, and nodded at her, indicating that he had heard it all. Ma Deqiang and Lin Dezhu were amused. Huang Ida and his wife and employees were all happy for Huang Tao, and even more proud of him. Anyway, this is also an honor. Xian also thinks that her father is great. Ding Suqin and other employees all congratulated him. Boss, congratulations. You are invited to participate in the on-site teaching. Thank you. Huang Tao looked calm, but he was a little panicked in his heart. That's right. This sudden good news caught him off guard. After all, he had never thought about this on-site teaching, but it happened to him. The problem is that he didn't prepare anything. This is why he was a little panicked. If he didn't want to go, he really didn't want to go. He didn't care much about these empty honors. What he cared about was how to successfully complete the task of fish ball soup today and get the reward. But this on-site teaching is also the most important part of this year's food festival. The rules cannot be broken. Fortunately, this live teaching will not start until 3 p.m. So there is still some time to prepare. But I only know these few dishes after coming and going. Could it be that I will teach others how to stew stewed food? But this will reveal the recipe of stewed food. Teach roast duck or fish balls. I have to move the equipment up. And it is very likely that the host will probe and ask some questions. With his clumsy mouth, I guess he can't resist the host's eloquence. It's easy to reveal the truth, and it's hard to smooth things over. Teach lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs, or crab fried cakes, or pan-fried buns, or preserved egg and lean meat porridge. But as soon as the International Hotel appeared yesterday, it made a big dish. His skills are obviously too ordinary. Why not go to the System Mall when he is not busy at noon to see if his points can be exchanged for a dish skill? Ma Deqiang asked with a smile. Boss Huang, have you thought about the dishes for the live art teaching this afternoon? Deputy Director Ma, your news came a little sudden. I haven't prepared at all, and haven't decided what dishes to cook yet. He pursed his lips and smiled. Telling the truth. Not prepared at all? Boss Huang, you are a little too ambitious. Each booth will prepare 1 or 2 for it, whether it can be on or not. You are good. You didn't prepare at all. And said that the news came a little too suddenly. Your business was so hot yesterday. Don't you have any idea in your mind? Or do you not have enough understanding of your own strength? Ma Deqiang smiled, took the ordered meal and said, then Boss Huang, think about it first. And tell our staff after you want to cook what dishes. But please tell us before 2 p.m. so that we can prepare. Okay. I got it. Huang Tao nodded and watched them leave. The customers in line reacted and exclaimed in surprise. Wow. The boss is going to give a live teaching. I have to go there to learn this afternoon. Awesome. Boss, you don't even help my grandma cross the road. I admire you. Haha, small restaurants can do great things. The news that Huang Tao will give a live teaching in the afternoon spread like wildfire. The chefs at each booth, who were bored, gathered together again. Chef of Su Mansion, I thought that today's live teaching would be the international hotels. But I didn't expect that a delicious restaurant would appear and bring down the international hotel. Chef of Zaweiji, Lao Chu, it can only be said that the skills are not as good as others. Chef of Zinkayuan Hotel, alas! The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves. It can only be said that the strength of this generation of young people is a bit strong. Originally, everyone felt that they were robbed of the limelight by a small restaurant. And they were a little embarrassed. But now, even the International Hotel was crushed. And they instantly felt balanced. They were balanced in their hearts. But the International Hotel chef Ma Qingxiong was not balanced in his heart. He was very puzzled. How could a 5-star hotel be worse than a small restaurant? He was also very curious about how delicious the food in this small restaurant was. He was even more curious about the cooking skills of the boss Huang of this small restaurant. Chapter 156. Are there fried locusts and fried silkworm pupae? Jiang Han and his colleague Kai Bo, like other office workers who have a day off on Sunday, have a rare day off today. This is not it. They changed their principle of not getting up until noon on Sunday. They both woke up early in the morning, washed up simply, and then drove straight to the commercial pedestrian street. They were ready to visit the food festival they had been thinking about for a long time. To be precise, they all came for Huang Tao's booth. Since noon yesterday, Jiang Han and Kai Bo's moments have been flooded with all kinds of food at the food festival. At first, the two were unmoved and could face it calmly, until the food pictures of the Zenchichi booth appeared in their moments. Just looking at the pictures, they instantly felt that the pizza in their hands was not fragrant anymore. I could only breathe in the pictures of the food at the Zenhachi booth like crazy. I can eat it if I breathe in. I am so greedy. I had planned to go to the food festival after get off work yesterday to eat the food at the Zenhachi booth. But the sad thing is, I was kindly reminded by fans in the fan circle that the Zenhachi booth had closed down and went back. This news was like a bucket of cold water suddenly poured over my head, which made Jiang Han and Kai Bo feel cold and depressed. I had to suffer all night. Come here this morning. Of course, Jiang Han, who had not broadcast live for a long time, would not miss such a great opportunity to broadcast live. The last live broadcast of anti-counterfeiting at the Zenhachi restaurant brought him a lot of popularity. The number of fans has also increased several times. There are more than 100,000 fans. This is all thanks to Boss Huang, who made him go from having more than 20,000 fans to having more than 100,000 fans. As the first food blogger to review the Zenchichi restaurant, he got the first wave of traffic brought by Huang Tao. Now he will naturally not miss this live broadcast that can arouse the interest of fans. With the help of Kai Bo, Jiang Han put his mobile phone on the selfie stick. Then, he opened his own live broadcast room. Hi, everyone. I am your old friend Jiang Ge. I am now at the food festival on the commercial pedestrian street of Wenling City. Fans who have followed the 8th Wenling Food Festival should know that this year's food festival is very different. Many different links have been added, such as on-site teaching of art. But this link will not start until 3 p.m. I will now take everyone to appreciate the style of this food festival, and then take everyone to the Zenchichi booth. I heard that Boss Huang made a lot of new braised flavors for the food festival this time, including braised chicken wings, braised chicken legs, braised chicken feet, braised goose feet, and even braised vegetarian dishes. Just looking at the pictures sent by friends, people are drooling. Jiang Han introduced to the phone. The lens switched to the rear camera. He smiled and said, "Look, everyone. Although it's only 9:30, the tables and chairs set up for diners at the food festival are now full. The diners are all tasting the food and enjoying the endless aftertaste it brings to their taste buds. This is enough to show that this year's food festival is quite popular. I also heard that the Zenchichi booth is the most popular, and there are many people queuing. Please pray that there won't be too many people when I go there, so that I can get my turn earlier." He switched back to the front camera and introduced the traffic conditions along the way. He now has more than 100,000 fans. Although he didn't do live broadcasts before because of business trips and busy work, but he had set a live broadcast notice in advance for today's food festival. So many active fans from other provinces also flocked to the live broadcast room at the time he announced. Anyway, they just got up and prepared to have breakfast. They had nothing to do, so it was just right to watch the anchor explore the food festival. At this time, many barrages floated on the screen of the live broadcast room. After waiting for so long, Brother John's live broadcast finally came. "Hurry up and go in. Take us to appreciate the food at the Wenling Food Festival. Did you visit the food festival today, Brother Jiang? I think your topic this time is not good at all. Don't ask why. If you ask, I can't go because I'm from another province. I'm not happy. I waited and waited for the long-awaited food festival. But the day before yesterday, I was sent on a business trip by the company. I was sent on a business trip, and I can't come back until next Wednesday. I missed it. Missed it. Baby is so sad. I can only watch Brother John's live broadcast to satisfy my cravings. The water of West Lake. My tears. I'm dying of laughter. The person above. You are so miserable. You are the winner of the most miserable award of the year. Wow. I went to the food festival today. When I thought of the dazzling array of food at the food festival, my mood suddenly became cheerful. I really want to fly over and eat it right away. I just want to ask, do you have fried locusts and fried silkworm pupae at your food festival?" Jiang Han also saw those comments, and he said calmly, "As far as I know, there are no such things." After that, he and Kai Bo walked into the food festival booth area and took the fans in the live broadcast room to experience the food festival in Wenling City. Food festival. Of course, the protagonists are all kinds of food. Exploding durian, roasted whole lamb, roasted suckling pig, lontong sihai, dompa sugar heart abalone, glutinous rice pork belly, etc., etc. Jiang Han and the fans in the live broadcast room were all dazzled. What puzzled him was, the popularity of the food booths of various hotels was a bit low. Not as popular as expected. In front of some hotel food booths, there were even only a few customers. What surprised him even more was the hotel booths that had taken the high-cold route in previous years. This year changed their high-cold image in previous years, and actually took the shouting route. As he walked along the road, the shouting sounded in his ears one after another. "Young man, come and have a look. My dompa sugar heart abalone is made from top-quality abalone. Look, it's very tempting. Take a look at the glutinous rice and pork belly. Each crystal-clear glutinous rice tastes sweet and soft, and the rice aroma is mixed with the oily aroma of the pork belly, which is very fragrant. Exploding durian. Insert a straw and take a sip. It's like drinking a durian milkshake. It's delicious." Damn! This completely refreshed Jiang Han and the others' cognition. If it weren't for the names of the hotels written on the booth, they would have really thought they were in a market. Oh my god! How come everyone has become so approachable? The fans in the live broadcast room were also stunned instantly. Where's the high-end food festival? Why do I feel like the anchor has mistakenly entered the gluttonous street? What on earth have these chefs and waiters been through? Why are they shouting and selling? Can I watch this without paying? Hey, is that yodeling? Are there any star-rated hotels here shouting and selling? Are they shouting and selling because business is so bad? Look at their booths. There are not many customers. What the above person said makes sense and cannot be refuted. Life is already so difficult. Some things should not be exposed. At this moment, Jiang Han had no time to care about why these chefs were shouting and selling. Nor did he have time to care about the fans in the live broadcast room. Because he smelled a few familiar smells in the wafting fragrance. That was the smell of Mr. Huang. To be precise, it was the smell of Mr. Huang's food. It made Jiang Han and the others salivate. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Hurry and go to booth 88. Only the backs of the two chefs running hurriedly were left. The two had a clear division of labor. Kai Bo was responsible for queuing up to buy. Jiang Han focused on live broadcasting. After seeing the queue in front of Huang Tao's booth, he realized why not many people visited other hotel booths. He also understood why the chefs of those hotels lowered their status and shouted hard. It's probably because of Mr. Huang. The audience in the live broadcast room also realized it after seeing the queue. Damn! The case is solved. I finally know why there are not many people visiting other hotel booths. It turns out that most of the customers who come to the food festival are queuing at the Zenchichi booth? Haha, I also know why the chefs at those hotel booths shouted. But I see it but don't say it. It's so funny. The other booth is so idle that they count people. But the Zenchichi booth is so busy that they are exhausted. Host, can you turn the camera to see? I just came in and asked timidly. Is the food at the Zenchichi booth really that delicious? There are so many people queuing up. The live broadcast room was flooded with questions from netizens. As the camera moved, netizens saw a line of people that was even more terrifying than the one at the Zenchichi restaurant. The one standing in the middle really couldn't see the beginning or the end. He picked a few questions and answered them. Delicious food is really delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food. The audience who watched my last live broadcast of visiting the delicious store should know that I used to be sick from eating braised pig's trotters. I would feel sick when I saw braised pig's trotters. I couldn't even eat pig's trotters. But after eating the braised pig's trotters made by Mr. Huang, I not only didn't feel sick, but also fell in love with eating braised pig's trotters again. Of course, this is not sick. Only for Mr. Huang's restaurant. Don't ask why. Just ask that I have tried it. Everyone is tired. As long as you work hard to live and want to live a better life. No one is not tired. And no one has not paid sweat. Right? When interacting with netizens in the live broadcast room, the queue is also constantly moving forward. Anchor, please switch the camera to the menu. We really want to see the menu and the tempting braised food ors. The above. You said what I have always wanted to say, but have not said. Anchor, please switch the camera. I want to watch it too. I strongly suggest you switch the camera. He switched his phone to the rear camera and said with a smile, okay. It seems that all the netizens in the live broadcast room can't wait. It will be my turn soon. Don't be impatient. Fans were eating breakfast and watching the live broadcast, and saw the black Mindy words appear on the phone screen, which was quite clear. When they saw the new fish ball soup, everyone was surprised again. Many diners were holding a bowl of steaming fish ball soup, enjoying it with a happy expression on their faces, and saying delicious in their mouths. Fans in the live broadcast room were almost drooling. The fish balls in the video were like oversized pearls, white and crystal clear, and the live broadcast was high-definition pixels, showing every little detail perfectly. It looks even more tempting. It makes people want to lick the screen. The comments are even faster. Okay. I admit that Mr. Huang's fish ball soup has successfully aroused the gluttony in my stomach. I can't stand it. I want to eat it so much. I'm so greedy just looking at it through the screen. No. I have to get up and buy it. Damn. Mr. Huang has quietly released a new fish ball soup. Wait. I'll go there right away. I'm greedy. I just got to the commercial pedestrian street in more than 2 hours. I'll rush over now. Wow. The above person is too much. I just checked that it only takes 1 day to get to the commercial street. I'll rush over now. Forget it. I can't rush over. I really want to eat it. But it's too far away. I'm wondering if I can ask the errand boy to buy me one. After seeing Huang Tao's new fish ball soup, Many fans in the same city immediately took their phones, and put on their shoes, and went straight to the food festival on the commercial pedestrian street. Chapter 157. Didn't we agree to support your dad? The moment Jiang Han learned about the new product, he was as happy as a 300-pound fat man. At this time, Kai Bo had also ordered the meal. The two of them went to the rest area of the food festival together, and looked for a seat. After searching for a while, they couldn't find it. So they sat down on the stone bench in front of the stone table, outside the food festival. Kai Bo, you sit too. After saying that, Jiang Han put the tripod on the table, set up a suitable camera position, and prepared to start filming. Knowing that Jiang Han was busy with live broadcasting, and had no time to deal with trivial matters, Kai Bo turned into a perfect assistant, and quickly helped to open the plastic bag, and the takeaway boxes one by one. He helped to put all kinds of braised food side by side. For easy filming, the braised food was dark in color, with a little bit of red pepper dotted in it. It looked a bit spicy and refreshing. Steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Nourishing fish soup. Roast duck. Fish ball soup. Lined up in a row according to the depth of color. Just looking at the color, it is very appetizing. The audience in the live broadcast room, looking at the boxes of delicious food, felt pain and happiness. Woo Mom asked me why I was licking the screen. I said I was eating the food made by Mr. Huang in the cloud. Why do I look at these dishes? The color is so tempting, and I think it is more fragrant than what I saw at the Jinchi booth just now. The person above. You are not the only one. I think if these delicacies are placed in front of me now, I will finish them in a minute without even a drop of soup. Alas, I am from another province. I can't afford it. I can only look but can't eat it. Even if I want to eat it to death, I have to hypnotize myself that if the anchor eats it, it means I eat it. No. No. I am so humble. For a foodie, if you can't eat what you want, the sky will fall. The greatest pain in the world is that delicious food is placed in front of you, but you can't eat it. My friends, let's eat fish ball soup first. The fish balls are like milky white balls, white and bright, which really tempts me. And the white color is too healing. Let me taste one first. Jiang Han picked up a fish ball with chopsticks and put it in front of the camera. With a light pinch of chopsticks, you can feel the tenderness and smoothness of the fish meat. It's chewy. He put it in his mouth and took a bite. The fish balls cooked in chicken soup are very tender, chewy and crispy, and they immediately leave a fragrance in your teeth and cheeks. There is also a subtle resistance and rebound between the teeth, which is long and powerful. As soon as the taste buds meet the mouth, they go straight into the throat, and the fresh taste can't be dissipated for a long time. Then he subconsciously scooped a spoonful of chicken soup into his mouth, feeling the sweetness from the chicken soup, which was not greasy or oily. In short, the chicken soup and fish balls are a perfect match. Gently scooped a spoonful of fish balls and put them into his mouth with the chicken soup, which was really delicious. During this period, Jiang Han and the others did not say a word, and they were completely immersed in the world of food and could not extricate themselves. Fortunately, Jiang Han is still a fairly experienced anchor. When placing the tripod just now, he deliberately adjusted the camera position. Let the camera capture the panoramic view of the stone table well, and also capture his upper body. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room was even more greedy, and there were so many barrages. Wow! This fish ball soup looks delicious at first glance. After the anchor took a sip, the whole person was filled with an expression of enjoyment and intoxication. Haha, the description above is very realistic. The host's expression really deserves a beating. I'm drooling on the phone screen. Ah! I can only say that Mr. Huang's food is so delicious. Every time the host eats Mr. Huang's food, he has this kind of personality. I'm dying of laughter. I can't wait to get in and eat it through the phone screen and the network cable. Ah! Why am I not from Lunling? Then I can eat Mr. Huang's food? Host, please help me ask Mr. Huang later. Ask him if he will open a branch in other provinces in the future? You must help me ask. Don't force me. Kneel down and beg you. I'm dying of laughter. My mother asked me, why did the floor make a bang sound? I knelt down and begged you. The anchor must help us ask. +1. +2. +56,005. Jiang Han came to his senses, and found that he was only busy eating, and had not interacted with the fans in the live broadcast room. Looking up at the camera, He was a little confused and said, "Ah, everyone. I'm sorry. I was just attracted by the food and forgot to share the taste with you." Before he finished speaking, he saw the dense digital barrage and was a little confused. Speaking of, what did he miss? After flipping through the barrage, he finally knew what the netizen said. It turned out that they were all begging Mr. Huang to open a branch in their place. This idea is very beautiful, but it is a bit difficult to realize. Even if Mr. Huang wants to open a branch, he should open it in the next city first. Of course, he can't turn a blind eye to the fans' requests. He smiled and said to the camera, "Everyone, Mr. Huang is probably very busy these days. When Mr. Huang is free, I will ask for you. However, I guess there is not much hope. You guys, don't hold out too much hope. It's okay. We didn't hold out much hope. People, you always have to have something to hope for. Otherwise you are no different from salted fish." The above. Are you sure that's what you said? Jiang Han saw that the comments in the live broadcast room were all friendly. So he felt relieved and continued what he was going to say at the beginning. This fish ball soup is really unique. When you take a bite, the sweet taste and the soup burst out in your mouth. Just like eating fish meat just out of the sea. The freshness is surging. The texture inside the fish ball is precise and tight. And you can see the meat fibers in a bunch. Unlike the fish balls we buy from the supermarket, there is no obvious texture. And they are all filled with starch. Braised chicken legs. Braised chicken legs cooked in broth and brine. The braised chicken legs are rich and flavorful. Very glutinous. And the bones fall off with a light pinch of chopsticks. It is fragrant and tender. Okay. Now I will try other braised dishes for everyone. Okay. That braised chicken feet looks good too. Looking forward to it. Send flowers to the anchor. When Jiang Han was about to start eating, he glanced at the number of people online in the live broadcast room. And he was so happy that he almost jumped up on the spot. Already 500,000. This is the best data since he started live streaming. It can be said that with such data, it is very likely that the live streaming room has been ranked as the most popular live streaming on the homepage at the same time. What does this mean? This means that his live streaming will be seen by more people. As a result, more people will follow him after watching his live broadcast because of a certain moment in the live broadcast room. Then his number of fans will increase accordingly. The live broadcast data in the future will also get better. Although he did this at the beginning just for interest and hobby. He doesn't care about the commercial value. But in his heart, he still hopes to be recognized by more people and hope to become a well-known food blogger. Now, he has taken a big step closer to his goal. Sure enough, Boss Huang is so lucky. Jiang Han restrained himself and tried to calm himself down. He said at a normal speed, "This braised vegetarian dish is also delicious. It absorbs the soup from the broth and the aroma of the marinade. It is not greasy and has a good taste. Although it is a vegetarian dish, it is as good as the braised meat. I like the roast duck skin the most. It breaks into pieces when chewed and melts when sipped. It is crispy, refreshing, brown and tender. There is no other word to describe this crispy skin. You will be unable to help but bite the soft and tender thin shell." As he said, he couldn't help but take another bite of the roast duck. The live broadcast room was quiet at this time, but the barrage was still flooding the screen. Oh my god! This description makes my mouth water. I am even more greedy after listening to the description. I wish I could eat it right now. No. I have to call the errand boy to give me a portion. Host, please take a look at the braised chicken wings. I have been craving for braised chicken wings for a long time. Please try them for me. I really want to fly over to taste them. But my empty wallet won't allow me to do so. Poverty limits my desires. I suddenly want to quit my job and come here to work. In this way, I can eat Mr. Huang's food anytime and anywhere. Don't be sad. If you have the opportunity to come here on a business trip in the future, you can go to the Zenchiho restaurant to try it. Now, I will try this braised chicken wings for everyone. The popularity of the live broadcast room continues to rise. The number of people online is also increasing. Many people clicked in curiously after seeing the recommendation on the homepage. Originally, they planned to just take a look and leave. In the end, all of them were hooked by the tempting food. Watching the anchor eat all kinds of food, it seemed as if they were eating it themselves. Ma Yilin is also one of the spectators in the live broadcast room. She usually has no other hobbies except work. The only hobby is eating. Maybe she was fed by her father, who is a chef since she was a child. She eats very carefully. If the food tastes bad, she will never eat it. If the food tastes great, no matter where the store is, she is willing to spend time and money to taste it. Today was a day off, and she had wanted to stay at home with her. But her mother was going to the food festival, so she had to accompany her. She was bored while riding in her mother's car, and wanted to watch live broadcasts to kill time. As a result, she saw a live broadcast room titled Food Festival Journey in the most popular live broadcasts recommended at the same time on the homepage. The title was ordinary, but it appeared on the homepage, which aroused her curiosity. So she clicked in to take a look. The anchor was enjoying the food at the food festival. The food in the video was exquisitely arranged and looked very tempting. Coupled with the anchor's language description, she was successfully greedy. Why not go to this really delicious booth to taste how it tastes? Mom, let's go to a booth called Really Delicious later and try the taste. Why go to another place to eat? Didn't you say you would support your dad? Ma Yilin. Chapter 158. The little cotton-padded jacket is a little leaky today. Sizzle. Chung Wenhui parked the car. As soon as the two got out of the car, she grabbed her daughter Ma Yilin's arm and walked quickly towards the food booth, as if she was afraid that she would run away. Ma Yilin couldn't help but smile bitterly. She glanced at her mother, who was wearing stilettos, and kindly reminded her, Mom, you are wearing high heels. Walk slowly. Be careful not to sprain your ankle. Don't worry. Your mother has been wearing high heels for a long time. She won't sprain her ankle. Chung Wenhui responded confidently. She saw that many people were heading towards the food booth and was quite happy. This year's food festival is quite popular. I guess your father's booth must be crowded. These 2 days, her husband Ma Qingxiong has been busy with things at the food festival. She hadn't woken up yet in the morning. He had already gone out. He came back very late at night. She had fallen asleep. The couple hadn't even seen each other in the past 2 days. How could they talk? She called him yesterday to ask if he had a good time at the food festival. He said, I'm busy. I'll tell you when I get home. And hung up the phone, leaving her with a busy tone. He came back very late at night again. As expected, she had fallen asleep. When she woke up in the morning, he was gone again. Only the wrinkled bed sheets proved that he had come back. So at this moment, she didn't know what happened at the food booth, and thought that her husband's hotel booth was crowded like in previous years. What made her a little uneasy was that when she watched the local TV news last night, she saw news about her husband Ma Qingxiong teaching live. At that time, the camera swept across the audience, and it seemed that there were not many people watching, because the camera was so fleeting. She was unsure, and thought she was seeing things wrong. That's for sure. With my dad's craftsmanship and fame, he will definitely attract a lot of customers. Ma Yilin was full of admiration when she talked about her dad. During the conversation, the two came to the food booth area and passed by the hotel booths in front. The slightly depressed flow of people made them a little puzzled. But they didn't think much about it, and continued to go straight to the International Hotel booth. As soon as they arrived at the International Hotel booth, there were many more customers in front of the booth than the previous ones. But it was still incomparable with previous years. Chung Wenhui couldn't help but feel puzzled in her heart. Dad. When Ma Yilin saw her father's figure, she called out sweetly. Ma Qingxiong, who heard the shout, saw his daughter and wife coming, and greeted them with a smile. Lin Lin, you are here. Dad, your booth is a little quieter than in previous years, Ma Yilin asked, looking at the number of customers in front of the booth, which had obviously shrunk. Alas, life is already so difficult. Some things should not be exposed. Alas, this little cotton-padded jacket is a little leaky today. Ma Qingxiong laughed, open for business. Sometimes there are more customers. Sometimes there are fewer customers, which is normal. Other chefs on the side did not think so, and whispered, it's because the Zenchiho restaurant suddenly appeared this year and robbed a lot of our customers. Yes, since this Zenchiho restaurant appeared at this year's food festival, the number of customers at our hotel booth has shrunk significantly. If it weren't for our 5-star rating and the name of Chef Ma, it would probably be like the booths of other hotels. Counting how many customers passed by our booth and how many customers bought at our booth. Alas, we can only say that we underestimated the enemy. At first, I thought that the small restaurant was able to participate in the food festival because of connections, so there was nothing to be afraid of. I didn't expect that this small restaurant was quite capable. It actually attracted many colleagues to line up to buy and taste. After tasting, they all praised the deliciousness. Even Master Wei and Mr. Qin went to line up to buy. Especially Master Wei. He gave a high evaluation and said that it was so delicious that he cried. Finally, even Lin Monli, the editor-in-chief of Foodful Food magazine, invited the owner of this really delicious restaurant for an interview after tasting. You say, how can it be so coincidental? It makes me wonder here. Is there a script? Or is the owner of the Jinhaoqi booth a rich second generation? And money makes the world go round? Haha, have you watched too many variety shows? Kid, there is a script. Master Wei? Master Wei Minghua? He actually praised it so highly that it made me cry. All Food editor-in-chief Lin Monli actually sent an interview invitation to the owner of this Jinhaoqi booth? By the way, how delicious is this Jinhaoqi food? Ma Yilin thought of Jiang Han's live broadcast room, and was sure that the Jinhaoqi restaurant mentioned by these chefs was the one she heard in the live broadcast room. She was originally tempted to go to Jinhaoqi restaurant to taste it. If she hadn't been dragged by her mother, she would have eaten the food at the Jinhaoqi booth by now. Now she heard them say that Master Wei Minghua and All Food editor-in-chief Lin Monli had visited the Jinhaoqi booth, and were finally impressed by the food at this booth. She was even more tempted. Dad, Mom, I'm going to go somewhere else first. As she said that, she picked up her handbag and walked out of the booth. Lin, where are you going? Ma Qingxiong shouted at her back. Unfortunately, his daughter was buried in the crowd, and the only response to him was a wave. Cheng Wenhui got it immediately and said speechlessly, where else can I go? I must go to the Zinchiho booth. On the way here, she told me that she wanted to go to the Zinchiho booth to taste the food. Ma Qingxiong, what do you want to eat? Dad will make it for you. You are going to buy it at someone else's booth. What's the matter with you? Where can you put your father's face? You are not stabbing your father in the heart again. Hey! Your own little cotton-padded jacket. Is it not made of black-hearted cotton? Ma Qingxiong felt deeply hurt. Not only did his booth business drop sharply, but now even his own precious daughter went to someone else's booth to deliver sales to others. But the little ancestor he gave birth to, he had to forgive her with tears. Ma Yilin, who only had food in her eyes, had no idea that her action had actually hurt her old father. As soon as she walked near the Jinhaoqi booth, she couldn't help but move her delicate nose and sniff the air. Sure enough, there was a very nice smell of braised food. She smelled the aroma and walked straight to the Jinhaoqi booth. Wow! There are too many people queuing here. It's even more popular than when his father was the most popular in previous years. Looking at those standing by the booth, enjoying the fish ball soup with a happy face. Based on her many years of experience as a foodie, the food in this restaurant must be good. She stood at the back of the line. She was scrolling through her phone screen, trying to kill the boring time in the queue. Her appearance attracted many men's attention and caused a little commotion in the queue. She's a beauty. She's always the center of attention. Wang Tao continued to serve the food. He was very busy. He was also busy in an orderly manner. One meal after another was delivered to the customers. I don't know how long it took. Finally, it was Ma Yilin's turn. Looking at the plates of braised food, the bright red roast duck with crispy skin, and the fish balls that looked like large pearls, she didn't know what to choose. Only children make choices. Adults of course want everything. She smelled the aroma and ordered 3 servings of each dish except the roast duck. Hello. Give me 1 roast duck. And 3 servings of the others. Thank you. Lin Yuhan smiled and immediately quoted, okay. The total is 644 yuan. Please wait a moment. Okay. Ma Yilin took out her mobile phone and scanned the code to pay. Lin Yuhan, who heard the payment reminder, and Yan Ning started to pack the braised food for her. Wang Tao also started to slice the roast duck. His skillful and smooth duck slicing skills made Ma Yilin feel that this delicious boss was really good. It was better than the skills of the duck slicing masters in her father's hotel. No wonder he stood out from the star-rated hotels. Just at this level, even if he went to a 5-star hotel, he could still be the best. The presentation was also beautiful. A moment. Ding Suqing handed all the packed meals to Ma Yilin. Hello. This is your meal. Please take it. Okay. Thank you. She took it with a smile. Back to the booth of the International Hotel. Dad? Mom? I'm back. Look. What delicious food did I bring you? She shook the takeaway box in front of her parents and said with a smile, "I bought 3 specially. Dad, this one is for you. Mom, this one is for you. Let's eat the roast duck together." Ma Qingxiong felt that his thoughtfulness was a bit dark. But not completely dark. At least there was food. And he was thinking about his father. But his heart was mixed with mixed feelings. Cheng Wenhui didn't know what to say. For fear that her husband would be unhappy and feel uncomfortable, she didn't touch the takeaway box handed over by her daughter. "Wenhui, my daughter has bought it. Eat it. I can't refuse my daughter's kindness." "Okay." In fact, he has wanted to taste the really delicious food for a long time. It's just that he can't bring himself to buy it. Now that his daughter has bought it for him, he will take this opportunity to taste it. He opened the takeaway box and looked at the roast duck slices that looked like blooming peonies. I didn't expect that even the takeaway dishes in this small restaurant were so beautifully presented. It is said that cooking should be colorful, fragrant and delicious. Color is the most important. The skill of plating has also become particularly important. The dishes in their 5-star hotel have always been attractive with good presentation and good color. This trend was brought up by him. So he cooks and appreciates other people's dishes. The first thing he sees is the word color at the beginning of color, fragrance and taste. He has to admit that the presentation of this roast duck is really beautiful. The technique of slicing this duck is really superb. The braised meat has a bright red and oily color. And the color is real and natural. It is very flavorful at first glance. The chicken feet are crispy, with a sweet taste, and a little bit spicy at the end. It's lemon spicy chicken feet. The braised duck neck is also very flavorful and a little spicy. But the meat is not dry or hard. And it is more mushy than the general duck neck on the market. In short, the braised food is very fragrant and unique. The key to making the braised food so amazing is not only the good processing of the ingredients, but also the good marinade. He asked himself, "I can't do this." The fish slices in the fish soup are as thin as cicada wings. And you can see that the knife skills are amazing. The milky white soup is particularly silky and sweet. And the fish meat is soft and tender, with a little salty taste. The heat is just right. The fish balls are also made with great craftsmanship, so that the fish balls are chewy and have a chewy and crisp taste. After tasting it, he couldn't help but show a happy and intoxicated expression. He also understood why the food at the Zenchichi booth is so popular. "I now understand why the Zenchichi booth was selected for this year's food festival. Real food is delicious from the tip of the tongue to the tip of the heart, making people taste the taste of happiness. This is also the highest realm of a chef." He is ashamed of himself. He is also convinced. He even looks forward to Huang Tao's live teaching in the afternoon. Chapter 159, The Superiority of the Wife of a 5-star Chef. Ma Qingxiong looked up and saw his precious daughter, her mouth full of oil, even licking the marinade on her fingers. She was no longer the fairy she usually was. She has always been particularly concerned about her image. When going out, she must be clean, tidy and exquisite like a goddess. Even when eating, she chews slowly and carefully. I didn't expect that now because of the delicious food. Her foodie nature is directly exposed. He recalled the delicious food he had just tasted, and felt that it should be so. I couldn't resist such delicious food, let alone my foodie daughter. At this time, Ma Yilin also started to eat braised food. Start with the braised chicken feet. The lemon fragrance is very appetizing. A little bit of spicy taste. Passionate burst between the lips and teeth. Cue elastic taste. Full of collagen. The more you eat, the better it tastes. The more you eat, the more beautiful it becomes. As the daughter-in-law of a 5-star chef, she has tasted all kinds of food. Whatever you want to eat, Ma Qingxiong will cook it for you. So, until she ate the first bite of food from Zenhachi restaurant, she didn't take it seriously. When she first heard her daughter say that she wanted to go to the Zenhachi booth to eat, she was a little sneerful. "Hey!" Ignoring the food made by the chef of a 5-star hotel, she went to eat something from an unknown booth. I'm afraid her brain was stuck in the door when she went out. Right? Only a fool would eat it. But this idea disappeared when she ate the first bite of fish balls. Wow! It was chewy and smooth, without fish bones and no fishy smell. It tasted extremely delicious. So delicious that she almost swallowed her tongue. This taste, this flavor. It's no exaggeration to say that it's delicious. What about the superiority and image of the wife of a 5-star chef? What about the 5-star chef? All of them turned into two words at that moment. Eat. The chefs and waiters on the side looked at the three of them eating seriously, and then smelled the strong and overbearing braised flavor in the air. The fresh fragrance of the fish ball soup, and the crispy fragrance of the roast duck. Surprisingly, it didn't smell bad, and it was fragrant. Gudong. Everyone looked and smelled greedy, and their throats rolled up and down to swallow the saliva that kept secreting. I wish I could skip work and line up to buy it now. Try it. There are still some roast duck and braised food here. As the head chef, Ma Qingxiong wanted to enjoy these delicacies alone, but he was embarrassed to let a group of chefs watch the three of them eat. He pushed some untouched braised food and the remaining roast duck to the middle of the temporary table for them to taste. It was snatched up instantly. Mine. Mine. This is mine. Oh! Don't grab it. The meat is all the same size and evenly distributed. Why do you have to grab my piece? This small piece of braised duck neck is mine. No one is allowed to grab it from me. The chopsticks on the table were clacking. You pat me. I take yours. You come and I go. It's so much fun. Fortunately, Ma Qingxiong was still sitting here. Otherwise some people would really take the risk and just grab it and run away. This lively scene attracted the curious eyes of those old customers who came to the International Hotel booth specifically to buy. What are you doing? Stick your neck out to look. Seeing them fighting for roast duck and stewed food, they were all stunned. When they saw the words Zhenhaoqi Restaurant on the takeaway box, they all had a big question mark in their hearts. By the way, is the food in this Zhenhaoqi restaurant really that delicious? It actually attracted these 5-star chefs to start a chopstick war just to taste a bite of Zhenhaoqi food? Most of them have seen many friends posting about the food in Zhenhaoqi restaurant on WeChat moments. They all praised the food in this restaurant, which was delicious. They were tempted, but they still felt that the food in 5-star hotels was more guaranteed. So, these old customers went straight to the booth of the International Hotel. But who would have thought? The chefs of 5-star hotels were actually fighting for the food in Zhenhaoqi restaurant. Oh my god! It seems that the food at the Zhenhaoqi booth is really delicious. Seeing that they were all busy grabbing food and seemed to have no time to pack them, plus smelling the strong smell of stew, they decided to go to Zhenhaoqi to taste it first, and then come over. These chefs never thought that this wave of operations would actually attract their own customers to Huangtao. Of course, these chefs had no time to worry about these things, and those who grabbed the roast duck quickly put it in their mouths. The meat is tender, fat but not greasy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. And the taste is mellow, smashing your lips. The fragrance lingers on your teeth and cheeks, making people linger, licking the corners of my mouth. I was not satisfied at all. This roast duck is too delicious. No wonder their booth is so popular. This taste. Looking at the entire food booth, there is no other one. They were so greedy that they didn't care about being sad. They only thought about eating. They reached out to grab something again. Unfortunately, the takeaway box in front of them was empty. This feeling of wanting more made the chefs feel uncomfortable, as if there was a little cat scratching their hearts. It's better not to eat it if you feel so uncomfortable after eating a bite of roast duck. Such delicious roast duck. One person can eat 2. Such delicious braised food. One person can eat more than 10 portions. No! During the lunch break, we must go to the Zhenhaoqi booth and eat all of them. And we must eat enough at once. They all decided in their hearts. Ma Yilin and Cheng Wenhui, mother and daughter, also looked satisfied. Such sweet and nourishing fish soup and fish ball soup. Such delicious braised food and roast duck. Lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs. They were so happy. Ah, comfortable. Ma Yilin, who had eaten well, rubbed her belly, and her pretty face was filled with a happy expression. Cheng Wenhui's eyebrows were relaxed, and she looked happy. Such delicious food. We must eat it often in the future. Yeah, I think so too. Ma Yilin nodded in agreement. Ma Qingxiong. Other chefs. However, even these chefs want to eat again. Let alone them. Let it go. Don't worry about it. At this moment, Ma Yilin remembered that there was a voting session at the food festival. Thinking that the food of Zhenhaoqi was so delicious, it was worth her vote. She took out her mobile phone, clicked it, entered the voting page, and cast her precious vote for Zhenhaoqi restaurant. Lin, what are you doing? Cheng Wenhui asked curiously. She subconsciously answered, vote. Vote? Vote for the food festival? Who did you vote for? Your father's hotel? Zheng Wenwei came over curiously. Ma Yilin only remembered at this moment that her father's international hotel was also on the list of candidates. As soon as she saw her daughter's expression, Zheng Wenwei understood. You didn't vote for Zinhachi. Mom. Congratulations. You guessed it right, she said with a smile. Ma Qingxiong felt deeply hurt when he heard it. His caring little cotton jacket was leaking again. Not to mention that the customers were robbed by Zinhachi restaurant. Now even his newest and most beloved daughter voted for Zinhachi restaurant. Forget it. The food in Zinhachi restaurant is indeed worthy of this vote. The other chefs were a little hurt by the actions of their own chef's daughter. But they all felt that Zinhachi restaurant was indeed better. Vote for Zinhachi restaurant. No problem. Ma Yilin was afraid that her father would be upset and angry with her. So she quickly stepped forward and put her arm around his shoulders, smiling and asking, Dad, you won't be angry with me, will you? Why should I be angry with you? You have the right to choose. Besides, the food at Zinhachi restaurant is really delicious, which is an indisputable fact. He smiled. She smiled and gave a thumbs up. Dad, just for your generosity, I give you a thumbs up. Okay. Dad accepts your thumbs up. He patted his daughter's hand lovingly. Kai Jiejia learned from the campus forum that Zinhachi restaurant also participated in the food festival. Set up a stall on the commercial pedestrian street. Booth number 88. So when Su Meiqi, her good friend and roommate, asked her to go to the food festival together, she came without saying a word. Chapter 160. What goes around comes around. Arrived at booth 88. Kai Jiejia and the others saw long queues in front of the booth. At a glance, it was full of people. It was hard to tell which queue to queue for braised food. Ah, Meiqi. Look, Mr. Huang seems to have a new product. Fish ball soup. Kai Jiejia saw a customer coming out of the booth, eating fish ball soup in his hand, and couldn't help showing a touch of surprise. Yes, Jiejia. We are lucky today. As soon as we arrived, we ran into Mr. Huang's new product. Let's go. Let's queue up to buy fish ball soup. Su Meiqi, with a happy face, quickly pulled Kai Jiejia to queue up. When waiting, it is always a bit boring. Like many other customers, the two played with their mobile phones to kill time. One browsed the web to browse various news. The other browsed the major campus groups. Su Meiqi was scrolling through the messages in the group, and her expression gradually became excited. It was a kind of satisfaction from seeing gossip, and a sense of joy. She was excited to share this good news with her friends, and subconsciously turned her head and shouted to her friends behind her, Jia Jia. Kai Jiejia raised her eyes, glanced at her friend's profile, leaned towards her, and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Seeing her friend leaning over, Su Meiqi hesitated again. After all, this news was about Kai Jiejia's ex-boyfriend. She was afraid that if she said it, Kai Jiejia would think of those sad past events again. Then she thought about it. Even if she didn't say it now, the other party would know the news sooner or later through other channels, or by being told by others. It's better to know it earlier. She pondered for a while, and then calmed down her emotions and asked softly, There is a news about your ex-boyfriend Lin Jie. Do you want to hear it? Kai Jiejia was stunned. Since the breakup that night, she has completely stayed away from Lin Jie. But there is always news about him. She saw them appear together in public classes countless times, and he acted as a flower protector, escorting the department flower to her seat all the way, and she was hiding in the corner of the classroom, ignoring the excitement. She also saw them countless times, walking hand in hand on the campus path, talking and laughing. She left immediately without looking at them more. She knew that they were together and became a couple. She didn't understand. Why did the news about the two people she disliked so much keep coming? Do you still care? She once asked herself. He hurt her so deeply. How could she still have feelings for him? In her eyes, he was already a passerby. Her face was calm, without any emotion, and she said, What's the news? Tell me. As if she felt that her reaction was too calm. Su Meiqi couldn't help but said weakly, Then I will tell you. Yes. Kai Jiejia showed the attitude of a listener vividly. Look at the way her friend hesitated to speak. It must be that her ex-boyfriend had some explosive news. After getting her response, Su Meiqi wanted to tell her more. I'll tell you. Lin Jie and Lin Shi broke up last night. It is said that Lin Shi cheated on her because Lin Jie could not help her pay off the 3,000 yuan payment. After Lin Jie noticed the signs, he tracked them down and waited for them. Finally, he caught Lin Xi in the act when she went to a hotel with her new lover. He asked Lin Xi why she treated him like this. But Lin Xi looked at him with disdain and broke up with him on the spot. Dumping him, she chattered a lot and handed her phone to Kai Jiejia to let her read the information in the group. Finally, she concluded, Lin Jie, the scumbag, finally got the retribution he deserved. This is the so-called retribution for good and evil. And the law of heaven is good. If you don't believe it, look up. God will spare no one. Kai Jiejia took a general look and didn't read it seriously. But she understood and saw it clearly. Lin Jie was cheated and broke up. However, this ending was within her expectations, and there was nothing unexpected. At most, she felt that he deserved it. It was very satisfying. Besides, what happened to her ex-boyfriend now had nothing to do with her. She nodded. It is indeed retribution. At this moment, her phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was an unfamiliar number. She picked up the phone in confusion. Hello? Who is this? A somewhat depressed voice came from the other end of the phone. Jia. It's me. Lin Jie. Kai Jia thought it was a sales call, so she couldn't recognize the other party's voice. But the word Lin Jie still reached her ears clearly. She was really surprised. That's right. She never expected that Lin Jie, who had been completely blocked by her, would change his mobile number and call her. Speaking of that, what did he want to do by calling her now? Seeking comfort? She said she didn't want to have anything to do with him. So she subconsciously hung up the phone. Just when she was about to block the other party, he sent a message. Jia. I was wrong. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Can you forgive me once? Can we get back together? When she saw this message, Kai Jiejia couldn't help but think of the past, and she felt very uncomfortable. Please forgive me. Please get back together. What did you do before? Now that you've been dumped, you remember my goodness? What did you do before? Now, why do you want you? She edited the message and replied, I usually take a look at the shit after going to the toilet. But it doesn't mean I can't bear to flush you. Then she blocked him. Seeing that she hung up the phone and sent messages, Sumeichi curiously leaned over and asked, Jiejia, whose phone is this? She said lightly, Lin Jie. Damn. This rogue scumbag. Do you have any shame? He even called me. What does he want? Ask for comfort from you? Ask for reconciliation? Sumeichi couldn't help but blurt out. Yeah. Kai Jiejia nodded, fearing that her friend would be soft-hearted and forgive the scumbag because of the other party's words of asking for reconciliation, and thus be hurt again. She quickly kindly reminded, Jia, don't be fooled by the sweet words of this rogue scumbag. You have to know that he didn't really change his mind and want to continue to love you. But he remembered your kindness after being dumped. He just treats you as a spare tire. He will only hurt you countless times and make you feel that love is really something that is not trustworthy. So, at this time, what you have to understand is to cherish your love and don't let such a scumbag hurt yourself again. If you get back together, you will repeat the same mistakes and will not be happy. You must open your eyes and don't be fooled by this scumbag again. It's good to be cared for by friends. She smiled slightly. Don't worry. There is no possibility for him and me. I have just blocked his new number. It's good that you can recognize this. Sumeichi was relieved after hearing this. The two of them didn't take this episode to heart and continued to wait in line. After waiting for a while, it was their turn. Xian, who was sitting next to the standing mobile whiteboard, recognized them and waved to them happily. Sister Jiejia. Xian is here too. Kai Jiejia was instantly attracted by the cute Xian and greeted her with a smile. Sister, my father made fish ball soup today. It's delicious. You must try it. Xian smiled and promoted her father's fish ball soup. Okay. Sister was planning to try it. And now I want to try it even more after hearing what you said. The two of them smelled the fresh fragrance of the fish ball soup coming out of the pot. After sniffing it, their eyes lit up, and they swallowed their saliva in disgrace. Woo, it smells so good. My father made it. Of course it smells good, Xian said proudly. Kai Jiejia nodded in agreement and began to order food, so that the customers in the queue behind her would not complain after waiting for a long time. Hello. Give us 2 bowls of fish ball soup. 2 servings of braised food except braised pig's trotters. and 2 servings of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. That's all for now. Thank you. The total is 236 yuan. Okay. Kai Jiajia took out her mobile phone, opened Alipay, and scanned the code to pay. Alipay has arrived. 236 yuan. After she paid, a red envelope page popped up on her mobile phone interface. She clicked to receive it. Looking at the amount of the red envelope, she looked incredulous and subconsciously thought she was dazzled. Meichi, look, my red envelope is 4,888 yuan. Right? She handed the phone to Su Meichi. Su Meichi took a look. Wow. 4,888 yuan. This is the biggest red envelope. Su Meichi smiled happily. Jia Jia. Yes. It is 4,888 yuan. You got the biggest red envelope. You are so lucky today. The customers queuing around were stunned. How come such a good thing didn't fall on them? Indy. The customers at other booths were envious when they heard that the highest red envelope amount was received by the customers at the Zenchiho booth. It is estimated that the Zenchiho booth is so popular that the customers are also popular. By the way, shouldn't they also go to such a popular booth to share in the prosperity? Chapter 161. Share a 200-word essay. Ordinarily, it would be a lucky thing for most people to scan a red envelope of about 100 yuan. Kai Jijia got the biggest red envelope at once. 4,888 yuan. If she didn't try all the food she liked in these food booths, she would be sorry for the enthusiasm of the organizer. Of course, she was able to get such a big red envelope, and she should be most grateful to Mr. Huang of the really delicious booth. The food made by Mr. Huang accompanied her through the most difficult and painful days of Lovelorn, allowing her to walk out of the haze of Lovelorn, put aside the past, cheer up again, and welcome a new beginning. Now, she can reshape her mentality and start a colorful new life. All this is also thanks to Mr. Huang and the cute little Xian Xian. If it weren't for their kind guidance, she wouldn't have been able to get out of Lovelorn so quickly. At this moment, she was very happy to get the highest amount of red envelope. She was originally a lively person, but she was depressed and sensitive because of the breakup. Now that she has completely come out of it, she feels much better. She was still grateful, and after a moment of hesitation, she said generously, "Boss Huang, I can draw this biggest red envelope today, and I have to thank you. Thank you for the delicious food of Zenhachi restaurant to accompany her through the days of breakup. And thank you for making so many delicious dishes." Handsome boss Huang. Huang Tao was busy serving fish ball soup. At this moment, he suddenly heard Kai Jijia thank him so solemnly, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Haha. This Kai Jijia actually attributed this luck to him. After he reacted, he said with a bit of a smile, "You can get this big red envelope because you are lucky. Don't thank me." She smiled and said playfully, "If I hadn't paid and received it at your Zenchiho booth, I wouldn't have been able to get such a big red envelope. Don't you think so, Boss Huang?" What she said makes sense, and it's hard to refute, since the other party said so. Huang Tao had to smile and reluctantly accept her statement. He smiled. "We are also happy for you that you can get such a big red envelope, Sister Jijia. Congratulations." Xian Xian tilted her little head, playfully holding her left hand with her right hand, making a congratulatory gesture. "Thank you, Xian Xian." Kai Jijia made a hard gesture to Xian Xian, causing Xian Xian to giggle. Kai Jijia, who got a big red envelope, naturally had to contribute more sales at the Zenchiho booth. "So, I ordered 2 more stewed foods and 2 bowls of fish ball soup, 2 steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, and a roast duck. I plan to take them back to treat my roommates after I finish shopping. I got such a big red envelope. It would be wrong not to treat everyone, right?" While waiting for the meal, she took a screenshot of the red envelope and posted it to her moments, showing off. "Kai Jijia, I must have saved the Milky Way in my previous life, so I can win the biggest red envelope at Mr. Huang's booth today. Mr. Huang is indeed my lucky star." Pic.jpg. I don't know what her family and friends think after seeing this. Her roommates, who are still staying in bed in the dormitory, are so envious after seeing this. They all regretted it so much. If I didn't stay in bed and went with them, maybe this luck would have fallen on her. Staying in bed really affects their good luck. They all wanted to get up and rush to the Zenhachi booth to try their luck. Only when they saw Kai Jijia said that she had bought food from Zenhachi for them and wanted to treat them to food. Did these roommates stop this slightly funny behavior? They stayed in the dormitory obediently, waiting to be fed. Here, Kai Jiejia and Su Meiqi had already received the food they ordered. Boss Huang. Xian. We're leaving first. Bye. After saying goodbye to Huang Tao and Xian, they continued to walk down. Kai Jiejia was browsing her phone, replying to various envious comments on her friend's circle. And then she took a quick look with Su Meiqi. None of them made them particularly excited. Finally, the two of them took 3 large bags of food and took a taxi back to the dormitory. The 2 roommates had just finished washing and were putting on makeup. When they heard the door open, they looked over, like 2 hungry children who suddenly saw their rations, and ran over to take the food quickly. Even makeup is not put on. Thank you, beautiful Jia, for treating us to dinner. Thank you. Give us a heart. Beautiful Jia. The 2 roommates playfully gave her a pen refill. As soon as they finished, they couldn't wait to open the takeaway box. The fragrance overflowed. It whetted their appetites, and they quickly picked up a piece of braised duck neck to satisfy their cravings. Wow! It's still the familiar taste. My God! This duck neck is well braised. And this braised chicken feet is also very delicious. The braised chicken feet is slightly spicy, and it has a little lemon sweetness and sourness. It's especially crispy when you bite it. So delicious. Eating the braised food, the 2 roommates felt very comfortable, and the laziness brought by sleeping in also disappeared. And this fishball soup is so delicious. Su Meiqi quickly took out her portion, took a spoon, and drank 3 mouthfuls of soup in a row. Her mouth was filled with the sweetness of chicken soup, from head to toe. Kai Jiejia was also eating her fishball soup. She nodded in agreement. The soup is indeed light and sweet, and the fish balls are also very good. The meat is firm and crisp. Take a bite, as if it is fighting with the teeth. The taste is elastic and crisp, firm and chewy. It's so delicious to eat one after another. After listening to the 2 of them, the 2 roommates realized that the soup bowl was not filled with nourishing fish soup, but the new fish ball soup. What are you waiting for? Open it and eat. Everyone is eager for food. And now, they all bow their heads and drink fish ball soup seriously. Eating is so satisfying. Maybe the taste is too strong. Even the students in the next dormitory couldn't help running over and knocking on the door to ask what they are eating. When they found out that it was the newly produced fish ball soup in the Jinhao restaurant, everyone was excited. After saying thank you, they went straight downstairs. On the way, they met familiar classmates and saw them walking quickly. They all asked them where they were going. They only heard a voice from afar. Go to the food festival in the commercial pedestrian street. Mr. Huang has launched a new fish ball soup there. It's delicious. I have to buy one to try. Those familiar or unfamiliar classmates were shocked. Wow! Mr. Huang actually launched a new fish ball soup at the food festival? This is possible. The unfamiliar classmates recovered and their first reaction was to go to the food festival quickly. They followed them. The familiar classmates reacted and shouted, "Hey! Wait for me. I'll go with you." What a pity! All they had left was their backs going away. They had to run at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and quickly catch up, fearing that they would be late and miss out on the food. Kai Jiejia and her roommates had a great meal. After eating, they were in a good mood and went to the campus forum and Weibo to share their 200-word essays. For a while, countless students who were browsing the post drooled. They all picked up their dormitory keys and headed straight to the bus stop at the school gate. Because there were too many people, they couldn't even get on the bus. They had to share a car with other students, just to have a bowl of fishball soup. Chapter 162. Small restaurants dominate the food festival. Is this smell the fishball soup mentioned in the campus forum? Yes, it is the smell of fishball soup. Sisters, hurry up. Oh my, there are too many people queuing here. Will it be our turn? Many Linjiang students had such concerns when they arrived near the Zenhachi booth and saw the huge queue of people queuing at the Zenhachi booth. After all, this moment reminded them of the fear of being dominated by the queue of Zenhachi restaurant, but not being able to buy it. They said they were worried about not being able to get it, but their bodies were honestly walking towards the queue of people at the Zenhachi booth. No way. The fragrance wafting from the booth made them reluctant to give up. Besides, it's the food festival now. Boss Huang must have prepared a lot of it. Plus it's only less than 10:30 in the morning. No problem. It should be available. It's just that the queue time is a little longer. Of course. In front of delicious food. Queuing is nothing. Being able to eat is king. Even if you have to wait in line for several hours. It is worth it in exchange for dozens of minutes of delicious enjoyment. With the addition of these students, the queue has grown again and again. If we say that the queue just now, the 5 long queues probably occupy 2 or 3 aisles of other booths. The 5 long queues now directly filled up the entire aisle of the booth, almost lining up to the entrance of the big gate of the food festival. It is directly 5 long queues. The people in the queue are densely packed. Looking at the long queue in front of Huang Tao's booth, the weak hearts of the chefs in other booths at the food festival were once again hit by 10,000 points. All of them were so envious that their eyes were about to fall out. This food festival. Small restaurants dominate the food festival. It's outrageous. I feel like we could all quit this food festival directly. Going back to guard our own small piece of land will make more money than here. Hey! This booth is no longer interesting. Hey! The size of the chefs at several booths are enough to circle the earth. Today, these chefs finally saw what real business is like. There were crowds of people in front of Huang Tao's booth. Seeing that the queue was almost lined up to the entrance of Gate B. Some customers, who came to the food festival for the first time, were really shocked when they saw the queue when they came in from entrance B nearby. Yo! What's going on? I thought there would be fewer people the next day. Who would have thought that there would be so many people that they almost blocked the entrance? This food festival is so popular, isn't it? Seeing that most of them are college students. I guess they are from the nearby Linjiang University. Now, they are queuing up. But it's not even 10:30 now. The food festival has just started. This long queue is so long that you can't see the end at a glance. It's outrageous. I saw these college students, each of them staring at the Zenchichi booth, with green light in their eyes. Hurry up. Hurry up. When will it be my turn? I haven't even had breakfast yet. I'm starving to death. The customers who came to the food festival for the first time all looked at the college students beside them curiously. Someone with a lively personality asked the college student next to him, "Classmate, what's going on? Half of your classmates from the school are here?" The classmate was eagerly looking forward to the line of people, and quickly moved to the front. When someone asked, he smiled and said, "I don't know whether half of the school is here, but half of our department must have come. We saw the post about Mr. Huang's new fishball soup on the campus forum, and we all ran here immediately. There were too many people, and we couldn't get on the bus. My roommates and I shared a car. If there hadn't been a traffic jam on the road, we would have arrived 10 minutes earlier and wouldn't have been at the end of the line. Fuck. It was just a delay of 10 minutes on the road. Why are you regretting it so much? By the way, who is this Mr. Huang? Why did he attract so many college students to come and support him with just one post when he released a new product?" Customers who came to the food festival for the first time thought that the performance of these college students was a bit exaggerated. Look at the queue. They didn't make a food festival strategy, but a food festival foraging rule came to their mind. The booths with very long queues must be delicious. So, when you come to the food festival for the first time and see the booths where men, women, young and old are queuing, don't hesitate. Don't care about the environment. Just catch up with the queue. After all, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Queue first. Delicious. Good experience. Everyone is happy. If you step on a thunder, it will not just be a simple weeding. Hundreds of words of criticism articles are always ready. After 11 o'clock, there has been a constant flow of people in front of Huang Tao's booth. He has not stopped since he started to set up the stall. He estimated that he has sold more than 1,200 bowls of fishball soup since he started to set up the stall. He looked at the queue of people, and there were still many customers in the queue. It's so long that you can't see the end. At this pace, by 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, 3,000 bowls of fishball soup should be sold. Thus, the task of selling 3,000 bowls of fishball soup per day released by the system early in the morning can be completed as scheduled. If I don't go to the on-site teaching, I guess it should be completed earlier? Thinking of this, Huang Tao is full of energy. He continues to devote himself to the great cause of cooking fish balls. After a while, a white steam mixed with a rich aroma rose from the pot with Huang Tao's movements. The latest pot of fish ball soup. Out of the pot. The sweet aroma instantly wafted out, drilling straight into the noses of the customers in line. It made people salivate. Soon, the students in the front line all got a bowl of steaming fish ball soup. as well as other braised dishes. One by one, they didn't have time to leave. The aroma tempted them to open the takeaway box first, lowered their heads to taste a mouthful of fish ball soup. They all showed satisfied and surprised expressions. The students in the back lineup had red eyes. They all made strong jealous and dissatisfied sounds. Hey, 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 get out of here now. Okay? Can you stop standing in front of me and eating so ecstatically? Don't you know that kids in their 20s are just ravenous? This is a public place. Please pay attention to your manners and don't be so wicked. Hurry up and leave. Or cover the bowl for me. Or I'll snatch it away like a hungry tiger. Hearing this, the students who got the bowl quickly protected the bowl, fearing that the other party would snatch it away. They also hurriedly left this place of trouble. They all went to the rest area to find chairs to sit. If there were no chairs to sit on, they would stand or squat to eat. Not at all particular. The main reason was that they couldn't stand the taste of the fish ball soup. It was too fragrant. They all buried their heads in eating. One bite. The sound of exclamation rose and fell continuously. Hiss. Fuck. How did this fish ball do that? The soup will spurt out when you bite it gently. So hot. So chewy. So smooth. So fresh. Yes. The mouth is full of the aroma of fresh sea bass. It's really the fish fragrance lingers in the mouth. I want to have another one after eating one. Amazing. This fish ball soup is amazing. It's so damn delicious. The students were stunned. This is definitely the best fish ball soup they have ever eaten. No doubt about it. Those customers who came to the food festival for the first time. It was their turn now. And they also got the fish ball soup, picked up the fish ball and tasted it. The next second, their eyes widened. It's delicious. It's so delicious. In fact, when they were queuing, they were still a little hesitant. They were afraid that they would step on the mine on the road of trying new things. And they even had hundreds of words of criticism ready at any time. But the moment they ate it in their mouths, they felt like they were electrocuted. It's so delicious that I feel comfortable from head to toe. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth waiting in line for so long. I even feel that I bought too little just now. I shouldn't have bought only one to try. It's not enough. I haven't finished this one yet. So I joined the queue again. At the same time, in the real-time hot search of the same city, a term with increasing popularity quietly appeared. I want to eat fish ball soup. Many netizens joked, it doesn't matter whether you visit the food festival or not. The fish ball soup at this booth is really delicious. You must eat it. Chapter 163 Don't affect my business. At the same time, several food bloggers on Douyin rushed to the food festival. That's right. They all saw the entry with increasing popularity on the hot search in the same city. They knew that there was a booth called Really Delicious at this year's food festival. The fish ball soup is especially delicious. Other things are also very delicious. So they all want to come and explore the booth and see how the booth called Really Delicious tastes. The reason why they pay attention to the hot search in the same city is that they are having a headache about the content of the store exploration live broadcast. They can get nearly 1 million fans, all by high quality and non-repetitive food videos, retaining this large number of fans. And fans basically turn their faces and don't recognize you. If the quality of one episode is slightly inferior, they will leave you without any nostalgia. But now the problem is that they have all gone to the famous food in Wenling City to explore the store and live broadcast. If you go to other cities, it is relatively troublesome. Of course, if they have to, they will go to other cities to shoot. It's not that they haven't thought about shooting at this year's food festival, but they have shot at all the hotels and restaurants at the food festival. They shot at the food festival last year, but the response was not great, and it didn't make much of a splash. I was just worrying. Then I saw the term fish ball soup on the hot search in the same city. I clicked it, and saw that it was saying that there was a really delicious fish ball soup at the booth of the food festival. Many people in the comments below also expressed their expectations, and wanted to try it. This really delicious restaurant is the only small restaurant at this year's food festival. And it is also popular. They immediately sensed a business opportunity, and decided to go to the food festival, and live stream the Zenkihaoshi booth. So they came together. They met outside the food festival. Is the fish ball soup produced by this booth called Zhenhaochi really that delicious? No matter whether it tastes good or not. This booth is now on the hot search in the city. It is the most popular booth in the entire food festival. More popular than those internet celebrity snack shops. We who shoot videos can just take advantage of this wave of popularity. I saw on the hot search in this city that many netizens are commenting that the food in this booth is very delicious. In this case, it should taste very good, right? I also heard that this restaurant is a small restaurant. If this is true, then it is the only small restaurant that has been on the food festival in all previous food festivals. Just based on this gimmick, it is enough to attract attention. Let's go in first. This booth is at number 88. And you have to go in from entrance B. As the few people talked, they followed the food festival guide map and walked into entrance B and saw the grand scene of queuing at the door. Oh my god. There are so many people queuing here. It seems that this Zenchichi booth is really popular. It seems that we came to the right place this time. They set up the camera and started the live broadcast. This way, the audience will have a better and more direct experience. Hello, everyone. Today we are at the Zenchichi booth, which is popular in the same city. Fish ball soup, roast duck, nourishing fish soup, various stewed foods, and steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice are the characteristics of this booth. I will try it for you later to see how the taste of this booth is. Now, let's feel the popularity of this booth. As they said this, they walked straight to the Zenchichi booth while pointing the camera at the customers in line. When they got to the front, they found that the owner of the store was actually a chef, and a handsome guy with high looks. In addition to being handsome, he was also very cool. Seeing these food bloggers coming to visit the store, he was not enthusiastic at all. Just looked up at them lightly, and then continued his work. He didn't even have the slightest intention of trying to please the food bloggers. It's outrageous. The few people who were treated enthusiastically by the merchants every time they visited the store, although they felt a little unhappy in their hearts. In order to take advantage of this wave of popularity, still holding the camera, they walked over with a smile. Maybe if they came forward and stated their identities, the boss would take the initiative to take out the food for them to taste. Boss, your booth is very popular. They smiled. We are food bloggers. We came here today mainly to visit your booth and interview you. When are you free to accept our interview? Huang Tao was so busy that he had no time to deal with them. He didn't want to waste his precious time on chatting with these food bloggers. Huang Tao, who was busy slicing roast duck, looked up at them, continued his work, and declined, "Sorry. I don't have time to be interviewed. You should go to another booth for interview." Several food bloggers, even though they revealed their identities, they still refused. You know, many businesses have tried to get them to go to their stores to promote them. But this boss didn't want the promotion that was delivered to his door, and even gave it to others. Are they stupid? Huang Tao saw that they were afraid to stay here, seriously affecting the customers in line behind them, and smiled and reminded them, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to buy something, please go to the back to queue up. If you don't want to buy, please don't block the customers behind you. Thank you." Other customers also quickly echoed, "Yes. If you don't want to buy, please leave quickly. Don't affect Boss Huang's business. Don't affect us buying things. Our boss Huang is very busy. No appointment. Please leave quickly. Hey, please make way. It's my turn now. Don't block me." Several food bloggers on Douyin wanted to say something, but Huang Tao didn't want to pay attention to them at all. And the customers in line also had opinions. They wanted to shout, "If I can't stay here, I'll stay somewhere else. I'll stay somewhere else." And then walk away proudly. But they couldn't shout. They couldn't walk away in anger, because after seeing them being humiliated, the fans almost laughed and knelt in front of their phones. They also praised the boss for his temper. They also asked them to taste the food in this booth and evaluate it. For this, they gave a wave of rewards. The number of people online in the live broadcast room also rose sharply. What does this mean? This means that more businesses will come to them for cooperation because they value their live broadcast and store management capabilities. That will be countless Mao Zedongs floating towards them. They couldn't bear to leave. But the queue is a bit long. How long will it take? Got it. They walked to the front of a queue and patted the 5 people in front. "Brother, we have urgent matters. I will give you 200 yuan each. How about selling your seats to us?" 200 yuan? Buy my seats? Do we look like people who are short of money? Who are you insulting? The 5 people, Shuekai, standing at the front, shook their hands without hesitation. Rejected? Several Douyin food bloggers. Too little? How about 500? No. 1,000 at most. Okay. No. No matter how much money you offer. The 5 people, Shuekai, who were not short of money, rejected them outright. Besides, their wives were still waiting for nourishing fish soup to produce milk. Their hungry children were still counting on this ration. Besides, Boss Huang has also launched new products. They were too lazy to pay attention to these people, and started to order food. Seeing this, the 5 Douyin food bloggers had to ask the customers in line behind them angrily. No surprise. They all refused without hesitation. They almost doubted their lives. These days, some people would rather choose food than money. It seems that the food in this booth is really attractive. The customers in front didn't want to sell, and they didn't like the queues in the back, so they had to queue up obediently. They waited for about half an hour. It was finally their turn. They ordered one of each. They took the ordered meals and went to the rest area to find a seat, and gave the camera to the food. They picked up a fish ball and took a bite. The delicious soup will spray out. The meat inside is very delicious and tender. It tastes smooth, firm and chewy, with a fresh and fragrant taste, which is memorable. A small fish ball can be so chewy and delicious. This completely surprised the food bloggers. After tasting it, several bloggers couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! This fish ball is so chewy and delicious that I almost lost my eyebrows." They have reviewed many food stores. There are also many high-end hotels. But when they ate this fish ball soup, their reactions were particularly intense. The happy and intoxicated expressions on their faces had never appeared in any other store. That's right. They were all amazed by the fish ball soup. The audience in the live broadcast room almost went crazy when they saw that they didn't speak. They were all curious about what the fish ball soup tasted like. They urged them to speak quickly. After they recovered, they all described the deliciousness of the fish ball soup to their fans. The fans were successfully appetized. "I want to eat it." "Great. You can eat such delicious fish balls after taking a 5-hour train ride." "Sorry for the above post. I'm near the commercial pedestrian street, and am planning to go to the food festival. I'll go to the Zenchichi booth to buy some fish ball soup." "Ha! I'm on my way there. Thank you for paving the way for me. Such delicious fish ball soup. I want to eat it too." Chapter 164. After sleeping for 4 years. You are actually a chef? Noon is approaching 12 o'clock. Huang Tao's booth did not become quiet because of the arrival of noon. People in line are still in an endless stream. Those who come to line up are basically fans of those food bloggers on Douyin in the same city. Originally, they didn't plan to come to this year's food festival. Every year, there is nothing new in the food festival except that there are many people, and the food is expensive. The food made by those hotels and restaurants can only be regarded as mediocre, not particularly amazing, making people aftertaste endlessly and unforgettable. Even if there are some innovations this year, added on-site teaching, and pay to get red envelopes to eye-catching projects, it can't arouse their interest. A person who can only order takeout every day and can't cook, after watching and trying to make it, will only bring disaster to the kitchen. Besides, they have hardly won any big awards since they were young. Some companies won the Sunshine Award at their annual meetings. The only third prize for some people was another pack of melon seeds, which was so exciting. The winning note was lost. They were unlucky, so they naturally didn't think about paying for red envelopes. On a rare day off, staying at home, drinking happy soap water, watching soap operas, playing games, watching live broadcasts, and ordering pizza or sushi when hungry were also good choices. At least you don't have to squeeze in the crowd. These ideas were all broken after watching the live broadcasts of those food bloggers. That's right. They were all tempted by their intoxicated eating and the food descriptions that were so delicious that they made people die. Then, I came to the Zenchichi booth to satisfy my cravings. Oh my god, it's almost noon. And there are still so many people queuing. The host is right. This booth is very popular. Wow. So many people are queuing. I remember the host said that the booth with the most queues is the Zenchichi booth. It's right to queue here. I can smell the aroma of the stewed food from a long distance away, and the aroma of the sweet fish ball soup. Just smelling this aroma, it must taste good. I have to go and queue up quickly. Otherwise it will be sold out, and I have to wait. Damn! This Zenchichi booth is actually a small restaurant. This small restaurant can be on the food festival with those big hotels and restaurants, which is enough to show that the owner of this booth is very capable. Awesome. These people who were attracted by the food blogger joined the queue while talking. Huang Tao is still very busy at this time. Busy serving meals to customers who ordered in front. He is like a high-speed and precise machine. Constantly cooking nourishing fish soup, fish ball soup, roast duck slices, and steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Everything is in order. The speed of serving food is also very fast. The customers who got their ordered meals can't wait to taste them. Whether they drink fish ball soup first, nourishing fish soup first, or roast duck, braised food, or steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice first. Their faces are filled with happy expressions. They keep praising while eating. Wow! This fish ball soup is too delicious. I have never eaten such smooth, juicy, chewy and refreshing fish balls. The fish balls soaked in chicken soup are sweet and fresh, soft and bouncy, with a smooth and refreshing taste that makes people unforgettable. Fuck. How did the boss make this stewed food? It's almost giving me rhinitis. Isn't it? This stewed food is so fragrant. The roast duck is roasted to the right temperature, with a golden and crispy skin. Take a bite. The skin is crispy, and the meat is tender. The taste is mellow, fat but not greasy. And the taste is great. This nourishing fish soup is also delicious, without any fishy smell. But this bowl of fish soup retains the freshness of the fish. Although this bowl of fish soup is small, it is rich in many cooking skills. This fish ball soup is amazing. It's so delicious that my eyebrows fly up. What pizza? Sushi. In front of these delicacies, they are all younger brothers. Huang Tao lowered his head and continued to cook food, busy serving meals to diners. At this time, the booth welcomed the next customer. Lin Yuhan smiled politely and asked the customer in front of her, "Hello. What can I do for you?" However, her question did not get a response from the other party. The other party looked surprised and stared at her boss blankly, and shouted with some uncertainty in her words, "Huang Tao." Hearing someone calling his name directly, Huang Tao subconsciously raised his head and looked at the other party in confusion. I didn't know until I saw it, and I was very surprised. It turned out to be my college classmate and roommate Gu Zhihao. The two had a good relationship. We took care of each other when we were in school. But after graduation, everyone went their separate ways. Different professions, plus different hobbies and interests. Naturally, there was no common topic, and gradually they became a little distant. In addition, Huang Tao married and had children early, and had to take care of the family. So Gu Zhihao, a single dog, was even more embarrassed to be a light bulb, and the contact between them became less and less. Last year, when Huang Tao's family had an accident, Gu Zhihao learned about it from somewhere, and specially brought gifts to visit his wife in the hospital, and quietly left them 2,000 yuan. When he was free, he would take the initiative to send him messages, ask about his situation, and comfort him. After his wife passed away, he also helped him deal with the funeral, running around. Afterwards, he would send messages from time to comfort him and let him cheer up for his daughter. During the holidays, the two would also send messages to each other and ask about each other's recent situation. The reason why Huang Tao did not take the initiative to send a message to Gu Zhihao about opening his own restaurant. At first, it was because his restaurant had just started, and he wanted to wait until it was stable before telling the other party. But later, the restaurant business was stable and very popular, and he was busy and forgot about it. In addition to the preparations for the food festival, he was so busy that he couldn't remember this at all. He was quite surprised to meet him at the booth today. He said with a look of surprise, "Zhihao, Brother Tao, it's really you. I almost didn't recognize you with your outfit. By the way, why are you wearing a chef's uniform? Are you cooking fish balls here?" At this moment, Gu Zhihao was sure that he had recognized the right person. But looking at Huang Tao's outfit, he was very puzzled. Huang Tao smiled. "This booth is mine. If I'm not here, where else can I be?" Gu Zhihao, who understood the meaning of Huang Tao's words, had his eyes wide open as big as tumbling. "Oh my god, you opened this really delicious restaurant? The handsome boss and chef they were talking about was you, Brother Tao? It's really like a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple, and the family members don't recognize each other." He smiled and nodded. "This restaurant is indeed opened by me." "Sure, Brother Tao. I didn't know that you were such a good cook for so many years. And you actually opened a restaurant and became the boss without saying anything. You even participated in the food festival. The business is still so hot. Brother Tao. You hit it well enough. Although Gu Zhihao condemned Huang Tao, he admired Huang Tao in his heart. He actually got so much success in the catering industry. Look at this business. It's booming. He is also happy for Huang Tao. This is considered a happy ending after suffering. Seeing that his friend is doing well, he is relieved. Huang Tao explained, I just opened for more than half a month. I wanted to tell you after the business was on track, but I was so busy that I forgot about it. Since you are too busy, I won't bother with you about this matter. It won't happen again. Okay. I got it. Come in and sit for a while. Try my cooking later. Huang Tao greeted with a smile. Hey, Zhihao. Huang Ida and his wife noticed the movement here, recognized Gu Zhihao, and were a little surprised. They hurriedly greeted, hello. Sit down. Hey. Gu Zhihao smiled and greeted, Auntie. Uncle. Xian. Hello. Long time no see. Xian recognized him and smiled sweetly. Hello, Uncle Zhihao. Hey. Hello, Xian. You have grown taller and more beautiful. He smiled and praised. Thank you for the compliment. Xian responded politely, patted the chair next to her, and motioned him to sit down. Uncle Zhihao, please sit here. Thank you. After Gu Zhihao sat down, he started chatting with Huang Ida and his wife. He also learned from them where Huang Tao's store was located, and how he was personally invited by Ma Deqiang to the food festival. He was surprised and admired Huang Tao. Of course, as the older generation, Huang Ida and his wife were also cliched. They asked about Gu Zhihao's lifelong affairs. When they learned that he was still single, they did not forget to persuade him earnestly not to be too picky, and to find a girl he liked to marry as soon as possible, and not to drag himself into an older single man. At this time, Huang Tao took some time to send them some food so that they could fill their stomachs first. Zhihao, come, try the fish ball soup and braised food first. Okay. Thank you, Brother Tao. You do your thing. Don't worry about me. Okay. Then you eat first. Huang Tao smiled, then told his parents and Xian that if they were hungry, they could eat some braised food first, and then went back to work. Gu Zhihao was not polite. He picked up the chopsticks and tasted the braised pig's trotters. Wow! This braised pig's trotter is so delicious. If I had known that my friend had this skill, why would I have lived so many years of hard life of takeout? I feel like I missed 100 million. Brother Tao, your skill is simply amazing. Huang Tao smiled slightly. It's just SOSO. Hey. I said you were fat. And you were panting. But who did you learn this cooking skill from? I slept with you for 4 years in college. And we have been together for so many years after graduation. But you didn't know? I learned it online. Gu Zhihao's mouth twitched. Can you learn such cooking skills by learning online? That person must be a culinary genius. Chapter 165. If you don't need a daughter, you have no chance. Before Gu Zhihao left, Huang Tao even packed a portion of the store's food for Gu Zhihao to take back and let his family try. Gu Zhihao was too embarrassed to eat and take at the same time. He quickly declined and took out his phone to scan the code to pay. But Huang Tao stopped him. The words this time, I'll treat you to a meal, and I'll charge you next time, made Gu Zhihao feel that it would be too hypocritical to continue to refuse. He thanked him and said, Thank you, Brother Tao. Huang Tao smiled and gently hit Gu Zhihao's chest, saying, Why should we say thank you? Even if we need to thank someone, I should be the one thanking you. He has already thanked him for the past. Why bring it up again? Gu Zhihao understood the meaning of his words, and was afraid that he would recall the sad things. So he quickly said, Okay. I won't say anything. You go and do your work. I won't bother you. I'll go back first. I'll visit your store another day when I'm free. Welcome, Uncle, Aunt, Xian. I'm leaving first. I'll come to see you another day. Hey. Okay. Take care. Xian stretched out her chubby little hand and said goodbye to him. Bye, Uncle Zhihao. Hey. Bye. Gu Zhihao waved to them, carrying a full bag of food, and walked out of the Zenchichi booth in the envious and jealous eyes of the customers in line. Brother, are you still in need of a buddy? Handsome guy, are you still in need of a sister? Brother, how about I call you brother, and you give me the food in the takeaway box? Go away. Go away. You are so beautiful. Gu Zhihao waved his hand, ignored the teasing of the customers in line, and walked away with the food bag. He hummed a song all the way, as if he had won a 5 million prize. And he felt so happy. The customers in line did not get any advantage from Gu Zhihao, and smiled at Huang Tao again. Boss, do you still need brothers? Boss, do you still need friends? Do you need someone who can serve tea and water? As long as you can take care of the food. Boss, do you still need a wife? Or a daughter? I can do it. As long as I can take care of the food every day. Before Huang Tao could speak, Xian, who was standing aside, suddenly thought of something, and her heart skipped a beat. She was so anxious that her little face was almost wrinkled into a ball. And she spoke first. My dad has a daughter, so I don't need any. As she spoke, she quickly slid down from the chair, ran to her father, got in front of her father, opened her little hands, and spread them upwards. She was less than 1.1 meters tall, standing in front of her father. Only half of her head and a pair of lively eyes were exposed in the booth, and her little hands stretched upwards, which could not block anything at all. But this style was quite good. Like an old hen protecting her chicks. She stared at the teasing customers with a vigilant look, and said seriously, my father doesn't need a daughter. You have no chance. The customers in the queue saw it, and some of them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl is too cute. She started to protect her right away. Yes, I have baby Xian. You have no chance. Huang Tao saw that she was so anxious that she started to protect her, and quickly bent down and kissed Xuan's cheek to comfort her. Let her know. Dad loves her. And in his heart, she is irreplaceable. Xian, who was kissed on the cheek by her father, suddenly felt better after hearing what he said, and the corners of her pretty mouth slightly raised. Seeing that she was in a better mood, he explained, Xian, uncle and aunt are joking with dad. Really? Of course. Seeing that the uncles and aunts nodded at her, she smiled and looked at Huang Tao. Yeah, dad. Xian knows. Okay. Good boy. Go back and sit down. He kissed her little face again. The little guy nodded obediently, ran back, and sat down obediently on the chair. Huang Tao smiled at her lovingly, and then said to the group of customers with a smile, I tell you, I don't need anything. You guys, don't even think about cheating me of the things in my store. The customers in line were amused. Huang Tao looked at the number of customers and decided to take a break after finishing this wave. And by the way, think about what dishes to cook for the live teaching in the afternoon. He continued with his work, cooking fish ball soup for the customers who ordered food. Gu Zhihao came to the parking lot with a bag full of food. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was better to be surprised by everyone than to be surprised alone. What should I do? I should let those classmates be surprised too. By the way, let's promote Huang Tao's store. Brothers' cooking skills are so awesome, and the business is so prosperous. It's time to let those classmates know. So, beep. He took out the key, and a silver Audi A4 lit up, opened the car door, and got in. Put the food bag carefully on the passenger seat. Took out the phone. Swiped the screen. Clicked on the finance department group in the WeChat group. And sent a message. Big news. Important news. Big news. Huang Tao opened a restaurant in the old street in the west of the city, named Zhenhaoqi. Moreover, his restaurant is on this year's food festival, at booth 88. If you are nearby, remember to go and show your support if you have time. As soon as this news came out, the classmates group went wild. It was lunchtime now, and there were also a few classmates in the group who were bored and fighting with each other with emojis. But as soon as this explosive news came out, even those who had been slacking off for a long time were blown away. Who? Huang Tao. He opened a restaurant? Just a simple question. Is Huang Tao the handsome guy with the cute daughter? Hey, Zhihao. Today is not April Fool's Day. Damn, can I listen to this without paying? I didn't plan to go to the food festival, but since Huang Tao is here, I'll go give him some money when I'm free. He's also going to the food festival? So impressive? Wanling City has always invited famous hotels and restaurants to the food festival over the years, but never restaurants. If it's true, as you said, Huang Tao is pretty awesome. How come he, a talented guy who graduated from the Department of Finance, opened a restaurant? Is it profitable to open a restaurant? Isn't it said that this year's catering business is not just difficult, but extremely difficult. It's good enough to break even. It's said that property prices are rising, workers' wages are high, and rents are expensive. If you don't hire people, you can't do it yourself. So many restaurants are being transferred or closed down. Some invested hundreds of thousands of yuan, but they were transferred within a month. What was Huang Tao thinking? He actually faced the challenge head-on? Some students in the group were in disbelief, while others were curious and surprised. Most felt that it was sad that Huang Tao, such a top student, opened a restaurant. Gu Zhihao smiled. He posted a photo he had just taken at Huang Tao's booth. You can tell whether the business is good or not by looking at the photo. This is a high-definition and censored photo I took at Huang Tao's food booth. When this photo came out, it almost blinded the 24K titanium eyes of many students. The discussion in the group became particularly heated with this photo. Oh my god! There are so many people lining up that it seems like there's no end in sight. This business is so good. Damn! Huang Tao is actually on the food festival. So cool. How did he do it? Does he have any backstage? Are these people lining up here because Huang Tao is so handsome? Gu Zhihao continued to post videos. In the video, no one said that Huang Tao is handsome. Instead, they all said that the food he cooks is amazing. So delicious. And as far as I know, Huang Tao's. So the reason why he was able to attend this food festival was because Deputy Director Ma Deqiang of the Cultural Bureau invited him personally after tasting the food he cooked by chance. He also found a post on the hot search in the city, took a screenshot, and sent it to the group. At noon today, the fish ball soup at Huang Tao's booth was also on the hot search in the city. And there were many people replying below. You can take a look. This video and screenshots shocked all the classmates. Wow wow wow. Wow. It's even on the hot search in the city. This cat almost used up my shock for a year. By the way, are the things Huang Tao makes really so delicious? Very good. I've already been successfully greedy. Big brother. I plan to go over there this afternoon to try Huang Tao's cooking skills. Is there anyone still in this city? Let's go together. Me. I want to go too. Count me in. I want to go too. But I'm not from this city. I'm from another province. Can that kind person buy one for me and send it to me by express? That's a good idea. I actually wanted to send it to you, but I'm afraid it'll go bad when you get it. Many classmates in the class who have Huang Tao's WeChat immediately sent him messages to ask about opening a restaurant. Some also asked if the store can deliver takeout. Huang Tao, who was very busy at the moment, asked Sister Suqin to help reply to 1 or 2 questions after hearing the WeChat notification sound. Chapter 166, Rejected. As the saying goes, man is iron, food is steel, and if you don't eat, you will be hungry. Even Huang Tao and his team, who are as strong as steel, are tired with sore hands, waist and legs under such high-intensity work. They are even more hungry. In addition, all kinds of ingredients are also in short supply. So, after serving this wave of customers in line, Huang Tao's Zenchiho booth was temporarily closed. Many customers who came to booth 88 after hearing the news saw that there were no people in front of the booth. They thought that they could buy it immediately without queuing, and they felt that they must have been blessed by the goddess of luck when they went out today. And they were as happy as a 300-pound fat man. When I got to the booth, I saw that the braised food in the stainless steel tray was empty. The other steamers, pots, and ovens were also empty. I looked again. On the standing mobile whiteboard next to the booth, there were 6 big words written in a line, closed at noon. Oh, the smiles on their faces froze in midair. Ah? Boss, why are you taking a break? Why are you closing down? I just came here, and I haven't even tasted anything. That's right. There should be a lot of people at noon. Why are you closing down? It's ridiculous not to make money. Several people's mouths were drooping, and their faces were full of disappointment. They didn't expect that they were so unlucky. They complained to the boss. Why didn't he prepare more goods at the food booth? It was ridiculous to close down at noon. Of course, they also regretted it. I regret that I shouldn't have come here at noon with the mentality that everyone has gone home for lunch. So there should be relatively fewer people here, and chose to come here at noon. If they had come earlier, they wouldn't have been turned away. Several people felt more upset than being scratched by a kitten. They all looked at the empty booth in front of them with indignation. Huang Tao. He smiled slightly and explained politely, I'm sorry. We have restocked 3 times since this morning. The latest ingredients are still being prepared at the store. They will be delivered at 1:30. Please go to other booths first. Come back at 1:30. In just one morning, the store has restocked 3 times. It turned out that the business was too good. So good that the boss was forced to suspend business. These gluttonous diners actually bought the things in the boss's booth to the point where they were in short supply. It's outrageous. After hearing Huang Tao's explanation, more than a dozen customers who came here with excitement but didn't buy anything turned around and complained about those diners. Although they didn't want to leave, they had to accept the fact that the booth was out of stock now. Since the boss said that the ingredients will be delivered at 1:30, they should just come early to line up. Okay. The boss said so. Everyone just go away. Go to other food places first. And come back to line up later. Ah! This is the only way. Boss, you said it will be delivered at 1:30. Don't lie to me. He smiled and nodded, don't worry. The boss doesn't lie to customers. After hearing his promise, the disappointed customers all left. The chefs at other booths saw that Huang Tao's booth was temporarily closed due to a shortage of food at noon. Everyone was so happy that they almost cried. Several chefs who were close friends gathered together and said excitedly, "Zaweji Chef Lao Chu, wow! Mr. Huang, we are finally closed. I think there will be customers coming to buy my Zaweji Zinkayuan restaurant. Oh, it's really not easy." When Mr. Huang was open, I only had a few customers in the morning. I could count them on my 10 fingers. They were all old customers. Even if the staff tried their best to attract new customers, they couldn't keep them. They didn't even look at us and went straight to the really delicious booth. Xinglongli Chef Lao Chu, who said it wasn't. Although my booth was far away from Huang Tao's booth, the situation was not optimistic. It was just a little better than yours. In the morning, there were only about 40 customers. My boss was so angry when he heard that the business was so bleak. The person on the other end of the line was so angry that he wanted to throw the phone. Chef of my Chu Hotel, almost. My chairman is not much better. Chef of Hintang Hotel, don't complain. Complaining is useless. Although it is a little past 12:30 now, the flow of people is still okay. As long as Huang Tao is not open now, we can still make some money. Chef of Aventurin Hotel, that's right. Hurry up. Everyone go back to your own booth and do business well. While Mr. Huang's booth is temporarily closed, we will try our best to shout and sell more. Chef Lao Chu of Zaweji, yes. I have to go back quickly. There are many customers who didn't buy from Huang Tao and are leaving. I will go back and ask them to shout. Maybe they will come to my booth to buy. Old Chu, wait for me. Let's go back together. The booths of other hotels and restaurants can only take advantage of the time when the Zinchichi booth is suspended to sell more. There is no other way. Who made them inferior to others? Unable to attract customers, let alone retain customers. Now, they can only survive in the cracks with difficulty. For a while, the booths of various hotels and restaurants once again put down their high-handed attitudes and shouted hard, trying to attract those customers who left Huang Tao's booth. Huang Tao and several employees slumped on the small stool. Relief fatigue. From the morning to now, they have been busy for so long without stopping, and they are indeed very tired. Xian saw her father massaging his shoulders, and her beautiful eyes rolled. Dad must be very tired. She ran to Huang Tao with her thin legs and volunteered, "Dad, let me give you a back massage." "Okay. Thank you, Xian." He felt warm in his heart and smiled dotingly. "You're welcome." She smiled sweetly and walked behind him. She stretched out her 2 chubby little fists and banged on Dad's back. From left to right, from top to bottom, she gently rubbed Dad's back. She also imitated adults from time to time and pinched his back with her little hands. She tilted her little head while pinching, looked at Dad's profile, and asked with concern, "Dad, are you comfortable?" He smiled and closed his eyes comfortably. "It's very comfortable. It's just a pleasure." Hearing Dad's praise, she became more and more excited, and the speed of the pounding gradually increased. Her hands kept flying. This scene made Yin Ming, Xiao Ji, and Lin Yuhan's eyes full of envy. I really want to have such a caring little cotton jacket to pound my back. It's a pity. Single dogs and unmarried people can't have it. Well, single dog Xiao Ji can only do the massage by himself. But when he turned his head, he saw Lin Yuhan pounding Yin Ming's back. Cold dog food was randomly patted on Xiao Ji's face. And cold food was randomly stuffed into Xiao Ji's mouth. Single dogs can't afford it. Huang Tao was worried that Xian would be tired, and said softly, Xian, your hands are very sore. Right? This is enough. Dad's back is much better. No need to pound anymore. Yeah. Xian nodded obediently, ran to her father, and got into his arms. He picked her up, put her on his lap, and asked softly, what do you want to eat for lunch? Let me cook for lunch. Although it's not as delicious as yours, it will definitely taste good. Song Cailian handed Huang Tao a glass of water with a distressed look, and volunteered, Dad, let Grandma cook. I want to eat Grandma's cooking. Xuan's eyebrows curved. She did want to eat Grandma's cooking, but she wanted her father to have more time to rest. Several employees also expressed their desire to try Aunt Song's cooking. Seeing that everyone said so, Huang Tao had to obey public opinion and let his mother cook for everyone. And he, who had time to spare, should think carefully about what dishes to cook for on-site teaching? Chapter 167 Zhejiang Cuisine. West Lake Vinegar Fish. Huang Tao was worried. Worried. He always felt that it was a bit difficult to teach on the spot. He thought he was still not used to it, from being unknown to teaching on the stage. Well, what dish should I make? He was a little confused. Since he was confused, he would summon the system to ask questions. He silently said system in his heart. In an instant, the system interface slowly opened in his mind. He opened the points mall with his mind, wanting to see what dishes and skills he could exchange for the more than 1 million points he had accumulated for so long. The interface in his mind flashed, and a brand new game interface appeared. Primary knife skills, 100,000 points. Primary pan flipping skills, 100,000 points. Primary sugar art skills, 100,000 points. Primary carving skills, 100,000 points. Primary side dish skills, 100,000 points. Primary heat control skills, 100,000 points. Did he open it the wrong way? Why did the cooking skills pop up on the game interface? He didn't have the slightest bit of nostalgia. He turned to the next page with his mind. This page. All recipe skills. For example, steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose. At first glance, I thought it was a dish name. The price of these redeemed points is not bad. It starts at 100,000 points. He looked left and right, up and down, and felt that these recipe skills were not suitable for his on-site teaching. Okay. Then change one. See if there are any major cuisines for him to choose from. Let him exchange for a dish skill that he can show off. He opened the catalog index function with his mind, praying in his heart that he would not see the glaring "you are not authorized to view" prompt text again. If that happens, it would be barbecue. Perhaps his heartfelt prayer was moved by God. The interface turned, and the pictures on the list were no longer gray. And there was no glaring prompt text that suddenly popped up. But it was bright. What does this mean? This means that he is qualified to view. Even qualified to exchange. Sure enough, with more than 1 million points in hand, even the damn system had to open its doors to welcome him. With excitement, he used his mind to open the 8 major cuisines on the list. Page turns. There are many schools of Chinese cuisine, the most influential and representative of which are also recognized by society: Shandong, Sichuan, Guangdong, Fujian, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Hunan, Anhui, and other cuisines, which are often referred to as the 8 major cuisines of the Xia dynasty. The formation of a cuisine is inseparable from its long history and unique cooking characteristics. It is also influenced by the natural geography, climate conditions, resources, specialties, and eating habits of the region. Some people describe the 8 major cuisines in an anthropomorphic way. Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisines are like beautiful and elegant beauties in the south of the Yangtze River. Shandong and Anhui cuisines are like ancient and simple northern strong men. Guangdong and Fujian cuisines are like elegant and graceful young men. Sichuan and Hunan cuisines are like celebrities with rich connotations and talents. 8 major cuisines in China have their own cooking techniques, and their dishes have their own characteristics. Shandong cuisine. School. It is composed of 2 local flavors, Jinan and Jiaodong. Features: strong flavor, Fond of onions and garlic. Especially good at cooking seafood, soups and various animal offal. Famous dishes: fried daha, braised conch, sugar crispy carp. Sichuan cuisine. School. There are two schools, Chengdu and Chongqing. Features: known for its rich, wide, thick and strong flavors. Famous dishes: gongmao chicken, epin bear paw, fish-flavored shredded pork, dry fried shark's fin. Guangdong cuisine. School. There are three schools, Guangzhou, Chaozhou and Dongjiang, with Guangzhou cuisine as the representative. Features: cooking methods highlight frying, deep frying, stewing, etc. And the taste characteristics are refreshing, light, crisp and fresh. Famous dishes: three snakes, dragon, tiger and phoenix, roasted suckling pig, salt bureau with fire on the left, chicken, winter melon soup, ancient meat. The page was full of detailed introductions to the major cuisines, which enlightened Huang Tao and gave him a more comprehensive and in-depth understanding of the 8 major cuisines. Now the most urgent task is to find a dish with good quality and good price. He focused on studying the Zhejiang cuisine. After all, Zhejiang cuisine is more in line with everyone's taste. Zhejiang cuisine. School. It is composed of local cuisines such as Hangzhou, Ningbo, and Shaoxing. And the most famous is Hangzhou cuisine. Features: fresh, tender, soft and smooth, fragrant and glutinous, refreshing and not greasy. Famous dishes: Hangzhou braised duck, Donfa pork, West Lake vinegar fish, beggar's chicken, braised bamboo shoots, song saw fish soup, braised meat with dried vegetables. Let him take a look. How many points are needed to redeem? He used his mind to name the dishes one by one. Dried vegetables stewed meat, 1200000. West Lake vinegar fish, 1200000. Beggar's chicken, 1200000. Donfa pork, 1500000. Hangzhou braised duck, 1500000. Song saw fish soup, 1500000. Wow! As expected of the 8 major cuisines, a skill of West Lake vinegar fish requires 1,000,000 points to start. Even though Huang Tao was prepared, he was still a little shocked. Originally, he thought that the more than 1,000,000 points would be enough to exchange for a Zhejiang specialty skill. As a result, it was almost not enough to exchange. He thought about it and understood the reason. Since this kind of extremely awesome dish energy saving has the right to purchase at any time, its value must be extraordinary. Very reasonable. Think about it again. The dish skills that the system rewarded him before were also more than 100,000. These are all famous dishes, starting at 1,000,000 points, which is a reasonable price. You get what you pay for. Huang Tao looked at the West Lake vinegar fish and beggar's chicken that he could afford, hesitated for a while, and finally chose West Lake vinegar fish. Click to redeem. 1,200,000 points were deducted in an instant. Only 66 points left. Now, after working hard for more than half a month, I'm back to the days before liberation. I'm so poor. The next second. Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming and obtaining the famous dish West Lake vinegar fish. Cooking method of West Lake vinegar fish. Cooking skills of West Lake vinegar fish. Material for making West Lake vinegar fish. West Lake vinegar fish experience package. In an instant, countless information suddenly flooded into Huang Tao's mind. The next second, he felt that there was a lot more information about West Lake vinegar fish in his head. The cooking methods, skills, experience and other related professional knowledge of West Lake vinegar fish were all imprinted in his mind at this moment. It's so fulfilling. Sure enough, famous dishes are different. They have more than twice as much information as other dishes. Next, I have to work hard to earn more points. Seeing that her father was silent, blinking his eyes, with a curious look, Xian gently patted his shoulder and murmured, "Dad, what are you thinking about?" "Dad is thinking about what dish to cook for the live teaching in the afternoon." "Dad, have you thought about it?" "I have thought about it." "What dish to cook?" Huang Tao pretended to be mysterious. "Guess." Xian tilted her head and thought for a while, then asked, "Dad, is it fish ball soup?" Huang Tao shook his head. "No." Xian sighed a little disappointedly, pursed her little mouth, shook his arm lightly, and said coquettishly, "Dad, I can't guess. Just tell me." As soon as Xian acted coquettishly, Huang Tao couldn't resist. He smiled lovingly and said lovingly, "Okay. Dad will tell you. It's West Lake vinegar fish. It's a new dish." Xian clapped her hands happily. Although she had never eaten it before. As long as it was made by Dad, it must be delicious. Xian, Xiao Tao, wash your hands and eat. Song Cilian had cooked lunch and called them to come over for dinner. Grandma, Dad is going to make West Lake vinegar fish in the afternoon. Xian, the little trumpet, happily conveyed the news to her grandmother. Shuji's eyes lit up. Wow, West Lake vinegar fish. Boss, will the store have new West Lake vinegar fish in the future? I wonder if the price is expensive. Yan Ming, a foodie, was thinking about it all of a sudden. Huang Tao smiled. The store will definitely have new ones. And the price will be determined at that time. However, before the end of the food festival, I will definitely cook a meal for you so that you can taste it first. Xiaoji shouted happily. Great. Long live the boss. Okay. Don't long live. Let's eat first. I have to be busy later. Huang Tao planned to tell the organizer staff the menu after eating. Chapter 168. Then I'll give you my heart. After lunch, taking advantage of the gap when the latest ingredients in the store have not been delivered yet, Huang Tao decided to contact the staff responsible for the on-site teaching first to implement the menu. In order to avoid the staff not having enough time to prepare the required ingredients and delaying the on-site teaching, he took off his chef's uniform, stood up and said, Sister Suchin, you guys take a rest. If the ingredients arrive later, the driver will call you. Then you guys go and move them over. I have something else to do, so I'll be out for a while. Everyone nodded repeatedly and said in unison, Okay. Boss, you go ahead. Leave the things here to us. We will definitely help you do it properly. Yeah. Huang Tao smiled and patted Xiao Ji and the others on the shoulder, and cast a look at them that said, I'm at ease with you doing the work. Daddy, where are you going? Can you take me with you? Accompanied by a childish voice, Xian ran to his side with her slender legs, stretched out her chubby little hands, held his hands, and looked up at him. Her big watery eyes kept blinking on her pink face, like stars twinkling in the quiet night sky. He looked down at Xian, who was holding his hand, reached out and touched her little head. With a loving smile on his face, Dad is going to the temporary office over at the food festival to find the staff uncle. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes rolled and she kept shaking his hand. Can you take me with you? I also want to go with Daddy. Okay. I'll take you with me. Thank you. Daddy is the best. The little girl's mouth was as sweet as honey. Huang Tao's heart was melting when he heard it. He bent down and picked up Xian, and kissed her chubby little face on both sides. The little girl's face was super soft. Dad, Mom, I'll take Xian out for a while, and I'll be back soon, he said to his parents who were cleaning up the dishes. Then he carried Xian out of his booth and went to the temporary office of the food festival. Dad, Xian hugged Huang Tao's neck and whispered in his ear, Are you tired? Let me get down and walk by myself. She was afraid that Daddy would be tired. Huang Tao shook his head, with a loving smile on his lips, and said softly, Dad is not tired. Not tired at all. How could he be tired? Holding Xian, even if he had to walk for a lifetime, he would not feel the slightest bit tired. It's just, Xian will have to walk on her own sooner or later, and she won't want him to hold her anymore. Time flies, and he sighs that the child grows up too fast. So fast that he can't bear to let her go. I still remember how Xian looked when she couldn't walk steadily. In a blink of an eye, she can do 80% of the things in her life. And she has learned to love people. I can't tell whether it's relief or regret. The only emotion he can grasp is disappointment. Where did the time go? Maybe the time was lost in anticipation. When the little one was in her mother's belly, she was looking forward to her being born soon. Not long after she was 1 month old, she was looking forward to her calling Mom and Dad. When she was 7 months old, he hoped that she would learn to walk. When she was 2.5 years old, he hoped that she would go to kindergarten. In such expectation, time really slipped away day by day. When he realized his wish, the little one gradually grew up. But he couldn't bear to let her go. He couldn't bear to see her grow up so fast, and couldn't bear to see her become more and more independent and no longer rely on himself. He hoped that she would not grow up too fast. grow up slowly, and spend more time with him. As they walked, Huang Tao suddenly turned his head to look at Xian with loving eyes, and said softly, Xian, do you love Daddy? Yes. Xian nodded heavily without hesitation. This is the answer. Huang Tao's heart was filled with a ripple of happiness, and his mouth couldn't help but curl up a happy arc. How much do you love me? Xian thought about it, and said seriously, I love you so much. Huang Tao's smile became even stronger. How much do you love so much? This question stumped Xian. She didn't know how to express it, and she couldn't explain it. She rolled her eyes, thinking, and after thinking for a long time, she said, Dad, then I will give you my heart. This is the rhythm of wanting to take out the heart to show him. My little angel. How cute. Okay. Dad already knows how much you love Dad. As for this heart, you keep it for Dad first. Don't break it. He kissed Xian's cheek hard, causing her to laugh like a silver bell. A moment. The father and daughter came to the temporary office of the food festival. The door of the office was open. Several staff members lowered their heads, busy with their work. He reached out and knocked on the door, smiling and saying, Hello. I am. Before he could finish his words, he was recognized by the staff. They smiled and greeted him warmly. Hey, isn't this Mr. Huang from the 88th booth of Zenchichi? What a rare guest. Come in. Come in. Mr. Huang, this is your daughter. So cute and beautiful. Come on. Come on. Sit here. Sit here. Before Huang Tao and his daughter could react, they were surrounded by the staff and invited to the sofa chair in the rest area. As soon as they sat down, they enthusiastically brought the drinks and asked with a smile, Boss Huang, what do you want to drink? Juice or mineral water? This enthusiasm made Huang Tao a little overwhelmed. Then mineral water. Little boy, what do you want to drink? Thank you, Uncle. I want juice. After Huang Tao and his daughter finished speaking, they even unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to Huang Tao and his daughter. This service attitude. 5-star hotels should be ashamed of themselves. The reason why they were so enthusiastic and considerate was mainly because Ma Deqiang and Lin Dezhu had told them that Huang Tao would come to them in the afternoon to contact them about the on-site art teaching, and asked them to fully cooperate with Huang Tao. Since the two leaders had personally told them, they naturally did not dare to neglect Huang Tao. Besides, they had also heard something about Huang Tao, and they admired Huang Tao from the bottom of their hearts. After all, a small restaurant can stand out among a group of star-rated hotels and well-known restaurants. This strength should not be underestimated. In addition, they all tasted Huang Tao's braised food and other delicacies yesterday. They were full of praise for his cooking skills. Boss Huang, you came here this time. Have you decided what dish to make? Yes. I plan to make West Lake vinegar fish. Okay. We will prepare the ingredients for you. If you have any needs, you can also tell us. We will try our best to meet your requirements. There is one requirement. For grass carp, it can be within 1 pound. And it is best to be hungry for more than 2 days. Staff, it's not a big problem. I can hold it. Okay. I have written down your requirements, and we will try our best to prepare according to your requirements. Then I trouble you. I have something else to do in the store, so I will go back first. Huang Tao thanked. Okay. Take care. See you later at the teaching site. Uncle. Bye. Xian waved to them politely. Then she followed Huang Tao back to the booth. Chapter 169, A Unique Memory. In front of the booth of Zenkami, there were already many new customers queuing up. The visitor asked, Excuse me, when will you open for business? It will open soon. We will start selling after we have sorted it out. Ding Suqin and others, who had already moved all the things delivered by Su Hao into the booth, quickly replied after hearing the customer's inquiry. Then, they were busy putting all kinds of marinated food into stainless steel plates. Many customers lined up behind them, looking forward to it. After hearing the words, It's here. It's here. It will start selling soon. They felt relieved. While continuing to line up, he picked up his phone and typed quickly to report the situation. When Huang Tao and Xian came back, they saw that there was already a long line in front of their booth. Many old customers came one after another, joined the queue, directly blocked his way to the booth. He walked forward holding Xian, smiling politely and said, Everyone, please make way. Let me pass. Why? I told you. Don't cut in line. This shout of "don't cut in line" attracted the surrounding customers to look over from their phones. And they all agreed. From ancient times to the present, there has been a principle of queuing up when buying things. It's impossible to cut in line. Besides, there's no reason to make way in front of delicious food. Before Huang Tao opened his mouth to explain, he saw the chef of Ji, Lao Qian, coming over. Seeing this, other customers thought that the chef of Ji, Lao Qian, had come to maintain peace after seeing the farce here, and came to judge by the way. The next second, then, the chef of Ji, Lao Qian, greeted the father and daughter with a smile on his face. Boss Huang, you are back. Yes, I am back. Huang Tao nodded. The customers in line who heard the words of the chef of Ji, Lao Qian, were all confused. Boss Huang. Is it the Boss Huang they heard about? Before the customers could react. Then, the chef of Ji looked at them, shook his head speechlessly and said, "What are you looking at? This is Boss Huang of Zenhashi Restaurant, and also the chef of this booth. You stopped him from entering the door. Do you still want to eat?" Customers in line. I didn't recognize him. Huang Tao said to them politely, "Dear customers, I am sorry for the misunderstanding. There are a lot of ingredients delivered this afternoon. You who are in line now will definitely be able to buy them. Don't worry." "Oh, it's you, Mr. Huang." The female customer who reacted the fastest recognized Huang Tao and said with a smile on her face, "You changed your clothes. I didn't recognize you at first." Huang Tao. Ji chef Lao Qian. Mr. Huang just took off his chef's uniform. Is the change so big? Other customers in line. This is too easy to make people imagine. However, now is not the time to study this. The man who stopped Huang Tao also reacted and quickly gave way, smiling and apologizing. "Oh, Mr. Huang, I didn't recognize you. I'm so sorry. Please come in. Please come in." After saying that, he did not forget to extend his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Other customers also looked at Huang Tao eagerly, and while making way for him, they also said, "Hey, it turns out to be Mr. Huang. There is definitely no need to queue. If you queue here, we won't be able to eat fish ball soup. Please go in. I have been craving your fish ball soup all afternoon. I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. You are a great man and don't remember the small man's fault. Mr. Huang, you are so polite. As long as we have a sip of fish ball soup, it's worth it to queue for a long time. It's not hard." From what you said, Mr. Huang, there are a lot of goods for the afternoon. Then I have to ask, can I still buy fish ball soup in the evening? I have a friend who is still on a business trip. She can't get back until after 8 o'clock in the evening. Other customers in the queue looked ashamed when they heard it. Oh my God, who is this ruthless person? Even when he is on a business trip, he still misses this fish ball soup? Many old customers who know that Huang Tao's booth closes very early can't help but quietly prick up their ears, looking forward to Mr. Huang's answer. If there is still in the evening, cough cough cough, continue to come to eat fish ball soup and braised food as a midnight snack. It's so delicious. What a pity. Huang Tao apologized. I'm sorry. This booth will be closed at about 7 o'clock. Please forgive me. The new customer was surprised and couldn't understand. Ah, close so early. This is a food festival. There are still many people who want to come to the food festival for midnight snacks. Why don't you continue to operate until after 10 o'clock? The old customer was disappointed but reasonable. It's okay. Boss, go and do your work. He smiled. Thank you for your understanding. There is still 1 day left for the food festival tomorrow. If you are free, you can come and buy it tomorrow. If you are not free, you can come to the Jinchi restaurant in Qingxi Old Street to taste it in the future. After hearing this, the new and old customers silently took note of it. In order to avoid waiting for the food festival to end, they will miss this bite again, but don't know where to buy it. Huang Tao smiled and said to Lao Qian, "Lao Qian, then I will go to work first, and we will talk when I am free." "Okay, Boss Huang, you are busy. Just at noon." Because Huang Tao suspended business, Lao Qian was close to the water and benefited a lot. That's why he came to get close to him happily. But now, Huang Tao has resumed business, and his Ji has free time again. He is not the only one who has the same idea. Several booths nearby have the same idea. But there was nothing they could do. They could only watch Huang Tao's booth doing a booming business. They could only hope that the evening would come early, so that Huang Tao could close the booth early, and they would have a chance to survive and make a little profit. Huang Tao naturally didn't know what they were thinking. At this time, he had already entered the booth, and Xian in his arms said with a smile, "Dad, you go and get busy. I'm going to play with Grandpa and Grandma." After saying that, he wanted to get off. He smiled and said softly, Xian, did you forget something?" Seeing that her father pointed at his cheek, she blinked and understood at once. She pouted her little mouth, leaned over, and kissed her father on the face. "Dad, are you ready?" "Okay. Go." Huang Tao put her down, put on his chef's uniform, washed his hands, and then started to get busy, cooking delicious food for the customers who ordered food. As time went by, more and more customers came to buy. Many high school students took advantage of returning to school and agreed to come together. After all, after returning to school, they can only eat food in the cafeteria. At most, they can only beg their parents to go to Zenhachi restaurant to pack a meal and send it to them on Wednesday. Or on weekends, they can come to Zenhachi restaurant to eat a portion to satisfy their cravings. Now Zenhachi restaurant is on the food festival. If you want to eat, you can only come to the food festival. Ding Jiayi and dozens of other girls in the class rushed to Huang Tao's booth. Many classmates were still savoring the braised food that their parents brought back to them yesterday. "That taste is really delicious." Just arrived at Huang Tao's booth. "I found that the boss's business was so good. It was much more popular than the store point one. When I heard that there was a new fish ball soup, I felt so lucky that I met Mr. Huang's new product as soon as I came. Queue up quickly. Just smelling the strong fragrance, I knew that this fish ball soup must be delicious. Wait for it. Buy it. Taste it." Everyone exclaimed excitedly. The fish ball soup is really delicious. The fish balls are crispy and refreshing, full of elasticity, delicious and tough. So delicious. The soup is also delicious. It's chicken soup. Mom doesn't have to worry about me not eating well anymore. It's so happy to be able to eat such a bowl of delicious and chewy fish ball soup when returning to school. The high school students all had the same reaction. That is, this bowl of fish ball soup is definitely the best fish ball soup I have ever eaten. They have been doing homework at home for nearly a day, and now they have a bowl of hot and delicious fish ball soup. Don't mention how happy they are. It feels like the pain of being tortured by homework in various subjects has been cured instantly. After drinking the fish ball soup, they all feel their stomachs are warm. It's so comfortable. They were a little depressed at first, but after drinking this bowl of fish ball soup, their faces were filled with youthful smiles that should be at this age. The whole person also became full of energy. Everyone's high school is unique. However, the sounds of playing on the playground, the sounds of reading aloud in the classroom, the reprimands of the head teacher, the math teacher staying in class every noon to let them do homework, and the snacks at the food festival, these will always become their common memories. Maybe many years later, they always think of this day. On an ordinary day back to school, they made an appointment with their good friends and bought a delicious fish ball soup at the food festival. This fish ball soup is chewy and smooth, fresh and fragrant. So fresh that they almost swallowed their tongues. This delicacy, with its unique taste, left a unique memory for these high school students. Many years later, they may not remember that they have done all the exercises, or even the fear of being dominated by the teacher to stay in class. But they will definitely recall the taste of this fish ball soup. The taste of the fish ball soup will definitely remain in their hearts, and will not dissipate for a long time. Every time they think of it in the future, they will definitely be unable to help but curl up their lips. Maybe this is the meaning of food. Buzz. Buzz. At this time, the time reminder sound set in Huang Tao's mobile phone rang. Ding Suqin, who was standing by, heard it and thought he didn't hear it. So she smiled and reminded him, "Boss, your phone is ringing. Could it be Howsy calling?" He smiled and said, "Oh, it's not a ringtone. It's the alarm I set." Looking at the time, Ding Suqin immediately understood why Huang Tao set the alarm at this time. This means that the live art teaching is about to start. Chapter 170. I want to go too. I want to go too. It's getting late. It's time to set off. After Huang Tao cooked this pot of fish ball soup, he put down his work and wanted to tell Ding Suqin something. He turned his head and shouted, "Sister Suchin." "Hey!" Hearing this, Ding Suchin smiled and asked, "Boss, what's the matter?" "Sister Suchin, I have to go to the art teaching site, and I will be back in about an hour." He smiled and said, "When this pot of fish ball soup and steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice are sold out, you can take Yuhan and others and only be responsible for selling braised food. If customers need to order other things, you can help explain and comfort them first. Let them wait a while, and I will cook for them when I come back. If they can't wait, don't force them. Just say a few nice words. I'll leave it to you here." Sister Suchin, seeing her boss entrusted this important task to her, she was also very happy in her heart. This means that she is trustworthy and available in the boss's heart. Of course, she will not live up to the boss's trust in her, and will definitely work hard to complete this task. She nodded firmly and promised, "Okay, boss, don't worry. I will definitely work hard." Wang Tao nodded, turned to look at Lin Yuhan and the others, and reminded, "You three, cooperate with Sister Suchin with all your strength and listen to her arrangements." "Yes, boss." Lin Yuhan playfully imitated the police in film and television works, stomped her feet, and stood in military posture to salute. "Pa! Pa!" Yin Ning and Xiao Ji also followed suit, stood and saluted, and shouted, "Yes, boss." "Customers in line, what are you doing?" Wang Tao looked at Lin Yuhan and the other two standing upright and saluting him, and suddenly felt that these college students were a little naughty recently. "Poochie." Ding Suchin couldn't help laughing, and then said, "Okay, stop being naughty. Hurry up and pack the customers. Don't let the customers wait anxiously." Lin Yuhan playfully stretched out her hand to Ding Suchin and made an okay gesture, and continued to devote herself to the great cause of packing braised food with Yen Ning. To be honest, in their hearts, they also wanted to go to the art teaching site to watch the boss teach on the spot. But as employees, they also clearly know, as a qualified employee, you must stick to your post during work and must not leave without permission. So I had to turn helplessness into motivation. "Work quickly. Sister Suchin, let me help you serve the fish ball soup." Single dog Xiaoji didn't want to be the light bulb with the highest wattage, so he came over to join Ding Suchin to avoid being fed tons of dog food by Yen Ning and the young couple. Ding Suchin naturally knew his little thoughts, seeing that his hands were not shaking when serving the fish ball soup, and each portion was quite standard. She let him help. Wang Tao, who had simply packed up, was about to ask his parents and Xian if he wanted to go with them. Then he saw his parents coming over. Song Salian smiled lovingly. "Son, are you going to the art class?" "Yes. Do you two want to go together? Join in the fun?" He nodded and smiled slightly. Wang Yida nodded repeatedly. "Hey. Okay. Yes. Yes. We will definitely go to see it." Song Salian's face was filled with ripples of joy. "Of course I will go. Your father and I will go to support you and make a delicious family and friends group." However, the notice this morning was a bit sudden. "Your father and I don't know where to customize banners and sell light sticks nearby, so we didn't prepare anything. Not even a banner or a light stick. Family and friends group? Holding banners? Waving light sticks? It seems like he is going to participate in a competition." Wang Tao didn't know whether to laugh or cry because of his mother's words. Fortunately, his parents were not familiar with the terrain here and were not prepared. Otherwise, they would pull banners, wave light sticks, and cheer. Imagine that scene. It would make him so embarrassed that he could dig out a Thompson-EP on the spot. He accepted the kindness. As for these empty rituals, it's better to forget them all. When it comes to joining in the fun, little Xian is naturally indispensable. "Daddy, daddy?" Wang Tao just turned around when he heard her shout. The little girl had already pounced on his legs, and her face rubbed against his trouser legs. He immediately understood his baby girl's thoughts, and asked with a loving smile in his eyes, "What's wrong? Do you want to go too?" Xian raised her little face, nodded like a chicken, and said sweetly, "Yeah, Daddy. I want to go too. I want to go too. You take me with you. Okay?" Xian used a cute offensive, blinking her watery eyes and looking at her father. How could he not be there when he was on the cooking stage for the first time and taught on the spot? Wang Tao reached out and scratched her delicate nose. Nodded, "Of course. Even if you don't say it, Dad will take you there. Yeah. Daddy is the best. After hearing this, Xuanxuan's small face was full of joy, with curved eyebrows and shallow dimples. So happy. Come on. Let's go. Huang Tao picked her up and kissed her pink face. Xuanxuan's bright eyes turned, revealing a sweet smile, and her chubby little hands affectionately wrapped around her father's neck and kissed him hard on the face. Hee. Daddy. You are so nice. Yo? Huang Tao was surprised by Xuanxuan's sudden kiss. He liked this reward. He held Xian and walked out of the booth with his parents. When leaving, Xian lay on Huang Tao's shoulder and waved to Ding Suqin and the others, Aunt Suqin, Sister Yuhan, Brother Xieji, Brother Yinming. Bye. See you later. What's going on? Where are you going? Many customers in line, seeing the boss coming out with his family, all cast curious eyes and asked curiously, Boss, what are you doing? Yes. Boss, you have a family. Where are you going? Boss, who will cook fish ball soup and roast duck for us after you leave? Huang Tao smiled and explained, Everyone. I'm sorry. I have to go to the art teaching site, and I won't be back for about an hour. During this time, this booth will continue to operate, but mainly stewed food. I have prepared some other things, but not much. If they are sold out, please forgive me. I will cook for you when I come back. Why go to the art class? The customer immediately grasped the key information. One customer reacted and asked uncertainly, Boss, you are going to the art class. Are you going to give an art class on stage? Huang Tao nodded, yes. Hearing this, the customers in line all stared with their eyes as big as copper bells, and their chins almost fell on the shoes with a clang. Fuck. The boss is awesome. He actually beat a number of star-rated hotels and well-known restaurants, and was invited to give an art class on stage. By the way, boss, you are so awesome. Is your family made? While they admired Huang Tao in their hearts, they also wanted to see his cooking skills. Maybe there is still a chance to taste it. My heartbeat turned into a mouth beat. Boss, you go first. We will come to support you after we buy the food. Yes. 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 Boss, since you are not here, we can't order anything else. I will go over to join in the fun and learn cooking skills from you after I buy the braised food. Some curious people went straight to the point and asked, Boss Huang, what dishes will you teach us when you go on stage to teach us? Can you tell us a little bit? Other customers couldn't help but prick up their ears, wanting to know the dishes in advance. Before Huang Tao could reply, Xian volunteered, Uncle, I know what my dad is going to cook. Little boy, can you tell Uncle what dish it is? Xian pretended to be mysterious. Guess. If you can't guess, then you can go and see it yourself later. Hee. There will definitely be a lot of people coming to watch Dad cooking. Xian hugged Huang Tao's neck and winked at him mischievously. Huang Tao, who understood, was a little amused. The customers in line all smiled helplessly. Yes. It was a waste of time. He turned his head to look at Huang Tao, hoping that Huang Tao would reveal it to satisfy their curiosity first. Who would have thought that the father and daughter were the same? You will know when you come and see it later. Chapter 171 On the Edge of Roaring. Jumping back and forth, Huang Tao and his family walked out of entrance B and walked to the right for a short distance before they saw a temporary stage built not far away. Daddy, look, there's a stage over there. Xian excitedly stretched out her chubby little hand and pointed at the temporary stage. Her words were full of joy and a hint of surprise. Huh? There's also pot mud. Huang Tao hugged her with a smile and said, That's the stage for live art teaching. Oh, I know. She rubbed her little face against Huang Tao's shoulder, her big watery eyes showing a clever look. Daddy will cook on this stage later. Doesn't it look like it? Yes. Huang Tao imitated her words, causing the little guy to giggle like a silver bell, laughing so hard that he fell backwards. Huang Tao looked at Xian, holding her right hand, exerting a little force, and protecting her little head with the other hand to prevent her from being too strong and hurting herself. Some pedestrians on the road looked at the father and daughter, with a little envy in their eyes. The father and daughter are both so good-looking, so loving. The father is so careful, looks so warm. I don't know which woman is so lucky to marry such a handsome husband and have such a beautiful daughter. What a pity! Huang Tao couldn't hear their praise and envy. Fortunately, he didn't hear it. Otherwise, it would bring up his sad past again. Now, Huang Tao's family has arrived at the art teaching site. As soon as he appeared, 2 staff members who were busy at the scene recognized him at once. All put down their work and immediately came over with a smile. Boss Huang, you are here. I was just thinking about whether to go to the Zenchichi booth to find you. I didn't expect you to come early. Your sense of time is amazing. A staff member in a black suit and black framed glasses stretched out his hand to him with a smile on his face. He smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands and said, I didn't think that the time was almost up. So I came here to prepare first. Hello, Boss Huang. Another staff member in a black suit spraying hairspray also smiled and stepped forward to shake hands. Seeing that there were 2 middle-aged people next to him, he smiled and asked, These 2 are your family members? Huang Tao smiled and nodded, Yes. My father and my mother. Oh, so it's your parents. Uncle, aunt. Hello. The 2 staff members stretched out their hands enthusiastically and shook hands with Huang Ida and his wife one by one. I will arrange a seat in the center of the first row for uncle and aunt later, so that they can see more clearly. This arrangement won the hearts of Huang Ida and his wife. The 2 elders thanked happily. Thank you. You're welcome. It's my duty. The staff member wearing black framed glasses smiled slightly, then looked at Huang Tao and said with a smile, Boss Huang, we have prepared the ingredients you asked for. Please take a look. If there is anything missing or something that does not meet your requirements, you can tell us. After that, he extended his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Huang Tao thanked, Okay. Thank you. Xian also thanked politely, Uncle. Thank you for helping my father prepare the ingredients. Great tutor. Sweet mouth too. Unlike his son, who is not good at anything and is the most naughty, making him jump back and forth on the edge of roaring every day. It's so miserable. Alas, why didn't he get such a sweet mouth and beautiful little cotton jacket? He wanted to go home right now and make another little one with his wife. But such a thought only flashed in his mind and was extinguished. Forget it. Even if it is born, it won't grow up like this. After all, genes are too important. You're welcome. So good. The staff member wearing black framed glasses smiled and touched Xuanchuan's little head, then took out a piece of candy from his pocket and handed it to Xian. Here. Uncle will give you a piece of candy. Dad said that candy given by strange uncles cannot be eaten. But this uncle had just met. Is he considered a strange uncle? Xian blinked, did not reach out to take it, but looked at her father. Uncle will give it to you. Just take it. Dad spoke. She smiled and stretched out her hand to take it, and thanked politely. Thank you, Uncle. Let's go. Let's go and check the ingredients. After Huang Tao entrusted Xian to his parents, he followed the staff wearing black framed glasses to the stage. His parents and Xian were invited by the staff with hair gel to sit in the first row seat position under the stage. Huang Tao came to the temporary stove and checked the prepared ingredients. I have to say, their workability is still worthy of recognition. The ingredients are all in line with the requirements. He smiled and nodded, no problem. I will follow your preparation later. While he was talking to the staff wearing black eye sockets, the cameraman of the news channel of the TV station was carrying the camera and looking for a suitable shooting angle on the side of the stage. The beautiful host Lu Qianqian, wearing a champagne-colored dress, walked slowly to the stage from one side, holding the microphone. The staff wearing black framed glasses saw Lu Qianqian coming over and introduced her to Huang Tao with a smile. Oh, let me introduce you. This is the beautiful anchor of the TV station's news channel. Lu Qianqian. Anchor Lu. Anchor Lu. The one next to me is the owner and chef of Zenhachi. Huang Tao. Boss Huang. After listening to the introduction, Lu Qianqian never thought that the chef in the Zenhachi booth, who was rumored to have superb skills and could make delicious braised food and roast duck that was much more delicious than Quan Jude, was actually a young and handsome boss. At this moment, she and the photographer next to her were so shocked that their jaws were about to fall off their shoes. Boss Huang obviously looks very young. Only about 26 or 27 years old. He looks about the same age as her. She has always thought that the other party is a bit older. After all, the evaluation in the rumor is too high. It turned out that I had made a wrong judgment. Huang Tao saw that the other party was stunned, and said politely, Hello, Mr. Lu. Nice to meet you. Hello, Mr. Huang. I have heard a lot about you. I didn't expect that you are so young and have such good cooking skills. Lu Qianqian smiled, and her words still couldn't hide a hint of surprise. He glanced at Lu Qianqian and said with a smile, "You are too kind. You are really admirable. You have become a pillar of the TV station at such a young age. Mr. Huang, you flatter me too much. I am just a newbie who has been working for less than 2 years. How can I be a pillar?" She covered her mouth and smiled, and the perfect arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, revealing a sense of ambition. Although she is called Lu to anchor by the outside world, this is just because she has work connections with her outside and they flatter her. In fact, she is not famous at all. Few people know her when she walks on the street. She is not well received in the station. They think she is not capable enough. It's getting late. You two should get ready. It will start in 15 minutes. The staff with black eye sockets reminded them. Okay. We know. Huang Tao and Lu Qianqian nodded. Boss Huang, what dish are you going to cook later? West Lake vinegar fish. This is a very famous dish in Zhejiang cuisine. I didn't expect that the young boss Huang would teach this dish. She was a little surprised, but she was also looking forward to it. At this time, many customers who came to watch the live teaching had already sat down in the audience. They all came for Huang Tao's cooking skills. Chapter 172, One Move. A Blast. At this moment, the news that Huang Tao was teaching on the spot to make West Lake vinegar fish spread like wildfire, scattered in various areas of the food festival. This news, after falling into the ears of the chefs of various star-rated hotels and well-known restaurants in the food booth area, they all showed a shocked expression of fuck. Is this really something I can hear without spending money? Fuck. Fuck. The dish that Boss Huang taught on the spot turned out to be West Lake vinegar fish. Damn. This is the classic top dish of Zhejiang style. It's worthy of being Boss Huang. One move. A blast. They were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. Chef of a Venturin Hotel, hey, have you heard? Mr. Huang from the delicious booth will teach you how to make West Lake vinegar fish on the spot later. Chef of Hintang Hotel, I heard it. Just heard it. I came here specially to tell you about it. I didn't expect you to know it too. I tell you, when I heard the news, I was so shocked. Chef of my hotel, we are both shocked. That's it. You don't know? I was also shocked when I heard the news. Compared with the eyes wide open, like Bell's emoji on the internet, it was even more shocking. Zhuiji Chef Lao Qian, haha, this emoji is very insightful. But I was also shocked when I heard it. Hintang Hotel Chef, hey! Lao Qian, isn't your Zhuiji booth next to Mr. Huang? Aren't you very close to Mr. Huang? Didn't Mr. Huang tell you anything in advance? Didn't you ask him for anything? When seeing those chefs looking at him with eyes that said Old Qian, you are not kind. Old Qian shook his head speechlessly. No. No. When Mr. Huang was leaving, the customers in line asked him what dish he was going to teach on stage. But he was mysterious and didn't tell me. This is the rhythm of not announcing it until the last minute. The chef of a Venturin Hotel thought about it and expressed his doubts in his heart. Do you think Mr. Huang, who is so young, can master this West Lake vinegar fish? After all, the more traditional the dishes are, the higher the requirements for the chefs are. Without the skills passed down for 100 years, it is impossible to make authentic traditional dishes. Originally, everyone was still talking about it in shock and excitement. But as soon as this sentence came out, everyone fell into deep thought. This dish looks simple, but the preparation is very sophisticated. A good West Lake vinegar fish cannot show its taste. This is like a fish hiding in the shallows and gradually showing its shape. The fish fins are like wings ready to fly. The fish meat is smooth and tender, and there is no grass smell at all. It can also make people taste the freshness of crabs and grass carp. I want such deliciousness. From selecting materials, cutting, blanching and seasoning, the heat is very particular. First of all, the grass carp used must be starved. As the name suggests, if grass carp is selected to make West Lake vinegar fish, it will be difficult to have a full meal after being caught. It will starve for several days, until there is nothing in the stomach and intestines. Without food, there will naturally be no smell of dirt on the body. The meat of grass carp is no longer loose, but becomes much tighter. After the fish is well raised, it must be killed alive and cut 7 times. If you can cut these 7 times correctly, You can be considered a qualified Hangzhou cuisine chef. This knife method not only affects the cooking taste, but also when the fish meat is cooked. The correct knife method can make the fish meat and fish skin shrink evenly. The incision cracks, becomes larger and turns outward, and the fish fins are tilted, so that the fish can present a vivid sense of leaping when served. After processing the ingredients, the cooking process cannot be sloppy at all. It's interesting. Among the many famous fish in China, the West Lake vinegar fish is probably the only fish that does not use a drop of oil. The process of cooking fish seems simple and fast, but it is actually quite particular. First of all, the order and method of putting the fish into the pot. Secondly, the amount of water in the pot. Finally, the base color given to the fish before taking it out of the pot. The sauce is particularly important. The success or failure of this dish depends on this one move. In short, whether a plate of West Lake vinegar fish can reach the standard of delicate and translucent depends mainly on whether the sauce is evenly adjusted. No oil can be added to the sauce. Otherwise, the taste of the dish will not be fresh and refreshing enough. The thickness of the sauce must also be accurately controlled. Otherwise, the color will be dark and ugly. And if the sauce cannot be hung on the fish meat, not only will the mottled surface give people a feeling that the fish meat is falling apart, but it will also taste bland. In short, from material selection to cooking, it is extremely particular and tests the skills. The chef of Donglingshi Hotel thought that it was difficult for him to grasp it. Few of the chefs present could grasp it. As for the really delicious Mr. Huang, can he grasp it? They dare not jump to conclusions. They can only wait for him to cook and taste it before they can see the result. After all, it is a bit difficult to make the cheap grass carp taste like crab. Chef Lao Qian of Zuweiji said weakly, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, Mr. Huang's cooking skills are here. Right. Chef of Hintang Hotel, it's really hard to say. How about we go and observe? Chef of Maiju Hotel, this is a good idea. Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can learn a thing or two by the way. Chef Lao Qian of Zuweiji, we are leaving. What should we do with the business of the booth? While Mr. Huang is teaching us, we should step up our efforts and buy more. What he said makes sense, and it is hard to refute. But in front of Mr. Huang cooking, this business is nothing. Then Lao Qian, go back to guard your 3 acres of land. After saying that, the chefs left, leaving Lao Qian with a firm back. That's right. In front of Mr. Huang cooking, everything else is nothing. Lao Qian was anxious. Hey, wait for me. I didn't say I won't go. He hurriedly followed. At the food festival, acquainted diners gathered in groups of 3 or 2, and voices rang out one after another. Hey, I'm telling you, I heard that it's really delicious. Mr. Huang at the booth will teach how to make West Lake vinegar fish. Oh my god, why is it West Lake vinegar fish? This cat instantly blew away all my expectations and hopes. Every time my friends from other places come here, I always order 2 servings of fish. One is West Lake vinegar fish, and the other is fish cooked in other ways. The waiter always asks me, Sir, you ordered West Lake vinegar fish, and you also ordered fish? Yes, because West Lake vinegar fish is very unpalatable. Every time my friends finish the first bite, they will immediately take the second bite, because they doubt themselves. They can't believe that West Lake vinegar fish is so unpalatable. Until the end they will say sadly, West Lake vinegar fish is really unpalatable. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are so insightful. I have always wondered if this West Lake vinegar fish is famous for being so unpalatable. Yes, this West Lake vinegar fish is really unpalatable. I once ordered a plate of West Lake vinegar fish and took 4 bites, but there are 5 of us in total. It's really unpalatable. I don't know why it's so famous. I've eaten it twice. The first time was in a small restaurant. It was so unpalatable. I think it was probably because the chef's cooking was too poor. The second time I went to Luwelu, it was still unpalatable. It should be the most unpalatable fish I've ever eaten in my life. Even when I think of fish that tastes bad, the first thing I think of is West Lake vinegar fish. It's simply unforgettable. Yet it's the same as the shrimp and eel in Kuyuan restaurant. Now you can't eat authentic West Lake vinegar fish. Alas, I can only say that no matter where you are now, traditional delicacies are similar in taste. The problem is that the ingredients are no longer ecologically brewed, and the authentic taste can't be made at all. Brother, what you said makes sense. West Lake vinegar fish has very high quality requirements for grass carp. The fish with a bad breeding environment has a strong earthy smell. I lost points. Secondly, the authentic Westlake vinegar fish is cooked, and it will become hard after 1 minute. Ordinary restaurants cannot control the heat well, so they lose another point. Finally, the carp has too many bones and loses points. That's right. Grass carp needs to rest for a day or two to get rid of the smell of dirt. Now 99.9% of the picky restaurants will cook it like this. So, the fundamental problem is not whether the Westlake vinegar fish is delicious, but the contempt and absence of tradition in the environment of blindly pursuing the success of fast food grassroots. Alas, I can only say that the simpler the dish, the higher the requirements for ingredients and chefs. I don't know how the Westlake vinegar fish made by Mr. Huang tastes in the end. It shouldn't be bad, right? With Mr. Huang's cooking skills, it shouldn't be so bad that it can't be swallowed. But it's hard to say how delicious it is. After all, I haven't tasted it. Right? At this moment, everyone's attention shifted from complaining to Huang Tao's cooking skills, and everyone was more curious than the other. How about we go to the on-site teaching? As soon as this was said, countless people responded. Okay, then let's go quickly. If we go too late, there will probably be no seats left. Go, 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 go. For a moment, the diners who gathered together in groups of 3 or 2 all headed for the nearest exit. The International Hotel booth also received this news. When Ma Qingxiong heard about it from his subordinates, he was also a little surprised. What? Westlake vinegar fish? Boss Huang wants to make Westlake vinegar fish. I heard from the staff at the on-site teaching that the ingredients they prepared are the ingredients needed for Westlake vinegar fish. This is definitely true. Now many other chefs at the booth also know about this. I heard that their chefs are now rushing to the on-site teaching. I want to go and watch it. Okay. I know. Ma Qingxiong nodded, thought about it, and then said, well, I'll go out first. You guys watch the booth. Ah? Chef Ma, where are you going? Before he finished asking the question, he saw his own chef's feet were like greased, and he ran away in an instant. What's the hurry? After realizing it belatedly, I realized that his own chef was in a hurry to watch Boss Huang's on-site teaching. To be honest, they also wanted to watch it in a building on the commercial pedestrian street. Oh my! Mr. Huang is going to make Westlake vinegar fish. I have to go take a look. Lao Qin couldn't help smacking his lips. That's right. He missed Huang Tao's Westlake vinegar fish. He wanted to go and taste it. Lao Qin, wait for me. I'll go with you. Wei Minghua was also tempted and wanted to go too. Alas, one more person means one less mouth. Although Lao Qin was reluctant to go with them, he couldn't say it clearly, so he smiled and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Okay. Wei Lao. Let's go together. The two were about to walk out the door. Lao Zhu's voice came from behind. Wait. Wait. I'll go with you too. Okay. One more mouth. Lao Qin. Wei Minghua. Chapter 173, treating the audience as cabbage. As the start time of the live art teaching approaches, more and more people appear at the art teaching site. It's only 5 minutes to 3 o'clock. The seats in the audience seats below the stage are already full. No seat left. Many chefs and diners, who came later, had no place to sit. They had to stand in an orderly manner on both sides of the seats, or in the open space behind. The atmosphere is very warm. The staff on the scene are also busy with the final preparations. A camera was set up. Photographers carrying long guns and short guns shuttled back and forth in the aisle, and dazzling flashes appeared from time to time. In contrast, the stage seemed much quieter. Only Huang Tao and Lu Qianqian were waiting on the side. When Lu Qianqian looked at the large crowd of audiences below the stage, a hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. No wonder she was surprised. After all, today's lively scene formed a striking contrast with yesterday's deserted scene. Could it be that these people came for Mr. Huang's cooking skills? She was very self-aware, so she would not foolishly think that these people came for her. If they wanted to come yesterday, they would have come. There was no need to wait until today, seeing that there were many chefs from various hotels and restaurants in the crowd. Even the always arrogant 5-star hotel chef Ma Qingxiong came to observe, which made her look forward to Huang Tao's cooking skills. If it weren't for the need to maintain her figure, she would have restrained herself from going to the food booth area. Now, she wouldn't have thought that Huang Tao's cooking skills were just a legend. Huang Tao, who had no stage experience, looked at the huge crowd of audiences below the stage with a sidelong glance. Although he looked calm, he was a little nervous inside. His whole standing posture was extremely upright. Boss Huang, don't be so stiff. Relax. Be natural. And smile. Lu Qianqian, who was wearing a champagne-colored dress, saw this, pursed her lips and smiled, and then shared her experience. If you feel that these audiences are staring at you and make you nervous, you can treat the audiences below the stage as cabbages. Huang Tao. This is a good idea. But he couldn't bear to treat Xian and his parents as cabbages. Well, if he gets nervous later, he will look at his precious daughter Xian. When he sees her pink little face, he will forget all the nervousness. And only his little cute Xian will be in his eyes and heart. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look for Xuan's figure below the stage. The father and daughter looked at each other as if they had telepathy. Eye contact. Xuan's pink face was filled with ripples of joy, and her chubby little hands pointed at him and shouted happily, "Daddy! Daddy!" He waved at her and responded to her. "Grandma! Grandma! Look! Daddy is waving at me." She patted Song Salian's hand happily, wishing she could run to her father. But she knew that her father was working now, and she couldn't disturb him. So she restrained herself. Song Salian comforted her cheerfully. "Okay. Grandma saw it. You sit down quickly. Your father will start cooking soon." "Yeah." Xian nodded like crazy, and stayed still, looking forward to it. Ding ding ding. At this time, Lao Qin, Wei Minghua, and the other two came to the art teaching site. The chefs of the hotels and restaurants at the art teaching site and Ma Qingxiong, the head chef of the 5-star international hotel, were all surprised. "Oh my god!" Even Wei Lao, Qin Lao, and Zhu Lao came to observe. Of course, we should be polite and respectful to our seniors. The chefs of the hotels and restaurants smiled and greeted them respectfully. Wei Lao, Qin Lao, Zhu Lao. Ma Qingxiong also said warmly and respectfully, "Wei Lao, Qin Lao, Zhu Lao. You are here." Lao Qin, Wei Minghua and the other three nodded to the chefs and head chefs, and then walked straight to the front of the temporary stage. Wei Minghua looked at Huang Tao and asked politely, "Boss Huang, are you ready? Is there anything else I can help you with?" Lao Qin and Lao Zhu also said in unison, "Boss Huang, if you need help, just ask." Huang Tao smiled. "Everything is ready. Just waiting to go on stage in a while." "Thank you." Wei Minghua smiled and said, "Okay. Then we will go first, and come back to taste your West Lake vinegar fish later." Huang Tao nodded, "Okay." Wei Minghua and the other three nodded to Lu Qianqian on the side, and then went to find the staff to ask for a temporary chair to sit on. Lu Qianqian's eyes flashed. She didn't expect that the respected Wei Lao and others would take the initiative to nod to her. A small anchor. She can get this treatment. All thanks to Boss Huang. Originally, she was skeptical about the rumor that Wei Minghua commented that Huang Tao's food was so delicious that he cried. Now seeing Wei Minghua and his friends dragging their old arms and legs to observe, and being respectful and polite to Huang Tao, she knew that she was too narrow-minded. This scene, in the eyes of chefs like Ma Qingxiong, almost made them shed tears of envy and jealousy. This scene. But they dreamed of it. But they couldn't get it. Speaking of it, they are all chefs. Why can Mr. Huang be treated specially by Mr. Wei? But they can't? Ah! It's all sad to say it. Many audiences who recognized Mr. Wei and his friends were also a little surprised. I didn't expect that celebrities in the food industry not only came to observe, but also were so respectful and polite to Mr. Huang. It seems that these bigwigs in the food industry are very optimistic about Mr. Huang. Thinking of this, their expectations for the West Lake vinegar fish that Huang Tao will teach next are rising again. On the stage, Lu Qianqian saw that the time was almost up. So she smiled and reminded, "Boss Huang, the time is almost up. Let's get started." "Okay. To be honest, I'm still looking forward to your West Lake vinegar fish. Really? Let's try it later." "Hey! I've been waiting for you to say this. So remember to let me taste it first later." "Yeah." The conversation between the two made the atmosphere a little more relaxed. Huang Tao nodded, washed his hands, and walked to the temporary stove. He was ready to start his live art teaching. The picture on the LED background screen changed, and the cameraman quickly pointed the camera lens at them. The two handsome hosts and the chef appeared in the center of the stage, and the accompanying music sounded. Lu Qianqian, wearing a champagne-colored dress, held a microphone and said with a smile, "Good afternoon, guests. Welcome to participate in the live teaching of this food festival in your busy schedule." As she said that, she walked towards Huang Tao with a smile on her face, and did not forget to wave to the audience. This afternoon, the owner and chef of Zinhashi restaurant, Mr. Huang, will personally bring you the second live teaching. Everyone applaud and welcome. Before she took the lead in applauding, the audience suddenly applauded, even if Xiao Xianxian applauded the most vigorously. Chapter 174 7.5 Knives. Click. Click. The image of Huang Tao's first appearance on the live art teaching stage was faithfully captured by a camera and a camera lens on the scene, stored in the memory. Pa! 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 The audience immediately burst into warm applause. As a small restaurant that has just opened and is located in a remote area like the old street in the west of the city, Jinhaochi restaurant is actually not very well known, and not many people know it. After all, there are many such small restaurants in Wenling. It can be said that new small restaurants appear every day. Some old small restaurants posted transfer notices due to poor management and packed up and left. There are very few small restaurants that can really stand out. But it is different from other restaurants. Jinhaochi restaurant is quite popular in the old street in the west of the city and has its own group of loyal fans. In addition, Jinhaochi restaurant was also invited to participate in the official food festival, competing with a number of star-rated hotels and well-known restaurants. The hundreds of audience members in the audience basically all tasted the food at the Zinhachi booth and fell in love with the food. They became loyal fans of Zinhachi. So, when Huang Tao smiled and bowed slightly to the audience in the audience, the applause that greeted Huang Tao was both warm and sincere. "Boss Huang! Boss Huang!" someone shouted loudly. The atmosphere on the scene became more and more heated. If you don't know, you might think that some big star came to the food festival. Huang Tao said with a smile to the microphone handed over by Lu Qianqian. "Thank you. I am very honored to be invited by the organizer of the food festival this afternoon to come to the live teaching here to teach the neighbors cooking skills. To be honest, I am very excited." Excited? A little excited indeed. This is the first time in my life. Nervous? Not nervous. Because he saw his father and mother sitting in the center of the first row, and Xianxian between them. "Daddy?" Xianxian was also clapping, her eyebrows curved, and her dimple shallow. That was the color of happiness and joy. Seeing her father looking at her, she raised her chubby little hand and waved at him, and turned her head to her grandmother and said, "Grandma, look, look, Daddy is going to cook. And Daddy's cooking is delicious. In fact, except for the dishes rewarded by the system, the other dishes made by Huang Tao are not particularly delicious. But in Xuanxuan's mind, I still think that as long as it is cooked by my father, it is the most delicious dish in the world. Don't ask why. Just ask that the dish cooked by my father is the most delicious." Song Silian, with the blessing of the old mother filter, also nodded repeatedly in agreement. She smiled and stretched her hand in front of Xianxian to prevent Xianxian from falling forward due to excitement. Baby Xianxian made a cheering gesture from Huang Tao. Huang Tao smiled and nodded, and said to the microphone in a deep voice, "The dish I will bring to you next is..." "What is it, Boss Huang?" Lu Qianqian asked with a charming smile. "West Lake vinegar fish. Wow! As soon as I heard the name of this dish, I was extremely looking forward to it." Lu Qianqian held the microphone, facing the audience, and smiled and said, "Speaking of this West Lake vinegar fish, it reminds me of a very interesting illusion. According to legend, in ancient times, there were two brothers named Song who lived in seclusion in West Lake and made a living by fishing. One day, the elder brother's wife was washing silk by the lake and met a local villain who was swimming in the lake. The villain saw that his elder brother's wife was beautiful and charming, so he wanted to take her away. In order to achieve his goal, the villain not only killed his elder brother, but also bribed the government to beat the uncle and sister-in-law of the Song family who came to report the case. Sister-in-law Song, who had nowhere to go, was afraid of the villain's revenge and urged her younger brother to flee quickly. Before leaving, sister-in-law Song seasoned a fish with sugar and vinegar and cooked it for her younger brother. The younger brother thought the fish tasted strange, so he asked his sister-in-law why. Sister-in-law said, "The fish has sour and sweet tastes, because I want you to never forget how your brother was killed after you go out. If your life is sweet, don't forget the bitterness of the people being bullied." And don't forget the bitterness of my sister-in-law. After hearing this, the uncle remembered his sister-in-law's words and the taste of the fish. Later, the uncle passed the imperial examination and returned to Hangzhou. He punished the villain and avenged his brother's murder. But he could not find his sister-in-law. Once, the uncle went to the government for a banquet and suddenly ate a plate of sweet and sour fish, which tasted the same as the fish that his sister-in-law had seasoned with sugar and vinegar. He hurriedly asked who cooked the fish, and then he learned that his sister-in-law had gone to the government to work as a cook to avoid the villain. A fish finally reunited the uncle and sister-in-law. Later, people spread the story of the uncle and sister-in-law of the Song family fighting against the villain as a good story, and also spread the unique way of cooking fish by Song's sister-in-law. Therefore, West Lake vinegar fish is also known as uncle and sister-in-law's treasure, which has been passed down from generation to generation and has become a famous dish in China. It must be said that Lu Qianqian's hosting skills are still very good. In just 10 minutes, he had memorized this long list of anecdotes, and he spoke so fluently and melodiously. Many audiences in the audience pricked up their ears to listen. At this time, Huang Tao had already fished out a grass carp weighing less than 1 pound from the bucket next to him and started to make it. The ingredients of West Lake vinegar fish are extremely simple. In addition to the live grass carp, Shaoxing wine, soy sauce, rice vinegar, sugar, cornstarch and other seasonings are also used. As for the auxiliary ingredients, only ginger is enough. After all, whether the West Lake vinegar fish dish can make crab-flavored meat, ginger is indispensable. Huang Tao held the grass carp's body with his left hand, held the kitchen knife with his right hand, and slapped the grass carp's head heavily. Suddenly, the grass carp fainted. He skillfully scraped all the scales off the grass carp, especially around the belly and fins. Scraped them all once, and scraped them clean. After removing the scales, he turned the grass carp over, pressed its belly with his hand, and stabbed the heart of the grass carp with the tip of the kitchen knife. As soon as it was stabbed, the blood of the fish gushed out all of a sudden. He lifted the fish tail with a swift movement. The purpose of doing this is to allow the blood in the fish to be discharged more thoroughly. Lu Qianqian, who was standing by, asked in confusion, "Boss Huang, why do you do this series of actions?" "Because the fishy smell of the grass carp mainly comes from the mucus on the surface of the fish body, the black film in the fish's abdominal cavity, the fish teeth and the blood." Huang Tao smiled and explained, "So before you gut the fish, you have to bleed it first, so that the grass carp will not have a fishy smell." "Oh!" Lu Qianqian had a little I understand expression on her face, then turned her head to look at Wei Minghua and others on the left side of the stage, and asked with a smile, "Mr. Wei, is that so?" "Yes. What Mr. Huang said is right. And what he did is right." Wei Minghua nodded. "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wei." Lu Qianqian nodded respectfully to Wei Minghua, looked at the audience below, pursed her lips and smiled. "Dear audience, did you hear it? Did you learn it?" "I heard it. I learned it." The audience responded with a smile. The three of Wei Minghua and Ma Qingxiong, the head chefs, looked at Huang Tao's processing method, listened to Huang Tao's explanation, and nodded in agreement. This West Lake vinegar fish, if you want to have no fishy smell, you must remove all the parts that may be contaminated with fishy smell as much as possible. And Huang Tao's statement and practice are very common sense. After the blood in the fish was almost drained, Huang Tao used a kitchen knife to cut down along the cut he had just made. He cut open the belly of the grass carp all the way to its anus. He had to be extra careful during the cutting process. The knife should not go too deep, lest it cut the bitter gallbladder in the fish. After cutting open the belly of the fish, he began to clean up the blood clots in the gills and the fish body, as well as the black film in the fish. After rinsing the grass carp inside and out, he laid the grass carp flat on the chopping board. Cut the fish. The cutting process for this dish is slightly different from other ones. The fish needs to be divided into 2 pieces, one large and one small, not of equal size. He took the kitchen knife and cut into the fish meat horizontally 2 centimeters from the tail of the fish, close to the spine of the fish, and cut forward horizontally with a neat movement. When cutting the fish skull, he held the fish head upright. He cut the fish head neatly from the middle with one knife. It was split into 2 pieces. The piece with the spine and tail was called the male piece, and the other piece was the female piece. Then he knocked out the teeth. He used the back of the kitchen knife to break the gums of the 2 pieces of fish and cut off the teeth. Then he removed the entire mouth of the grass carp. The blood clots in the fish head were also cleaned. After Huang Tao finished all this, he didn't even take a break and continued to cut the grass carp. If he delayed, it would affect the taste of the fish. In other words, cooking West Lake vinegar fish is a race against time. He washed the 2 pieces of cut fish again. Put the fish skin up on the chopping board. He first took the male piece with the spine and tail, and cut the fish diagonally 4 centimeters behind the gills of the male piece. The cuts are a bit like peony cuts, but the range is not as large as peony cuts. Cut at an angle. When it is close to the spine, slice a little bit towards the fish head. Let the fish meat separate naturally. Then, cut a second cut at an interval of 4.5 centimeters. The third cut is located behind the pelvic fin and in front of the dorsal fin. Use force to cut the entire male slice into 2 parts. The head and the tail. 2 cuts on the tail. After finishing the male slice, he took the female slice and cut the female slice. The cuts on the female slice and the male slice are different and need to be made on the fish meat. In the thicker part of the fish meat close to the spine. In the middle of the fish slice and the ribs. Use a kitchen knife to make a scratch about 2 centimeters deep on the fish meat. This is the earliest Hangzhou cuisine West Lake vinegar fish cutting method. The 3 people including Wei Minghua and Ma Qingxiong in the audience watched Huang Tao's skillful and authentic flour cutting technique. They all couldn't help but walk forward to observe. Wei Minghua even walked up to the stage to check out Huang Tao's 7.5 cuts. Chapter 175 What you eat is fake West Lake vinegar fish. Wei Minghua didn't know until he saw it. It was amazing. This knife cutting method is the standard method of authentic old Hangzhou cuisine. Cut the fish with 7.5 knives. In 1956, Hangzhou City organized all the chefs in the city to identify 36 famous Hangzhou dishes. West Lake vinegar fish ranked second. And the 7.5 knives method of cutting West Lake vinegar fish is this method. Unlike many chefs nowadays, they don't know what Hangzhou cuisine is at all. They just copycat and cut it with 7 knives. Not authentic at all. Looking at Huang Tao's 7.5 cuts, Wei Minghua couldn't help but sigh in surprise. Wow! This 7.5 cuts knife-changing technique is really amazing. 7.5 cuts? This is the authentic knife-changing method of West Lake vinegar fish Hangzhou cuisine. This knife technique. Only ordinary old chefs will use the ancestral 7.5 cuts when making this dish. After all, the 7.5 cuts of the authentic West Lake vinegar fish are still very difficult. At present, many chefs do not use 7.5 cuts, but 7 cuts. When Ma Qingxiong and other chefs in the audience heard this, they were a little surprised and ashamed, because they are 7 cuts. Lao Qin was not surprised at all, and felt that it was reasonable. After all, he has always admired Huang Tao's cooking skills from the bottom of his heart. Lao Zhu's appreciation for Huang Tao rose sharply. The audience had an expression of although I don't understand. I am shocked. Mr. Wei, what is the 7.5 knife-changing technique? Can you explain it to the audience? Lu Qianqian was puzzled as she heard this knife technique for the first time. So she walked to Wei Minghua's side with an elegant step, handed the microphone in her hand to Wei Minghua with a smile, and asked for advice. Of course, she wanted to take this opportunity to liven up the atmosphere. Mr. Wei, please tell me. Mr. Wei, I have only heard that the West Lake vinegar fish is cut 7 times. But I have never heard of 7.5 times. Please clear up our blind spots. The audience in the audience were all excited. Since everyone wants to hear it, I will tell you about the 7.5 cuts. Wei Minghua nodded calmly, pointed at Huang Tao's sliced fish, and said carefully, the first cut is a whole cut, which splits the fish body into 2 pieces. That is, after the grass carp is gutted, the fish body is split into 2 pieces. When slicing, the belly of the fish faces you. The piece with the spine and tail is called the male piece, and the other side is the female piece. The second cut is to remove the teeth of the fish. This is called the second cut. This is what the old Hangzhou cuisine chefs do. Now most people just knock the teeth off directly with their hands. The third cut is to cut the male piece. The male piece is cut at the back of the fish fin to the tail. There are 5 cuts in total, commonly known as 5 peony cuts. From the male fillet, 4 to 5 centimeters behind the gills. Make a slash every 4.5 centimeters. When using the knife, first make a small cut perpendicular to the fish body. Then make a 45-degree angle between the blade and the spine and cut towards the head. The third cut is located behind the pelvic fin and in front of the dorsal fin. This cut is to cut the fillet into 2 parts. Then continue to cut 2 peony cuts in the back half of the male fillet. Except for the third cut. The cuts of each of the remaining cuts are about 4 centimeters deep. It is also important to close the knife, almost touching the spine of the fish, but not cutting the fish body. When the fish meat is heated later, these 5 cuts can make the fish meat and skin shrink evenly. The cuts will crack, become larger and turn outward, making the fish fins curl up, and present a vivid and dynamic effect when serving. The last half cut is a crescent-shaped arc. Place the female fillet with the meat facing up and the skin facing down. Cut from the tail of the fish. Pick the thicker part of the edge of the fillet and insert the tip of the knife. The blade is at a 45-degree angle to the chopping board. Draw an arc from the tail to the head along the edge of the fillet, forming a crescent shape. This cut is done in one go. The cut is about 2 centimeters deep. Do not cut or damage the skin below. The main function of this cut is to speed up the maturity of the meat. It can also tell whether the Westlake vinegar fish is authentic. This speech enlightened the audience. It also made them think, "Oh my God, I may have been eating fake Westlake vinegar fish for so many years." If they blurt out this idea, Wei Mingwa would definitely answer them truthfully. "That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are eating is fake Westlake vinegar fish." These 7.5 cuts are the earliest cutting methods of Hangzhou cuisine. Only those who fully understand Westlake vinegar fish know that this cut needs to form a wave-shaped knife flower in the fish meat. Unfortunately, in this society that emphasizes efficiency, few people know how to make this kind of knife flower. Wei Mingwa said helplessly. Many chefs in hotels and restaurants bowed their heads in shame after hearing this. In order to save trouble, they basically just cut it directly. It can't be seen from the surface anyway, so why bother cutting it so much? Their hotels and restaurants don't even use grass carp when making this dish, but use mandarin fish or sea bass instead. Leaving aside Westlake grass carp, the dish has less earthy smell. They also try to make Westlake vinegar fish by frying instead of boiling it in water, which greatly improves the taste. It just doesn't look like the authentic Westlake vinegar fish anymore. Seeing Huang Tao's pursuit of excellence in cooking today, seeing Huang Tao's meticulous pursuit of cooking, they feel that they are not as good as him. Boss Huang is so young, and he has such an amazing 7.5 knives knife-changing technique, which is rare. Mr. Wei is too kind. Boss Huang is too modest. Wei Mingwa stood next to Huang Tao, glanced at the water in his pot, and said with admiration, "Not bad. Not bad. The amount of water in the pot is just right. The water for cooking fish should not be too much. It is best not to submerge the pectoral fins when boiling. Otherwise, the fish fins will collapse downwards, and the dish will not be straight enough when it is served." Huang Tao smiled and saw that the water in the pot had been boiled to a slight boil. He began to put the fish in the pot. First, put the front half of the male fillet, that is, the head part with the spine, in the pot with the skin facing up. Then, he put the tail part of the fish into the pot with the skin facing up. The fish head and tail are spliced into the prototype in the water, just like a complete fish. Then put the female slice in from the left side of the male slice, and put it side by side with the male slice. The fish heads are aligned, and the spines are spliced together to form the shape when the dish is served. Otherwise, after it is taken out of the pot later, the fish meat cannot be adjusted because it is soft, thus affecting the color of the fish. After it is done, Huang Tao picked up an empty bowl, filled it with a bowl of water, put it aside, and waited. Wei Mingwa, who was very satisfied with Huang Tao's method of putting the fish into the pot, saw his move and understood it, waiting for his next move, wanting to see if he could. Soon, the water in the pot was boiled. Huang Tao took a large spoon and skimmed all the floating foam in the pot skillfully, and immediately poured half a bowl of water from the bowl next to it into the pot. The water in the pot stopped boiling instantly. After a while, it continued to bubble and gradually boiled. When the water in the pot boiled again, Huang Tao poured some water into the pot along the edge of the pot again. The pot stopped boiling again. "Mr. Wei, what does Mr. Huang mean by this? Why not let the water in the pot boil all the time?" Lu Qianqian said to liven up the atmosphere. "It's not impossible to keep boiling, but it's easy to cook out the water contained in the fish meat. If you keep boiling, it's easy to make the fish meat loose. Therefore, adding water to the pot is to prevent the water in the fish meat from being boiled out, so that the fish meat will be more moist and tender after it is out of the pot." "I see. This seemingly simple addition of water actually tests the chef's control of the heat. If the amount of water added each time and the length of cooking time are not well controlled, the fish meat will be uneven and overturned. Wei Ming was smiled. This is a happy smile of satisfaction with Huang Tao's actions. Looking at your expression, Mr. Wei, Mr. Huang should have a good grasp of the heat in this step. Lu Qianqian smiled. Indeed? Wei Ming nodded. 3 minutes later, when the water in the pot boiled again, Huang Tao stopped adding water to the pot and let the water in the pot boil thoroughly. Wait for another 20 seconds. He held the pot and shook it slightly. Let the fish in the pot slowly turn along with the boiling water in the pot. He picked up a large colander, scooped into the pot. 3 large pieces of fish were steadily scooped into the colander, and then steadily fell into the plate prepared in advance. The shape and position are very good. The 2 male slices are connected one after the other, and next to them is a slightly shorter female slice. That's it. Huang Tao drained off part of the original soup for cooking the fish. Only about 250 grams was left in the pot. Then he took cooking wine and soy sauce and poured them on the fish to give it a base color. In another pot, use the soup from the fish to thicken a glass sauce. The success or failure of this dish depends on this one move. He put the pot on the stove and reignited the fire to heat it. Add sugar, soy sauce, vinegar and minced ginger to season. He used a spoon to stir the pot constantly. This was to speed up the fusion of the seasonings and prevent the sugar from sticking to the pot after it melted. When the soup in the pot boiled again, a fragrance drifted out of the pot. It made people salivate. He stirred the water starch he had prepared in advance a few times and poured some into the pot. Continue stirring. After a while, the reddish-brown soup in the pot became more and more viscous. After the glass starch was cooked, he poured a little rice wine into the pot. First, it was to enhance the fragrance, making the glass starch more fragrant. Second, it was to remove the fishy smell. After all, it was a grass carp. Even if it was starved for a few days, no matter how clean it was, it could not avoid the fishy smell. At this time, pour a little rice wine in. It can suppress the fishy smell in the fish. In addition, it will not affect the freshness of the fish if it is put in later, but will make the freshness more perfect. Wei Mingguo leaned over to see the viscosity of Huang Tao's sauce. Whether a plate of West Lake vinegar fish can reach the standard of delicate and transparent depends mainly on whether the starch sauce is evenly adjusted. Oil cannot be added to the sauce. Otherwise the dish will not taste fresh and refreshing enough. The thickness of the sauce must also be controlled accurately. Otherwise the color will be dark and ugly. And if the sauce cannot be hung on the fish, not only will the mottled surface give people a feeling that the fish is falling apart, but it will also taste bland. Wei Mingguo glanced at the glass sauce made by Huang Tao and was very satisfied. He praised, "The viscosity is very good. The color is also very well matched. I didn't expect that the glass sauce made by Boss Huang was so perfect." He felt a little ashamed of himself. Wei Mingguo's expectations for this West Lake vinegar fish were full. "You are so kind." Huang Tao held the pot in one hand and the spoon in the other hand, and poured the boiled glass sauce in the pot on the fish. Even the other empty spaces on the plate were poured. He pinched some ginger powder and sprinkled it on it. The West Lake vinegar fish is almost done. Chapter 176. The scene gradually became chaotic. The whole process of making West Lake vinegar fish is not long. But from killing the fish to pouring sauce and serving, the whole process cannot be stopped or delayed for a moment. In other words, each step is closely linked and connected. It can be said that making this West Lake vinegar fish is a process of racing against time. If the whole process is a little longer, the fish meat will probably not be very delicious. At least when the freshness of the ingredients decreases, its taste and texture will be more or less insufficient, greatly discounted. The camera lens slowly pulled in and aimed at this West Lake vinegar fish. The picture on the LED background screen became clearer, allowing the audience and chefs in the audience to see more clearly. Ma Qingxiong and other chefs stood on the side of the stage. After witnessing the whole process of Huang Tao making West Lake vinegar fish, they felt a little complicated. At first, when they learned that Huang Tao was teaching on the spot and was going to make the West Lake vinegar fish dish, to be honest, deep down, they were not very optimistic. The West Lake vinegar fish dish seems simple, but it is extremely challenging to make it delicious. First, thickening. There are many techniques for thickening fish, but West Lake vinegar fish requires that the outer layer can be formed like a transparent thin coat, and only sweet and sour soy sauce, Ginger and starch are used for thickening. The sweet taste depends entirely on the proportion. This is very challenging. Second, when the fish is served, the body is intact. The pectoral fins are upright, and the two fish eyes are slightly protruding, as if it is a live fish. This depends on the knife skills when cutting the fish, and the skills of blanching the fish afterwards. It is difficult to master the skills of thickening, cutting and boiling fish. In addition, Huang Tao is too young and lacks some persuasiveness. They once thought that he was showing off by choosing this Westlake vinegar fish. It was only when they saw Huang Tao using the 7½ cuts knife-changing technique when cutting fish that they realized that he was really good at it. They also realized that they were wrong. Then after seeing his skills of thickening and boiling fish, they realized that they were wrong. Huang Tao is not showing off. He is really awesome. The bull opens the door for the cow awesome. They have been in the chef circle for many years, and have seen all kinds of chefs. Huang Tao is impeccable in both knife skills and heat control. What is even more rare is his meticulous pursuit and dedication to traditional cooking. Only a truly master chef can have such demeanor. This scene shocked them greatly. They were all like this, let alone the hundreds of spectators now. Most of the spectators sitting in the audience were diners at the Zenhashi booth. Of course, they had all tasted the food made by Huang Tao. Some were residents near the commercial pedestrian street, and had visited his booth several times. Some came here because of its reputation and drove all the way from other towns to taste it. Thus, they became loyal diners of Zenhashi. When they learned that Mr. Huang of Zenhashi was invited to participate in the live teaching in the afternoon, they were delighted. But when they learned that the dish Huang Tao was going to make was Westlake vinegar fish, they were not optimistic and even resisted it in their hearts. The reason is that Westlake vinegar fish is very unpalatable. The Westlake vinegar fish they once imagined. A mouthful of vinegar fish. It seems that the lips and teeth are lingering in the mist and rain of Westlake. Since the Northern Song dynasty, when Westlake vinegar fish was born. So many romantic stories, chivalrous spirits, tender feelings and loyalty have been mixed into this classic dish. But the Westlake vinegar fish in reality is one mouthful. It's like a mouthful of paste. 2 mouthfuls. It's like the souls of the fish that died in vain in Westlake are constantly churning in my esophagus. 3 mouthfuls. If a fish died because of this famous dish, well, it's really not worth dying. I thought this dish. It won the crown of the first Hangzhou dish in the selection of 36 Hangzhou dishes in 1956. And Westlake vinegar fish was once an important dish in the state banquet. Food experts, leaders, and foreign guests will not say it's delicious against their conscience. Right? And it's available in all kinds of small shops on the streets and alleys, and big shops that are also famous on the list. Therefore, no matter how wrong it is not the fault of Westlake vinegar fish. It must be that your way of tasting is wrong. So you find it unpalatable. With this idea in mind, just eat it a few more times. The most important thing is to get out of your own taste and aesthetic preferences. After all, a famous dish with a long history must be tasted with a compassionate God's vision. Oh my God! It was hard to suppress my small-mindedness and taste it with a worldwide historical perspective. The result is still no surprise. It's unpalatable. But the introduction of Westlake vinegar fish doesn't say so. It says that this is a river dish. The deliciousness of grass carp is matched with the simple seasoning of sweet and sour sauce. Even without a drop of oil, chicken essence, MSG or spices, you can taste the simple and complex freshness. It smells like crabs. What's the result? First, it's pungently sour. Then sticky and sweet. Finally, there's a smell of earth that can't be contained by both sweetness and sourness. Damn. Crabs will feel extremely unlucky when they hear it. At that moment, they finally agreed with a saying circulating on the internet. I'm afraid there's no delicious, authentic Westlake vinegar fish in this world. They also warned themselves in their hearts, I won't eat this dish even if I starve to death in the future. But such a firm idea gradually collapsed when they saw the Westlake vinegar fish made by Huang Tao and smelled its unique fragrance. They actually thought that the Westlake vinegar fish made by Boss Huang looked very good and smelled very good. The most important thing was that Wei Ming was said that he made it authentically. And the delicacies made by Huang Tao before were indeed delicious. They all had the idea of eating it. They were not the only ones who had this idea. Even Wei Mingwa, a master in the culinary world, showed the idea of wanting to taste it. On one side of the stage, Lao Qin and Lao Zhu could no longer sit still. They stood up and headed towards the stage. Want to seize the opportunity. Ma Qingxiong and other chefs were embarrassed to go to the stage because of their face. Now they saw Lao Qin and Lao Zhu walking towards the stage. And they hurried forward. The audience looked at the food judges and the chefs from various hotels and restaurants wearing chef uniforms. And they all walked towards the stage. They were stunned. What the hell? What's going on with these food judges and chefs from various hotels and restaurants? Oh my, why are they all walking towards the stage? Seeing these people rushing onto the stage, everyone quickly noticed something was wrong. They were also more certain that this dish of West Lake vinegar fish must taste great. Otherwise, these chefs and food judges wouldn't have rushed to the stage. They all reacted and expressed dissatisfaction. Damn. They are trying to occupy the position. These hotel chefs and food judges have no martial ethics. Fuck. Is this what human beings do? What? Don't you treat the audience as human beings? We don't want to taste West Lake vinegar fish. Hey. You chefs can't monopolize the market like this. People should leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. Oh my god, the live performance is for us diners to see. And the tasting naturally has to be done by us diners and audiences. It has nothing to do with you chefs. So stop it. Yo! It seems that you are not financially prepared. So don't blame us for being rude. Everyone. What are you waiting for? Come on! The guy who shouted. His eyes were fierce. And he silently said in his heart that he rushed for his West Lake vinegar fish. After a roar, the audience all stood up and rushed to the stage. In an instant, the scene gradually became chaotic. Chapter 177. This part must be cut. The staff and security personnel on the side saw that the situation was not good. They all ran over quickly. They quickly separated the two groups of people and stopped them under the stage. Thus, the chaotic scene was stopped. Knowing these people, the reason they ran over was to eat a bite of the West Lake vinegar fish made by Boss Huang. For a moment, the staff and security personnel didn't know whether to laugh or remain speechless. Good fellow. Others are willing to risk their lives for their beloved. But these people, just to have a bite of the West Lake vinegar fish made by Mr. Huang, almost had a fight. If this matter were to be spread out, it would be really outrageous. Fortunately, it was stopped. If it really got out of hand, it would have had a very bad impact. Hey, comrades, can you judge for me? Are these chefs dishonest and unethical? Live teaching is to let citizens appreciate the chef's exquisite cooking skills up close and taste the chef's products on the spot. But it doesn't say it's the chef. Right? The chefs and head chefs of various hotels and restaurants on the side were also anxious. But the organizer didn't stipulate that other chefs can't watch or taste. That makes sense. The staff and security personnel were immediately overwhelmed. They are just small minions with a meager salary. Why should they be embarrassed? These people are really terrible. Fighting like this for a bite of food. A little piece. Isn't that good? On second thought, they are fighting over the food made by Mr. Huang. So peace is not normal. Okay. No matter what, we have to appease them. The staff with black glasses, ahem. Everyone should go back. When Mr. Huang is done, our beautiful host will select the audience to taste it on stage. Besides, the camera is filming now. If everyone does this, it will have a bad impact. Right? Oh my god. I actually forgot about the camera lens. Maybe I will be on TV tonight and become a celebrity in the whole city. Known to every household. If that happens, it will be embarrassing to be seen by acquaintances. When I thought of this, the two groups looked at each other, hugged and shook hands, and smiled happily. It looked very harmonious. It didn't look like they were about to fight because of dissatisfaction. The staff and security personnel on the side shook their heads speechlessly, and then said with a smile, "Then everyone go back first." "Okay. Then we go back and sit down first. Comrade, remember to cut this part." Before leaving, Ma Qingxiong and others and the audience did not forget to remind these staff members. "Okay. I'll say hello to the TV station later," the staff with black-framed glasses said with a smile. But the second half of the sentence, "I can't guarantee whether this part can be cut," was swallowed by him. In order to avoid attracting this group of people, they would quarrel with the staff and cause trouble. Ma Qingxiong and other chefs, as well as other audiences, had to go back to their seats and wait to be summoned by the beautiful host, Huang Tao, who had been immersed in picking out the fish eyes to make the fish eyes protrude. making this dish of West Lake vinegar fish particularly fresh and more interesting. And Wei Mingwe and others, who were concentrating on watching Huang Tao pick out the fish eyes, were all puzzled when they heard the noisy noises coming from their ears. What's going on? But when they looked up, they saw some chefs and audiences turning their backs to them and going to their seats. Wei Mingwe and others didn't think much about it. And they didn't have time to think about it. Because at this time, the West Lake vinegar fish has completed the last step of the icing on the cake process and can finally be eaten. The sweet and sour taste that came to the face seduced Wei Mingwe and his taste buds, causing them to swallow their saliva, and even causing Lu Qianqian to forget the words. Everyone, try this dish I made. How does it taste? Huang Tao smiled slightly. Wei Mingwe and his friends did not refuse, and they picked up the chopsticks with a smile, picked up a piece of fish meat and put it into their mouths, savoring it carefully. As soon as the fish entered their mouths, the smiles on their faces never stopped, and even became more and more obvious, almost to the back of their ears. Zhejiang cuisine has always focused on lightness and freshness, and the taste of West Lake vinegar fish interprets the characteristics of Zhejiang cuisine to the fullest, which can be described as seconds. The authentic West Lake vinegar fish does not require a drop of oil from beginning to end. Just boiled water and seasoning can make a fish tender and delicious, with a unique sour and sweet taste. Fang Hengtai of the Qing dynasty once wrote a poem. I stayed at Wuliu House by the lake. I caught fresh fish during the banquet. I like the sour silver knife cypress the most. River carp and river bream are always inferior. Its delicious taste is obvious. Wei Mingwe's mouth was filled with a satisfied smile, and he said, Boss Huang's West Lake vinegar fish, from the processing of ingredients, knife skills, cooking, and stewing sauce, is in line with the authentic West Lake vinegar fish method. Not only is the fish body intact and pleasing to the eye, but the meat is tender and not rotten. The taste is soft and glutinous, and it has a taste of autumn crab, which is extremely delicious. It is really rare. This West Lake vinegar fish is different from the ordinary fish cooking technique. It does not add MSG, oil and salt, but only uses sugar, vinegar, soy sauce, minced ginger, and starch to form a complex flavor. If one of them is not in place, the taste will be very different. When you eat West Lake vinegar fish, you should first feel the sour taste, followed by the sweet and salty taste. This is the authentic taste of West Lake vinegar fish, which is what people call tasting like crab. Old Ju nodded in agreement. Boss Huang's West Lake vinegar fish tastes sour, followed by a combination of sweetness and saltiness, exuding a unique crab fresh taste, which is definitely the taste of authentic West Lake vinegar fish. Mr. Wei and Mr. Zhu are right. The fish meat is tender and delicious, with a crab flavor, fresh and sour, and the meat is unique. Old Qin nodded in agreement, and said with a lingering feeling, No, I have to eat another bite. Listening to the evaluation of the three respected food judges, Lu Qianqian and the audience on the side were successfully envied, and the desire of chefs such as Ma Qingxiong to taste it was pushed to a climax. I saw Old Qin stretching out his chopsticks to take a second bite, and Wei Mingwe and Old Ju also took a second bite with his chopsticks. The audience and chefs like Ma Qingxiong were all very anxious. They wanted to shout to the three food judges, Put down the West Lake vinegar fish. Let me do it. After all, if the three food judges took one more bite of fish, it meant that there were three more people in the audience who had the opportunity to taste one less bite. They were even more afraid that these three people would take the whole plate of West Lake vinegar fish. In that case, they wouldn't even have the chance to taste it. Xian, who was sitting in the audience, looked at the stage eagerly and couldn't help licking the corner of her lips. She wanted to eat mud, but she knew that her father was working now. Wei Mingwe and Lao Qin tasted several bites in a row before they put down their chopsticks with satisfaction. Wei Mingwe praised him even more. Over the years, I have met many young chefs, but the one who is best at making West Lake vinegar fish is Boss Huang. Yes, I have only seen one young man who can make such authentic West Lake vinegar fish, and that is you, Boss Huang. Lao Shu also sighed. Lao Qin agreed with him and nodded. Thank you. Thank you, Huang Tao said modestly. While the big guys were talking, Lu Qianqian took a small piece of fish with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Wow! The first bite was sour, followed by sweetness and saltiness. The fish tasted tender and delicious, with a crab flavor. Sweet and sour. It was extremely delicious. Her beautiful eyes lit up. She wanted to taste it again, but was reminded by the staff next to her that it was time to invite the audience to come on stage to taste it. Okay. I have to work first. I just don't know if I can eat such authentic and delicious Westlake vinegar fish in the future. She calmed down and smiled charmingly. Okay. Next, I will invite several audience members to come on stage to taste this Westlake vinegar fish. Me. Me. Choose me. Choose me. Beauty. Look here. Look here. I'm here. Choose me. Choose me quickly. The audience in the audience was very enthusiastic, shouting and raising their hands. Even Ma Qingxiong and other chefs raised their hands, wanting them to come on stage to taste. Looking at the enthusiastic audience and chefs in the audience, she was in a dilemma. Who should she choose? She could only choose the one with the highest voice from each row of the audience to come on stage. She also selected several chefs to come on stage. Ma Qingxiong and Lao Qian were among them. I was amazed at the taste and felt inferior. After tasting it, the selected audience members kept praising it and almost cried. Finally, I got to eat delicious Westlake vinegar fish. Huang Tao took a small bowl, put some Westlake vinegar fish in it, walked to the stage, and let his parents and Xian taste it. Dad, this fish is sour and sweet. So delicious. I like it. Dad will make it for you next time. Xuan's eyebrows curved. After Huang Yida and his wife tasted it, they also praised it highly, in order to let Xian eat more. The two old people restrained their desire to taste a few more bites. The audience members, who were not selected to taste it, watching this scene, envied Huang Yida and his wife for having such a son with superb cooking skills. Chapter 178 Boss Huang's New Group. Around 4 p.m. After the diners have tasted this plate of Westlake vinegar fish, it means that this afternoon's live teaching has also come to a successful and perfect end. But the applause of the diners and the chefs may be late, but it will never be absent. Pa! 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 There was continuous applause from the stage and below. Some people were still smacking their lips. Not satisfied yet. Still want to eat. Thank you. Thank you. Huang Tao returned to the stage and bowed politely to the diners on and below the stage. He shook hands with Wei Minghua and the other three judges one by one and said goodbye. Then he gave the stage back to Lu Qianqian. He walked off the stage. He was going to take his parents and Xian back to the Xinqiho booth. Dad? Mom? Let's go back. He bent down with a smile in his eyes and stretched out his hand to hold Xian back. Come. Baby. Dad will carry you back. Dad? You are tired. Don't hold me. I can walk by myself. Xuan's tender little face looked up at her father, with innocent light flashing in her eyes. As cute as a little elf. And the words she said were as warm and considerate as her little appearance. As if a warm current flowed into Huang Tao's heart. With a little warmth. Carrying a little touch of emotion. Rippling in his heart. You? Okay. Dad will listen to you. He smiled. Stretched out his hand to hook her little nose. Obeyed her wishes. And took her little hand. Yeah. Xian nodded like pounding garlic. Holding her father's hand in one hand, and her grandmother's hand in the other. She followed her grandfather, and walked towards the food booth area. Ma Qingxiong and other chefs were just about to go back. When they saw Huang Tao and the others, they all smiled and bowed to Huang Tao. They were all impressed by Huang Tao's cooking skills. Convinced wholeheartedly, Ma Qingxiong took the initiative to come over and introduced himself to Huang Tao with a smile. Hello, Mr. Huang. I am Ma Qingxiong, the head chef of the International Hotel. I have heard of your name for a long time. Today I am fortunate to be here and witness you make this authentic Westlake vinegar fish. I am fortunate to have tasted it. It is really impressive. He always thought he was very good and learned everything quickly. The dishes he made were all very delicious. It can be said that he was born to cook. Until Huang Tao appeared, all his sense of superiority was crushed. He also truly understood what there are always people better than you means. After all, when Huang Tao was this age, Ma Qingxiong's cooking skills were not so accomplished. Now, I am not as good as him. Huang Tao smiled modestly. Hello, Chef Ma. Thank you for the compliment. This scene was really a little surprising to the chefs of other hotels and restaurants. And they all showed a shocked expression of this is still the Ma Qingxiong I know. This Ma Qingxiong has always thought that his cooking skills are great. And he does not take the chefs of the same industry in hotels and restaurants seriously. and never takes the initiative to talk to them. Even if they take the initiative to show their goodwill, the final result will only be a warm face against a cold butt, asking for trouble. I didn't expect that Ma Qingxiong would take the initiative to talk to Boss Huang and praise him. I'm afraid the sun today is not rising from the west. Right? Of course. This is just a joke. They all know it in their hearts. Ma Qingxiong's action was just because he was impressed by Mr. Huang's cooking skills. After all, they are the same. Chef of Aventurin Hotel, Mr. Huang. Your West Lake vinegar fish has finally vinified the classic dish of West Lake vinegar fish. Chef of Hintang Hotel, yes. I used to think that there is a way to make West Lake vinegar fish delicious. That is, to make it neither West Lake nor vinegar fish. Only when West Lake vinegar fish looks less and less like the authentic West Lake vinegar fish can it regain the favor of diners. Today, I was fortunate to taste the West Lake vinegar fish made by Mr. Huang. And I found that my idea was wrong. I also deeply realized that it was only because my cooking skills were not good enough that I could not cook it well. I just can't make the authentic and delicious West Lake vinegar fish. I'm so ashamed. The chef of Mayu Hotel, Boss Huang, has such cooking skills at such a young age, which is really rare. As Mr. Wei said, Boss Huang is the best at making West Lake vinegar fish among the younger generation. The chef of Zuweiji, Lao Qian, who had the honor to taste it, couldn't help but praise. I said Boss Huang is amazing. Look at the process of Boss Huang making West Lake vinegar fish. Whether it is the processing of ingredients, knife skills, or the heat, he has a good grasp, which is impressive. The chefs of various hotels and restaurants all expressed admiration and praise from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, the diners who were watching the live teaching just now also came to Huang Tao. That's right. Those who have tasted it are still not satisfied. Those who haven't tasted it are eager to eat it. They all came here to ask if they can have the honor to eat this West Lake vinegar fish again in the future. Boss Huang, your West Lake vinegar fish is sour and sweet, and the meat is tender and bouncy. It makes people want to eat more. I just don't know when I can have the honor to taste your West Lake vinegar fish again. Boss Huang, I just want to ask, is this West Lake vinegar fish really delicious? Will it be sold in the store in the future? Brother, you asked the question I have always wanted to ask, but didn't ask. Boss Huang, I asked the same question. Boss Huang, I asked the same question. For a while, the diners asked questions at once. Huang Tao thought for a moment and said, everyone, after the food festival is over, the store will definitely have new West Lake vinegar fish. But the ingredients for this dish cannot be sloppy. The grass carp needs to be starved in clean water for about 2 days to let the grass carp spit out all the mud and sand. At the same time, the tension caused by fishing or transportation of the grass carp can be relieved. Only in this way can the fish meat be tender and the bleeding can be done more thoroughly. In order to ensure the quality of the dish, this West Lake vinegar fish will not be available every day. It is estimated that it will only be available once every 2 or 3 days. I really can't reply to you when the store will sell it. Let's talk about it after the food festival is over. Hearing this, everyone was not disappointed, but showed a look of emotion. They admired Huang Tao's meticulous cooking and pursuit of taste from the bottom of their hearts. They also felt that Huang Tao was a conscientious businessman. After all, the West Lake vinegar fish in those stores now, just talking about the boy fish, is not often available. After all, the bigger the fish, the more money you make. It is even rarer to feed them hungry. The fish are often lined up and put into the pot quickly, and the preparation steps are not meticulous, which results in the West Lake vinegar fish having a very earthy smell in the mouth. They all regretted not meeting Mr. Huang earlier. Otherwise, they wouldn't have eaten fake West Lake vinegar fish for so many years. If Huang Tao knew what they were thinking, he would definitely say, don't meet him earlier. There would be no way if you met him earlier, because a few years ago, he could only cook mediocre home-cooked dishes. Many diners' homes or workplaces are far away from the old street in the west of the city, and it is difficult to go to the Junhao store every day to see if the West Lake vinegar fish is on sale. So, everyone is thinking about how to know when Mr. Huang's store will have new products, so that they can buy delicious West Lake vinegar fish as soon as possible. Got it. The first person who came up with the idea looked at Huang Tao, hesitated for a while, and then smiled and asked, Boss Huang, do you think you can set up a new product group? If there are new products, you can notify us in the group so that we can come and buy them as soon as possible. Other diners nodded in agreement and looked at Huang Tao expectantly. New product group? Huang Tao touched his chin and thought about it. This suggestion seems to be quite good. In this way, as long as you shout in the group, customers can get the latest dishes in the store in the first place. This suggestion is not bad. He nodded. The eyes of the diners all lit up. Did they agree? The first diner immediately took out his mobile phone and came over. Boss Huang, let's add a friend. I will create a group later. Don't worry. I will ask for your opinion before adding people to the group. Boss Huang, I want to join the group too. Boss Huang, do you think I can do it? I also want to join the group. I also want. The diners were very enthusiastic. Huang Tao smiled and said, you can invite anyone as you like, as long as they like the food in Jinhaoqi. The first diner nodded after hearing this. He agreed with everything Huang Tao said. The two added each other as friends. The other party immediately created a small group. The group name was Boss Huang's New Group. He pulled all the diners around in. The chefs of the hotels and restaurants nearby were also eager to try. They also shouted that they wanted to join. To be honest, the diners were surprised and resisted. What was surprising was that these chefs were also thinking about the food in Boss Huang's store. What they resisted was that if there were too many people, they would all go there to eat, and there would be no place for them. But Boss Huang just said that as long as you like the food in Jinhaoqi, you can join the group. They had to agree to let them join. Chapter 179, I feel like I missed out on 100 million. Huang Tao and his family returned to the Jinhaoqi booth, surrounded by diners and chefs from various hotels and restaurants. Boss Huang is back. Oh my god. Boss Huang is finally back. Oh my god. My legs are numb from squatting. Don't push. Don't push. I came here first. Let me go first. The food booth area, which was originally a bit deserted, suddenly became bustling with noise because of Huang Tao's arrival. Huang Tao and his family hadn't even stepped into the door of their booth yet. Dozens of customers, who had been waiting in front of the Jinhaoqi booth, consciously lined up. They all showed him a very happy smile and greeted him noisily. Boss Huang, good afternoon. Oh my god. When the other diners who came back from the teaching site with Huang Tao saw this, they all showed a little expression of there are always bitches thinking about my queue position on their faces. But they didn't dare to delay for a moment and rushed to join the queue. This somewhat chaotic and lively scene fully demonstrated how hard everyone worked as a foodie. Foodies are foodies, queuing up for delicious food. After a while, the queue was very long. This scene fell into the eyes of Ma Qingxiong and others. While envious, they also felt that it was justified. A veteran hotel chef, only Mr. Huang can make these diners line up. Hintang hotel chef, yes. Since Mr. Huang participated in this year's food festival. This year's food festival has become much more lively than the previous food festivals. Mr. Huang has supported the entire food festival this year by himself. He is simply a one-of-a-kind person. The chef of Mayu Hotel. It's because Mr. Huang is a good cook, and his food is so delicious that so many diners come here to buy his food. We can't envy him. The chef of Zaweiji. Lao Qian, that's right. If we had Mr. Huang's cooking skills, customers would have to line up to buy our food. There wouldn't be so few people at the restaurant. The chef of Xinglongli, that's right. Only Mr. Huang's booth is so prosperous. We can only envy him. However, we didn't gain nothing this year. At least we got to see how to cook the authentic West Lake vinegar fish. It's worth it. The chefs all nodded in agreement. They were so impressed that they could circle the food booth area 5 times. After all, they had just seen what superb cooking skills were. They returned to their booths with admiration. There are at least 300 or 400 customers queuing in front of Huang Tao's booth. And many customers are coming one after another. Many customers came forward, took a look, and saw that Huang Tao had returned to his booth. So they hurried to line up. Xian was very happy to see so many people queuing up, and smiled sweetly. Uncles and aunts, grandpa and grandma, thank you for taking care of my dad's business. Haha, this little look is so cute. I want to have a daughter again. What's wrong? I envy Boss Huang again. You are so sweet. And your family education is so good. Xian was a little embarrassed by the praise, and smiled and hid behind Huang Tao, revealing only half of her smart eyes. Huang Tao smiled when he saw her, took her hand, and went into the booth. Ding Suqin and the others who had been staying in the store came over when they saw her. Ding Suqin smiled and said, Boss, I heard that the West Lake vinegar fish you made is very popular, and was highly praised by Master Wei Minggue and others. Congratulations, boss. Lin Yuhan smiled and said admiringly. Boss, you are awesome. I heard that the audience and other chefs in the booth rushed to the stage to taste the West Lake vinegar fish you made. They even fought each other. If the staff and security personnel had not stepped in to stop it in time, a bloodbath would have almost occurred because of a plate of West Lake vinegar fish. Now, our delicious restaurant is famous again, Xiaoji also said happily. I suddenly want to taste the West Lake vinegar fish made by the boss. It must be delicious. But unfortunately, I can't eat it now. When Yanming, a foodie, just heard the news brought by the diners from the teaching site, they were tempted by their description of the West Lake vinegar fish made by Huang Tao. I'm thinking about it very much. Huang Tao looked at Yanming's resentful expression and couldn't help laughing. Don't worry. I will contact the food supplier in a few days, and I will definitely make a few for you to try, so that you can eat enough at once. Thank you, boss. You are really a good boss with a big conscience. Yanming smiled and bowed slightly. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Work quickly. Don't let the customers wait anxiously. Okay. Boss. Work right away. Yanming devoted himself to the business of packing braised food with great enthusiasm. Lin Yuhan also began to receive customers, and asked the customers in the front in a friendly manner. What do they want to order? I want 2 bowls of fish ball soup and half a roast duck. That's all. Thank you. Huang Tao heard the customer's order, washed his hands, and began to cook for the customers. On the other side, Wei Minggue and the other 2 walked slowly towards the building on the commercial pedestrian street with a satisfied and happy mood. They couldn't help but praise it as they walked. Of course, the object of this exaggeration was naturally Huang Tao, and the West Lake vinegar fish made by Huang Tao. At this time, the 3 of them ran into 2 acquaintances, Ma Deqiang and Lin Dezhu. Out of politeness, Wei Minggue and the other 2 greeted them in unison. Deputy Director Ma. Director Lin. Hello. Oh, it's Mr. Wei. Mr. Qin. Mr. Zhu. You 3. Ma Deqiang heard the voice and looked up to see that it was Wei Minggue and the other 3. All of them were radiant, and asked curiously with a smile, Where did you 3 come back from? Why are you so happy? With your mouths wide open? Is there something good? Tell me. Lin Dezhu was also curious. After all, the smiles of Wei Minggue and the other 2 were almost beyond words, and he just heard the 3 words Boss Huang, which made him even more curious. Wei Minggue smiled happily. We just went to the teaching site and watched Mr. Huang make West Lake vinegar fish. Look, we just came back. West Lake vinegar fish. This is a classic Zhejiang dish. Mr. Huang taught skills on the spot and actually taught this dish? This was a bit beyond the expectations of Ma Deqiang and Lin Dezhu. They didn't expect Huang Tao to be able to cook even famous dishes? Of course, they didn't doubt that Huang Tao's cooking skills would not be able to handle this famous dish, even if they had a little pessimistic thought in their hearts. They were instantly smashed by themselves. After all, the expressions of the 3 food judges in front of them were enough to show how satisfied they were with Huang Tao's West Lake vinegar fish. Mr. Wei, how does the West Lake vinegar fish made by Mr. Huang taste? Lin Dezhu couldn't help asking. Director Lin, I'll tell you this. Wei Minggue was intoxicated. When you pick up the fish with chopsticks, you can feel the tenderness of the fish. There is no trace of earthy smell when you put it in your mouth. It is smooth, sweet and sour. If you taste the fish carefully, you can taste the crab meat. In short, Mr. Huang's West Lake vinegar fish is traditional and original, which is precious. Mr. Huang, you are not kind. The on-site teaching of West Lake vinegar fish did not inform them, causing them to miss this delicacy. What's more, why did they forget to remind the staff of the live teaching to report Huang Tao's status in real time? At this time, Lin Dezhu and Ma Deqiang looked painful. If they had known that Huang Tao would teach a dish called West Lake vinegar fish in the afternoon, they would have put down their work and gone to watch it no matter how busy they were. They also tasted it by the way. But now, it feels like they missed out on 100 million. Chapter 180. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to Mr. Huang? The scene of teaching art. Lu Qianqian, the news channel of the local TV station, and the cameraman Lin Hongyi were preparing to pack up and return to the station. Lin Hongyi, wearing a black baseball cap, put away the camera equipment then turned his head to look at Lu Qianqian beside him, and asked with a smile, Qianqian, I'm almost done here. How about you? Yeah, Brother Hong. I'm almost done too. Lu Qianqian nodded. Not even a smile. Like an eggplant hit by frost. She looked wilted. This is not like her usual self at all. Could it be that she has her period? Wearing a black baseball cap. Lin Hongyi asked in confusion, Qianqian, what's wrong with you? Why do you look listless? If you feel uncomfortable, remember to drink more hot water when you go back later. Ah! Lu Qianqian, who didn't get the meaning of Lin Hongyi's words, just sighed silently and said listlessly, missing Mr. Huang. What the hell is thinking about Mr. Huang? Oh my! Qianqian, are you attracted to Mr. Huang? Lin Hongyi had a surprised expression on his face, like a spectator. Just when he wanted to take a bottle of 1982 mineral water, he heard the second half of Lu Qianqian's unfinished sentence. West Lake vinegar fish. Lin Hongyi. It turned out that he had thought about it wrongly. Luckily, he didn't ask aloud just now. Otherwise, he would have been drowned by Lu Qianqian's spit. But after Lu Qianqian said that, he also missed Mr. Huang a little. Oh my god! Lu Qianqian led him astray. I want the West Lake fish made by Mr. Huang. Just now, while the audience was tasting it, he couldn't help but secretly pick up a piece of West Lake vinegar fish with chopsticks to taste. The meat is tender, sweet and sour, soft and tender, with a hint of crab flavor. In short, it is delicious, which overturned his perception that West Lake vinegar fish is unpalatable. I was lucky enough to go to Hangzhou on a business trip. He naturally wanted to try this famous dish, and paid the price for this impulse. I originally thought that such a famous dish should be delicious. Otherwise, how could it be so famous? But after eating it, I didn't think so. At that time, I picked up a piece of fish with juice with chopsticks, and put it in my mouth, only to find that the fish was boiled. The sauce of the stew is neither sour nor sweet, unlike the sauce of sweet and sour spare ribs, but has a fishy and sticky taste. I never ate a second bite. I thought it was only outsiders who thought it was unpalatable. But later I looked online and found that everyone did not recommend ordering the West Lake vinegar fish dish, and they all thought it was very unpalatable. Maybe he hadn't encountered a really delicious West Lake vinegar fish, but he didn't have the courage to face this dish again. The world's delicacies are like 3,000 weak waters, and he would rather give up this one. The reason why he picked up his chopsticks just now was mainly because Master Wei Minggue and the other three highly praised Boss Huang's West Lake vinegar fish. It was enough to show its deliciousness. So when he tasted it, he was really amazed. Unfortunately, when he stretched out his chopsticks again, only fish bones were left, and even the sauce couldn't be scraped out. He sighed helplessly. Hey! I also want to eat the West Lake vinegar fish made by Boss Huang. But it's a pity that Boss Huang doesn't make it now. You can't buy it even if you have money. Lu Qianqian. For the first time in my life, I felt that Chairman Mao was no longer fragrant. No longer fragrant. For the first time in my life, I felt that making money had lost its motivation and meaning. Lu Qianqian said listlessly. Who said it wasn't? After eating the West Lake vinegar fish made by Boss Huang, I don't want to eat anything else. It seems that I will be hungry again at night. Just think of it as losing weight. Lin Hongyi didn't think much of it. He saw his eyes light up and said optimistically, although we can't eat the West Lake vinegar fish made by Boss Huang now, we can eat the fish balls, braised food, and roast duck that Boss Huang eats. Don't you think so? What he said makes sense, and it is impossible to refute it, since she can no longer eat the West Lake vinegar fish made by Boss Huang at this moment. Then eating other delicacies made by him can also comfort her slightly lost mood. The heartbeat naturally needs to be put into action. As for controlling weight and losing weight, all of them are thrown behind her mind. She smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go to Mr. Huang's booth while we still have some time. Buy some food and take it back to the booth. The two of them carried their equipment and rushed to the food booth area. As soon as they arrived near the Zinchichi booth, they were shocked by the long queue in front of them. They knew that Mr. Huang's booth was very popular with diners, but there were too many people queuing up. Looking at other booths nearby, there were very few people. Only 2 or 3 people buying. Good guy, it turns out that other booths are just decorations, and the Zinchichi booth is true love. Qianqian, now is not the time to be surprised. Let's hurry up and queue up. Lin Hongyi saw that several customers had queued up before them, and he was so anxious that he even forgot about the surprise. He quickly reminded Lu Qianqian and went to queue up. Seeing this, Lu Qianqian also hurried to line up. Many diners in the queue recognized her, but they were used to it and didn't think there was anything surprising or unexpected. After all, Master Wei Minghua, who is more famous than Lu Qianqian, and Lin Monli, the editor-in-chief of Shiquanchamai, have visited the Zenhachi booth. It's not surprising to see another little beauty anchor. Everyone continued to line up without any fluctuations in their hearts, looking eagerly, wondering how long it would take for their turn. It looked like, what is a beauty anchor? How can it be as delicious as the food made by Boss Huang? Lu Qianqian saw that she appeared at the Zenhachi booth, but there was no splash at all, as if no one recognized her. She smiled helplessly. I knew it would be like this. This is the sadness of not being famous. Huang Tao was busy serving food. He switched back and forth between cooking fish ball soup, cooking nourishing fish soup, slicing roast duck, steaming lotus leaf glutinous rice, and steaming spare ribs, and was very busy. Under his skillful hands, he presented one portion after another of fish ball soup, nourishing fish soup, and roast duck slices. Then, they were packed by Ding Suqin and delivered to the customers. The customers who received their ordered meals did not escape the vicious circle of wanting to taste it immediately. One by one, they walked out of the Zhenhaoqi booth while eating, which aroused the greed of the customers in line behind them, and they were almost unable to suppress it. If it weren't for the fact that robbing things is illegal, they would probably have grabbed them by now. There was nothing they could do. They could only comfort themselves in their hearts that it would be their turn soon, and they would be able to eat soon. And by the way, they watched them leave with envious and jealous eyes. It took a long time to wait. Finally, it was Lu Qianqian and Lin Hongyi's turn. Although the queue was so long, neither of them was tired. Especially Lu Qianqian, who always felt sore in her legs when she was on stage hosting in high heels. Now, her legs were not sore, and she was not tired. The food was right in front of her, and the tiredness was forgotten. Please give me a bowl of fish ball soup, a portion of braised chicken wings, chicken feet, duck neck, goose feet, and vegetarian dishes. Thank you. In order to maintain her figure, Lu Qianqian restrained herself from ordering too much. Greedy food is a pleasure for a while, but lifting iron will lead to a crematorium. Lin Hongyi, who has no body anxiety, naturally does not need to restrain his desires, and he consumed too much energy carrying equipment in the afternoon. At this time, he decided to eat to his heart's content. I want 2 bowls of fish ball soup, 1 bowl of nourishing fish soup, 1 portion of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, half a roast duck, and 1 portion of all the braised dishes. Brother Hong, why are you ordering so much? Order them first. If you can't finish them, you can take them home as a midnight snack. Indeed, if you can't finish the braised dishes, you can eat them while watching TV at night, which is also a good tool for watching TV series. If you buy more, you can share some with your colleagues to keep in touch. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but order several more portions of braised dishes. Huang Tao was a little surprised to see that the 2 of them actually came to patronize his business, but he felt that it was reasonable. It is indeed difficult for anyone to resist the food he made. This is not his Huang Po's self-praise. This is an ironclad fact. After Lu Qianqian and Lin Hongyi got the ordered meals, they said hello and goodbye to Huang Tao, left his booth, and drove back to the station. Chapter 181 Local Specialty Yellow Croaker Noodles. As night falls, the lights come on, and everything is as bright as day, adding a beautiful landscape to the commercial pedestrian street. There is still a constant flow of people at the food festival. The arrival of night did not affect the popularity of the food festival. After all, the colorful nightlife has just begun. In front of the Zenchiho booth, after Huang Tao's live teaching, the queue went out one wave, and then another wave came. In short, it never stopped. The queue is getting longer and longer. It seems to be going to the door B, and inside the Zenchiho booth, Yin Ming and Lin Yuhan, the young couple, are still sticking to their posts of packing braised food, lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed spare ribs, and also shouldering the responsibility of receiving customers. They are doing a good job. Ding Suqin and Xiao Ji are still helping Huang Tao pack. With the help of the 2 of them, Huang Tao's speed increased a bit. Fortunately, Su Hao sent a lot of ingredients this afternoon. Otherwise, they would have been sold out by now. Now there is still a small amount of ingredients left. I guess I can make another 100 bowls of fish ball soup. Nourishing fish soup. At most, I can roast 20 more roast ducks. There are only a dozen steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice left on the steamer. There are only those in the stainless steel plate left of the braised food. When all these are sold out, it means that we can close the stall and go back. At this time, everyone did not relax because the ingredients were almost sold out. And they were still busy and orderly serving customers. As bowl after bowl of fish ball soup was sold, Wang Tao's head suddenly heard the cold prompt of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the side quest in advance, selling 3,000 bowls of fish ball soup before the end of today's food festival. Random cooking skill reward. Delicious yellow croaker noodles. Delicious yellow croaker noodles cooking method. Delicious yellow croaker noodles making materials. The next second, information about the method of making yellow croaker noodles and experience poured into his mind. After a while, he absorbed it thoroughly. Yellow croaker noodles. Wang Tao's eyes lit up. As a genuine southerner, he grew up in Wanling, a land of fish and rice. So he was naturally familiar with the local specialty yellow croaker noodles. In the past, when fishermen went out to sea to fish, they were reluctant to eat wild yellow croakers. But the golden yellow croakers were so tempting that they could not help but pick up a few small yellow croakers, cook them, and then throw in some rice noodles. Rice noodles are made from rice, and are thinner than rice noodles. Wanling's specialty noodles in a cylindrical shape. It became wild yellow croaker noodles to satisfy your cravings when you go out to sea. Although Wanling people would not put a large yellow croaker on the table when they had a banquet, the yellow croaker in the yellow croaker noodles would naturally be a fist product of about 2 to 3 tails, commonly known as small yellow croaker. Although small yellow croakers and large yellow croakers are of the same clan, they are different species. Small yellow croakers are certainly not small large yellow croakers, or large yellow croaker fry. In terms of seniority, they are just cousins. The fish meat for yellow croaker noodles will be selected from different fish in the yellow croaker family, according to the different seasons. Fish like Jeju fish, yellow croaker, plum mouth, and plum pupil will take turns to appear in different seasons and rush for a bowl of yellow croaker noodles. Of course, all of them are wild caught from the sea. The wild fresh fish is vigorous. The meat is sliced and boneless, fried until the scales are slightly curled. The meat is active and tight, tender and translucent, and people are full of joy when eating it. There are enough small yellow croakers in each bowl of noodles. The fish is good, and the soup base is also important. The scallions and ginger are fried in lard, and various small sea fish are paired with yellow croaker bones. They are boiled in lard, boiled over high heat, and simmered over low heat. The soup is heavy with the freshness of the sea, layer after layer, the kind that is so fresh that eyebrows will fall off. As for the noodles and the yellow croaker noodles, there are 2 options. One is traditional rice noodles, and the other is handmade noodles, wheat noodles. No matter which kind of noodles, the system does not explain its method, nor does it pass on experience to Wang Tao. He needs to buy them in the market. In this way, Wang Tao, who has always wanted to get the skill of rolling noodles, has lost his beautiful wish. If there is no, there is no. It also saves him a lot of time in making it. Let's talk about it. There are many good noodles on the market, and their quality is not worse than that produced by the system. When he accumulates enough points in the future, he can go to the points mall to redeem a master-level noodle rolling skill at one time, and he doesn't have to wait for the system reward. He thought very Buddhistly. As for when the yellow croaker noodles will be available, it will have to wait until the food festival is over. After all, yellow croaker noodles are not suitable for sale at the food festival. The ingredients for cooking yellow croaker noodles must not be sloppy, and they must be carefully selected. Don't rush. Don't rush. Right now, it's important to finish the manual work first. He continued to lower his head to cook the last pot of fish ball soup. A moment. With the sale of the last bowl of fish ball soup, the other ingredients were also sold out. Lin Yuhan and Ding Suqin, both smiling, said apologetically to the customers who were ordering food in front of them and the customers who were still queuing behind them. Sorry, everyone. All the ingredients for today have been sold out. Sorry. We are closing the stall. Please come back tomorrow. Sorry. Sold out already? Closing now? The customers who were still queuing behind them all looked at the booth excitedly when they heard that the stall was closing after the food was sold out. They also wanted to buy some for dinner or supper. Why is it gone? A burly man squeezed forward and pointed at a roast duck in the fully automatic roasting machine. Wondering, Boss Huang, isn't there a roast duck hanging in this oven? Why is it not for sale? I am willing to pay double the price. Can you sell it to me? The burly man had just finished speaking. The customers queuing behind them couldn't help but look over their heads and looked in the direction of the fully automatic roasting machine. Isn't it? A roast duck can be vaguely seen in the oven, hanging inside the machine. Looking through the machine door, you can vaguely see the ruddy skin of the roast duck, and you can tell at a glance that the skin is crispy. The tempting aroma penetrates into the nose of every customer. This? Huang Tao was startled and smiled. This is the employee meal in the store. I can't sell it. Sorry. We are going to close the stall. Everyone should go back and rest early, or go to other food booths. After saying that, he smiled and waved to the diners who were still queuing. Hey! Another day of endings in Hachi's employees. Boss, do you still need a sweeper? Boss, do you still need someone to move goods? Hearing this, Huang Tao raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help laughing. No, not for now. Then he asked Ding Suqin and the others to pack up and prepare to go back to the store. Why don't you need it? Why don't you sell it? That's right. The donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest so early. Hey! Forget it. Boss, you guys have a good rest. We'll come back tomorrow. That's the only way. The diners left reluctantly. Ding Suqin, like yesterday, took Yin Ming and the others to pack up the kitchen utensils. All the equipment was sorted out and moved to the small truck. After that, Huang Tao returned to the store with the small truck, and Xian and the others still took Lin Jinsong's taxi back to the store. Chapter 182 Local News in the Evening. Those old diners who lined up at the Zenchichi booth but failed to buy food originally thought, since they couldn't eat the food at the Zenchichi booth tonight, they would go home and find their own mothers. I don't plan to go to other booths to buy food. What a pity. My stomach won't allow it. It kept singing the song of hunger. No choice. They had to settle for the next best thing. They visited the food booths of other hotels and restaurants in a cursory manner. They went to find food that caught their eye. They wanted to fill their stomachs with this. The chefs of the food booths of other hotels and restaurants were almost crying with joy when Huang Tao and his team packed up and left. This means that their food booths are about to usher in their own spring. This will mean that customers may be late, but they will never be absent. So, in order to attract customers who came from the Zenchichi booth, they once again put down their high-handed attitude, turned into waiters, and shouted hard. Take a look. Take a look. Pass by. Don't miss it. The freshly baked chuyuan has two fillings, sweet and salty, for you to choose. The sweet filling is made by boiling the jar beans, rinsing them with dry gauze, and then mixing them with brown sugar and grinding them into the filling. It tastes sweet and sticky. Very delicious. The salty filling is made of mincemeat, dried tofu, and celery. It tastes dense and soft, absorbing the mellow gravy. The meat inside is tender and has a little playful elasticity. One bite will definitely win your heart. Come and take a look at the drunken flour clams. The inside is tender and delicious, and the freshness of the flour clams and the rich aroma of wine blend together, giving a strong stimulation to the taste buds. Just smell it, and you will be drunk before you eat it. Clear soup with garlic. The soup is fresh and mellow. The freshness runs into the soup and seduces the tongue, entwining between the lips and teeth, leaving people wanting more. The taste of garlic is also very special. When you bite it, it will make a crunching sound, with a little crispness in the toughness. There are many seafoods that can be cooked into soup, but not many can be cooked as fresh and fragrant as garlic soup. It is worth tasting. If you don't try it, you will regret it for a year. In short, the shouts are more enthusiastic than each other. Many diners were moved by it. They went over and ordered meals one after another. I want a serving of drunken clam. Thank you. Well, just give me a serving of clear soup with garlic. I want 2 servings of grilled abalone and grilled squid. Please hurry up. Give me 2 salty dumplings. 1 sweet dumpling first. 1 serving of roasted whole lamb and roasted suckling pig. For a while, the food booths of various hotels and restaurants became lively. Business is gradually coming back. The diners who got the ordered meals took a bite and tasted it. Well, how to say it? It's not bad. but it's not as delicious as those chefs described. In short, the taste is just SOSO. It can't be compared with the food made by Boss Huang. They have been spoiled by Huang Tao's food. And even when eating food from a 5-star hotel, they show a calm expression of, well, it's just SOSO. It's okay to eat. While eating the delicacies from other hotels and restaurants, I was thinking about the taste of the fish ball soup, roast duck, braised food and other delicacies from the really delicious booth. There is no way. I can't forget it at all. As a result, everything they eat is not delicious. Gurgle gurgle. They ate a few bites and always felt that there was no taste. Listening to the song of hunger from their stomachs, their faces turned black. This stomach is so disappointing. The food at other booths is not very delicious. Forget it. Let's not go shopping. They thought that they would go back and cook something to fill their stomachs, and then save their stomachs for the food made by Boss Huang tomorrow morning. Woohoo! They must eat the food made by Boss Huang tomorrow. Definitely. Huang Tao also took a small truck and returned to the really delicious store. As soon as he got off the car, Su Hao and the other 3, who had been waiting in the store early, came to greet them, and moved all the equipment and kitchen utensils into the store with Ding Suqin and Xiaoji. After sorting and busying themselves, everyone sat down together and had dinner. Huang Tao originally thought that his parents would go to work tomorrow, and after dinner, he would ask Lin Jinsong to drive a taxi to take his parents back to their hometown in the countryside. But Huangita and his wife thought that their son would be busy with the food festival tomorrow, and he would definitely not have time to pick up Xian from school. In order to let their son concentrate on the food festival, they decided to ask for a day off from their boss tomorrow. Stay to take care of Xian, and be responsible for picking her up from school. Go back tomorrow night. Since his parents have already decided, he will not refute and follow their decision. When Xian heard that her grandparents would not leave tomorrow and would pick her up from school, she was still very happy. Although she really wanted her father to pick her up, she also knew clearly that her father would be busy with the food festival tomorrow. There is no time to pick her up. Even if he could, he would be in a hurry. In that case, Dad would be tired. In order to let Dad concentrate on the food festival, she nodded and agreed to let her grandparents pick her up and drop her off at school, and asked Dad not to worry about her. Huang Tao couldn't help but give her a daddy kiss as a reward for her little adult appearance. Xian laughed like a silver bell. Around 7 o'clock, everyone was full and satisfied. The driver who was treated so well stood up and said goodbye with a grateful look on his face. Boss Huang, thank you for your hospitality. Then I will go back first, and I will come at this time tomorrow morning. Okay. Thank you. You have worked hard today. Drive slowly when you go back. After seeing the driver off, Ding Suqin and others started to clean up the dishes. Huang Tao went to the kitchen, got new marinade packets, and put them into 5 marinade pots. He had to boil the marinade packets in advance and make the marinade fragrant and thick, so that the marinade could be flavored in a short time. After finishing these, he and Su Hao and Lin Zifeng made the fish balls needed for tomorrow. He planned to launch another fish ball snack at the food festival tomorrow, just as a benefit for diners who like his cooking so much. What fish ball snack? Let him think about it first. At this moment, the kitchen is very busy. Everyone is rushing to prepare the ingredients for tomorrow's fish balls. Huangita and his wife sat at the dining table in the store, watching Xian and Mimi playing together while chatting. Old Huang, will the live teaching at the food festival this afternoon be broadcast on the local news in the evening? Song Xiaolian was so busy watching her son make West Lake vinegar fish in the afternoon that she forgot to take a video to record this important scene. Feeling very sorry, Huangita thought for a moment. I asked the staff this afternoon, and they said it will be broadcast tonight on the Wenling News comprehensive channel. That's great. Song Xiaolian slapped her thigh happily. How could she not be happy that her son was going to be on TV? What time does the news start? 8 o'clock. Okay. Let's wait and see. Okay. Chapter 183. Dad is on TV. Imagination is beautiful. Reality is cruel. At this moment, Huangita and his wife suddenly realized that they had overlooked an extremely important issue. That is, there is no TV in the store. Oh! After all, their enthusiastic expectations were in vain. Fortunately, their brains turned quickly, adhering to the principle of if the east is not bright, the west will be bright. If the south is dark, there is the north. and there is no room for maneuver. They remembered that they could watch it on their mobile phones. The two put their ideas into action. Took the mobile phone and fiddled with it. Searched for one Ling News comprehensive channel. But they searched and searched, but found nothing. There is no real-time live broadcast to watch on the official website. On other web pages, there are only replays of previous news. Alas! After all, it is a local TV station, and the scale is small. Well, I remember that there seems to be a TV in Jianghui's convenience store next door. Wang Yida suggested after remembering it. How about we go to his place to watch it? A word awakened the dreamer. Song Salian remembered this matter at this time. Okay. Then let's take Xian to watch it together. Okay. The couple shouted to Xian, who was playing with Mimi. Xian, Grandma will take you to Uncle Zhang's place to watch TV. Okay? Grandma. What TV are you watching? Xian turned her head to look at them, and her beautiful eyes blinked with curiosity. Watch your dad on TV. Dad on TV? Yeah. Yeah. Xuan's eyes flashed with a joyful smile, and she nodded like a chicken. Xian wants to go. Xian wants to watch Dad on TV. After saying that, he quickly left Mimi behind and ran towards his grandparents. He looked like Mimi is not as good as watching Dad on TV. Mimi, lying on the ground, was in tears. No wonder. After escaping from the clutches of the little master, he was happy and free. Run slower. Song Salian went over, took her hand, and shouted to Huang Tao in the kitchen, Son, I'm taking Xian to Jianghui's house next door to watch TV. When you go back later, just call us. Mom, what TV are you watching? And you're taking Xian with you? Huang Tao asked in confusion, and then reminded Mom, I'll go with you. Said, watch less family ethics dramas and anti-Japanese dramas. Which dramas are not suitable for Xian to watch? Song Salian smiled happily. Don't worry. I'm not watching those dramas. I want to watch the local news comprehensive channel at 8 o'clock in the evening. Xuan's eyebrows are curved, and her dimples are shallow. Dad, Grandma is going to take me to watch your TV show. Boss on TV? Fuck. Did I miss any important events? Su Hao, Lin Zifeng and Xiao Wei all looked confused after hearing this. Su Hao asked curiously, Boss, what TV show are you on? When were you interviewed by the TV station? Huang Tao didn't take this matter to heart at all, and smiled slightly. No interview. Just this afternoon. I was invited by the organizer of the food festival to participate in the live teaching of art. And the news comprehensive channel will broadcast this news at 8 o'clock in the evening. Fuck. 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 Su Hao and the other three were shocked in seconds. Huang Tao. Hey. 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 Don't be so shocked. I heard that only the chefs from the most popular booth can be invited to the stage of live teaching. Xiao Wei said with admiration, You are worthy of being my boss. You are awesome. You have surpassed a number of star-rated hotels and restaurants to become the most popular booth at the food festival. I, Xiao Wei, admire you for not helping an old lady crossing the road when I see her on the street. Su Hao asked the question he was most concerned about. Boss, I dare to ask, what dishes do you teach on the live teaching? Yes. Yes. Boss, what dishes do you teach? Tell us quickly. Lin Zifeng also looked over with curiosity. Huang Tao smiled and said casually, West Lake vinegar fish. This made Su Hao and the other three people exclaimed excitedly and shocked, and almost fell to their knees. In their hearts, they admired him very much. A great man is a great man. And he is so amazing. Don't ask why they don't question Huang Tao's ability to make this West Lake vinegar fish. The answer is that they all know how good their boss's craftsmanship is. Besides, the boss is down to earth and steady, and will not do anything that is uncertain. Lin Zifeng, Boss, I admire you without even leaning on the wall. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Chen, holding her grandmother's hand with one hand, and her grandfather's hand with the other. Xian came to Jianghui's convenience store next door. Before entering the door, she called out sweetly, Oh, it's Xian. Jianghui heard the voice, and poked his head out from behind the counter. Seeing that it was Xian and Huang Yida and his wife, he quickly greeted them, Dad Huang and Mom Huang. Please come in and sit down. As he said that, he and his wife Chen Wenli were busy moving small stools for them to sit on. We came here just to watch your TV and the 8 o'clock news on the News Comprehensive channel. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Huang Yida said happily. Jiang Wei nodded. It's convenient. It's convenient. We must watch the 8 o'clock news every night. There are still more than 30 minutes before it starts. Let's chat while waiting. Okay. Huang Yida and his wife nodded, and led Xianxian to sit on the small stool. Uncle Jiang. Aunt Chen. Wait a minute. You will see my dad on TV. Xianxian happily shared the good news with them. Your father is on TV? Jiang Wei and his wife were a little surprised. Xianxian nodded. Yeah. Jiang Wei and his wife, who had seen the news about the food festival last night, guessed that Huang Tao should have participated in the live teaching in the afternoon. Of course, considering the popularity of Huang Tao's food booth, it is well deserved to participate in the live art teaching. The two people's focus shifted to the dishes taught. Xianxian, what dish did your father cook on the stage this afternoon? Xianxian blinked her big eyes and thought for a while. Uncle Jiang. It's Westlake vinegar fish. My father made Westlake vinegar fish. It's delicious. Huang Yida also nodded in agreement. It's really delicious. Even Master Wei Mingwa praised it. Jiang Wei and his wife were surprised when they heard it. And they felt that they had missed a billion. Dad Huang. Do you know that this Westlake vinegar fish will be sold in the store in the future? Yes. But not every day. I guess I can only cook one meal every 3 or 4 days. Huang Yida told the truth. It's good to have it. It's good to have it. It means we can eat it in the future. Jiang Wei and his wife said with relief. As they talked, Song Salian realized that the time was approaching. She quickly took out her mobile phone, opened the family chat group, and sent a message. Mom, dear family members, you must watch the local TV station's 8 o'clock news tonight. Our Xiao Tao will appear on the news tonight. Remember to watch it. Aunt, 8 o'clock news? Xiao Tao appears on the news? Dad, yes. Xiao Tao participated in this year's food festival, and was invited by the organizer to participate in the on-site teaching to teach the neighbors how to cook. Uncle, oh my. My nephew is so promising. He actually participated in the food festival. This food festival is not something you can just participate in casually. Cousin, my cousin actually participated in the food festival and participated in the on-site teaching. And I didn't know anything about it? It's all because I've been too busy with work recently. I was so busy that I didn't even remember the start of the food festival. Cousin, I was busy with tutoring on Saturdays and Sundays, so I didn't have time to visit the food festival. Otherwise, I would definitely meet my cousin at the food festival and taste his cooking skills. Aunt, Salian, what dish did Xiao Tao cook during his live teaching? Mom, Westlake fish and vinegar. Everyone who has eaten it praises it for being delicious. Even Master Wei Ming was said that among the young people who can make such authentic Westlake fish and vinegar, there is only one person he has seen. And that is my Xiao Tao. The family group was in an uproar. Wow. It turned out to be a classic dish. Westlake fish and vinegar. And Master Wei Ming gave it such a high evaluation. Is this true? Everyone looked dazed and said that they would watch the news later. Chapter 184. There is a smell of stewed food. It was a little after 7:30 in the evening. In the dressing room of Wanling TV station, Lu Qianqian, who had changed into a formal dress, sat on the chair in front of the dressing table and closed her eyes, as instructed by the makeup artist, feeling the other party's gentle hands on her pretty face, or applying powder, or drawing eyeliner, applying lipstick. Not long after, the makeup artist's voice sounded in her ears. Qianqian. It's done. Lu Qianqian's eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, and saw herself in the makeup mirror. She was completely different from the charming look in the dress in the afternoon. She looked much more mature and stable. Her beauty was sealed a little. Qianqian. I'm going to the studio first. Come over when you're done. Ma Yong, who had finished first, took the manuscript and left, and said goodbye to Lu Qianqian. Well, it's done. I'll be right there. Lu Qianqian nodded at his back, and then she put away the manuscript on her desk. Just took 2 steps, then turned back. Bring the remaining 3 boxes of braised food with you. Thinking of sharing some with colleagues in the studio. Then rushed to the news channel studio and came to Ma Yong's side. Ma Yong looked at the bright food bag in her hand and asked curiously, Qianqian, what did you bring? Why do I smell a strong smell of braised food? Congratulations. You guessed it right. It's the braised food from the Zanyashi booth. It's delicious. Do you want to try it? She smiled. Put the food bag on the news director's desk. Untied it. took out the 3 boxes from it, and opened the lid. Seeing that there was still time, Ma Young reached out and took a piece of his favorite braised chicken leg without hesitation. Took a bite, and tasted it. It's delicious. The braised food in the booth is really as good as its reputation. It's really delicious. His eyes lit up, and a satisfied arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qian. To be honest, this is definitely the best braised food I have ever eaten. Of course. She nodded in agreement, unable to resist the temptation of the overbearing aroma of the braised food. She couldn't help but pick up a small piece of braised duck neck and nibble on it. Is it so delicious? The director glanced at the two of them, a little curious, and then a wanton aroma of braised food came over, and he sniffed it. It smells so good. His eyes suddenly lit up under his glasses, and his throat unconsciously moved, and he swallowed his saliva. Seeing this, Lu Qianqian quickly picked up the other 2 unopened braised food boxes and walked over. She smiled. Director Zhang, this is the braised food I brought from the food festival. Please try it. Then, I won't be polite then. Director Zhang, whose stomach was aroused, was no longer pretentious. He reached out and took a braised chicken wing. Smiling and thanking, thank you, Qianqian. He pulled it apart violently, and saw the texture of the braised chicken wing, and he gnawed each piece with the skin. First, the smooth and fragrant chicken skin, and then the soft and chewy chicken meat. He took a bite, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He chewed gently with his mouth, letting the broken chicken meat bounce against his teeth. It smells so good. It's really too addictive. Other colleagues looked at him, smelling the fragrant braised food that kept drilling into their noses, and their stomachs were also ready to move. Lu Qianqian hurriedly walked to their side and invited them to taste. Teachers, come and try the braised food I brought from the food festival. Thank you. Thank you. They had been craving for it for a long time, and they couldn't help but step forward to choose their favorite braised food. They couldn't wait to take a bite. After taking a bite, they all showed the same enjoyment on their faces. That is, this braised food is definitely the best braised food they have ever eaten. After a busy and stressful work, they can eat such a fragrant and delicious braised food. Don't mention how happy they are. They feel that the fatigue and pain they have been tortured by work for a day have been cured. After taking a bite of the braised food, they feel their stomachs are warm and comfortable. Everyone was a little depressed at first, but now after eating a bite of the braised food, everyone is full of energy again. Wow! It's delicious. It's really delicious. So delicious. Qianqian, I give you a thumbs up. Qianqian, thank you. If it weren't for you, I guess I would never have eaten such delicious braised food in my life. If it weren't for Qianqian treating us, we really wouldn't know that the food at the Zenchichi booth is so delicious. They were so happy that they almost flew away, and they all expressed their gratitude. They usually work in a TV station and rarely have the opportunity to go out. They were busy with work these 2 days, and they didn't even have time to go to the annual food festival. Although they also learned that the food at the Zenchichi booth at the food festival is delicious. It is difficult to take time to go there just for the sake of eating. But now it's different. They think they have to take some time before work tomorrow morning to have a meal at the food festival, or spend some time every day in the future to eat at the Zenchichi restaurant. Such delicious food is totally worth it, as long as the teachers like it. Faced with the gratitude of the seniors, Lu Qianqian was a little flattered. Sure enough, delicious food brings people closer together. This may be the charm of delicious food. She smiled. I have to go to the food festival tomorrow, and I will bring you some back tomorrow night. How can I be embarrassed? It's okay. It's just a little effort. Thank you, Qianqian. If you need any help in the future, just ask. The colleague smiled. Hey! Good. Director Zhang looked at the time and hurriedly said, Oh, time is almost up. Qianqian, you hurry back. Hearing this, Lu Qianqian hurried back to the director's desk. Come on. Count down and prepare. Director Zhang shouted. Oh, I haven't put this thing in yet. Lu Qianqian was a little flustered, and didn't know where to put the remaining braised food. Then put it aside for now. There will be news about the owner of the Zenchichi booth teaching skills on the spot later. Just use it as a prop. Oh, okay. The opening of the 8 o'clock news was over. It started on time. Lu Qianqian and Ma Yong were sitting straight, facing the camera with a serious face. Ma Yong said seriously, Good evening. Dear audience friends. Lu Qianqian smiled slightly. Good evening. Ma Yong, today is November 12th, 2022. The 19th day of the 10th lunar month. Sunday. Welcome to watch the 8 o'clock news program. Lu Qianqian, first of all, let me introduce to you the main content of today's program. Ma Yong, when a thief broke into a house and the owner suddenly returned home. The thief urgently climbed to the roof to hide, and was later caught because of the loud laughter on the sound of the sound box. Lu Qianqian, Li, a tower crane maintenance worker, defecated on the tower crane and hit 2 passers-by. After negotiation with the police, he compensated 5,000 yuan. On TV, 2 hosts reported today's news. In front of the TV, Xianxian and her grandmother were talking. Xianxian couldn't wait any longer and asked in confusion, Grandma, why hasn't Dad come out yet? I don't know. Song Xiaolian was also confused. And after thinking for a while, she said, it will probably be on soon. Oh. Xianxian nodded quickly. She was looking forward to the moment when her father appeared on TV. Chapter 185, a large-scale social death scene. At the same time, many customers who really like delicious food are also regular viewers of 8 o'clock news, sitting in front of the TV to watch the news content of this issue. Fuling Community. 3rd floor. Room 303 in the 3rd residential building. Li's home. Uncle Li and Aunt Li finished their walk before 7 o'clock and went home. Uncle Li is used to watching Wenling TV at home at 7 o'clock and CCTV news, and then watching weather forecast, Akin Talks in Vain, and 8 o'clock news at 7:30. At this moment, he is watching 8 o'clock news in front of the TV. Aunt Li peeled some fruit and came over. While putting the fruit plate on the coffee table, she asked with a smile, Old man, has the 8 o'clock news started? It started. Ah, it started? Why didn't you call me just now? Aunt Li thought she had missed it, and rolled her eyes at Uncle Li. Then asked anxiously, has the news about Mr. Huang been broadcast now? Uncle Li thought for a while and said, don't worry. It hasn't been broadcast yet. It will probably be broadcast at the end. Didn't the news about the live teaching of the food festival last night be broadcast at the end? It hasn't been broadcast yet. That's good. That's good. Aunt Li, relieved, poked a piece of pear with a toothpick, handed it to Uncle Li, and sat down next to him. Watch and wait together. At the same time, Huang Tao's uncle Song Hua's house. Chen Peilon was busy washing dishes in the kitchen. Song Gaohua shared the housework with his wife and helped mop the floor. Cousin Song Sitong glanced at the time and quickly pressed the remote control button to switch from the youth campus drama to the news comprehensive channel. Seeing that the news had passed the opening, she suddenly shouted, Dad, Mom, the 8 o'clock news has started. Come and watch it quickly. I'm coming. Song Gaohua hurried over with a mop. Chen Peilon put down her bowl and chopsticks and walked over quickly while wiping her hands. Mom and Dad, I always feel that the cousin my aunt is talking about is not the cousin I know. How come he is so proficient in cooking all of a sudden? It's no wonder that Song Sitong thinks so. After all, in her impression, the level of her cousin's cooking is about the same as her mother's, and sometimes even a little bit worse. How did his cooking skills suddenly explode? Song Gaohua, who grew up watching Huang Tao, is still in a daze. When she first learned that Huang Tao opened a restaurant to sell pan-fried buns, she thought he hired a chef to make them, or bought semi-processed ones and fried them himself. Today, when he learned from his sister that Huang Tao not only attended the food festival, but also taught Westlake vinegar fish on the spot, he was shocked and knew that he had thought wrong. Although it was a little unbelievable, he still believed his sister's words. Besides, Xiao Tao has been learning things since he was a child, and he can understand them at once. It's normal. That's because your cousin has a good brain and learns everything quickly. Unlike you. You have a bad brain since you were a child, and you get sleepy when you read. Song Sitong. What did I do wrong? Why am I always the one who gets hurt? In fact, she is not the only one who gets hurt, but also the eldest cousin from my aunt's family. I was also criticized by my aunt for questioning Huang Tao's cooking skills. In a luxurious apartment, the whole hall was brightly lit. Lin Monli, who had taken a bath, was wearing a black silk nightgown. She leaned lightly on the sofa behind her with a slightly curved back, and her slender white legs were elegantly crossed up and down. She had a charming arc at the corner of her mouth, her eyes fixed on the TV screen, and she gently shook the red wine glass in her hand. And the red wine spun gracefully along the wall of the glass. That's right. She also stayed in front of the TV and watched the 8 o'clock news on the local news comprehensive channel on time. The reason why she watched the local news on a whim. It was all because of Huang Tao. In the afternoon, she heard that Huang Tao's booth had become the most popular booth, and was invited by Deputy Director Ma and Director Lin to the stage of live teaching. She also learned that the dish he was going to teach was the classic dish, Westlake vinegar fish. She wanted to go and observe it, but she was tied up in official business and could not go. I had no choice but to watch his cooking style on TV news. And by the way, I saw the Westlake vinegar fish that was highly praised by Wei Minghua and other 3 food judges. The expected news has not been broadcast yet. She took a sip of the mellow red wine. It is not fragrant. She tasted another sip. It is still not fragrant. I just felt that it was too bland on my tongue. I just finished a filming project today and have to follow up on the progress. As the editor-in-chief, she naturally has a lot of things to do. Once she gets busy at work, she is busy all the time. She also eats a few bites at the same time to deal with things. I didn't feel anything special about this day. Now that I have some free time, when I think about the Westlake vinegar fish that Huang Tao taught on the spot, I remember the delicious food I tasted at the Zenhashi booth yesterday. And even my favorite red wine in my hand is not fragrant. She was so greedy that she wanted to taste the food made by Huang Tao right away. It stands to reason that as the editor-in-chief of a food magazine, she must have tasted all kinds of food. But there has never been any food that she could not forget after tasting it. She couldn't help but purse her lips and smiled. Only Mr. Huang's food can make me remember it so much after eating it, and want to eat it again. It's a pity. Mr. Huang's food booth. It would have closed by now. Otherwise, she would have rushed to the food festival to buy some really delicious food to comfort the glutton in her stomach. Now she can only wait and watch the news of live teaching, and watch Westlake vinegar fish across the screen to satisfy her cravings. Seeing is like sucking. Ah! I didn't expect that my editor-in-chief Lin would have such a humble day. She smiled bitterly. Just at this time, a news report about the food festival came from the TV. Recently, the 8th food festival in our city was held in the commercial pedestrian street, attracting nearly 2,000 villagers and tourists to experience consumption here. Today is the 2nd day of the food festival, and the flow of people is more than yesterday, which is very hot. In the afternoon, the live teaching was taught by Mr. Huang, who was really delicious at the most popular booth yesterday, and taught the classic dishes, Westlake vinegar fish. Please see the details below. Lin Monley suddenly became energetic. She knew that Huang Tao was good at cooking, but she had never seen him cook. The TV screen turned. The live teaching was crowded and noisy. On the stage, Huang Tao stood in front of a temporary stove and cut the grass carp with flower knives. The knife-cutting technique was directly magnified and appeared on the TV. Lin Monley was instantly stunned by Huang Tao's skillful and authentic knife-cutting technique. As the editor-in-chief of food, she naturally understands food more thoroughly than most people. She can tell at a glance that Huang Tao's knife-cutting method is the standard method of authentic old Hangzhou cuisine. 7.5 knives. In her heart, the idea of Huang Tao's next issue of Food magazine became stronger and stronger. After the food festival is over, she must pay a proper visit as soon as possible. Swear to take down Huang Tao. Dear viewers, today's 8 o'clock news is over. Thank you for watching. After Ma Yong finished speaking, he began to organize the manuscripts. Seeing that it was over, Lu Qianqian couldn't help but reach out and pick up a chicken claw in the takeaway box and chew it. Delicious. It feels like the string that has been tense all the time has been relieved. She squinted her eyes slightly in enjoyment, with an intoxicated look on her face. She didn't even see the director's warm reminder. Ma Yong on the side kicked her under the table helplessly. Ouch. She opened her eyes and looked at Ma Yong in surprise. Brother Yong, why did you kick me? If you want to eat, just take it yourself. Ma Yong winked at her. She turned around and saw that she was still live streaming. Oh my god. This is simply a large-scale social death scene. Chapter 186, The Tool Man of 8 o'clock news. Grandma. Look, that big sister is chewing braised chicken feet. Xian pointed her chubby little hand in the direction of the TV, and her big eyes were full of surprise. She couldn't help licking the corners of her mouth while saying this. Obviously, She was already thinking about the deliciousness of the braised chicken feet in her little head. I saw it. And I have to say, this female host chewed it quite fragrantly, ha ha ha. Song Salian looked at the TV screen and didn't think there was anything abrupt. Instead, she was amused by the way Lu Qianqian was chewing chicken feet seriously. After all, the news program was over. Jiang Gui and his wife and Huang Yida, who were present, were all stunned when they saw this scene. After hearing what Song Salian said, they couldn't help but let out a hee-hee sound of joy. Naturally, she was puzzled. How come the female host, who was so serious in front of the camera just now, started eating braised chicken feet in the next few seconds? If it wasn't specially arranged by the program team, how could a female host dare to eat in front of the camera? And eat so deliciously? Aren't you afraid of being deducted? After all, this is a serious news program, not a light-hearted variety show. After laughing, Chen Winley was a little puzzled. This female host is very down-to-earth. She actually ate chicken feet at the end of the news. Well, this wouldn't be an Easter egg deliberately made by the news program team? Maybe. Now at the end of the movie, don't Easter eggs often appear? Jiang Gui, who never thought that this was Lu Qianqian's overturn, thought so. I think so. He smiled and said, did you notice that at the beginning of the news program tonight, there was a takeaway box next to the female host director's desk? It should be prepared for the Easter egg at the end. Apart from this explanation, it seems that there is no more reasonable explanation. Chen Winley recalled, after you said that. I recall that when the female host was reporting the news just now, I glanced at the takeaway box and felt that it was familiar. It felt like the takeaway box of our boss Huang's family. What feeling? That is the takeaway box of boss Huang's family. Jiang Gui nodded very affirmatively. As a die-hard fan of Zhenhaoqi restaurant, even if the takeout boxes in the Jinqi store turned to ashes, he could recognize it at a glance. Really? So, the news program specially prepared the braised food in my son's store to cooperate with the news of my son's live teaching, so that the female host could eat the braised food after the news program ended. So as to promote the food festival? Huang Yida would not be so stupid as to think that the program team did this to promote the food in his son's store. It must be to attract more tourists to the food festival, so as to build momentum for the closing ceremony of the food festival tomorrow. After all, this food festival is officially held. Even so, for Xiao Tao, it is beneficial and harmless. This weight is considered free advertising. Jiang Gui and his wife could not find a better reason, and nodded in agreement. I think it should be like this. That's great. Our Xiao Tao will become famous along with his braised food. Song Salian couldn't stop smiling when she thought that her son would become a household name in the city, and that his braised food would be known by more people. Xuan's face was also full of smiles. She didn't quite understand what the adult said. After all, she was still very young. But it didn't stop her from being happy, because her father was on TV, and his braised food was also on TV. It was eye-catching for a good-looking female host to host a news program. Not to mention that she ate braised food at the end of the news program, which was seen by many viewers who were watching the 8 o'clock news in front of the TV. The popularity soared. Many viewers ran to the TV station's official website and quickly occupied the comment area. Fuck. What the hell is this? Why would a news program have a segment where a female host eats braised food? I almost thought I pressed the remote control by mistake and turned on a food show. The end of this news program really made me blush and feel dazed. Oh my god. The news host actually ate braised food during the news program. This completely subverts my inherent perception of news host. By the way, can I really watch this without paying? The above person didn't eat during the news program, but at the end of the news. However, this is simply the most unserious news host I have ever seen. The key is that the intoxicated look of the little white rabbit eating successfully made me greedy. Ha ha, the above person. Are you greedy for the female host's body? Or the braised chicken feet in her hand? Or both? Am I the only one who thinks this female host is cute and down to earth? This female host is serious in front of the camera, but hard to describe behind the camera, covering face, covering face, covering face. But this contrast makes people feel a little cute. Qian, you are definitely a foodie. You can't wait for the show to end and start eating. Do you want to shock me to death so that you can inherit my huabei? When a foodie becomes a female host, her salary will probably be deducted by her boss. Qian, are you a funny person said by a monkey? Do your family know that you are so funny? At the same time, many viewers have made new discoveries and expressed their own different opinions. One comment sparked heated discussions. I'd like to ask, was this a live news broadcast accident? Or was it a script specially arranged by the news program team? There is a reason why I have this question. I wonder if you have noticed that when the 8 o'clock news started, the takeaway box next to the director's desk of the female host Lu Qianqian looked so much like the takeaway box at the Jinhaoqi booth? What the hell? News programs have scripts. This is the first time I've heard of it. I only know that news broadcasts have manuscripts and prompters. But I don't know that there are scripts. And news is rigorous. So there can't be a script. Right? I don't know if there is a script. Anyway, when the news started, I noticed the takeaway box next to the female host's director's desk. It looked familiar. So I took out the takeaway box I packed back from the Jinhaoqi booth in the afternoon and took a look. And the case was solved. The takeaway box next to the female host's director's desk was the takeaway box at the Jinhaoqi booth. In other words, the braised food that the female host ate was the braised food at the Jinhaoqi booth. Shocked. The braised food at the Zinchichi booth turned out to be a tool man. Surprised, surprised, surprised. I have a bold idea. Did the news program team specially arrange for the female host to eat braised food at the end of the news program? If that's the case, why didn't the male host Ma Yong eat it? Men eat. How can women eat as deliciously? The audience kept discussing these issues. Seeing that the comment area was so lively, the new audience couldn't help but join in and act like Sherlock Holmes, and began to recall and analyze. Everyone discussed various things in the comment area, and even asked the news program team of 8 o'clock news to give an answer. Many people even quickly posted their own ideas on Weibo, attracting people who paid attention to this matter to like and comment. A new entry appeared immediately. Because of the popularity, it continued to climb up until it climbed to the hot search in the same city, and then other derived hot searches. Lu Qianqian, the female host of 8 o'clock news, ate the braised food of Zinchichi restaurant at the end of the news program. The braised food in the restaurant is really delicious. But it has become the tool man of 8 o'clock news. The equipment is broken. The live news broadcast is officially over. Things have come to this point. Although Lu Qianqian was panicking, she still stood up and said, Director Zhang, it's all my fault today. I accept the punishment from the station. Director Zhang looked at her and didn't want to criticize her too much, write a self-criticism, and give it to me tomorrow. Whether to deduct salary and bonuses is up to the station leaders to decide. Well, you should pay attention to the program in the future and listen to the instructions. This live broadcast is a lesson and an experience for you. Lu Qianqian nodded and accepted Director Zhang's criticism. At this time, Director Zhang's phone rang. Chapter 187 Contrasting Cuteness? Hello. Director Wang. What do you want to talk to me about? Director Zhang and Lu Qianqian looked at each other, swiped the screen of their mobile phones, and answered the call. When Lu Qianqian heard that it was Director Wang's call, her heart couldn't help but tremble, as if she felt an inexplicable sense of crisis that was about to come. Oh no! Director Wang must be here to ask for punishment. Dead. This time it's not just as simple as deducting wages. Other colleagues present, including Ma Yong, cast Lu Qianqian's eyes, saying you're on your own and I can't help you. Lu Qianqian was even more frightened, so she could only pray that she would not die too ugly. Just when everyone was worried, Director Zhang suddenly laughed, and his round face had a few wrinkles. Oh, okay. I know. I'll tell her. Okay. That's it. From Director Zhang's tone, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Ma Yong asked tentatively, Director Zhang, what did Director Wang say? Just now Director Wang said that Qianqian's eating braised food on the show has been on the local hot search, which is quite popular. Netizens' reactions are quite friendly. They said Qianqian's contrast is cute, and they are still discussing whether Qianqian's braised food is really delicious. They also said that Qianqian's eating braised food at the end of the show was specially arranged by our program team, saying that we have a script. Contrast cute? Specially arranged script? Ma Yong and others were a little confused, and they really couldn't understand the logic of these netizens now. However, the 8 o'clock news, which is known for its seriousness, can be on the local hot search. This is indeed the first time in so many years. Everyone picked up their phones at the same time, opened their phones, and started to search for local hot searches. Click to open. And you can see the top 3 hot searches. First place, Lu Qianqian, the female host of 8 o'clock news, ate the braised food from Zenhashi restaurant on the news program. Second place, the braised food from Zenhashi restaurant became the tool man of 8 o'clock news. Third place, what is it like to be a foodie host? It's great. Who would have thought that Qianqian's unintentional move would cause such a strong heat? And the reputation was unexpectedly good. What's more unexpected is that this group of netizens has such good eyesight that they can even find that Qianqian is eating the braised food from Zenhashi restaurant. Director Zhang clicked into the comment area of his own TV station's official Weibo account. And the top few comments had already become content discussing Zenhashi food. Who would have thought that this live broadcast accident would turn out to be a good thing? It's amazing. Not to mention, thanks to this delicious stewed food, our program team also got 2 hot searches for free. Lu Qianqian panted and asked anxiously, Director Zhang, how will the station deal with me? Will they deduct money? Don't worry. We won't deduct money from you. But it won't happen again next time. Director Zhang smiled and said, also, our station has been working hard to build short video and live broadcast brands recently. Your live broadcast accident this time has made your fans increase rapidly. So the station decided to open a social media account for you to shoot short videos after work. Got it. This is to make the host a star and prepare to drive the local industry. In Jiangguo's convenience store, Song Xiaoyan's phone is ringing non-stop at this moment. It's the relatives of the big family. After watching the news about Huang Tao's live teaching in the 8 o'clock news, they were very excited. Then, the big family group was in an uproar. Cousin, is this really my cousin Xiao Tao? His amazing cooking skills almost blinded my 24K titanium eyes. Uncle, my Xiao Tao has made great progress. When I have time someday, I will definitely go to the store to try it. Aunt, Xiao Tao's cooking skills are truly amazing. It's amazing. Uncle, Tao, I'm going to celebrate my 60th birthday next year. And I'll have to ask you to cook for me. Don't postpone it. I've made a reservation. Cousin, I really want to go to the food festival tomorrow to support my cousin. But my damn job doesn't allow it. I can only go to my cousin's store when I'm not busy. But I don't know if I'll be lucky enough to taste this classic dish. Aunt, Kai Lian, you're so lucky to have a son like Xiao Tao who is both filial and successful. My cousin immediately sensed a hint of danger and ran away. Otherwise, my old mother would feel uncomfortable when she saw him. Gu Jiao's house. He sat on the sofa, swiped the screen of his mobile phone, clicked on Huang Tao's WeChat avatar, and sent a voice message to Huang Tao. Gu Jiao, brother Tao. You participated in the live cooking at the food festival and appeared on TV. Why didn't you tell me? If I hadn't seen it by accident, I wouldn't have known you were on TV. I didn't even know you could cook the classic dish Westlake vinegar fish. Tell me, when can you let me taste this classic dish and satisfy my appetite? That's right. After watching CCTV news tonight, he went to take a shower and saw the TV was still on when he came out. He was about to reach for the remote control and turn it off. But somehow, he pressed the wrong button and clicked on the local news channel. 8 o'clock news was playing. He didn't want to watch it. And when he was about to turn it off, he heard the female host broadcasting the news about the live teaching of the food festival. The live teaching was the delicious Mr. Huang from the most popular booth yesterday, who came on stage to teach the classic dish Westlake vinegar fish. Delicious Mr. Huang? You mean Huang Tao? He immediately grasped the key words and was stunned. After thinking about it, he decided to watch it. Looking at the chef who appeared on the TV screen, he was extremely sure that the man was his good friend, Huang Tao. I thought Huang Tao's cooking skills were only good at making braised food, fish balls and other snacks. But he didn't expect that he could even make the classic dish Westlake vinegar fish. And it was so authentic. The comments of 3 food judges including Wei Minghua, as well as the approval of random interviewed customers, are enough to illustrate this point. As expected of brother Tao. Awesome. While he was shocked, he clicked on the finance group and saw that it was quiet in the group. No one was talking about Huang Tao being on the news. He edited the text and sent this great news to the finance group, and talked to these classmates to show that he was awesome. Great news. Great news. Great news. Huang Tao is on TV. Huang Tao is on TV. Huang Tao is on TV. As soon as the news came out, the finance group, which was originally dead silent, suddenly became lively again. Ah? On TV? Damn. Brother Tao was arrested? What? Brother Tao was arrested? This shouldn't be the case. Who was arrested? Why was he arrested? It can't be because of the health care? Gu Zhihao looked at the reply that collapsed the building and held his forehead speechlessly. This group of people. It seems that they have done a lot of health care. He looked at the screen of his mobile phone and replied, "What are you thinking about? Our brother Tao was on the 8 o'clock news tonight because he participated in the live teaching of the food festival." The live teaching of the food festival? I heard that this live teaching is to invite the chefs of the most popular booth at the food festival to teach the neighbors on stage. It seems that Huang Tao's food festival business is really good. Being able to participate in the live teaching. It seems that Huang Tao is really not simple. I just read this news. I originally suspected that what Gu Zhihao said this morning was bragging. But after reading the news report, I am sure that what Gu Zhihao said is absolutely true. And Huang Tao's cooking skills are really good. Ah! He can even cook a classic dish like West Lake vinegar fish. And was highly praised by Master Wei Minggu as the youngest chef who can cook West Lake vinegar fish. What? West Lake vinegar fish? The dish that Huang Tao teached live was actually West Lake vinegar fish? Shocked.jpg, shocked.jpg, shocked.jpg. Oh my god, Huang Tao is awesome. I don't even need help when I go to the toilet. I only need help from Huang Tao. Huang Tao has completely refreshed my understanding of chefs. By the way, we are all from the same school and the same major. Why can Huang Tao still unlock cooking skills? While I not only failed to unlock cooking skills, but I am also a kitchen terminator. This is the gap between people. This evening, Huang Tao's classmates had a new understanding of Huang Tao. Chapter 188. Traffic dropped a lot. The next day, the morning light hovered over the city of Wenling. The newly awakened sun had already set on the top of the tall buildings. The sycamore trees on the roadside quietly bloomed their tender green palms. The old streets in the west of the city also bloomed with beautiful smiles at this time. Soon, the flow of people and cars was boiling and noisy. And a wave of lively air surged. It's really delicious in the restaurant. Everything is ready. After Huang Tao and Ding Suqin had breakfast, it was time to set off for the food festival. At this time, Ding Suqin led Yan Ming and several other male employees to move all kinds of pre-prepared ingredients and equipment one by one to the small truck outside the door. Daddy? Daddy? Are you leaving? Xian ran to Huang Tao with her thin legs, hugged his thighs, tilted her head, covered with big grape-like eyes, with a sweet smile, and a hint of reluctance in her baby voice. Yes. Huang Tao, who heard the reluctance in his baby girl's words, couldn't help but reach out and touch her little head, and asked, "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to let Dad go? If you are reluctant to let Dad go, Dad can accompany you for a while, and then send you to kindergarten before leaving." In his heart, the world is not as big as his daughter. No. No. Xuan's little head immediately shook like a little rattle, and said very seriously, "Daddy, you don't have to stay with me specially, and you don't have to send me to school specially. Grandma and Grandpa will accompany me and send me to kindergarten. Your work is more important." Ouch. My little cotton-padded jacket. How can she be so sensible? He leaned over, stretched out his hand and picked up Xian, holding her in his arms. The little guy was soft as boneless, and had a unique milky fragrance of children. Holding this little guy, it was like embracing the happiness of the whole world. He couldn't help but kiss her smooth little forehead and said, "Then Daddy will come back early to accompany you in the evening. Okay? Yes. Yes." She giggled happily, hugged her father's neck stickily, and whispered in his ear, "Daddy, I will miss you in kindergarten." In an instant, Huang Tao felt that his heart was about to melt. "Daddy will miss you too, baby." He stretched out his hand and rubbed the back of her head, his eyes full of pampering and cherishing. Xian was very satisfied with his words. While giggling, she pouted her little mouth and came forward, leaving a sweet kiss on his cheek as a reward. Huang Tao was stunned for a moment, looking sideways at the little guy with curved eyebrows. She felt sweet in her heart. "Boss, all the things have been loaded and are leaving. Look." Seeing the father and daughter being so affectionate, and afraid that Xian would cry because she was reluctant to let her father go, Ding Suqin couldn't bear to say the following words. "Okay. I know. You take a taxi first. I'll catch up later." Huang Tao nodded to show that he understood. Hearing this, Ding Suqin nodded to Huang Tao, and took Yin Ming and the others into Lin Jinsong's taxi. Daddy? Go! Don't let Aunt Suchin and the others wait anxiously. Xian tilted her little head, blinked her big watery eyes, and said obediently. Wang Tao hesitated and said, Then Dad is leaving. Although Xian was still a little reluctant. In order to prevent her father from worrying, she said like a little adult, Dad, you go. Xian will listen to grandparents at home and teacher Yi at school. Don't worry. Really good. Wang Tao reached out and scratched her little nose, and gently put her down. Son, don't worry. Xian is taken care of by me and your dad. Song Salian came over with a smile and held Xuan's hand. He smiled and reminded her, Mom, please take Xian to kindergarten. You should pay attention to safety on the road. When Wang Tao went to school as a child, Song Salian also reminded him in this way. But Wang Tao didn't like to listen. It always went in one ear and out the other. Now, he is reminding her in turn. Alas, it can only be said that being a parent is different. She said lovingly, I know. I will pay attention. You just go and do your thing. Xian waved at him obediently. Daddy. Bye. Bye. See you tonight. Baby. Wang Tao sat on the passenger seat of the van, waved at them in response, and then said to the driver, Let's go. Xian looked at the van's back, waving desperately, looking reluctant to leave, until the van disappeared at the end of the turn. Her beautiful eyes blinked. Dad really left like this. She wanted to cry a little, but in the end, she held back, because she promised her dad that she would be good. So good children don't cry. She is very good. Okay. Your dad has gone far away. Let's go into the store first. Grandma will take you to kindergarten later. Song Salian knew that the little guy was reluctant to leave. So she bent down and said lovingly, If you really miss your dad, then after school, Grandma and Grandpa will take you to the food festival to see your dad. Okay? Really? Grandma? Xuan's eyes lit up, as bright as pearls. Of course it's true. When has Grandma ever lied to you? Song Salian was amused by her little appearance and nodded affirmatively. Xian, who got a positive answer, thanked with curved eyebrows. Thank you, Grandma. You. Xuan's words were so sweet that Song Salian couldn't help but reach out and hold Xuan's pink face. Of course, when her son was away, she had to be more alert and take good care of Xian. Seeing the wind outside, I was afraid that Xian would catch a cold. So I quickly said lovingly, Xian, it's windy outside. Let's go into the store with Grandma first. Yeah. Xian nodded quickly and followed Grandma into the store. Today is Monday. Many office workers and employees of other units have to start working mode and cannot come to the food festival. The flow of people in the commercial pedestrian street has also dropped a lot compared with the previous 2 days. However, the retired uncles and aunts nearby who have nothing to do at home, as well as those who change shifts on Monday, also got up early as usual. With an empty stomach, I came to the food festival on the commercial pedestrian street to find food. Solve the breakfast problem. The people who came were basically repeat customers of the Zinchichi booth. They naturally came for the food at the Zinchichi booth. Look! Wang Tao and others hadn't even arrived at their booth yet. These repeat customers lined up in a long queue in front of the Zinchichi booth one after another. Familiar customers even talked about last night's 8 o'clock news. Looking at the entire food festival, there were so many people queuing up, and only Wang Tao's booth was so lively. This attracted envious glances from chefs from other hotels and restaurants. Alas, only Boss Huang could attract so many repeat customers to line up early and without any complaints. Chapter 189 New Fried Fish Balls. Seeing Wang Tao and others moving various stainless steel buckets to the Zinchichi booth, the eyes of the customers in line suddenly lit up like light bulbs. Boss Huang, why did you come just now? I brought you a guest who is waiting for your fish ball soup for breakfast. How can you let your guest wait so long that he almost loses weight? Boss, hurry up. She is waiting for your food. You don't even know my little granddaughter. Now she won't eat anything else except your food. That's right. My grandson refused to go to kindergarten in the morning. When I asked him the reason, he said there was no delicious fish ball soup in the kindergarten. So, in order to make him go to kindergarten, I came here early in the morning to line up to buy it for him. Boss Huang, you should hurry up and make fish ball soup. My grandson loves it. I was so greedy. I came here last night but couldn't buy it. So I went to the booth of the 5-star International Hotel and bought 2 servings of Longting Sihai to fill my stomach. But once I tasted it, the taste is okay. But it's not as good as what you make. Mr. Huang, the food festival will end tomorrow. How am I going to live after you leave? Yes. It's not an exaggeration. I came here last night but couldn't buy it. So I went to the booth of Zawaji next door and bought a plate of grilled abalone and grilled squid. Suddenly, I found that my favorite grilled abalone and grilled squid were not fragrant. Not fragrant. I couldn't eat them at all. Ma Qingxiong of the International Hotel and Lao Qian of Zawaji were in tears. Huang Tao looked at the long queue in front of the booth and several children, who were chewing their fingers, and were so hungry that their stomachs were flat. He smiled and comforted everyone. Please be patient. I just arrived, and the ingredients haven't been moved in yet. Please wait for a while. When we have moved and sorted them out, we will make them for you right away. As soon as the voice fell, I heard the people standing in the front volunteered. Boss Huang, come. I'll help you move the ingredients. Boss, I'll help you move the roaster and roast the duck. Boss, I'll help you serve the marinated food and pack it. I help you watch the pot. Let me massage your back. I'll help you warm the bed. Well, I really can't think of anything else to do. Otherwise I'll help you collect money. Boss Huang. Fuck. Why are you still thinking about taking advantage of Boss Huang? It's getting more and more outrageous. Huang Tao looked at this familiar scene. His heart was not moved. And he even wanted to laugh. These customers, for a bite of food? They are so desperate. The chefs and waiters at other booths nearby were surprised that strange things happen every year. But there are more this year. This is the first time I heard that a group of customers are vying to help the business move things and do odd jobs. This is a precedent. Only Boss Huang can make these customers bow down. At this moment, their expressions of surprise have slowly evolved into small expressions of commonplace. When Ding Suqin and Yen Ming and several other employees heard this, the smiles on their faces froze in midair. Oh my god! Is this the rhythm of replacing them? If so, won't they be laid off? They are anxious. Xiaoji grinned. No. We can do it ourselves. How can we let you customers help? Yes. Customers are God. How can we let God move things and do odd jobs? Right. Yen Ming smiled happily. Their words immediately amused the customers. Since they said that, the customers were too embarrassed to help. They waited in line quietly, while Ding Suqin and the others were busy sorting out the ingredients. Huang Tao brought out the standing mobile whiteboard. He added a delicacy on it with a black oil pen. Fried fish balls, 20 yuan per serving. When he was writing, many customers stared at the whiteboard. When they saw the new fried fish balls, their eyes lit up and a smile instantly appeared on their faces. Oh, Mr. Huang has a new flavor. When I woke up in the morning, my left eyelid kept twitching, and I knew something good was coming. It turned out that this good thing was Mr. Huang's new fried fish balls. Mr. Huang is awesome. He has a new product today. No more words. Mr. Huang, give me 3 strings of fried fish balls to try. A bowl of fish ball soup. And a portion of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. And all the braised dishes. I also want 2 strings of fried fish balls. And for the rest, a portion of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Nourishing fish soup. And all the braised dishes. For a while, customers started to order food at once. Don't worry. Come one by one. Lin Yuhan smiled slightly and started to prepare the braised dishes for the customers who ordered in front of her. Xiaoji put the duck he had prepared in advance into the fully automatic roaster. Huang Tao returned to the booth and began to steam the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice in the steamer. He looked at the marinated fish paste and prepared to make a new fried fish ball for the customer. He poured oil into a large pot. He poured about half of the pot of oil into it and heated it up. When the oil temperature was about 70% to 80% hot, she grabbed the minced fish with her hands, squeezed it into small balls with her thumb, and slid it into the oil pan. Sizzle. As soon as the fish balls entered the oil pan, they made a sound. Wang Gao continued to squeeze out the fish balls, and fish balls of almost the same size jumped into the oil pan one after another. His hand speed was very fast. After a while, a pot full of milky white fish balls floated in the oil pan. He picked up the colander and slowly turned the fish balls in the pot. After a while, a domineering fragrance spread. And slowly, the fish balls turned from milky white to golden and crispy. He used the colander to scoop out all the fish balls in the first pot and put them on the wire mesh to drain the oil. The fish balls just out of the pot were fried golden and crispy, and each one exuded an attractive fragrance. While the fish balls were still hot, he sprinkled a layer of chili powder and white sesame seeds on them. The customers were stimulated by the spicy smell of the fish balls and were eager to try them. It smells so good. Yes, it smells so good. It makes me drool. Boss, please give me the fried fish balls I ordered first. Boss, I have already paid. Please give me the fried fish balls I ordered first. Okay. Don't worry. Come one by one. Huang Tao signaled Ding Suqin to pack the fried fish balls for the customers who had paid first. Ding Suqin, who understood, quickly packed the fried fish balls for the customers and put the prepared chili sauce and ketchup in the takeaway box for the customers to choose from. The customers who received the fried fish balls couldn't wait to use the wooden sticks to stick into the fish balls. The fish ball is crispy on the outside and soft and chewy on the inside. With a pop, the skin of the fish ball is pierced instantly. Ah! Hiss! So hot! The first diner who got it put a whole fish ball into his mouth. It was so hot that he almost cried. But he couldn't bear to spit it out. He could only chew it back and forth with a grin. There were several diners as impatient as the first customer. Their faces were slightly red. They put the fried fish ball into their mouths and turned it back and forth, and did not forget to make a sound of praise. Delicious. Delicious. The diners who were a little calmer blew at first and took small bites. But they ate the fried fish balls very quickly. Their expressions were full of enjoyment, and they kept saying delicious. Amazing. Chapter 190. All the hot searches are about Boss Huang. It was a little after 9 in the morning. The clear blue sky was cloudless, and the sun was hanging high in the sky. There was a constant flow of people on the commercial pedestrian street. Many passers-by who had missed the food festival before were eager to try it after watching the 8 o'clock news on the News Comprehensive channel last night. They came here this morning. They wanted to take advantage of the last day of the food festival to come to the various booths of the food festival to try out the food. Of course, the Zhenhaoqi booth was their first choice. As soon as they heard that the Zhenhaoqi booth launched a new product, fried squid, this morning, they decided to pay for it. There were many people queuing up to try it, and Huang Tao and others were very busy. At the same time, in a room in a building on the commercial pedestrian street, a jury meeting was being held here. Sitting around a rectangular and rather impressive conference table were 3 food judges from Wei Minghua and official figures such as Ma Deqiang. Sitting at the main seat of this conference table, there is a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a black suit and a black tie of the same color, full of official airs. This man is not only the chairman of the Expert Review Committee of Wenling City, but also the deputy mayor of Wenling City. His surname is Mi, and his name is Zhuochuan. He appeared at the opening ceremony of this food festival. He also delivered a speech on the opening ceremony and attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. After all, official duties are busy. He was too busy to inspect the progress of the food festival. And this morning, I took time out of my busy schedule to come here, naturally for the closing ceremony of this food festival. After all, the closing ceremony involves the scoring of the expert reviewers of the food festival top 10 competition. It's a big deal. He will lead the jury to score the candidate booths for the top 10 competition, and he will personally present the trophies and certificates for the most popular booth and the top 3 in the top 10 competition to the winners. Although he missed the food festival for the past 2 days, he still heard about what happened at the food festival, especially last night. He watched the news about the live art teaching at the food festival in the 8 o'clock news. He has a particularly deep impression of Huang Tao. He is also very optimistic. As for whether he can become the top 3 in the top 10 competition, in addition to the scores of their judges, it also depends on the online citizen vote. He was not very clear about this. So he smiled and asked Wei Minghua, the most experienced and respected person around him, Mr. Wei, how is the online citizen vote going now? As the vice chairman of the jury, Wei Minghua has also been paying attention to the online voting in the past 2 days, and asked the staff to summarize and record the data. At this moment, he reported in detail to Mi Zhuochuan and other judges the top 20 booths that are expected to enter the top 10 finals. although the potential of these 20 booths is the best among all the food booths. They all have the hope of competing for the final top 10. But who will win in the end? How will the ranking be? It depends on the final number of votes in the online voting and the scores of the judges. On the other side, Ma Yong and Lu Qianqian have arrived at the commercial pedestrian street and walked towards the main stage of the food festival to prepare for the closing ceremony of today's food festival. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of many diners who came to visit the food festival. Ah, it seems to be the hostess of 8 o'clock news. Lu Qianqian? Yes, it's really Lu Qianqian. She is much prettier in person than on TV. Oh my god! Who did I see? Who did I see? I saw the real Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian? Lu Qianqian, the hostess of 8 o'clock news? This woman is Lu Qianqian. Is she the hostess who ate braised food at the end of the news program last night? I tell you, when she was eating braised food, I was stunned for a moment. But her serious look on her face made me greedy. The Lu Qianqian who ate braised food on the news program is here. Everyone, come and see. To be honest, the public was not very familiar with the hostess Lu Qianqian before. When I occasionally saw her on the 8 o'clock news, I just thought that this hostess was pretty. That's all. Forget it after watching it. But because of her unintentional actions last night, I remembered her all of a sudden. The scene of her eating braised food was particularly impressive. In addition, there were many clips of her eating braised food on Douyin and Bilibili, which made it hard for people to forget. So that when she appeared now, I recognized her all of a sudden. During the food festival, the flow of people was the largest. As soon as they heard the sound, they gathered around, causing quite a stir. This sudden enthusiasm made Lu Qianqian a little confused. A middle-aged woman smiled and asked, "Oh, it's really Lu Qianqian. I would like to ask, you eat braised food on the show. Is it specially arranged by the program team? Or is it your personal behavior?" Lu Qianqian smiled awkwardly and responded, "That's my personal behavior. I'm really sorry for causing trouble to everyone." This honest attitude made her more popular among the people. "Qianqian, what are you thinking? You actually ate braised food on the news program? Aren't you afraid that your boss will deduct your salary?" She smiled awkwardly and said truthfully, "It was mainly because I was tempted by Mr. Huang's braised food. In addition, I thought the live broadcast was over. So I picked it up and ate it. Who would have thought that the live broadcast was not over yet? Ha ha ha, it's hard to find a second host as confused as you in the world. This can only be said to be a live broadcast accident caused by a box of braised food. That's right. Mr. Huang's braised food is very fragrant, and few people can resist it. The host is also an ordinary person. I understand. But don't eat it on the show next time. Otherwise your salary will not be enough to deduct." Everyone laughed and reminded him. "Okay. Thank you for reminding," she said in a friendly manner. "Qianqian, can you sign for me? Can I take a photo with you? I want one too. I want one too." Lu Qianqian looked flattered. In the past, few people would recognize her when she walked on the street, let alone get a photo with her. Fortunately, she has strong professional qualities and smiled gently. "Thank you for your support. Okay. One by one. Don't rush." She signed and took photos with her. Ma Yong, who was watching from the side, looked envious. His qualifications and fame were both higher than Lu Qianqian's, but his popularity was far less than hers. At this time, a WeChat notification sounded in his mobile phone. It was sent to him by Director Zhang, about the ratings of 8 o'clock news last night. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Brother Yong, what's wrong? Lu Qianqian, who had escaped, saw Ma Yong's eyes widened, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. "Oh, Director Zhang sent me the ratings of last night." "What was the ratings?" She looked nervous. "Hey!" Ma Yong didn't say anything, and sighed. Lu Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. She was worried that her boss would be angry with her because of the poor ratings and would bring up the past with her. Just when she was worried to death, she saw Ma Yong, who had just sighed, suddenly lose his heavy expression and laughed up to the sky. "The ratings are 20%. Wow! So high! It used to be around 8%. Could it be that the ratings are so high because of Mr. Huang?" She remembered that the first and second hot searches on the local hot searches were all about Mr. Huang. She thought so. Chapter 191 Top 10 Best Restaurants. 10 o'clock in the morning. On the main stage of the food festival. As the beautiful music slowly sounded, it meant that the closing ceremony of this food festival was about to begin. It also attracted many diners, who rushed to the main stage following the sound. Go and watch 1 or 2. The two hosts, Ma Yong and Lu Qianqian, dressed up again on this stage after a day's absence. Lu Qianqian was wearing a white hip-wrap dress, showing her femininity and graceful figure without reservation. The unique fishtail design made her as charming and eye-catching as a fairy on the stage. It's really beautiful. She walked onto the stage in white high heels, with a charming smile on her lips. Facing the audience, she said elegantly and calmly, "Time really flies. In a blink of an eye, it's time for the Wanling Food Festival to close again." Ma Yong, dressed in a swallowtail suit, walked onto the stage from the other side and also smiled and said, "Yes, it's really hard to leave. However, in addition to the closing ceremony today, there is another very important moment, which is the selection of the top 10 best restaurants of the Wanling Food Festival." The two slowly walked to the center of the stage and smiled at each other. That's right. The final of the final top 10 competition selection is today. Lu Qianqian turned around, with a charming smile, looked at the audience, and said, "Among the 88 booth merchants, only 10 merchants can finally win the title of top 10 restaurants. The top 3 will receive a bronze trophy, a silver trophy, and a gold trophy specially set up for them by this food festival." Ma Yong smiled and continued, 88 businesses. Only 10 can get the title of top 10 restaurants, and only 1 can get the gold medal. It's really difficult. I don't know how our expert judges will give their final scores. This difficult decision can only be left to our expert judges and the diners and audience friends on the scene. Lu Qianqian looked at the audience under the stage, and the corners of her lips pursed up a charming arc again. "Dear audience friends, please don't forget to participate in the selection of the top 10 best restaurants in Wanling City. During the food festival, after you buy food, you will have a vote in your hand. You can move your lucky little fingers to show your favorite food. Please vote for the booth you like." Ma Yong nodded in agreement. "Yes. Your vote is very important. It can determine whether the business can get the title of top 10 or even the gold award. Dear audience friends, the voting time ends at 12 noon. If you have a favorite food booth, you must vote for them, especially for those who still have the right to vote. Please act quickly." Lu Qianqian smiled slightly. "Of course. For those who participate in the voting interaction of this program, the organizing committee will select 10 lucky diners from these voters, and they will have the opportunity to receive a beautiful small gift." Huang Tao could vaguely hear the host's voice floating from the stage in front of the booth. However, it was not very clear, so he could only hear most of it. After all, he still has to be busy cooking for customers. Can't be too distracted. And the customers queuing in front of the booth, because waiting in line is too boring. All prick up their ears and listen carefully. When the host said to vote, the new customers secretly remembered this important link, and they must cast this precious vote for their favorite food booth later. Some old customers did not remember whether they had voted, so they opened Alipay and checked their voting rights. Those who forgot to vote all hurried to cast their precious votes for the Zinchichi booth. Those who have voted now feel relieved and continue to wait for Huang Tao's food. Huang Tao's home. After sending Xian Xian to kindergarten early in the morning, Song Salian and Huang Ida did not return to the store, but went directly to their son's home. They were relieved that Su Hao was in the store. Besides, they would not do the work in the store, so as not to make things worse. So, they went home to wash clothes for Huang Tao and Xian Xian. They washed the quilt and cleaned up the room. At this time, the work was almost done. When they were free, the two elders felt empty. They couldn't help but worry about their son and granddaughter, thinking that today was Monday. Many people had to go to work, and the flow of people in this food festival would definitely decrease a lot. Song Salian couldn't help but worry. "I don't know how Xiao Tao is doing. Is the business good today?" Huang Ida, who was standing aside, was also a little worried. But he still smiled and said, You just have nothing to do and think about it. You are still worried about our son's craftsmanship. The business must be very good. Today is not Monday. The flow of people is definitely not as much as the previous 2 days. Besides, today we are going to select the top 10 restaurants. I don't know if my son can be selected. Although it is Monday, the flow of people is definitely not too small. Many residents near the food festival are repeat customers of our son. When they go to the food festival, they only recognize our son's really delicious booth. Although Huang Yida has not been able to use his skills in the past 2 days, he has a clear understanding of the flow of people and repeat customers. Even his son's booth has a large flow of people and many repeat customers. As for the selection, after his observation in the past 2 days, many customers voted for his son's really delicious booth. In theory, it should not be a problem to enter the top 3 of the top 10. As for the gold award, he dare not be arbitrary. It's just a selection. If there is, it's icing on the cake. But if there is no, it's okay. Let's not put pressure on our son. He smiled and said, if you are really worried, then call our son and ask him. No. My son is busy now. Calling him will only distract him. Song Xialian thought that she would go to the food festival to see her son after Xianxian got out of school in the afternoon. So she gave up the idea of calling and silently hoped that everything would go well. At this moment, she was no longer worried about Huang Tao, but began to worry about Xianxian again. Xianxian has been in kindergarten for 2 hours. Right? She should have eaten snacks by now. At this time, she should have eaten. I don't know if this snack suits our Xuanxuan's appetite. She must have enjoyed it with the kids. Golden Sun Kindergarten. Primary 4 class. After Xianxian and the other children finished their snacks and washed their hands, they returned to the classroom under the guidance of Teacher Yi. Okay, children, go back to your seats first. Teacher Yi will tell you a story about Grandpa's hat. Okay. The children responded in unison and returned to their seats, sitting in a row, waiting for Teacher Yi to tell the story. Winter is here. The north wind is blowing, and the weather is very cold. There was a pitiful little bird. It was shivering on the branch. An old man came over, saw the little bird, and thought, what a pitiful little bird. It will freeze to death in such a cold weather. The little bird said to the old man, the wind blew away our nest. We have no home. The old man said, don't worry. I will help you find a way. The old man used his hat to make a nest for the little bird. The hat was really warm. Yuan's voice was very nice. The children listened attentively. Of course. Except Xianxian. She missed her dad. She wondered if her dad drank enough water. She wondered if her dad was tired. As she thought about it, her thoughts drifted away. Chapter 192, Crush. At this time, the backstage receiver of the organizing committee receives and counts the number of votes from diners in real time. The number of votes for Huang Tao's Zhenhaoqi booth is far ahead. The popularity is unstoppable. It directly crushes the votes of the second place by nearly 5 times. Huang Tao naturally knows nothing about this. Of course, he still has a little idea in his mind, thinking that it is no problem for him to enter the top 3. As for the gold award, you can also compete for it. The expert jury, after understanding the relevant situation, has a clearer understanding of the various food booths at the food festival. Mi Zhuochuan smiled and said to the expert jury present, everyone has already understood the 88 booths of this food festival. I believe everyone has their own most satisfactory booth in their hearts. After speaking, he turned to look at the staff not far away, waved at him, and said with a smile, please give each judge present a list of booths and a pen. Okay. The staff nodded and did it immediately. He took out the booth list and black signature pen that had been printed in advance and distributed them to each expert judge present. Mi Zhuochuan smiled slightly. We have already talked about it before. In addition to online voting, the list of winners of this year's top 10 restaurants must be scored by our expert jury. The method is anonymous. Everyone just needs to write your score next to the booth number of the most satisfactory food booth, and finally count them together. Add the number of online voting votes and the scores given by the expert judges to select this year's top 10 restaurants. If the number of votes in the end is the same, let's discuss and decide together democratically. I have said everything I should say. If you have anything to add, please speak up while there is still time. Mi Zhuochuan looked at the expert judges and saw that they all shook their heads and said no. He smiled and said, since no one has anything to add, then start writing. We will have to issue tickets and finalize the list on the spot later. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead in picking up the black signature pen on the table and started scoring behind the most satisfactory food booth. Wei Minghua and other judges also picked up their pens and scored behind the most satisfactory food booth. After a while, all the expert judges stopped writing. The staff came forward and collected and sorted out all their papers. In front of all the judges present, they began to count the votes on the spot. At the same time, many diners who bought their favorite food rushed towards the main stage while eating. Go join in the fun. On the stage, Lu Qianqian and Ma Yong were still hosting the show. Ma Yong smiled and waved to the audience. Dear audience friends, our 10 expert judges are now doing the final scoring. After the online voting ends at 12 o'clock, the list of winners of the top 10 restaurants will be announced. Are you looking forward to it? The audience was still very supportive and shouted in unison, looking forward to it. The tail tone was long and resounded through the sky. Lu Qianqian smiled charmingly, to be honest. I am also looking forward to it. Although it is not the first time that Wenling City has held a food festival, nor is it the first time to select the top 10 restaurants. But this time, it is still exciting to see which 10 businesses will be the top 10 restaurants. Ma Yong smiled and continued, it won't be long before the top 10 restaurants of this year will be announced. But I still want to remind all the audience friends present. Don't forget to vote. Your votes will be added to the scores given by the expert jury to get the final number of votes. The owner of the food booth with the highest number of votes will be the gold medal winner of this top 10 restaurant. Dear audience friends, I emphasize again that everyone who participates in this interactive voting will have the opportunity to receive exquisite gifts prepared by the organizing committee. Don't miss it. The voting time ends at 12 noon. And there are still 30 minutes before the voting ends. Please hurry up. Friends, Lu Qianqian still had her signature smile on her lips, in addition to the top 10 restaurant selection. We will also award the Most Popular Booth Award and the Packaging King Award. These two awards will be awarded based on the data detected by the daily system. The two of them went back and forth on the stage, working hard to liven up the atmosphere on the scene. Then, the two of them were on the stage. And then they randomly selected several audience members to come on stage to answer some questions about food and cooking. Interact. As long as the participating audience members can answer 3 food questions correctly, they can get a small exquisite gift from the program team on the spot. Of course, during the process of answering questions, they cannot seek external help and can only answer questions independently. For the exquisite small gifts, many audience members are eager to try and raise their hands enthusiastically, invited by the two hosts with a smile, accompanied by the soothing music of the back. The grandpas, aunts, uncles, and aunts who were invited to the stage took turns to answer the host's questions. For a time, the stage was very lively. The audience was enthusiastic. About 20 minutes later, with the arrival of 12 o'clock, the question-answering session was declared over by Ma Yong. At 12 noon, the background music on the stage stopped abruptly. Lu Qianqian held the cue card and smiled. The closing ceremony of this food festival is about to begin, after the votes of the audience and the scoring of our 10 expert judges. Now, the top 10 restaurants of this year have been born. And now the list of top 10 restaurants is in my hand. Yes, the list of top 10 restaurants is in my hand. As he said, Ma Yong showed the cue card in his hand to the audience. First, I want to announce the winners of the 4th to 10th place in the top 10 restaurants. The 10th place is Mai Tai Hotel. The 9th place is Aventurin Hotel. And the 8th place is. The chefs of each booth, who heard the news, quickly put down their work and ran towards the stage. Then they were invited to the stage by Lu Qianqian. Lao Qin and Lao Zhu presented them with awards one by one and shook hands to congratulate them. The chefs of each winning hotel and restaurant, holding their award certificates in their hands, looked at the audience with smiles on their faces. The joy and excitement were beyond words. Lu Qianqian smiled. Congratulations to these 7 winners. Thank them for cooking all kinds of food for us during the food festival. Thank you very much. After Lao Qin and Lao Zhu took a group photo with the 7 award-winning representatives, they left the stage. The two hosts exchanged a few words with the 7 award-winning representatives, asked them to give a brief acceptance speech, and then asked them to leave the stage. Lu Qianqian looked at the inscription card and said, Next, I will announce the winner of the 3rd bronze medal. He is Zaweiji. When Lao Qian, the head chef of Zaweiji, heard this, he was stunned at first. In previous years, he only ranked 10th. But this year he ranked in the top 3, which was a bit unexpected. After being reminded by his subordinates, he walked out of his booth happily. When passing by Huang Tao's booth, he said excitedly, Boss Huang, my booth, won the 3rd place. Congratulations. Then you should go and receive the award. Huang Tao smiled, and was happy for him. Lao Qian went straight to the stage, and was awarded the bronze medal and certificate by Master Wei Minghua. Later, Lu Qianqian also announced which booth would win the second place in the top 10. That is, International Hotel. Ma Qingxiong and others were disappointed when they heard the news. After all, they were the first in the previous sessions. It can only be said that they met a strong opponent this year. Before Ma Qingxiong went on stage to receive the award, he glanced in the direction of the Zenhachi booth. That's right. The first place in his mind was Huang Tao's Zenhachi. He was convinced. He walked onto the stage and received the silver trophy and certificate from Ma Deqiang. He took a photo with Ma Deqiang. He went off the stage after completing the necessary procedures. Lu Qianqian picked up the cue card again, said a few official congratulatory words, and then deliberately raised her voice and said, "Next, I will announce the winner of the top 10 gold award for everyone. In fact, I think everyone present will definitely feel a little surprised by this result. To be honest, I was also quite surprised when I saw this result. Come on. Come on. Let's guess who will be the winner of this gold award." As he said this, Ma Yong pointed the microphone in his hand at the audience. The audience in the audience shouted, "Boss Huang. It's delicious. Booth number 88. Ma Yong, who heard it, deliberately looked surprised. "Oh, everyone is so smart. You guessed it right at once. That's right. The winner of this gold award is... It's delicious." Lu Qianqian's voice couldn't help but increase by n decibels. And she said with an impassioned face, "The outstanding performance of Zenhachi Restaurant in this food festival has won the unanimous recognition of the judges, and the unanimous recognition and love of the audience. It won the gold award of this top 10. Please invite Boss Huang of Zenhachi Restaurant to the stage to receive the award." Huang Tao, who learned the news, hurried to the stage and stepped onto the stage at the urging of Ding Suqin and other employees. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Huang Tao. Huang Tao waved to the audience with a smile, looking very calm. The audience gave him warm applause. They all felt that Huang Tao deserved the award. Mi Zhuochuan smiled, handed the trophy and certificate to Huang Tao with both hands and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Huang." "Thank you." Huang Tao nodded with a smile, took it with his hand, and shook hands with Mi Zhuochuan. Originally, after the gold award was presented, the winners were required to give a brief speech, but Lu Qianqian and Ma Yong skipped this step directly. Lu Qianqian smiled and said, "Our boss Huang not only won the top 10 gold award, but his booth was also the only booth that won the most popular booth for 2 consecutive days, and also won the title of Packaging King of this session. The organizing committee will continue to award him the most popular booth and Packaging King awards." Mi Zhuochuan on the side continued to award Huang Tao these 2 certificates, as well as a bonus of 50,000. Mi Zhuochuan looked at Huang Tao with admiration in his eyes. "Young man, it's not easy. Congratulations." "Thank you." Huang Tao thanked him slowly. At this time, in Huang Tao's mind, the cold prompt sound of the system suddenly rang. Chapter 193, winning 3 major awards. Under the stage, the crowd was bustling, and the applause was thunderous. Many old customers cheered and applauded for Huang Tao's winning of 3 major awards. They all felt that he deserved the 3 major awards. On the stage, the ding-dong reminder sound in Huang Tao's mind suddenly rang. It made him stunned. The words "I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up" almost came to his mind. Ding-dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the side quest. Agree to participate in the 8th Food Festival and win the top 3. Reward random cooking skills. Zhujiang famous dish Dompa pork. Dompa pork cooking method. Dompa pork cooking skills. Dompa pork making materials. Dompa pork making experience package. In an instant, countless information about Dompa pork rushed into Huang Tao's mind. It made his head hurt a little. Fortunately, this feeling was only fleeting. The next second, he felt that his head was full. There was a lot of information about Dompa pork. The cooking methods, skills, experience and other related professional knowledge of Dompa pork were all deeply imprinted in his head at this moment. Of course, he was still a little shocked by the reward given by the system. He never expected that the reward given by the system this time would be so generous. The first move was the famous Zhujiang dish, Dompa pork. This is a famous dish that can only be exchanged for 1.5 million points. After a little shock, thinking about it carefully, I also felt that this reward was its equal. After all, the difficulty coefficient of this task is much greater than that of the previous tasks. Just when his slightly excited mood calmed down, the cold prompt sound of the system sounded again in his ears. Huang Tao. Ding dong. Since the host has completed the task issued by this system excellently, an extra system gift package is given. P.S. The system gift package is placed in the system space, and the host can enter the system space to receive it at any time. Huang Tao. Damn. And just rewarded a Zhejiang specialty dish. And now an extra system gift package is given. This series of rewards almost made him think that his system had been secretly replaced. Otherwise, why would it be so generous? This reward is given to him as if it's free. He hasn't figured it out yet. Lu Qianqian handed the microphone to him and said with a charming smile, Boss Huang, you won the Wenling Top 10 Gold Award, and also won the Most Popular Booth and Packaging King Awards. At this moment, do you have anything to say to the audience? Thank you. He recovered and looked at the audience with a smile. Thank you, everyone. Because of your support, I won these 3 awards. He bowed slightly to the audience. He looked up at them again and said, I will continue to work hard to make more delicious food, and wait for you to come to the Jinchi restaurant in Qingxi Old Street. Thank you. Without lengthy procedural thanks, Huang Tao expressed his gratitude to the customers in just a few words, and also promoted his own store. Pa pa pa. The audience applauded. According to the procedure, all the winners need to take a group photo with the judges. As the winner of the 3 major awards, Huang Tao's position is naturally very eye-catching. On his left is the deputy mayor Mizhuo Kunmi, and on his right is the master Wei Mingguowei. It can be said that the stars are supporting the moon. Kacha! Kacha! The group photo is completed. The award ceremony also ended. Lu Qianqian showed reluctance. Dear audience friends, the closing ceremony of the 8th Wenling Food Festival is coming to an end. But our food journey is still going on. Ma Yong smiled slightly and said reluctantly, yes. Even if it is hard to part, we have to end it. Thank you to the organizing committee for letting us gather here. Let us remember this beautiful moment together. Then the two said together, audience friends, let's see you next year. There is no doubt that Huang Tao is the biggest winner of this food festival. He won 3 awards. During the food festival, the food he cooked was sought after by many diners. Even Master Wei Mingguo was impressed by his cooking skills. And the editor-in-chief of the food magazine Food Full and Delicious invited him to shoot. This popularity in Wenling City is definitely a hot fried chicken. He has become the most shining and dazzling figure at the food festival. After the award ceremony, he was interviewed by the reporter of Wenling TV station as soon as possible. The questions asked, they are basically some common questions. Why open a store? Who is your teacher? Where did you graduate from? How can a top student suddenly want to do this business, and so on. 20 minutes later, the interview is over. As soon as Huang Tao stepped down from the stage, the chefs from other booths came to greet him and congratulated him. Congratulations were heard everywhere. After Huang Tao exchanged a few words with him, he returned to the food booth with him. As soon as Huang Tao arrived at his own booth, he was welcomed and congratulated by customers in line. Oh, Mr. Huang is back. Congratulations. Mr. Huang is awesome. He won the 3 major awards at the food festival and became the biggest winner of this food festival. He is really what everyone expected. I don't even have a wall of people to support me. I just admire you. Mr. Huang. Huang Tao smiled and said modestly, thank you for your praise. I have accepted your congratulations. Thank you. After that, he walked into his own booth. And naturally, he was congratulated by Ding Suqin and other employees in turn. Of course, he would not forget to share this good news with his parents at home. Remembering that he hadn't told his parents the good news yet, he quickly took out his cell phone and called his mother Song Salian. As soon as the call was connected, Song Salian's anxious and concerned voice came from the other end of the line. Hello. Son, you called me? Is there something wrong? You haven't eaten yet, right? Do you want me to make more and ask your dad to send it to you? Mom, we haven't eaten yet. But you don't have to ask Dad to send it to us. I'll just cook some food later. Oh, then why did you call me? Song Salian, who had been concerned about this issue, suddenly remembered and asked, Son, are the awards for the food festival announced? Yes. I want to tell you about this. In this top 10, our Jinchi restaurant ranked first, and won the Gold Award. And also won the Most Popular Booth and Package King awards. As soon as Huang Tao said this, the other end of the phone was silent immediately. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. After more than 10 seconds, the excited voices of Song Salian and Huang Ida came from the other end of the phone. Really? That's great. As expected of my son Huang Ida. You are amazing. Chapter 194. A woman like the wind. Time passed quietly, leading little memories. Press the bottom of my heart. Press the bottom of my heart. The food is finished. That's right. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Huang Tao's Jinhaoqi booth had to close early because all the ingredients prepared that day were sold out. This also means that his journey to the 8th food festival has come to a successful conclusion. I was able to complete today's sales in advance thanks to these new and old customers. They thought, after the food festival is over, it will be difficult to eat the food at the Jinhaoqi booth anytime and anywhere. Those who like to eat the food at the Jinhaoqi booth. Those who have eaten and still want to eat. And those who have not eaten. The Jinhaoqi fans seize this last opportunity and hurry up to go shopping. Not to mention buying everything. For snacks such as braised food, fish ball soup, and fried fish balls. Basically everyone has several copies. This damn explosive purchasing power. The food at the Jinhaoqi booth was snapped up in an instant. It's not that Huang Tao didn't want to restock, but the ingredients prepared in the store have been used up. Even if he asked the vendors to deliver the ingredients, it would be 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening when Su Hao and his team finished. So he simply stopped restocking and closed the stall early. After all, the staff had worked hard. He thought that after closing the business early, he would invite everyone to have a good meal outside in the evening to relax. Of course, the bonus was also necessary. At this time, Huang Tao and his team had packed all the equipment in the booth into the small truck. Under the reluctant eyes of the customers and the go-slowly voices of the chefs, they left the food festival and headed towards the old street in the west of the city. When he was about to reach the old street in the west of the city, he checked the time. It was just time for Xian to finish school. Thinking of giving his precious daughter a surprise, he asked the driver to send the equipment back to the store, then got off the car halfway and ran towards the kindergarten. At this moment, many parents picked up their children outside the kindergarten. Huang Tao saw Xian walking out of the crowd hand in hand with her parents. He smiled and waved at them, shouting loudly, Xian. Xian and Huang Ida and his wife all looked up and looked in the direction of the voice. Soon, they all saw Huang Tao. There was a burst of incredible color in their eyes. And after a moment, it turned into a surprise. Xian immediately broke free from her grandparents' hands and ran all the way towards Huang Tao. Huang Tao hurried forward and leaned over to hold Xian in his arms. Daddy? Xian leaned her head on Huang Tao's shoulder, her pink face rubbing against his handsome face, and asked in a sweet voice, Daddy, why are you here? The words were full of surprise. Everything is sold out. So Daddy came back early to pick you up. Huang Tao picked her up and couldn't help but kiss her on the little face, and asked, Are you happy to see Daddy? Xian nodded vigorously, with a shallow dimple on her cheek. Yeah. Happy. Huang Tao smiled. Dad is also very happy to see you. More than happy. I miss you so much. Xian smiled sweetly. Dad, I heard from Grandma that you won a prize? And you won 3 big prizes? Huang Tao nodded. Yes. Grandma is right. Daddy is great. After saying that, she pouted and kissed him on the side of his face as a reward. This sudden reward made Huang Tao's mouth overflow with a ripple of joy. Ah! Xian, who was sticking with her father, suddenly remembered an important thing. Grandpa and Grandma. Just now, she walked out of the kindergarten door hand in hand with her grandpa and grandma, and then heard her father calling her. The moment she saw her father, she was so happy that she ran towards her father and forgot about her grandpa and grandma. Will Grandpa and Grandma not be able to find Xian? She turned her head quickly and looked for her grandpa and grandma anxiously. Baby, Grandpa and Grandma are here. Huang Tao touched her little head, smiled and pointed to his parents on the side and said, Look. Huang Ida and his wife stood beside them with a smile. Seeing Xuan's eyes shifted to them, Song Salian said with a loving face, Our Xian looks small, but when she runs, Grandpa and Grandma can't catch up. Our Xian will definitely be a little runner in the future. Wang Yida beside her also nodded in agreement. Yes. This little thin leg runs really fast. Just like a girl like the wind. Grandpa and Grandma. When did you come over? How come I didn't notice it? Xian said with joy. The little baby's eyes and heart were all about her father just now. So naturally, she couldn't take care of them. Just came. Wang Yida responded with a smile and looked at Huang Tao. Son, are all the things sold in advance? He nodded. Yes. All sold out so early? It seems that business is also very good today. Huang Yida and his wife were surprised, but also completely relieved. It seems that they were overthinking. Not bad. Better than expected. Huang Tao smiled and said, let's go back to the store first. And then we will go out to eat with Suqin tonight to celebrate. Okay. Okay. Xian nodded like pounding garlic. In fact, in her heart, she still likes to eat the food made by her father. But going out to eat means that she can play outside. So she is naturally happy. Huang Yida and his wife had no objection. The son won the award, so it should be celebrated. Huang Tao held Xian and went to the direction of the old street in the west of the city with his parents, talking and laughing. Along the way, he met many parents and neighbors who picked up their children from school. The moment they saw him, they were all a little surprised. After asking and learning that he had sold out early, he praised him for his good business. When they learned that Huang Tao won the top 10 gold award, and that he won the most popular booth and packaging king awards, they all congratulated him repeatedly. Of course, what they care most about is whether Huang Tao's store will be open tomorrow. When they learned that it will be open tomorrow, and there will be new products in the store, they almost cried with joy. They said they would definitely go there to try it tomorrow. After saying goodbye to these neighbors, Huang Tao and his group returned to the Zinchiho restaurant. At this time, Ding Suqin led the employees to move all kinds of kitchen utensils back to the store and started cleaning them. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Huang Tao thanked him. It's not hard. It's my duty. Huang Tao smiled. What are we going to eat tonight? Where are we going? Have you guys decided? Generally speaking, when the boss invites people out for dinner, everyone should cheer and shout seafood dinner or high-end Western food. But they were not interested. Huang Tao had spoiled them, so they didn't think the food made by those big restaurants outside was better than Huang Tao's. To be honest, they would rather Huang Tao cook in his own restaurant and invite them to taste the West Lake vinegar fish. Of course, they couldn't reject the boss's kindness, but they didn't think what to eat, so they just responded indifferently. I can do anything. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Huang Tao, he said with some embarrassment, nothing like I can do anything. Whatever. Whatever is sold in restaurants outside. Puff. His words made all the employees burst into laughter. Huang Tao reminded, don't laugh. I'll give you one last chance. And discuss what you want to eat. Then let's think about where to eat. Yes. The boss is not short of money. The boss just got a bonus of 50,000 yuan today. We have to make the boss bleed. Indeed. We should go for a big meal. Finally, after they discussed and decided, go to a private restaurant with a high rating and moderate price. Huang Tao thought they would choose a 5-star hotel or a high-end restaurant to rip him off. Unexpectedly, they chose Suji Private Restaurant in the end. This is the rhythm of saving money for him. After they cleaned up the store, the group set off. Before leaving, Huang Tao specifically asked Jiang Wei to go with him. But Jiang Wei had to stay at the store and couldn't leave. He had no choice but to give up and led his family and employees in 3 cars to Suji Private Restaurant. Chapter 195. Boss Huang is capable. And he really does it when there is something to do. Huang Tao brought a group of people to Suji Private Restaurant. They came very early, but there were only a few seats left in the restaurant. This business, I have to say, is really hot. Fortunately, they were lucky. There is also a large round table for 15 people in the hall of the restaurant, so that everyone does not have to find another place because there is no seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please come this way. Huang Tao and others, led by the waiter, came to the arranged seats and sat down. A large round table with yellow lacquer patterns and a light yellow hooked tablecloth. There is also a large plastic decorative flower arrangement in the circular hollow in the middle of the table. And the cups, plates, bowls and chopsticks are neatly stacked. The restaurant has central air conditioning and the temperature is suitable. Sir, this is the menu. You can take a look. The waiter took away the remaining 3 sets of tableware with a quick move. and then smiled and presented Huang Tao and others with several menus. Huang Tao looked at the employees with a smile and said, "You guys, order whatever you like. Don't be restrained. Don't worry, boss. We won't be polite to you." Su Hao and others answered in unison, and then smiled and whispered to each other while looking at the menu and choosing their favorite dishes. "Mom and Dad, you also choose what you like." After Huang Tao handed one of the menus to his father Huang Ida, he looked at the menu with his baby daughter, Xian. "What do you want to eat?" Xian wanted to eat. Of course, not those colorful dishes. She wanted to eat. It was cream cakes, chocolate snacks, ice cream and other sweets, as well as various beverages and juices. At home, her father rarely allowed her to eat things like ice cream and drinks, even in the hot summer. The reason was, of course, it was bad for children to eat too much, and it was easy to get a stomachache. But she hadn't eaten for a long time, and she wanted to eat. She turned her head to look at her father and whispered, "Dad, can I have this, and this?" Looking at Xuan's little fingers, jumping briskly between desserts and drinks. Huang Tao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This child. This is the rhythm of eating desserts and drinks as meals. But think about it. It's rare to come out for a meal. So let's satisfy her. Besides, he asked his daughter what she wanted to eat. Now that his daughter said what she wanted to eat, if he stopped her, it would hurt her heart. Finally, he nodded in agreement and asked the waiter to write them down one by one. After everyone had ordered, he told the waiter that the dishes could be served. "Okay, wait a moment." The waiter politely took the menu to the kitchen to place the order. It must be said that the speed of serving dishes in this Suji private restaurant is still good. It only took 8 or 9 minutes from the time the order was placed to the time the kitchen brought out the dishes. Braised fish head, home-cooked red and green shrimp, old duck stew, steamed swimming crab, home-cooked small yellow croaker. The guy who served the dishes announced the name of each dish. Huang Tao smiled and said to the employees, "Don't be stunned. Everyone, pick up your chopsticks." "Hey! Good. Eat." Everyone picked up their chopsticks. Huang Tao served a bowl of old duck soup to both his parents, and then served some to Xian, and put a few pieces of boneless duck meat in her bowl. "It's a little hot. Blow it before eating," he reminded her. And seeing Xian was still indulging in the cake and drink, he smiled and said, "Eat the cake and drink after dinner." She had already drunk nearly half of the watermelon juice, and had eaten several bites of ice cream and cake. If she ate more, she probably wouldn't be able to eat anything else. "Oh," Xian responded vaguely, trying to swallow the cream cake in her mouth, and took the opportunity to drink another sip of watermelon juice. She picked up the duck wing with a spoon, pouted her pink little mouth, and blew it twice. Then she bit it with the awu. Chewed. The tender duck meat was stewed and tender, very tender and fresh. Xian chewed it for a few times. Her eyebrows curved and her dimples shallow, and she thought it tasted very good. But in her mind, the food cooked by her father is still the best. Huang Tao wiped the soup hanging from the corner of her mouth with a wet towel and said with a smile, "What else do you want to eat? Dad will pick it up for you." Xian pointed to the plate of home-cooked small yellow croaker and said, "Fish." "Okay." Huang Tao helped to pick up the small yellow croaker with chopsticks, and carefully picked out all the fish bones for her, and put it in her bowl. "Xian, is the food cooked by your father delicious? Or is the food cooked by this restaurant delicious?" Lin Yuhan asked jokingly. I won't say. I won't say." She blinked her big watery eyes, and glanced at the waitress not far away. Then smiled and said to Lin Yuhan, "I can show you. But Sister Yuhan, you can look but you can't touch me." "Okay. I won't imitate you. First, it's the rice cooked by my father." Xian scooped a large spoonful of fish meat, put it into her mouth, and closed her eyes intoxicatedly. "The rice cooked by my father is really delicious." Another bowl. Everyone was amused by her little expression. "Next is the food cooked by this restaurant." She scooped a little bit of fish meat and put it into her mouth, smiling sweetly. It's delicious. I'm full." "Sister Yuhan, now you know who cooks delicious food." "I know." "Then you tell me." "I won't tell you." Lin Yuhan couldn't help but sigh. Xian is incredible. She has such a high EQ. And she has a talent for acting. Of course, in their hearts, although the food of this private restaurant is not bad, it is still slightly inferior to the cooking skills of their boss. After tasting it, Huang Tao only thought it was okay. The main reason is that his tongue has been cultivated by the system, and is more sensitive than ordinary people. For example, the home-cooked small yellow croaker. The ingredients are handled very cleanly, and there is a smell of small yellow croaker. This small yellow croaker with its own sea breath is enough to show its freshness. The cooking time was not good enough. The meat was a little old, and there was too much soy sauce, which was a little salty, affecting the overall taste. At this time, the man wearing a thick gold chain across from Huang Tao spit the food in his mouth directly onto the plate, cursing. The food in this private restaurant is tasteless and not delicious at all. I don't know how they got such a high rating online. Is it fake? Waiter, call your manager to me. The waiter hurried over and said timidly, Sir, if you have any problem, I can help you solve it. Okay, then help me solve it. The man with the thick gold chain pointed at the food on the table and asked, Your food has no taste at all. It's terrible. How do you solve this problem? Impossible. The waiter looked doubtful. The other diners were shocked and whispered, Is it so terrible? I think it tastes good. Could it be that he and I are not eating from the same restaurant? Huang Tao and the others were also puzzled. Although the food in this private restaurant tastes average, it is not to the point of being difficult to swallow. Huang Tao felt that what this man said was a bit exaggerated. The man with the thick gold chain said fiercely, What's impossible? Can't I taste whether it's delicious or not? I tell you, I had a spicy hot pot at noon, and it tasted great. It's not like your restaurant, which has no taste and is very unpalatable. Huang Tao understood after hearing this. He asked with a smile, Sir, are you a person who loves spicy food? Yes. Excuse me. You probably ate too much spicy food and it affected your taste. What? Eating too much spicy food affects your taste? Is that true? The man with the thick gold chain looked incredulous. Seeing Huang Tao say this, other customers spoke up. To be honest, we think the private dishes here taste pretty good. It must be your taste that is wrong. Yes. It tastes okay. Not as bad as you said. Is it really as this gentleman said? That you ate too much spicy food and it affected your taste? Seeing other diners say this, the man with the thick gold chain felt the balance in his heart tilt. Recently, except for spicy food, everything else tastes really bland. Is it really his sense of taste that is wrong? Then do you have a way to restore my sense of taste? A cup of soda water with 2 spoons of salt. You can try it. The man with the thick gold chain looked at the waitress beside him and asked, Does the store have soda water and salt? Yes. Then do as he said. Give me a cup. Okay. Wait a moment. The waitress cast a grateful look at Huang Tao and immediately did it. Soon, she came with a cup of soda water with 2 spoons of salt. The man with the thick gold chain rinsed his mouth with this cup of soda water with salt. He sat down again with doubts and tasted the duck meat again. Huh? This taste. It is indeed different from what it was just now. Impossible. He was shocked. And he tried all the other dishes on the table in a self-deceiving way. The final result is, it is indeed his taste that is wrong. Not the food. I didn't expect this handsome guy to be so good. Thanks. Bro. You're welcome. Huang Tao smiled and sat down again. Lin Yuhan and others all showed an expression of I don't understand. But I am shocked. Other diners and waiters looked at Huang Tao with admiration and appreciation. After seeing Huang Tao's appearance, I always felt that he was familiar with him. Of course, some customers recognized him. He seems to be the one who taught skills on the spot at the food festival. His name is Huang Tao, known as Boss Huang. It turned out to be him. No wonder he knows all this. Boss Huang is very capable and really comes to help. Other diners only talked in a low voice and looked at him with admiration, and did not disturb Huang Tao and his friends from eating. After a while, the owner of the private restaurant heard about this and came to Huang Tao's table to express his gratitude. Give Huang Tao's table a 50% discount. Chapter 196, The Kitchen Knife in a Brocade Box. Xian, did you have fun tonight? Huang Tao asked softly with a smile on his face, and pulled the small quilt at the end of the bed to cover Xian. The small table lamp on the bedside table emitted soft light, reflecting on Xuan's pink and tender little face, like a ripe apple in September. It makes people want to take a bite. Yeah. Happy. Xian buried the lower half of her face in the quilt. only showing her big bright eyes looking at him. Nodding like a chicken, very fun. After dinner in the evening, after the employees said goodbye, Huang Tao sent his parents to Lin Jinsong's taxi and watched them leave. Then he took Xian to a nearby park and strolled around. There are many amusement equipment in the park. When Xian saw it, her big eyes suddenly lit up like a light bulb, and she ran over impatiently like a bird out of a cage. They played on the swings, slides, seesaws and other projects. They had so much fun that they didn't want to go home. If he hadn't urged her to go home because it was too late, the little guy wouldn't want to go home. Really? Huang Tao smiled and asked, "Do you want to play again in the future?" "Yes." Xian nodded vigorously. Huang Tao reached out and gently brushed her bangs in front of her forehead, leaned over and kissed her forehead. "Then you go to sleep first. And next time when Daddy is not busy, I will take you out to play again. Okay?" "Okay." Xuan's eyebrows were curved and she nodded like pounding garlic. He rubbed her bangs and said lovingly, "Then go to sleep." Xian said him obediently and closed her eyes obediently. To be honest, she was very tired, and she had just taken a hot bath. Not long after she closed her eyes, she felt tired unconsciously. She fell asleep without Huang Tao singing a lullaby to her or patting her through the quilt. She fell into a dream. Xian had a sweet smile on her face at this time. It seems that she must have a sweet dream tonight. Huang Tao sat in front of the bed and looked at Xian gently for a long time before reaching out to lower the brightness of the lamp on the bedside table. Then he got up quietly and walked out of the bedroom. He came to the sofa in the living room and sat down. That's right. Now that he had some free time, he remembered that he hadn't received the system gift package of the system's extra reward. I don't know what will be in this system gift package. He opened the system interface in his mind with his mind. He also entered the system space with his mind. System gift package. A set of God of Cooking suit. Can be received anytime and anywhere. Host. Do you want to receive it now? What is the God of Cooking suit? He said with a big question mark. Receive it. As soon as the voice fell, golden light instantly appeared, almost blinded Huang Tao's 24K titanium eyes. Luckily, he didn't receive this thing during the day. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for the golden light. At this time, a rectangular golden brocade box slowly fell from the ceiling in a 360-degree rotation. It landed steadily on the coffee table. Reward has been issued. Huang Tao had no time to pay attention to the system's thoughtful reminder, but leaned over curiously and took the golden brocade box from the coffee table. Open it. There was a kitchen knife lying quietly inside. Nothing special. It was no different from an ordinary kitchen knife. The glossiness was also very ordinary. Not very bright, but the edge looked very sharp. Under the light, it shone with a silver luster. It was chilling. Huh? There is also an instruction manual. He saw a manual lying quietly inside the brocade box. So he picked it up and took a look. The manual detailed the materials used for this knife. It is made of rare elements vanadium and selenium. It also detailed the characteristics and benefits of these two materials. In short, this is not an ordinary kitchen knife. This is a god-level kitchen knife. I have to try this kitchen knife. How sharp is it? He took the kitchen knife to the kitchen and looked for ingredients that could reflect the sharpness of the kitchen knife. Although he had not cooked at home for some time. Fortunately, his parents cooked a meal at home at noon today and left some ingredients. A Chinese cabbage. So he would not be without ingredients to try. He took the kitchen knife and pointed it at the Chinese cabbage. Wow! The knife cut the Chinese cabbage neatly in half. Now, Huang Tao thoroughly felt the difference between this kitchen knife and ordinary kitchen knives. This kitchen knife is very light to use. It is at least half lighter than those ordinary kitchen knives purchased on the market. The sharpness of the blade is far better than theirs. The handle is also very easy to use. Huang Tao observed the cut of the cabbage, which was neat and tidy, without the slightest crookedness. It met his expectations. It was also very easy to cut. He lowered his head to the cut of the cabbage and smelled it carefully. He only smelled the smell of cabbage, and did not smell the smell of a new knife. Well, it is worthy of being a kitchen knife produced by the system. Not bad. Not bad. He nodded with satisfaction, and naturally looked forward to other chef sets in his heart. What would happen if he could collect this set of chef sets? Become a chef god? He didn't know whether he was a chef god or not. What he knew now was that if he wanted to get it, He had to accumulate a lot of points, or complete the difficult tasks issued by the system, before he could get it. By the way, why didn't the system issue tasks? There was no need to think about things that he couldn't understand. Forget it. It's getting late. Let's go back to sleep. He wiped the kitchen knife with a cloth, put it back into the brocade box, and prepared to take it to the store tomorrow. He tiptoed back to the bedroom and closed the door gently. He reached out to turn off the lamp on the bedside table and laid down next to Xian quietly. Xian half woke up and whispered, "Daddy." "Hey!" Wang Tao responded softly, reached out and patted her through the quilt, and said, "Baby, go to sleep. Daddy is here." Xian groggily said twisted her body, and fell asleep again. Wang Tao pulled the quilt for her and covered her up to prevent her from catching a cold at night. "Go to sleep. Good night, my baby." The next day, Wang Tao and Xian woke up on time under the influence of their biological clocks. After washing up, the two drove their electric cars to the Zinhachi restaurant. At the door of the restaurant, many people were already queuing up. "Boss Huang is here," someone shouted, and a group of diners suddenly became energetic. They stopped playing with their phones, chatting, and even smoking. They consciously separated to the sides and made a path in the middle. Wang Tao walked with Xian in the middle, and it seemed as if he had returned to Hong Kong Island in the last century. The younger brothers on both sides lined up to welcome him. The big boss. A customer saw the brocade box in his hand and asked with a smile, "Oh, Boss Huang, your brocade box is too beautiful. What's inside?" Wang Tao said lightly, "Nothing. Just a kitchen knife." No one asked much, but felt that the kitchen knife in the brocade box must be of extraordinary quality. Entered the store. After giving Xian some instructions, he went into the kitchen. He saw Su Hao chopping the meat with great effort. "Let me do it." He picked up the god-level kitchen knife and started chopping the meat quickly. Click, click, click. After a while, the meat was chopped. He slashed the meat with a big knife and turned it into the meat bowl. "Damn, boss, your kitchen knife is too sharp." Lin Zifeng and Su Hao on the side watched this scene. Their eyes widened, shocked. That's right. Wang Tao's move completely refreshed their understanding of kitchen knives. Chapter 197, Editor-in-Chief of Food Full and Delicious. It was less than 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Monley, Editor-in-Chief of Food Full and Delicious magazine, drove a small red horse on the road, and the scenery outside the car window kept moving backwards. Soothing music echoed in the car. She held the steering wheel, looked ahead, and answered her best friend Yang Xiaobing's phone call with a Bluetooth headset while watching the road conditions. "Yes. I just went out. I'm going to the old street in the west of the city now." Yang Xiaobing's slightly surprised voice immediately floated from the other end of the phone. "Old street in the west of the city? Monley, you are not going to find Mr. Huang of Zinhachi restaurant and invite him to your food magazine, right?" "Yes. Just as you said." "Oh. Hey. Did I hear it right? The great editor-in-chief Lin actually came to invite him in person. I thought that the words you said to Mr. Huang last time were just to give yourself a step down. Just talking. I didn't expect you to be serious." Listening to her best friend's tone full of disbelief, Lin Monley asked speechlessly, "Xiaobing, did you know me?" Lin Monley, "On the first day? When did I?" Lin Monley, "Say something that didn't count?" That's right. Having known Lin Monley for so long, she has always kept her word. It was the first time that she had taken the initiative to personally invite him. In the past, she had directly asked her assistant to do such things. Now, she took the initiative to invite him, which was enough to show that she valued Boss Huang. Think about it. Boss Huang stole the show at the food festival this time. He was not only on the news and the local hot search, but also won 3 major awards. It can be said that he was the most popular at the time. It's a good time to invite him to a food magazine now. Of course, in addition to these, she felt that her daughter valued Boss Huang's cooking skills the most. Yang Xiaobing quickly comforted, Okay. Your words are as good as gold. What you said is more true than pearls. I was a little girl who judged you by my mean heart. You are a big man, so don't bother with me. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you." At this time, Lin Monley had driven her little red horse into the old street in the west of the city. She was going to find a place to park. She smiled and said, Okay. Xiaobing. I'm almost there. I won't chat with you. I'll hang up first. Yang Xiaobing hurriedly said, Don't hang up yet. I have something else to say later. What else? Hurry up and tell me. What else can it be? Of course it's about food. Yang Xiaobing didn't hesitate and came clean. You are going to Mr. Huang's store. After you finish your business, remember to pack some food for me and send it over. Lin Monli. Is this the rhythm of treating her as a takeaway girl? But she is the editor-in-chief of Food Whole Food after all. Forget it. You have to pamper your best friend even if you cry. She compromised speechlessly. Okay. I know. There is nothing else. I will hang up. I want to park the car. Monli. I know you are the best to me. Love you. Faced with a wave of sweet words from her best friend, Lin Monli took off her Bluetooth headset after backing the car into the parking space. Carrying her handbag, she got out of the car. Beep. After locking the car door, she walked and looked for the location of Zhenhaoqi. She thought it would be easy to find, so she didn't call Huang Tao in advance and drove here directly. But unexpectedly, it was quite difficult to find. If Huang Tao's store had not closed for the morning, she would have found it immediately. Just look at the long queues in front of the store, and you will definitely find it. Unfortunately, she was a step late. Just as she was about to use her mobile phone to search Baidu Maps to check the specific location of Zhenhaoqi, she saw a passerby passing by her. So she smiled and asked, Hello. How do I get to Zhenhaoqi? The passerby enthusiastically guided, Go straight and go to the corner over there. Okay. Thank you. After thanking her, she went straight to the corner. Standing at the corner, she tilted her head and looked up, and saw a red ordinary sign with 3 big characters Zhenhaoqi written on it. Looking at the storefront and the location, she muttered to herself, This place is really remote. Is Boss Huang adhering to the principle of the food is delicious no matter how far it is to open this store in this remote location? If Huang Tao were here, he would definitely tell her loudly. It's all because of lack of money. She walked forward and pushed the door open. Hello. Sorry. The business hours are over in the morning. Ding Suqin, who was cleaning up the dishes, subconsciously thought that she was here to eat, and said apologetically, Hello. I'm not here to eat. Lin Monli pursed her lips charmingly and revealed her identity. I am the editor-in-chief of Food Whole Food Beauty magazine. My name is Lin Monli. I'm here to see your boss. Is he here? Editor-in-chief of Food and Beauty magazine? Hearing this, Ding Suqin looked at Lin Monli carefully. She also recognized her. After all, on the day of the food festival, Lin Monli had taken the initiative to invite her boss to the Food and Beauty magazine. But the boss was too busy at the time and declined her kindness. Later, Lin Monli took the initiative to ask her boss for contact information, and said that she would make an appointment to talk to her boss in detail another day. I didn't expect her to come so soon. Hello, Editor-in-Chief Lin. You come at an inopportune time. Ding Suqin shook her head apologetically and replied politely, My boss went to send his daughter to school and should be back soon. How about you come in and wait for a while? Okay. Then I'll come in and wait. Lin Monli raised her wrist to check the time, nodded, and sat down. Ding Suqin went to pour her some water. Sister Suqin, who is this beauty? Su Hao and Lin Zifeng, who were busy in the kitchen, didn't see or hear clearly, and were very puzzled. Lin Zifeng curiously poked his head out and asked Ding Suqin softly. Ding Suqin looked at him and smiled. This is Lin Monli, the editor-in-chief of Food Full and Delicious magazine. She is here to see our boss. As students of the culinary school, Lin Zifeng and Su Hao have heard of Food Full and Delicious magazine and have a little understanding of it. Lin Zifeng even sighed. She is the editor-in-chief of Food Full and Delicious. The real person is much more beautiful than on TV, and much more gentle than on TV. Su Hao guessed, Sister Suqin, what does this editor-in-chief Lin want to see the boss? Could it be that she wants to invite our boss to be on her magazine? That should be the case. Otherwise, they wouldn't come here in person. Our boss is really awesome. He even attracted the always cool and arrogant editor-in-chief Lin to come and invite us in person. Su Hao and Lin Zifeng's eyes were filled with admiration for their boss. After Ding Suqin poured the boiled water, she brought it over. Please drink some water. Okay. Thank you. Lin Monli took a sip of tea and waited for Huang Tao to arrive. 5 minutes later, Huang Tao came back on his electric bike. He pushed the door open and entered, seeing someone sitting in the store. He looked familiar, but he didn't recognize him at once, seeing so many customers every day, except for a small number of familiar neighbors and college students. He really didn't remember many of the others. Chapter 198 Free Publicity. Lynn Monley subconsciously looked up after hearing the sound of the door being pushed open. She immediately recognized who it was. It was the person she was looking for. Huang Tao. She couldn't help but reveal a touch of joy in her eyes, and a charming arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. She quickly put the water cup in her hand on the dining table, stood up and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Huang." Huang Tao looked at her and smiled politely. "Hello. What's the matter? Don't remember her?" She looked embarrassed. And a polite smile. "Boss Huang. Don't you remember me?" Huang Tao. She is. Who was that person by Daming Lake 18 years ago? Boss Huang. You are a noble person who forgets things easily. It's normal that you don't remember. She gave herself a way out and introduced herself. Then let me introduce myself again. I am Lynn Monley, the editor-in-chief of Food Whole Food Beauty magazine. We met in the afternoon of November 11th, the day of the food festival, and I gave you a business card at that time. After saying this, Huang Tao immediately had an impression. The reason why he didn't recognize her at the first time was mainly because her clothes and makeup today were very different from that day. Today, she was wearing a professional suit, and her hair was meticulously combed into a low ponytail. She looked much more old-fashioned and serious. It was like two different people. Huang Tao didn't expect that this editor-in-chief Lin was so persistent, and came to invite him so quickly. He remembered, smiled slightly, and extended his hand to invite. "Oh, it's editor-in-chief Lin. Hello. Hello. Please take a seat." "Thank you." After Lynn Monley thanked him, she gracefully sat back in her original seat and went straight to the point, saying respectfully and sincerely, "Boss Huang, I think you have guessed why I came here today. I really want to do a food interview with you and your Jinhaochi restaurant. Please don't refuse it again, Boss Huang. Besides, this is a win-win situation. I think that after shooting a food interview with Yu Jinhaochi, this issue of Food Whole Food magazine will definitely be a hit, which will increase sales for my magazine, and at the same time promote your Jinhaochi restaurant and you, making you and your Jinhaochi restaurant more famous." This is the rhythm of fearing Huang Tao's refusal. To be honest, Lynn Monley herself never thought that one day she would not only personally invite him, but also ask him to be on her food magazine. This is a precedent. What allowed her to break this precedent was naturally Huang Tao's superb cooking skills and his current popularity. Of course, she also admitted that Huang Tao was photogenic. He was handsome, educated, capable, and popular. As long as he was on the magazine, he would sell well. That was why she insisted on inviting him, and Huang Tao couldn't think of a reason to refuse. After all, being on the food magazine was very beneficial to him and the development of his store. This was free exposure and free publicity. Don't miss it. Besides, if he hadn't been busy with the food festival last time, he would have nodded in agreement instead of declining. Besides, the two of them had also agreed verbally at the time to discuss the interview and report after the food festival. Now, the other party came in person, full of sincerity. He had no reason to refuse. "Okay, I promise you, I will accept the interview report from your magazine." He nodded in agreement, and then said politely, "There is no special meeting room in our small shop, so I could only ask you to discuss the interview report at the table. Boss Huang, you are too polite. Although your shop is not big, the environment and sanitation are very good. I sat here while waiting for you just now, and the experience was quite good." Lynn Monley smiled charmingly. Then the two discussed the report, from the photo shooting of dishes to the interview of customers and owners, and the real record of the environment and sanitation in the shop, etc. They talked about everything. After talking about it for a while, Huang Tao smiled and said, "No problem. As long as you don't disturb my work, you can shoot it." "Okay. Then when do you think it's appropriate? Let's come over to shoot." Lynn Monley put her hands on her knees elegantly and looked at Huang Tao. Her words full of the tone of everything is based on Huang Tao. "No problem for me. Everything is fine," Huang Tao said casually. She continued, "Then let's start the interview later." This impatient look, as if she was afraid that Huang Tao would regret it. "But you didn't bring any interview equipment. How can you interview later?" He didn't believe that a dignified editor-in-chief would carry interview equipment with him. He couldn't take the photos himself. Since she said so, I guess she should ask the food magazine to send someone over. He understood, smiled and agreed. Okay. No problem. You can take photos while I cook. She smiled and said, Boss Wang, please get ready first. I'll contact the photographers in our food group and ask them to come over quickly. Okay. Hearing this, she picked up her phone and quickly called her assistant. After a moment, the call was connected. The assistant's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Editor-in-Chief. Lin Monley said in a vigorous tone. Xiaolu, please contact the food team and ask them to send the best photographers and hosts to the Jinchi restaurant in the old streets of the West City. Please implement it and ask them to come quickly. Okay, Editor-in-Chief. I'll do it right away. Lin Monley was still very confident in the assistant's ability to do things. After hanging up the phone, seeing Huang Tao and others moving ingredients outside the door, she stepped on high heels to meet them. Want to help? Boss Huang? Let me help you. No. I can do it myself. Besides, you are wearing high heels. It's not suitable for doing these. It's okay. I can do it. Then you take the light ones. Huang Tao, who couldn't resist, pointed to the small bags of ingredients. Lin Monley nodded and followed Huang Tao, carrying the bags of ingredients. Su Hao and Lin Zifeng were shocked when they saw this scene. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the arrogant and cool editor-in-chief Lin would lower his status and help move things. Is the rumor wrong? Or is it that the only thing missing is Boss Huang to make the arrogant and cool editor-in-chief Lin lower his status? The answer is naturally the latter. After all, they have seen the image and style of editor-in-chief Lin on TV. At 9 o'clock, the photographer and the host hurried over. There was a traffic jam on the road. Otherwise, they could have arrived more than 10 minutes earlier. Fearing that the editor-in-chief would think they were late, the two of them quickly explained, Editor-in-chief Lin, we are here. There was a traffic jam on the road just now. Okay. Stop talking. Let's get to work first. Lin Monley would rather spend the time of listening to explanations on work. She said lightly. Xiaoqin, you set up the camera first. Okay. Xiaoqin set up the camera and filmed the store. They don't know how many episodes of this kind of filming interviews have been done. He naturally knows how to shoot and where to shoot. Let's start shooting the environment inside the store. Huang Tao also started the preparation work on his side. Chapter 199 Close-up of slow cooking. In order to cooperate with the photo shoot of Food for All magazine, Huang Tao also changed into a new chef's uniform and took care of his hair. He was also preparing to put new dishes on the agenda. Seeing Huang Tao wearing a chef's uniform and walking out of the temporary lounge, Lin Monley asked with a smile, Boss Huang, what dish are you going to cook first? Huang Tao had been struggling with whether to launch yellow croaker noodles first or dompa pork first at noon. If both were launched, it's not impossible. It's just, everyone has been busy with the food festival these 2 days and hasn't been able to take a good rest. If 2 new products are launched at once, the workload will be a bit heavy. He was afraid that everyone would be overwhelmed. So he didn't rush to launch both new products at once. He planned to launch dompa pork first. The main reason is that this dish is more famous and more suitable for food magazines. He smiled and told Lin Monley the dish. Dompa pork. Lin Monley was no stranger to dompa pork. Dompa pork is said to have been invented by Su Dompa, and its taste is very delicious. Dompa pork, also known as rolled meat and dompa stewed meat, is a traditional specialty of Maishan and Jiangnan. This dish is available in Zhejiang cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Hubei cuisine and other cuisines, and the cooking methods are different. It is said that when Su Dompa was an official, he was in Hangzhou, there was a flood in the area that year. Su Dompa's governance not only helped the people to successfully fight the flood, but also prevented the West Lake in Hangzhou from being damaged. So in order to thank Su Dompa, the people gave him gifts. Among them was pork. When Su Dompa saw the people delivering pork, he ordered his servants to cut the pork into cubes, add appropriate seasonings and wine, make unique food, and send all these foods to the people who participated in flood control. Therefore, this dish was named dompa pork. The most important soul of dompa pork is rice wine. Only by adding an appropriate amount of rice wine can the taste of dompa pork be more delicious. The finished dishes are neatly arranged mahjong blocks, with bright colors, like agate. The dompa pork that Huang Tao wants to make is naturally the dompa pork in Zhejiang cuisine. Lin Monli, who has heard that his West Lake vinegar fish is delicious, can't wait to see the taste of dompa pork made by Huang Tao. In order not to delay Huang Tao's work, Lin Monli and the new host Xiaomei had to stay outside the kitchen and watch Huang Tao cook through the transparent glass. Xiao Lu followed Huang Tao into the kitchen with a camera and filmed on the side. The camera started working. Huang Tao also took out the pork belly that Su Hao had soaked in water beforehand. Put the meat upside down on the chopping board and scrape the pig skin several times with a kitchen knife. This can scrape out some dirt in the pores of the pig skin. Boss Huang. So much. After scraping, he put the pork belly in clean water and washed it. Then, he put the pork belly on the chopping board again and started to cut it. This cutting is not to cut the pork belly into pieces directly with a kitchen knife, but to trim the lean meat. This dompa pork, if you want it to look good, you must trim the pork belly. Keep the thickness of the pork belly consistent. In this way, it will be more beautiful when it is served. He placed the pork belly with the skin facing down on the chopping board. He picked up the god-level kitchen knife and cut it down with a few swoosh strokes. The extra lean meat was neatly trimmed. When the trimming was completed, he cut the pork belly into 4 cm squares with the kitchen knife in his hand. Oh my god! The speed of the knife. It really shocked Lin Monli and others present. Everyone looked at it with wide eyes. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Xiao Lu's hands trembled in shock. But fortunately, he held it tightly. Otherwise the camera would have fallen to the ground. Fortunately, the picture only shook a few times. Boss, this kitchen knife is so powerful. With just a few swishes, he cut the meat into pieces very quickly. And his knife skills are amazing. Editor-in-Chief. Look! The pieces of meat are very uniform in size. Almost the same size. It's really fast. So fast that my eyes can hardly keep up with his hand speed. In Xiaomei's eyes, Huang Tao is so handsome at this moment. Lin Monli's admiration for him also increased. Huang Tao added half a pot of water to a large pot, and put in scallion slices, ginger slices and cooking wine. Put the cut and washed meat into the pot. Turn on high heat and boil. Use a spoon to skim off the floating foam one by one. Use a colander to carefully scoop out the meat in the pot. When scooping out the meat, there is no need to turn off the heat, and the broth in the pot needs to be kept boiling. One advantage of doing this is that the dirt that has just been cooked will not be contaminated on the meat again. After all the meat has been fished out, he took the big casserole from Su Hao. Start making dompa pork. He neatly spread the chopped scallions that Su Hao had cut on the bottom of the casserole, and evenly placed the ginger slices on top of the scallions. After this step, he put the cooked meat pieces, with the skin facing down, into the pot one by one. Boss Huang, why don't you tie the dompa pork with a rope? I see other chefs tie the meat with a rope when they make this dompa pork. Can you do it without a rope? Xiao Lu asked in confusion. He smiled and said, It's okay. As long as the heat is well controlled. It's okay not to tie it. Got it. Only if you can't control the heat well, and are not confident in your cooking skills. You will tie it with a rope to prevent the meat from falling apart. And a real cooking master doesn't need to worry about this. Xiao Lu finally understood why his editor-in-chief personally invited Huang Tao. That's because they have real ingredients. Huang Tao began to put seasonings into the casserole. Soy sauce, dark soy sauce, rock sugar, and rice wine were put in one by one. He stopped when the rice wine was level with the meat. He covered the casserole with a lid. Boiled the casserole over high heat. Then turned to low heat to keep the casserole boiling. The meat cooked in this way is tender and soft, and very delicious. Lin Monli watched the whole process of Huang Tao adding seasonings. In addition to some soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and rock sugar, the rest was rice wine acting as water. The seasonings used were very simple, but she knew that the more skilled the cooks, the more they pursued the cooking method of simplifying the complex and returning to the basics. No spices were added, and no seasonings such as oil were used to enhance the flavor, because no matter what is added, it will affect the aroma of the pork belly itself. And this simplest seasoning can completely stimulate the aroma of the pork belly. This is the charm of cooking. Of course, this also tests the chef's skills. Boss Huang, can I take a few close-ups of the slow fire? Xiao Lu asked respectfully. Sure. Huang Tao nodded and moved to the side to make room for Xiao Lu to shoot. Xiao Lu carried the camera to the stove and took a few close-ups of the slow fire. Huang Tao opened the lid of the pot and asked him to take a picture of the meat in the pot. This thoughtful move made Xiao Lu feel that Huang Tao was a very good person and very friendly. Then, the shooting of Dompa pork came to an end. If you want to shoot again, you have to wait more than 2 hours. And you can shoot again after the casserole is out of the pot. During the cooking process, Huang Tao began to prepare other dishes to avoid delaying the lunch supply. Chapter 200 Become a blind date. As time goes by, when it is close to 10:30, there are still few people in other stores. But outside the door of Huang Tao's Zinchichi, people have lined up one after another. It is estimated that the line has stretched for 100 meters. But there is no rhythm of stopping. The first ones to come are basically old customers from nearby. As usual, they all bring their own queuing artifacts, folding chairs and sun hats. They sit in a row outside the store, like they are on vacation. Xiaomei in the store is a little confused. Her beautiful big eyes can't help but reveal a touch of surprise. And she murmured in confusion, "What are they doing?" Even Lin Monli, who has seen the lineup of the Zinchichi booth at the food festival, can't help but reveal a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes when she sees these customers who seem to be on vacation. Her pretty face was calm, with a calm expression as if she was used to it. She said lightly, "These should be old customers. They knew they had to queue up, so they came to queue up in advance." Xiaomei said in disbelief, "It's not even time for dinner yet. They came to queue up so early? And they all brought folding chairs to queue up, which is full of ritual sense. However, if you don't know, you might think that these uncles and aunts were specially invited by the boss to attract attention. Of course, Boss Huang didn't need to do this." Li Monli smiled. "I can only say that Boss Huang's food is so delicious. It's not easy for customers to eat his food." Xiaomei understood. She was also very sure of one thing. That is, the food in the rumored Zenhachi restaurant was really delicious. Better than Jinju. She had never eaten it before. But she was also looking forward to the food in Zenhachi restaurant. She wanted to see if there was a chance to taste the food in the restaurant after the interview. Lin Monli saw that Xiao Lu had finished shooting in the kitchen, so she waved to him to come out. Xiao Lu immediately understood what she meant. While nodding to Lin Monli, he said to Huang Tao, "Boss Huang, the editor-in-chief is calling me. I'll go out for a while and come back to shoot the food when it's out of the pot later." "Okay. Go." Huang Tao nodded and continued to work on his own work. Xiao Lu walked up to Lin Monli with a camera and said with a smile, "Editor-in-chief, are you looking for me?" Lin Monli raised her chin and said, "Xiao Lu, go take some photos of the customers in line with Xiaomei." "Okay." Xiao Lu nodded, carried the camera, and followed Xiaomei out of the store. At this moment, the queue outside the store was much larger than before. It was several hundred meters long. Looking at the queue and the rows of folding chairs, Xiao Lu couldn't help but smile. Boss Huang's customers are not only many, but also very unique. He smiled and took photos of the queue and the nearby street scenes one by one. The combination of Xiao Lu carrying a camera and Xiaomei, who is very beautiful, is still very eye-catching. It successfully attracted the attention of the customers in line in front. The familiar customers whispered to each other. "Who are they? What do they do? Are they from the TV station? Carrying a camera? I think our boss Huang is now a well-known celebrity, so it's normal for the TV station to come and interview him. Ah, we are going to be on TV because of Boss Huang? It seems that it is 9 out of 10. I tell you, I have dreamed of being on TV in my life, and I didn't expect that I would get my wish today." Many neighbors and customers heard this and quickly adjusted their appearance. They sat up straight one by one, wanting to be in the best condition to welcome their filming. Xiaomei walked to the queue, randomly interviewed a young male customer. She smiled gently. "Hello, I am Xiaomei, the host of Food Whole Food and Beauty magazine. Can I interview you?" Other neighbors and customers were a little disappointed and a little surprised when they heard Xiaomei introduce herself. What was disappointing was that the dream of being on TV was shattered. What surprised me was that Mr. Huang was actually going to be on the food magazine Food for All and Delicious. It seems that the rumors are true. The sudden interview, especially by a beautiful woman, made the young male customer very enthusiastic. He said with joy, "I am 27 years old, currently single, with a monthly salary of 18,000 yuan. Beautiful woman, do you have anything else to ask? Just ask." It turned out that he treated her as a blind date. But she was here for an interview, not a blind date. She was speechless. Xiao Lu, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but burst out laughing, causing Xiaomei to roll her eyes at him and shut up immediately. Xiaomei smiled again and continued the interview. Excuse me. Is this your first time to eat in this restaurant? No. I'm an old customer of this restaurant. Since you are an old customer, can you tell me about this restaurant and what delicacies it has? Shengjianbo, roast duck, crab fried cake, braised pig's trotter. The young male customer listed all the delicacies one by one with Xiaomei. From the names, they are all ordinary and common delicacies. Ordinary, but the taste made by Mr. Huang is not comparable to that of ordinary people. It seems that you like the delicacies of this restaurant very much. I come here every meal. The young male customer smiled and said, Beauty, do you have time after work? How about we sit down and have a cup of coffee together? Thank you. I'm allergic to coffee. Xiaomei couldn't stand his enthusiasm and didn't want to drink coffee. What she wanted most now was the delicacies made by Mr. Huang. She hurried to interview other customers. The customers were quite happy to be on the food magazine. According to her conscience, she praised Zenchichi restaurant. She interviewed 7 or 8 people in a row. During the interview, many people in the queue in front and behind also joined in the interview. Without exception, all customers gave a perfect score to Zenchichi restaurant. This was completely within her expectations, and she did not feel a bit surprised. Half an hour later, the interview was over. The two returned to the store. Xiaomei said sweetly, Editor-in-Chief, I have finished interviewing the customer. The next step is to interview Mr. Huang. Lin Monli crossed her arms and nodded. Well, let's wait until Mr. Huang is done. Xiao Lu, you go in and continue filming now. After receiving the order, Xiao Lu carried the camera again and walked into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Wang Tao had already opened the lid of the casserole. A strong aroma instantly spread from the pot and spread all around. This aroma is a bit complicated. There is the aroma of pork, the aroma of rice wine, and the aroma of soy sauce. In short, the various aromas are mixed together, making this aroma particularly good. Su Hao on the side couldn't help smacking his lips. No need to taste it. Just smelling this tempting aroma, the glutton in my stomach is aroused. Who said it wasn't? The glutton in my stomach is also ready to move. And it's almost uncontrollable. Lin Zifeng smiled. Gurgle. Smelling the meat aroma coming out of the pot from time to time, and listening to the gurgling sound of the meat in the pot, Xiao Lu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Lin Monli and Xiaomei, who were outside the kitchen, were also tempted and couldn't help pursing their lips. At this time, after the steam in the pot dissipated, the ruddy meat inside was exposed. There was very little soup in the pot, and it couldn't cover the meat at all. As the soup at the bottom of the pot continued to boil, the meat pieces all trembled. Looking at it, people can't wait to eat a piece immediately. The soup in the pot has become much thicker at this time. The color has also become dark red, and it is covered with a thick layer of grease. These greases are naturally the lard stewed from these meat pieces. Stewing the lard will make the meat pieces taste more refreshing and not greasy, and adding lard to the soup will make the soup more fragrant. This makes the taste of Dongpa pork better. Wang Tao turned off the fire when he saw that the fire was almost ready. Put the steamer on the stove nearby. Add water to the pot. Put the grate on it. Turn on high heat. Carry out the last step of steaming. Steaming the stewed meat in the steamer for more than half an hour is to make the meat more flavorful and the seasoning taste softer. It also makes the pork taste softer. Wang Tao took the clean clay pot from Su Hao. Then he carefully picked out the meat pieces in the casserole with chopsticks and put them in the clay pot with the skin facing up. After everything was put in, he skimmed the floating oil on the surface of the soup in the casserole. Use a spoon to scoop it into the clay pot, in order to allow Xiao Lu next to him to take better photos. He deliberately slowed down when doing these steps. When he was done, the water in the steamer had already boiled. He carefully placed the clay pot with Dongpa pork in the steamer. He covered the pot. After the steaming started, Wang Tao went back to do other things. Chapter 201. The former head chef of a 5-star restaurant. The aroma of Dongpa pork drifted quietly out of the store with the wind. The customers in line smelled the aroma and kept sniffing. It smells so good. It's intoxicating. I'm almost dying of greed. It smells so good. It smells different from before. Could it be that the aroma comes from the new dish to be launched at noon today? It's probably. It should be a meat dish. I smell a meat aroma, but I can't tell what it is. Many neighbors started discussing this issue. Old Lou even opened a handicap to bet on what the new dish would be at noon today. The bet was simple. Whoever wins will be treated to the new dish. Old Lou smiled happily. Everyone, feel free to guess. If you guess right, I'll treat you. Uncle Lee, I guess it's braised spare ribs. Aunt Lee, pig's trotters with sauce. Aunt Chung, steamed chicken wings with sauce. Uncle Jiang, braised pork. No. No. Old Chin smiled and shook his head. Gently shook the folding fan in his hand. And said calmly, everyone, you all guessed wrong. It's Dompa pork. A group of uncles and aunts. Old Lou. How could I forget this old guy? Old man. How can you be so sure that they guessed wrong? Many college students in the queue behind asked curiously. Another college student echoed with a surprised look on his face. Yes. Yes. Old man. How can you be so sure that the new dish launched by Mr. Huang at noon is Dompa pork? Old Chin. His Karen arm, which had been resting for a week, was stirring. He was in a bad temper, holding a folding fan in his hand, and couldn't help but retort, I am a former 5-star chef. Can't I smell Dompa pork? Oh! How could I forget the old man's identity? The two college students who remembered Old Chin's identity naturally believed his words. So they smiled and said, with your skills, you can definitely smell it. We have eyes. But we are not Mount Tai. You are a big man, and don't care about the mistakes of the little people. Old Chin naturally wouldn't argue with these juniors. He turned to look at his best friend Lao Lu. Smiled and waved his folding fan. Lao Lu. Remember to treat me later. Lao Lu was a little dissatisfied with the result and said, Lao Chin. Didn't you win unfairly? What do you mean by unfair victory? I won by my real ability. How can it be unfair? Lao Chin waved his folding fan calmly and asked calmly, Lao Lu. You can't afford to lose. Right? I can't afford to lose? Lao Chin. Who are you looking down on? Lao Lu was so angry that he pointed at him and said, don't worry. If the new dish is really Dompa pork, I will definitely treat you. Then you will be treated to this meal. Lao Chin smiled. Lao Lu. In the classroom of Linjiang University, Professor Wei was on the podium, giving a lecture with great emotion. Suddenly, the mobile phone in his trouser pocket made a buzzing sound. He reached out to take out the mobile phone from his trouser pocket and checked the time. It's already 10:40. He was lecturing at a speed so fast that it seemed as if he had pressed the fast-forward button. The content of this class was finished in a few seconds. Students, this class ends here. Just understand what I said after you go back. I will check the homework next class. Now let's end the get out of class. Professor Wei looked at the students in the audience, and after a few simple instructions, he took his mobile phone and textbooks and rushed out of the classroom. That's right. Knowing that Zenhachi Restaurant would resume business today, and that Zenhachi Restaurant would launch new products today, he set an alarm to avoid being late and missing the queue. He was so hurried now. Of course, he was in a hurry to queue up at Zenhachi Restaurant. In order to queue up early, he walked so fast. But even if he walked fast, he was still not as good as those strong and energetic students running to the school gate one by one. Wang Tao's small restaurant opened at more than 11 o'clock. There must be a lot of people queuing now. It's over. It's over. My class is until 12 o'clock. I won't be able to buy it when I get out of class. When it comes to this time, many college students who have classes will become very sensitive. After all, if you can't go to the Zenhachi restaurant to line up at 11 o'clock before, you will most likely not be able to eat the food made by Mr. Huang. Not to mention that the class is not over until 12 o'clock. You will definitely not be able to buy anything. It was like this before. It's even worse now. If they hadn't gone to look for it in the morning, they would have almost not been able to buy the Xingjianbo. It's because after the food festival, Mr. Huang's popularity suddenly opened up in the city, and many customers from other streets came to buy, causing the Xingjianbo, which was already in short supply, to fall into a state of supply and demand. If it's like this in the morning, it's even worse at noon. Brother, what do you think we should do? I'm sitting in the same classroom with you now. What can I do? Ah! This is the rhythm of wanting to starve a 20-year-old child to death. Those students who stayed in the classroom to attend classes, although they were in the classroom, their hearts were all drifting to the Zenchiho restaurant. Not only these students' hearts were drifting away, but those office workers near the old street in the west of the city were also not in the mood to work at this moment. They glanced at the time from time to time, and when they got off work, They immediately rushed to the Zenchiho restaurant. Zenchiho's kitchen. Xiaolu took some photos of braised dishes. At this time, the dongpa pork has been thoroughly steamed, and it's time to take it out of the pot and put it on the plate. Before that, Wang Tao took out the boiled and cooled cabbage heart, squeezed the water gently with his hands, and put it on the bottom of the plate, in order to make the plate look good. Then he turned off the stove where the steamer was, lifted the lid of the pot, and prepared to bring out the dongpa pork. As soon as the lid of the pot was opened, a very pleasant aroma wafted out of the pot. This aroma was slightly lighter and softer than the aroma from the clay pot just now. Just smelling it made people feel very natural and comfortable. This may be the characteristic of Zhejiang cuisine. It is soft but not mushy, and the flavor is strong but not strong. Just like the gentle and elegant women in the water towns of the south of the Yangtze River. He carefully took the earthenware pot out of the steamer and placed it on the stove so that Xiaolu could take better photos. After Xiaolu finished taking the photos, he took the chopsticks, picked up the meat, and placed it on the plate with the skin facing up. The meat pieces were neatly arranged. Very beautiful. After arranging the plate, Wang Tao scooped some soup from the clay pot and poured it on the meat. A Zhejiang-style dongpa pork was ready. The crispy and bright red small cubes, fat and lean, with slightly translucent skin, looked very tempting. In addition, the bright red meat pieces and the green cabbage heart are matched together, which has a kind of beauty that makes people speak. When Xiaolu took a close-up of this plate of dongpa pork, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Obviously, while he was attracted, he was also greedy. Not only he was greedy, Su Hao, Lin Zifeng, and Ding Suqin on the side couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Even Lin Monli and Xiao Mei outside the kitchen were greedy through the glass. After Xiaolu finished shooting, Wang Tao invited everyone to come and taste it. Lin Monli and the others were not polite. They picked up the chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and took a bite. The rich fat immediately flowed down. It was tender and chewy. The fat and lean meat were interwoven, making the taste perfect. Coupled with the soft and glutinous skin, the taste was sublimated to the extreme. The taste was also perfect. The salty taste of the sauce, the sweet taste of the umami, the faint aroma of the rice wine, and the rich aroma of pork. After taking a bite, people want to take another bite. And another bite. The kind that can't stop eating. Wow! Delicious. So delicious. Boss Huang, the dongpa pork you made is so delicious. So delicious that I almost swallowed my tongue. Xiaolu and Xiao Mei couldn't help but praise. It's really good. Lin Monli nodded in agreement. Just 1 or 2 bites made them even more greedy. It would have been fine if they could only smell the aroma. But after eating it, they knew how delicious it was. And they were even more greedy. However, they were too embarrassed to ask for it, so they could only pay for it later. They even wanted to eat 3 meals a day at the Zenhachi restaurant. After the 3 of them saw Huang Tao cook dongpa pork with their own eyes, they admired Huang Tao's cooking skills even more. Then, Xiao Mei conducted a brief interview with Huang Tao himself. Huang Tao answered Xiao Mei's questions calmly. I almost cried when I heard him talk about why he gave up his job and why he opened this Zenhachi restaurant. The interview with him was a review of the entrepreneurial journey of Zenhachi restaurant. Xiaolu took a few photos of Huang Tao. The interview was completely over. Thank you for your hard work, Boss Huang. That's all for today's interview. I'll send you another copy when the magazine is published. Lin Monli smiled and said, I hope we can cooperate more in the future. Okay. You've worked hard too. It's also our honor to be interviewed by the Whole Food magazine. Huang Tao smiled and said politely, It's getting late. Why don't you 3 stay for a quick meal before leaving? No need for a quick meal. We're still waiting to go back and sort out the materials we filmed. Lin Monli naturally wouldn't take politeness as a blessing. But thinking of her bestie's request, and she was also greedy, she smiled and asked, Boss Huang, one of my besties likes the food you cook very much, and asked me to bring some back to her. Can you buy me a few portions of braised food first? If it's not convenient, forget it. Of course. Huang Tao asked Ding Suqin to prepare some braised food for him. He originally planned to give it as a gift, but the other party insisted on paying for it. So Huang Tao let her do it. Xiaolu and Xiao Mei wanted to stay and queue up to buy, but the editor-in-chief was leaving, so they were too embarrassed to stay and could only come back another day. Fortunately, Lin Monli gave them a portion of the braised food, which comforted their lost hearts to some extent. After seeing them off, Wang Tao started to open for business. Chapter 202 Dongpa Law. A really delicious restaurant. Wang Tao made the final preparations for the lunch business. He took chopsticks and put the pieces of dongpa pork with red and slightly trembling pig skin and meat in the clay pot into simple white porcelain bowls with the skin facing up. In each small bowl, put a piece of dongpa pork. He scooped some sticky and fragrant soup from the clay pot and poured it on the skin of the dongpa pork in the bowls. A spoonful of soup poured down. The skin of the dongpa pork was bright and moist, with a clear color, shining under the light. It was very tempting. Seeing this, Su Hao and Lin Zifeng both thought that this big piece of meat that had grown 4 or 5 centimeters longer was very good. They wished they could have 2 bowls of white rice right now. 1 bowl to eat with the big piece of meat. 1 bowl to eat with the fragrant soup. Of course, if you have a beer while eating, it will definitely be a perfect opening for perfect. Perfect. Boss, the price of your dongpa pork seems to be undecided. Ding Suqin suddenly remembered and reminded him. Wang Tao realized it belatedly. Lin Monli and her group came to film and interview, disrupting his orderly work process. Not only did he not have lunch yet, but he also forgot about the important matter of pricing. Forgot? Sister Suqin. A small bowl is 28 yuan. Please go to the store door and mark the price of dongpa pork on the small blackboard outside. He thought about it and said something. Okay, I'll do it now. Ding Suqin nodded, wiped her hands, and prepared to implement the boss's instructions. Okay, Sister Suqin. Then you go. By the way, let the customers outside come in and order food. He glanced at the time and saw that it was getting late. He glanced at the queue outside the door and said to Su Hao and others with an apologetic look, well, time is a bit tight today. We can only have lunch after the business is over. If you are hungry, eat some steamed pork ribs with glutinous rice and lotus leaves to fill your stomach and replenish your energy. Su Hao and others shook their heads and said in unison, it's okay. Boss, we are not hungry now. Let's open the business first. That's fine. Wang Tao smiled and patted Su Hao and Lin Zifeng on the shoulders. Thank you for your hard work. I will save some dongpa pork later. Let's eat together at noon. Thank you. Boss. Su Hao and Lin Zifeng, who had been craving for this for a long time, hurriedly thanked him. At this time, Ding Suqin walked to the door of the store and said to the customers in line at the front of the store, Uncle, you can go in and order food first. After saying that, she walked to the front of the electronic blackboard and added a new price on it. Dongpa pork, 28 yuan * small bowl. Her actions naturally attracted the attention of the customers in the queue in front. After seeing the name of the dish on the electronic blackboard, the eyes of the old men and women all lit up. And they also admired Lao Qin. Hey! Lao Qin was right. The new dish for lunch today is dongpa pork. Lao Qin, you really deserve to be the former chef of a 5-star hotel. You can smell the dishes just by your nose. Amazing. Although Lao Qin is old, his skills are still as good as before. Faced with the flattery of the old neighbors, Lao Qin nodded and smiled. That's natural. I started learning cooking from someone when I was 15 years old, and then entered the hotel to start 10 years of study and work. At the age of 28, I have become the executive chef of a 5-star hotel, which is a position that many chefs dream of. In the past 30 years, I have almost no spare time. I can say that I am having fun in hardship. But in fact, I am following my inner hobby and completely regard cooking as a hobby. The glorious history of Lao Qin has been heard countless times by these uncles and aunts. They are almost callous by hearing it. Now, as soon as they see him start talking, they know what he wants to fart. By the way, is it too late for them to take back their rainbow farts just now? They are very regretful. In order to make their ears quieter and to taste the new dongpa pork as soon as possible, they quickly left, walked into the store. They ordered food to Ding Suqin. Give me a bowl of dongpa pork, a bowl of fish ball soup, and a crab fried cake. I also want a bowl of dongpa pork, a bowl of fish ball soup, and a lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs. When Lao Qin saw them, he closed his folding fan, pointed at their backs, and said anxiously, Hey, why are you leaving? I haven't finished talking yet. Hey, stop shouting. No one wants to listen to your old stories. Lao Lu speechlessly gave Lao Qin a look that said, don't you know what's going on? If Lao Qin hadn't blocked his way, he would have definitely run away faster than those neighbors. Lao Qin was too lazy to argue with such neighbors. Remembering the bet with Lao Lu, he smiled and pointed to the 3 words Dongpa pork on the electronic blackboard, and laughed happily, haha. Lao Lu, take a good look. It's Dongpa pork. You can't escape this meal. Lao Qin, you don't need to remind me. I'm not blind. Old Lu had a look of resignation on his face, and smiled. Let's go. I'll treat you. The 2 of them walked into the store quickly with a smile. The neighbors who were queuing behind had heard the general idea, and had already taken out their mobile phones to send messages. The news of the new Dongpa pork at noon today was announced. If you want to buy it, come quickly. It will be gone if you are late. As soon as Old Qin and Old Lu entered the store, the neighbors had already eaten Dongpa pork. And when they saw Old Lu and Old Qin coming in, they smiled and said, Old Lu, Old Qin, let me tell you, Huang Tao's new Dongpa pork today is so delicious. Old Qin shook his folding fan and smiled happily. Of course, nothing made by Boss Huang is bad. As he said, he looked at the bowls of Dongpa pork placed in the partition. The small cubes were crispy and bright red, with fat and lean, and the fragrance was overflowing. It's very tempting. The characteristic of Dongpa pork is that it is made by stewing thin-skinned and tender meat with famous wine. Therefore, it has a bright red color, rich flavor, crispy and tender without breaking, fragrant and glutinous without being greasy. Its unique stewed fragrance is its biggest feature. It is cooked slowly and carefully with water to remove the fishy smell and retain its fresh fragrance. Old Qin couldn't help but murmured, and the way Mr. Huang cooks Dongpa pork is to follow the Dongpa law of slow fire. Less water, and it will be delicious when the fire is enough. It can be seen that he is very good at controlling the fire. Hearing this, Old Lu on the side couldn't help showing a little expression of although I don't understand. I am shocked. In order to surprise the duck, he quickly ordered food from Ding Suchin. Give me 2 bowls of Dongpa pork, 2 servings of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, and 2 bowls of fish ball soup. After reporting the dishes to Ding Suchin, he paid the bill, took the ordered meal, and looked for a seat with Lao Qin. Fortunately, a neighbor had just finished eating and was walking. The 2 went over and sat down. Lao Qin also went to the beverage machine, bought a bottle of wine, and took 2 disposable cups. He poured a glass for Lao Lu and himself. Then he slowly put the small bowl of Dongpa pork in front of himself before picking up his chopsticks. He took a bite. His cloudy eyes couldn't help but narrowed. It was fragrant, chewy, fat but not greasy, and the taste was mellow and rich. He took another sip of wine. Wonderful! Wonderful! Chapter 203. The turnover rate is as high as 100%. It's really delicious. Every time a new dish is served in the restaurant, it can attract customers' attention, in addition to liking to eat delicious food. In fact, deep down in their hearts, they also have a herd mentality. They are used to trying new things as soon as they are served. This can also be said to be the instinct of foodies. Look! Customers who come to the store to order food must order a portion of Dongpa pork. As a result, the newly served Dongpa pork has become a dish with a turnover rate of up to 100% in the store. Very popular. Many customers who stay in the store to eat all take a bite and are extremely satisfied. Oh! This Dongpa pork is so tender. And the skin is so soft. So good. Yes. This Dongpa pork is so tender and crispy. So fragrant. Just use chopsticks to gently pick it up and take a bite. The lean meat is loose and not dry, and the fat is soft and not greasy. The taste is really, better than a living god. Who says it's not? This Dongpa pork is tender, soft, and delicious without any chewing. It is much better than the Dongpa pork at the New Year's Eve dinner in the hotel during the New Year. Only at Boss Huang's place can I eat delicious and satisfying food without chewing. I think the best thing is that this Dongpa is soft, glutinous and delicious but not greasy at all. It's so refreshing. The customers dining in the restaurant eat Dongpa pork, nibble on the stewed food, and have a bowl of fish ball soup and crab fried rice cake. It's so refreshing. Now, it's Professor Wei's turn to order. When he learned that the new dish today was Dongpa pork, he was a little excited and said, Boss Huang's new dish this time is very special. This Dongpa pork looks quite good. Wait a minute. I will send a message to the group to ask. As he said that, he took out his phone and took a photo of Dongpa pork. The chat group name was Zenchiho Food Team. Lao Wei, Come quickly. Zenchiho restaurant has launched a new Dompa pork at noon. 28 yuan per portion. 2 yuan off if you want it. As soon as the message came out, it received an immediate response. Lao Sun, 2222. Another steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Lao Su, I want to come quickly. But I'm still in class and can't leave. Then I'll trouble you to bring me one. The same as Lao Sun. Lao Chen, we are all very confident about the Dompa pork produced by Zenchiho restaurant. Even if you use your toes to think, you can know that it must be delicious. Lao Wei, bring me a portion of Dompa pork and crab fried rice cake. Thank you. Lao Shui, sure. Lao Wei, there are really new products at noon today. Then trouble you to bring a portion of Dompa pork and fish ball soup and a portion of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Li Jiqing saw Lao Wei shouting in the group and wanted to help buy it. He also responded quickly, so as not to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lao Li, Lao Wei, bring me one too. Just the same as Lao Shui. Lao Wei, okay. Wait. I'll be back soon. Give me 6 servings of Dompa pork. 5 servings of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. 3 servings of fish ball soup. And 1 serving of crab fried rice cake. Please pack it up. Professor Wei made a quick decision, paid the bill, and waited to pick up the food. The people in the queue behind him saw him buy so many servings of Dompa pork at once. They were very worried. They were worried that the other party would buy all of them. If that happened, when it was his turn, there would be no more. But since the other party ordered so many at once, he couldn't say anything. So he could only pray to God in his heart to bless him and let him buy it. The customers behind all had the same idea. Huang Tao fried crab and rice cake very quickly. Ding Suchin's packing speed was also getting better and better. Professor Wei didn't delay much, and hurried back with a large food bag containing a packing box. Everyone, I'm back. Professor Wei shouted as soon as he entered the office. He had a large food bag in each hand, and he put them all on Li Jiqing's table, which was closest to the door. He opened it and started to share the food. Old Wei, you've worked hard. Li Jiqing saw it, and thanked Old Wei with several other professors who didn't have classes. Then they shared it. Back to his own office. He started with Dompa pork. God knows how tempting the fiery red tender meat and the tempting aroma are. Well, delicious. This Dompa pork is so tender. Professor Sun couldn't help but praise it after tasting it. Old Shui, who was sitting at the desk in front of him, chewed with enjoyment, and even without turning his head, he echoed, "It tastes really good. It tastes delicious and not greasy. Much better than the Dompa pork sold in those big hotels outside. I ordered Dompa pork a few times in the hotel before, and it tasted too greasy and fatty. After that, I never ordered this dish again. If I hadn't seen the photo of Dompa pork posted by Lao Wei in the group just now and was tempted. If this Dompa pork was not made by Mr. Huang, I would not dare to try it again." Professor Su at the next table continued the conversation, holding back a little expression of relief, however. "Fortunately I tried it. This Dompa pork tastes very charming. Not only not greasy, but also melts in the mouth. Very delicious. Lao Li, the Dompa pork made by your students is really delicious, which changed my perception of Dompa pork. Indeed, the cooking skills of Lao Li's student are amazing. He has successfully conquered my stomach again." Lao Chen nodded in agreement. "That's right. Don't you see whose student that is?" When Li Jiqing saw the reactions of several professors and heard their praises of Huang Tao, his face was even more proud and proud. He wanted to write a few words on his forehead now. He, Li Jiqing, is Mr. Huang's teacher. Other professors, you Lao Li, I said you are fat, and you are panting. But think about it. He is indeed capable of panting. Who let him have such a superb cooking student? Huang Tao naturally didn't know about the praise here. He was still immersed in the busy cooking, because the customers who entered the store basically had a portion of Dompa pork. The Dompa pork was sold out soon. The customers queuing behind all showed a look of disappointment, especially the customers from other streets who came here because of the food festival. The disappointment was even greater at this time. When I heard about the new Dompa pork, I was glad that I came at the right time and had a good time. Who would have thought that my enthusiasm would be wasted? Fortunately, there were other delicacies in the store, and it was good to have a bite. But I still felt a little regretful when I thought about missing the Dompa pork. There was nothing I could do. I could only come early in the evening to buy it. They carried the delicacies they bought, and told themselves secretly in their hearts while walking. Most people are still used to taking away, and few actually stay to eat in the restaurant. On the other side, Lin Monli did not go back to the magazine with Xiao Lu and Xiao Mei. Instead, she drove directly to her best friend Yang Xiaobing's house. She personally delivered the braised snacks that Yang Xiaobing had repeatedly asked her to buy. Yang Xiaobing ran out of the door with a look of anticipation. Did you buy it? Your braised food. Lin Monli raised the takeaway box in her hand. Thank you, Monli. I know you are the best to me. Yang Xiaobing was extremely excited and gave Lin Monli a big hug, pouting her lips and wanting to kiss Lin Monli to show her gratitude. But Lin Monli reached out to stop her. Okay. I have delivered the things. I have to go back to the magazine. Did the shooting go well today? It went well. Boss Huan also specially prepared a new dish. What new dish? Dongpa pork. Seeing her best friend's happy expression, Yang Xiaobing knew that this dongpa pork must be delicious. After all, so far, the food made by Boss Huang has never tasted bad. Speaking of which, can I still buy it if I drive over now? Chapter 204. Start urging marriage. Okay. No need to see me off. I'm leaving first. Lin Monli smiled sweetly at Yang Xiaobing and turned to where her little red horse was parked. Yang Xiaobing stood at the gate of the courtyard and said, Then drive carefully on the road. Okay. Got it. Go back. Bye. Yang Xiaobing stood in the courtyard, watching her bestie get on the little red horse, and waved goodbye to her until the little red horse disappeared from her sight. She went back to the house. Snap! Snap! She kicked off her slippers, and the two slippers fell to the ground in a mess. She picked up the food bag with a takeout box on the coffee table, and then sat on the sofa. She put her white and tender feet on the sofa and sat cross-legged. Just as she was about to untie the food bag, the sound of the door opening came to her ears. She looked sideways and saw the people coming. Her eyes lit up and she shouted in surprise, Dad! Mom! Why did you come back early? Did you have fun on this trip? The daughter's long black hair was casually attached to her shoulders. It was obvious that she hadn't washed it for several days. She wore a headband casually, and all the hair in front of her forehead was brushed back, revealing her smooth little face. She was not wearing any makeup, wearing a furry nightgown, and sitting cross-legged on the sofa. She had no image at all, not to mention the ladylike temperament. This was also her real state when she stayed at home. But now she looked at the couple sideways. Yang Jiaqing's square face couldn't help but reveal an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Ding Shuan looked at her daughter, who was already 30 years old but still lazy to death, and glanced at the slippers scattered on the ground and the layer of dust on the shoe cabinet. She couldn't help but show an expression of disdain, and couldn't help nagging a few words. Xia Bing. How old are you? You don't put your slippers away properly. One here and one there, thrown everywhere. How difficult is it to put your shoes properly? And what did you promise me before you went out? Look at the shoe cabinet. There is a layer of dust, and you don't even wipe it. Before she went out, she repeatedly reminded her daughter to take care of the house and clean up the house when she was free. At that time, her daughter agreed very readily. She also patted her chest and promised that she would give her a clean and tidy home when she came back. Who knew this child would still be like this? Her beautiful expectations were ultimately in vain. Yang Xiaobing felt a headache when she heard him talking, and quickly stopped him. Oh, Mom, you and Dad are so tired from catching the plane. Why do you talk about me as soon as you come back? These housework can be cleaned up after Auntie comes back from vacation. Anyway, Auntie will be back tomorrow. Right? Ding Shuan. Okay. Then let me talk about your sitting posture. You don't sit properly. How can you be a woman at all? The child's appearance. If there are guests at home suddenly, they will see you like this. Wouldn't it be a joke? Yang Xiaobing disagreed. There are no guests at home now. Even if they come, I will go back to the house and dress up immediately. Right? Ding Shuan. Yang Jiaqing pushed the suitcase over and said with a smile, Bing Bing. You are usually busy with work and have no time to fall in love. Now you are resting at home. Why don't you go out for a walk and make some friends? Okay. The marriage urging mode is about to start again. Yang Xiaobing got what her father wanted to say at once, and decided to run away. She said quickly, Dad, I remembered that I have an important document to reply to. I will go back to my room first. You and Mom are tired. So take a good rest first. How could Yang Jiaqing not know what his daughter wanted to fart? He showed the aura of an old father and said, sit down. I haven't finished talking yet. Don't find an excuse to run away every time I talk about this. She had to sit back obediently. Yang Jiaqing walked to the sofa and sat down beside her. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Bing bing. Look. Other people's children, who are about your age, have already married and their parents have grandchildren. When will you make your mother and I happy? Yang Xiaobing. Dad? I'm still young and don't want to get married and have children so early. You're almost 30. You're still young? Children your age can already help with cooking, he said anxiously. Bing bing. Then tell your dad. When are you willing to get married? She said she couldn't answer this question. After all, she doesn't even have a boyfriend now. You can't just go to the street and pick up a man to marry. Right? Seeing that his daughter didn't say anything, he said earnestly, look, we have 5 houses and no one lives in them. Even if you get married and have children, the 3 of you can't live in them at all. After you find a man to marry, you can give birth to several grandchildren, and the family will be prosperous. I can also be a grandfather. Yang Xiaobing said speechlessly, Dad, I'm not a sow. Why should I give birth to so many children? Faced with the argument between the father and daughter, Ding Shuan wanted to dissuade them. But then she thought it would be better not to be the bad guy and let the father and daughter mediate by themselves. So she didn't say anything, nor did she continue to be a spectator, but dragged her suitcase to her room to tidy up. Okay, don't have so many children. His heart softened, but you have to tell Dad what kind of man you want. As long as you tell me, no matter north or south, tall or short, fat or thin, as long as it's a man, I promise to bring him home for you. And you don't have to bother looking for him in the vast sea of people. Yang Xiaobing looked at her father with a serious look. She smiled. North and south are no problem, he said confidently. No problem. Okay. I want to find a man in the southern hemisphere. Okay. I'll find it for you, he responded subconsciously, and realized belatedly that he was fooled by his daughter. He pointed at Yang Xiaobing in anger. You kid. You actually. But his daughter is already grown up. He can't hit her. Dad, don't be angry. I'll treat you to braised food. Seeing that his old father was really angry, Yang Xiaobing smiled and opened the takeaway box in his arms, handed it to him, and let him choose. No. I'm full of anger. He waved his hand and almost waved the takeaway box in Yang Xiaobing's hand away. Fortunately, Yang Xiaobing held it tightly with both hands and was spared. Yang Xiaobing, if you don't want to eat it, forget it. I'll eat it myself. She picked up a piece of braised chicken wing and started to chew it. The strong aroma of sauce went straight into Yang Jiaqing's nose, making him sniff it and his throat surge. Looking sideways, he saw that the braised chicken wings in his daughter's hand were bright red. Just by looking at the color, he knew that they were well marinated. He said with a sullen look, forget it. Since you invited me to eat, I'll try this braised food. In fact, he couldn't resist the temptation of the braised food. Yang Xiaobing quickly handed the takeaway box to his father again. He picked a piece of duck neck and took a bite. The lean meat part was moderately hard and soft with a chewy texture. A light bite of the meat shred spread in the throat, wrapped in the salty and slightly sauce. The whole taste and flavor were improved by more than one level. It tastes really good. The meat flavor is perfectly stimulated, and the marinade sauce is also unique. He couldn't help but nod and praise. Bing bing. Where did you buy this braised food? Yang Xiaobing was not surprised to hear his father's affirmation. After all, men, women, young and old love to eat the food made by Boss Huang. Yang Xiaobing said cunningly, I can tell you. But Dad, you have to promise me one thing. What is it? As long as Dad can do it, I will definitely promise you. Yang Xiaobing took out his mobile phone, turned on the recording, and said with a smile, don't urge me to get married again in the future. Little guy, you are waiting for him here. I didn't want to agree, but I couldn't resist the smell. He nodded. Okay. Dad promises you. Dad, I'm recording it. Don't regret it. Don't worry. Your dad is a man of his word, and it's hard to change your mind. He smiled and nodded solemnly. At worst, let her mother urge me later. This is what I asked Monli to buy from the Zinchichi restaurant on the old street in the west of the city. She suddenly became energetic, sat up straight, and said, Dad, I tell you, the food in this restaurant is delicious. I heard from Monli that they launched a new product Dompa pork at noon today. Unfortunately, I didn't eat it. Yang Jiaqing felt that he had seen the name of this store before, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. However, when he saw his daughter's face full of disappointment when she said she missed Dompa pork, recalling the taste, he couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. He thought for a while and said, "How about we go there to try it in the evening?" "Okay. But the things in this store are very popular. We have to go there early. It will be difficult to buy them if we go late." "Okay. Anyway, we have nothing to do today, so we can go there early. Now, do you want to drink something?" "Okay." Yang Jiaqing opened a bottle of red wine quickly. Red wine goes well with braised food. It tastes different. Ding Xuan put away her suitcase and came out. She stood at the entrance of the corridor and saw her husband and daughter toasting each other. She was confused. They were arguing with each other just now. But why did they look like a loving father and a filial daughter now? She felt that she had missed something. Chapter 205, gaining the approval of 10 colleagues. This is a really good restaurant. All the dishes are sold out in advance. You should know that the ingredients prepared for this lunch today are slightly more than usual. The food started selling at around 11 o'clock, but it was sold out at around 12:30. Many customers who were still queuing but couldn't buy anything sighed helplessly, and couldn't help complaining that the really good food was getting harder and harder to buy. What else can we do? We can only come to queue up as early as possible in the evening. Everyone left helplessly with regret and loss, and went to other places to find food. At this time, Ding Xuqin, who had time, sat aside to rest, because there were still some customers eating in the store. They had to wait until all the customers left before they could go over to clean up the dishes. Su Hao and Lin Zifeng were busy preparing their own lunch. He soaked the black fungus and cut the pork slices into thin slices and marinated them. Prepared to stir-fry some mushy pork. After Huang Tao put the braised food package into the braising pot, he walked out of the kitchen and asked the dining customers with a smile, "How does it taste?" At noon today, many customers from other streets came to the store. They were all attracted by the food made by Huang Tao at the food festival. "I miss it if I don't eat it for a meal. So I took advantage of nothing to do at noon and drove here to satisfy my cravings." Several of them came together. There were several trips. Some took it away after packing it. Some stayed in the store to eat. At this time, both tables were customers from other streets who came here because of its reputation. When they heard Boss Huang ask this, they responded in a rush. "Boss Huang, your crab fried cake is so delicious. You don't know that I heard from the neighbors here at the food festival that your crab fried cake is delicious." At that time, I was thinking about it. Now I tasted it. It's really soft and chewy. The crab meat is tender and tasty, and the fragrance is overflowing. The taste is particularly good. It's a pity that I couldn't buy Dompa pork. This Dompa pork is indeed hard to buy. Fortunately, I had foresight and asked the neighbors who came early to help me order a portion of Dompa pork. I just tasted it, and it was so delicious. To be honest, I couldn't eat the pig skin before, but your Dompa pork with skin is very gelatinous, and I swallowed it. The soup is also very fragrant. If I have white rice, I can drink 2 bowls of rice with this soup. Indeed, this Dompa pork is not greasy, fragrant and delicious, and it is very satisfying. After eating a large piece of Dompa pork, I feel very satisfied. I declare that this is the best Dompa pork I have ever eaten. Huang Tao was amused by their words. No one doesn't like to be praised, including Huang Tao. At this moment, he was already very happy in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He just smiled slightly. "You are really good at talking. If you like it, then eat more. I am also happy that you like what I cook." He believed that these customers were speaking sincerely. This can be seen from their expressions. Just at this moment, Huang Tao's mind suddenly rang with the emotionless prompt sound of the system. Ding dong. It is detected that the host's new dish Dompa pork has been liked by the majority of customers. But as a future chef god, this is far from enough. Post a side task. Please ask the host to make Dompa pork recognized by 10 chefs in the industry within 1 week. If the task is completed, you will get a lucky draw. P.S. The 10 chefs in the industry must be chefs of star-rated hotels or above. When the familiar ding-dong sounded, Huang Tao habitually thought that the task was to sell Dompa pork within a certain number of days or hours. These tasks, for him at this stage, can be easily completed. Who would have thought? The system did not play by the rules this time. It gave such a unique task at the first move. It should not be difficult to be recognized. But where can he find these 10 chefs, who are also chefs of star-rated hotels? He was in a dilemma. Boss Huang, we are done eating, so we will leave first. Before leaving, the customers at the 2 tables all said goodbye to him with a smile. Okay. Take care. Welcome to visit next time. He recovered and waved to them with a smile on his face. When the customers at the 2 tables walked out of the store, they sighed and looked back every few steps, muttering, "Oh, I don't want to go back. I can't eat Mr. Huang's food anytime and anywhere after I go back. I want to eat Mr. Huang's food every day. Oh, it's so sad to say it. When I bought a house before, I wanted to buy one in the old street of Qingxi. But I thought Qingxi Old Street was an old city. So I gritted my teeth and bought one in the city. Now it's too late to regret. When I save enough money, I will buy a commercial house in Qingxi Old Street. Food is my motivation. In addition to saving money to buy a house, is there any other way for me to eat Mr. Huang's food every day? Or eat whatever I want? Yes. Marry him and give birth to his children. And the whole person is yours. But the problem is, can I marry a man?" Ding Suqin saw that the customers who stayed in the restaurant had finally left, and hurriedly stood up to clean up the dishes. "Boss, it's time to eat." After Su Hao and Lin Zifeng cooked a few dishes, they called Huang Tao and the others to come and have a late lunch. "Hey, here we are," Huang Tao agreed, and then turned his head to look at Ding Suqin, who was still busy collecting the dishes, and said with a smile, "Sister Suqin, let's eat first, and we'll clean up these together later." Ding Suqin nodded, put the dishes in the dishwasher, washed her hands, went to get rice, and then brought the white rice to the table. The lunch was very rich. In addition to the 2 dishes cooked by Su Hao and Lin Zifeng, there were also dongpa pork specially reserved by the store. Of course, the most popular dish was dongpa pork. After all, everyone had been craving for it for a long time. Everyone picked up a piece of dongpa pork and put it on the rice. The gravy of dongpa pork instantly dyed the rice milky red. The gravy wrapped around the shiny white rice was also very appetizing. They couldn't wait to take a bite of the dongpa pork. They first tasted the sweetness of sugar and the aroma of sauce. The meat was steamed and cooked very soft, and it was fat but not greasy. Ding Suqin's eyes lit up. Wow! The boss's dongpa pork is really delicious. It tastes fat but not greasy. The meat is fragrant and flavorful, without the smell of meat. The taste is glutinous and sticky, and the skin is chewy and elastic. It is really delicious. After tasting it, Su Hao also enjoyed it, and responded to Lin Zifeng's words. Lin Zifeng nodded in agreement. If they were to give a score, they would give 99 points. 1 more point is to prevent the boss from being proud. If you like it, eat more. Huang Tao smiled. He thought that if Xian knew that he had a new dish, she would be very happy, and would definitely ask for it. Su Hao and others put the rice into their mouths, and the sauce flavor became more and more abundant, and the sweetness of the rice was still there. The kind of people who eat without even looking up. As Huang Tao ate, he suddenly remembered that he had created a new product group during the food festival. At that time, it seemed that many chefs from various hotels also joined the group. Got it. He took out his mobile phone, released a new product group, sent a message. Our store has a new product, dongpa pork. Welcome everyone to come and taste it. Before he could put away his mobile phone, someone buzzed and replied. Undoubtedly, new product? Dongpa pork again. This is okay. I'll come over in the evening. What do you think? Wow. Mr. Huang is so fast. He has a new dish so soon. Okay. I will come to support him in the evening. Unremovable vegetarian dress, Mr. Huang. Make more. Don't let us go there and not be able to buy it. Brother. Lewd fashion, haha. I have tried it. Huang Tao took a look and saw that the customers who returned were ordinary customers. He didn't see the chefs of the hotel showing up. He was a little disappointed. Chapter 206 by a car. Dad. Xian threw herself into Huang Tao's arms, raised her head and blinked her eyes, and said with a smile, Dad? Today Teacher Su taught us to sing and dance. Teacher Su said that my dance moves are the most standard. She looked like she was saying praise me now. Xian dances really well. She is quite talented. Teacher Su on the side echoed with appreciation. Really? Huang Tao smiled, looked at his precious daughter, and said, "My Xian is the best. What reward do you want? Tell me, and Dad will take you to buy it." Xuan's beautiful big eyes lit up. "I want a toy." Huang Tao readily agreed. "No problem. You can choose any toy you want later." "Wow. You can choose any toy you want." Other children were very envious of Xian after hearing this. It was nothing more than appearance. They simply envied her for having such a good father, who not only cooked delicious food, but was also very generous and could choose any toy she wanted. The father and daughter were naturally unaware of the children's envy. He took off Xuan's small school bag and small water bottle. "Teacher Yi, Teacher Su," Huang Tao said to Teacher Yi, "then we will leave first. Today we have a new product. Donfa pork. If you are free, come and try it." The two teachers' eyes lit up and nodded repeatedly. "Okay. We will go after get off work." Xian waved her hand obediently. "Teacher Yi, Teacher Su. See you later." The two teachers smiled and responded, "Okay. See you in the store later." When he walked out of the crowd with Xian in one hand, and the small school bag and small water bottle in the other, several children surrounded him. "Dad, Xian, is your store open at night?" "Yes." "What's wrong?" Xian smiled and said for her classmates, "Dad, they all want to eat the food you cook." The parents of these children also stood aside, crying and laughing helplessly. "Boss Huang, your store was closed yesterday, and the food festival closed early. My children didn't get to eat the food you cook, and they have been thinking about it until now, and they are very greedy." "Boss Huang, do you also open at 5 in the evening?" "About 5:30. Huang Tao thought about it and kindly reminded, "If you want to come, it's best to come early. If you are late, it will be difficult to buy." "Okay. Then we will go home and put our school bags and go there." "Boss Huang, see you later." "Dad, Xian. See you later." "See you later, Xian." The other children also said goodbye to Xian and Huang Tao. "See you later, kids." Huang Tao waved and left the Golden Sun Kindergarten with Xian in his arms. On the way to the old street in the west of the city, Huang Tao asked, "Xian, do you like dancing?" Xian, standing in front of the electric car, nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yeah, I like it." Huang Tao smiled. He was thinking again whether to send Xian to learn dancing. If she goes to a professional dance training class and has professional dance teachers to guide her, the little one will definitely learn better. It seems that learning to dance is quite hard. But having said that, dancing is a sport that is beneficial to the body and mind. It can exercise the body, enhance the coordination ability of various parts of the body, is beneficial to physical and mental health, and is also the only choice to improve temperament. It's just right for her to start learning at her current age. Huang Tao was very confused. "Daddy, look, there are so many toys in this store." Xian was attracted by a newly opened toy store on the side of the road. She pointed at the toy store with excitement. Huang Tao slowed down after hearing this. He looked in the direction of her finger. There was a long red welcome carpet in front of the store, and several congratulatory flower baskets were placed on the left and right sides. The setting sun was reflected on the large French window, and the shelves inside were filled with all kinds of toys, which were quite eye-catching. On the glass door, the 5 red words Children's Products Store were very eye-catching. When he passed by this store a few days ago, the door was covered with a tarpaulin and was still under renovation. He was in a hurry to pick up Xian just now, so he didn't pay attention. Unexpectedly, the renovation was completed and officially opened. It's still a toy store. It looks quite big. Huang Tao stopped the electric bike and checked the time. It was still early. He decided to fulfill his promise to Xian. "Let's go in and take a look." He parked the electric bike and walked over with Xian. "Welcome." A beautiful lady in work clothes at the door of the store saw the customers coming in. She welcomed the father and daughter with a sweet smile and gentle voice, and also gave Xian a small gift for the opening. "Thank you, sister." Xian took the red heart-shaped balloon. Her eyebrows curved, and she was very happy. The lady in work clothes smiled and said, "You're welcome. Please feel free to look around." Huang Tao's eyes swept around the store. The store is quite large and warmly decorated. It has all kinds of toys and supplies, such as remote control cars, Ultraman, plush toys, Barbie dolls, cards, educational toys, bicycles, roller skates, children's clothing and boots. Perhaps because it was late in the evening, there were not many customers in the store. Only a few. Xian was almost dazzled by the dazzling array of toys. Her big eyes were full of joy. Huang Tao, who is now not short of money, smiled slightly. Xian, go and pick whatever you like. Yeah. Xian nodded like pounding garlic, and ran to the area of Barbie dolls and plush toys with her thin legs to pick them. Huang Tao smiled. Sure enough, girls' favorite toys are still Barbie dolls and plush toys. Even his baby girl is no exception. He went over with a shopping basket and put the shopping basket beside her so that she could put the toy she had chosen. And he went to the children's clothing area for a while. Now the weather is getting colder, and the winter shoes I bought earlier seem a little small. After all, children grow fast. In the past 6 months, their height has increased by several centimeters, and their feet have also grown a lot. A pair of shoes must be resized at most every 6 months. Even if you buy a size larger, you can only wear it for a year or 2 at most. Originally, Huang Tao wanted to take her to the mall to buy it on weekends. But now there are children's clothes and shoes for sale here. So he solved it all at once. All winter clothes, including clothes, pants, waistcoats, hats, shoes, etc., were arranged. He even chose several sets at once. Xian, have you chosen? She pointed to a pink bicycle and asked, Dad, can I choose another one of this bicycle? Huang Tao looked at the Peppa Pig pattern on the bicycle. He seriously suspected that his daughter, who couldn't ride a bicycle, was attracted by the Peppa Pig on the bicycle, not the bicycle itself. Seeing her eager eyes, he nodded in agreement. Besides, Xian had indeed reached the age where she needed to exercise moderately, and the bicycle was really good. He also thoughtfully chose a pair of sports protective equipment for his baby daughter, which also had the Peppa Pig pattern. Now, the little guy was very happy, dragging the shopping cart with Peppa Pig plush toys and Barbie doll toys. He followed his father to check out. A total of 3,380 yuan. 10% off for you. The cashier asked sweetly, Excuse me, do you want to swipe the card or pay by mobile phone? The cashier thought Huang Tao was handsome, but it was a pity that he was someone's father. Paid by mobile phone. Huang Tao took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay the money. Excuse me, are you Mr. Huang from Zinchiho? At this moment, a voice full of surprise suddenly came from his side. Huang Tao couldn't help but look sideways, and saw a lady in a white wool sweater looking at him with a smile. He nodded yes. You are? She extended her hand enthusiastically. Hello. Hello. I am Lin Jiechi, the owner of this children's products store. I didn't expect that Mr. Huang would patronize our store today. It's a pleasure to meet you. She is a loyal fan of Zinchiho. She just came back from outside. After entering the door, she saw that he looked familiar. After taking a closer look, she recognized him as Mr. Huang from Zinchiho. The shop assistants were all surprised when they heard what their boss said. No wonder Huang Tao looked familiar just now. It turns out that he is the delicious Mr. Huang. They have heard about the news and reports about the food festival, and have tasted the food made by Huang Tao directly or indirectly. But the real person suddenly appeared in front of them, and they really didn't expect it for a while. Huang Tao politely extended his hand and shook it. Nice to meet you. Your store is really good. The things are very complete, so I can buy everything at one time. I'm glad you like it. She turned her head and asked the cashier, Xiao Su, did you give Mr. Huang a discount? The cashier nodded quickly and said, Boss, I have already given it. 10% off. 10% off is too little. Lin Jiechi immediately said, Give Mr. Huang a 40% discount. Toys and children's clothing have good profits. But considering the rent, decoration and other operating costs, a 40% discount basically means no profit. Okay, boss. The cashier quickly recalculated the bill. Huang Tao didn't want to take advantage. After all, it's not easy for everyone to do business. He said quickly, You really don't have to be so polite. You have to make money by opening a store here. This made Lin Jiechi feel that Huang Tao was a good person. She smiled and said, You come here for the first time today, so you should give me more discounts. Don't worry. You can still make money at this price. Since he said so, it would be hypocritical to refuse. Huang Tao had no choice but to thank him. Then, Thank you. Xian also thanked him obediently. Thank you, Auntie. So good. Lin Jiaqi looked at the delicate little girl and couldn't help but rub her little head. Wang Tao paid the money. Before leaving, Lin Jiaqi took out a VIP card and said with a smile, "Boss Huang, this is our store's VIP card. Next time you come, you can get a 20% discount with the card. And you can also get points." Wang Tao thanked him and accepted it. Lin Jiaqi personally sent Wang Tao out the door. Seeing that his electric bike was inconvenient to carry his bicycle, she offered to drive the things they bought back to the store. Wang Tao agreed and expressed his gratitude to her again. He also thought to himself, it is indeed inconvenient to not have a car. And it is time to put the purchase of a car on the agenda. Chapter 207 The Little Shopkeeper. Wang Tao rode his electric bike and took Xian back to the store first. The neighbors who had been waiting at the door of the store saw Wang Tao pick up Xian and took the initiative to greet the father and daughter. Xian, school is over. Grandma has lollipops here. Come and have some. Boss Huang, you are finally back. Go in and work quickly. I've been waiting for you to eat. I'm so sorry. I was delayed for a while at noon, so I couldn't buy dompa pork. Yes, I went to deliver goods to someone at noon, and when I came back, I couldn't buy anything. Boss Huang, can I buy it in the evening? Xian smiled at the grandmother who wanted to give her candy, and replied politely. And then she said sweetly, with a smile. She comforted him, thank you, Grandma. But Xian wants to eat the dompa pork made by my father, not the lollipop. Well, don't worry about the spiciness. My father works very quickly, and you will be able to eat it in a while. Oh, this little look really looks like a little shopkeeper. The customers were all amused by her. Several college students queuing behind were madly envious of Xian. Oh, if my dad was Mr. Huang, I could also eat all kinds of delicious food made by him every day. Yes, with such a dad, I don't have to queue up every day. Oh, it's another day of envying little Xian. Wang Tao also smiled and responded to the customers. Seeing Lin Jiaqi delivering the goods to the door, he hurried over. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Li. Thank you, Mr. Huang. You're welcome. She smiled gently and opened the trunk, helped Wang Tao to move these things down. Xian also ran over with her thin legs, shouting that she wanted to help move them. Wang Tao was worried that she would bump into something, so he asked her to hold the plush Peppa Pig and go back to the store first. It was time to say goodbye. Lin Jiaqi put her hair scattered on her forehead behind her ears and smiled. Boss Huang, I have delivered the things. I will go back first. Don't you want to go in and eat something? Next time. The store just opened today, and there are still things waiting for me to deal with when I go back. She smiled and declined. In fact, she didn't want to leave. In fact, she wanted to stay and eat all kinds of delicious food he made. But she didn't want to cause trouble for Wang Tao. After all, there were so many people queuing. If she followed Wang Tao to cut in line, she would probably be drowned by the spit of these customers. Okay, then you are busy. Come back next time when you are free. After watching Lin Jiaqi drive away, Wang Tao pushed his bicycle and various shopping bags to the store. When the neighbors saw it, they offered to help, but Wang Tao declined. Back to the store. Oh, this is the new bicycle Xian bought. It's so beautiful. Listening to Ding Suqin's praise, Wang Tao knew who was leaking the news even with his toes. Of course, it was his little cotton-padded jacket. I chose it myself. Of course, it's beautiful. Xian was holding the plush Peppa Pig, with a proud little expression on her face. Then can Xian ride a bicycle? Yeah. Xian said the toughest words with the most cowardly expression. No. But I can let my dad teach me. Everyone was amused by her. She didn't take it seriously, raised her head, blinked her beautiful big eyes, and looked at Wang Tao, and asked, Dad, can you teach me to ride? Wang Tao put the bicycle and other things in the corner, and said with a smile, Okay, but I will teach you on Saturday and Sunday when you don't have school. Okay? Okay. She nodded happily in agreement. Then you play by yourself for a while. Dad will go to work first, and I will ask Aunt Suqin to bring you some food to fill your stomach later. Yeah. Seeing his daughter nodded, Wang Tao hurried to the kitchen. Yang Xiaobing's white Audi was running fast on the road. Compared with the slow-moving cars on the road, her white Audi seemed to be rushing to reincarnate. The distance from the city to the old street in the west of the city was only a matter of more than 10 minutes under her steering wheel and the accelerator. While she was driving, Yang Jiaqing and his wife never let go of the handrail above their heads. After the car stopped, they got out quickly, fearing that if they were a second late, their daughter would take them on another life-and-death journey. Bing bing. Can't you drive slower? Yang Jiaqing rubbed his chest to ease his violently beating heart, and he looked even more regretful. I was almost scared to death by you. If I had known this, I should have driven my Porsche. Yes. Who can stand your driving the car like an airplane? Ding Shuan was still frightened and couldn't help complaining. Besides, as a girl, can't you be a little gentle? They finally knew why their daughter couldn't get married. Which man would like this reckless personality? I'm in a hurry. If I'm late, I'll have to wait in line for a long time. And I'll have to face the risk of not being able to eat. Yang Xiaobing got out of the car with her handbag and said while locking the car with the key. It's just 5 o'clock now. It's still early. Don't worry. There won't be many people. Yang Jiaqing said disapprovingly. Yes. Today is not a holiday. And it's not the rush hour after work. Even if someone comes first, they won't have to wait in line for a long time. Ding Shuan smiled and felt that her daughter was making a fuss. Yang Xiaobing was too lazy to explain to her parents. When they saw it with their own eyes, they would know that what she said was true. She took her parents to the corner. Seeing that there were already many people queuing, she quickly called her parents to catch up, and rushed over in high heels to line up behind. It's only 5 o'clock. And this store has started queuing? And it's so long? Yang Jiaqing frowned slightly. Is the competition in restaurants so fierce now? Do you have to queue up so early to eat? Yes. This line is really long. Ding Shuan glanced at the line, and then looked at the decoration at the door of the store. Okay. Just a sign and 2 glass doors. If this is considered decoration. Her dog cage is also well decorated. But she didn't care much. Anyway, the family came out to eat. Just for fun. Yang Xiaobing smiled and said, maybe other places don't need it. But the taste of this restaurant is so good. You have to queue up. Yang Jiaqing, who had tasted the braised food, nodded in agreement, and finally understood why he was so anxious all the way. Look at this line. There will be a long wait. If I had known, I should have come earlier. It was too late to regret. So I could only wait in line obediently. From time to time, I could hear the chatter of customers. Some talked about mahjong. Some talked about the World Cup. Some talked about mattresses. Some talked about the main task of taking back the good boy. And some talked about the side task of carrying back the mattress. He and his wife were confused. They even saw 2 people handing each other business cards. Hey! Not to mention, the customers of this store are quite harmonious and magical. After a while, there was even a person who bought on behalf of others. Is this because he doesn't have time to come and line up? So he asked someone to help him line up? This operation is quite coquettish. He felt that the customers of this store completely subverted his perception of customers. In the Zenchichi restaurant, Wang Tao packed up and opened the door for business. The neighbors who were queuing in front lined up in an orderly manner to enter the store to order food. For a while, the sound of ordering and payment reminders rang one after another. Chapter 208. Takeaway business launched. It was almost 6 o'clock. As soon as a man parked his car, he ran towards the queue in front of the Zenhachi restaurant. The large black coat was lifted by the wind from running, and he felt like a big bird, about to fly. This man was Jiang Han. Like other office workers, he had to work today, and would not get off work until 5:30. But in order to have a bite of dompa pork from Zenhachi restaurant in the evening. So, in the afternoon, he placed an order on a certain website, and asked someone to queue up, and asked the other party to go to the Zenhachi restaurant to queue up at 5 o'clock in the evening. Then, as soon as he got off work, he drove here as fast as possible. At this moment, he ran to the side of the errand boy, panting and smiling happily. Thank you. I have just transferred the money to you. Oh, I received it. The errand boy saw his employer coming, nodded with a smile on his face, and vacated his queue position and gave it to Jiang Han. This position is now yours. Just helping, queuing for less than an hour, and immediately earned 150 yuan in errands. This wave is not a loss. It's even profitable. Before leaving, the errand boy did not forget to attract business for himself. If you still need to queue for me in the future, you can contact me directly on WeChat. I promise to be there at any time. Oh, okay. Jiang Han nodded in response. After all, Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. The conversation between the two fell into the ears of the customers queuing around them, which shocked them. At the same time, they were all shocked. It can actually be operated like this? Why didn't they think of it? Of course. They also lamented that this wave of operations was quite cool and felt that it was quite cool. Especially the customers who were late for work looked at this scene. Some showed a little expression of enlightenment, and some showed a little expression of learning. In short, this scene inspired them a lot. Everyone thought in their hearts, this is a good idea. If you can't come early to line up next time, do the same and hire someone to help line up. Yang Xiaobing was no exception and had this idea. She was not yet in turn, so she stretched her sore calves and looked around boredly, but suddenly found that there were a few conspicuous kangaroo ears mixed in the queue. Looking closely, it turned out to be a few Meituan takeaway guys wearing yellow vests and kangaroo ears. Could it be that Mr. Huang's store has opened a takeaway business? I haven't heard of this, she muttered softly in some confusion. On second thought, it shouldn't be. If the takeaway service is opened, the takeaway guy should go directly into the store to pick up the food, and shouldn't queue up with them outside the store. Besides, my best friend Lin Monli interviewed Mr. Huang in the morning. It's impossible that she didn't ask about takeaway. Such an important thing. And when my best friend came to deliver her braised food at noon, she even mentioned the new Dongpa pork, but didn't mention anything about takeaway, which is enough to show that the restaurant has never opened a takeaway service. Now these takeaway guys are here, which can only mean that they are entrusted by others and are loyal to them. After all, it is normal for people to queue up and buy on behalf of others. My daughter, stop looking. It's our turn. Your dad has already gone to order. Let's find a seat and wait for him. Ding Shuan patted her shoulder and reminded her. Oh! She nodded and followed her mother to find an empty seat. Luckily, there were not many people eating in the restaurant, and everyone ate quickly and left after eating. Soon, there was an empty table. But what made them curious was, after the customers finished eating, they actually cleaned up the table and even put the dishes and chopsticks in the dishwasher. The customers of this restaurant have such a unique style? Ding Shuan didn't understand and asked, why do you clean up the dishes by yourself after eating? The reason we do this is purely to let Mr. Huang and his friends do less chores, so that they can help Mr. Huang deal with more ingredients, so that Mr. Huang can cook more delicious food. The neighbors who finished eating responded with a smile, and did not forget to remind, you are from somewhere else. Remember to clean up the table after eating. Ding Shuan couldn't empathize with her, and felt it was very strange. How can customers come to eat and have to clean up by themselves after eating, just to let the boss and his friends do less chores? Yang Xiaobing, who has eaten the food made by Huang Tao, can understand the neighbor's actions. Indeed, after all, people with divine cooking skills like Mr. Huang should not waste time on chores. Only when everyone finishes more chores can Mr. Huang cook better. At this time, Lin Zifeng brought the dishes ordered by Yang Jiaqing. Yang Jiaqing also helped to serve Dongpa pork, roast duck, crab fried cake, fish ball soup, and other dishes were all ordered, except for the roast duck. We ordered 3 servings of everything else. When all the dishes were served, Ding Shuan looked at the dishes that were almost too big to put, and said in surprise, wow, husband, why did you order so many? The 3 of us can't finish them. Yang Jiaqing smiled happily. It's okay. I'll eat if you can't finish it. If you can't finish it, there's still me. Yang Xiaobing echoed, Mom, try it quickly. I guarantee you won't stop eating after the first bite. What kind of food has your mom not eaten in her life? There has never been a kind of food that I can't stop eating after eating it. Ding Shuan smiled and didn't agree. Yang Xiaobing was too lazy to say more. After eating, her mother naturally understood why she said that. Ding Shuan wanted to say something else, but when her nose moved, the fragrance came in without a greeting. She didn't say anything, just picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of Dongpa pork. This Dongpa pork is an attractive reddish-red color under the light, and it is shiny and oily. After taking a bite, my eyes widened unconsciously. The only thing that came to my mind was the word worth the trip. How could someone make a dish so delicious? The meat was full of soup, and when I put it in my mouth, there was no meaty smell at all, but a strong meaty aroma. When I took a bite, it was fat but not greasy, fragrant and sweet, crisp and glutinous, and it swirled in my mouth. The taste of this Dongpa pork really shocked Ding Shuan. And it also swept away the fatigue brought by catching the plane. She had eaten a lot of dongpa pork, but she had never been so easily captured by a bite of dongpa pork. The moment the dongpa pork was picked up, it was trembling. The bright red dongpa pork entered the mouth, and the taste was very fragrant. Tender, soft and soft. It's not sticky at all. It's still a whole piece of dongpa pork when you pick it up, but you didn't expect it to be so tender in your mouth. Isn't it delicious? Yang Xiaobing looked at her mother's reaction, and knew that this piece of dongpa pork had completely conquered her mother's stomach. Ding Shuan couldn't stop nodding and couldn't answer at all. Yang Jiaqing, who had just swallowed it, spoke for his wife. This dongpa pork is much more delicious than what we had before. It's very flavorful, rich in flavor, crispy and tender without breaking, fragrant and glutinous without being greasy. It's so delicious. The customers who were still waiting for their meals heard their conversation and swallowed their saliva. The fragrance floating in the air is really torturous. The stomach that was not very hungry originally would have the desire to eat after smelling this tempting fragrance. What's more, seeing them eating so deliciously with their own eyes, no one can bear it. Yang Xiaobing's family ate until their mouths were full of grease. But their hands were not slow at all, as if they were afraid of not eating enough. Not long after, the dishes on the table were swept away. The boss's cooking skills are really amazing. Ding Shuan really couldn't eat anymore, so she put down the bowl and touched her stomach with a satisfied look. She had never eaten Huang Tao's dishes before, and when she heard her daughter's words, she thought it was exaggerated. It was not until she ate it now that she realized that it was not exaggerated at all. I really couldn't stop eating after taking a bite. Yang Xiaobing, who was so satisfied with the food, wanted to stand up and turn around to express the deliciousness. Yang Jiaqing, who was so satisfied with the food, expressed his long-awaited idea. Wife, what do you think will happen to the business of our new store if we open the store? Hearing this, Ding Shujuan's eyes lit up. I think it's okay. Yang Xiaobing nodded, thinking that his father's idea was good. Yang Jiaqing glanced at the people in the store. There were still many people, so it was not suitable to talk about business. He thought for a while and said, why don't we go to the old street in the west of the city first and come back later? Okay. Before leaving, Ding Shuan cleaned up the table. She also asked Yang Jiaqing to send the dishes to the dishwasher. This made Yang Jiaqing confused. Why? Ding Shuan explained, if we clean up, Boss Huang and his team can do less chores and cook more delicious food. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? My wife is thoughtful. Yang Jiaqing realized it and hurriedly did it. Chapter 209 Franchise fee 500,000. It's really delicious. Outside the restaurant, people still line up in an endless stream. Inside the restaurant, Huang Tao and his two right-hand men were guarding the stove. Busy and busy, not having a moment to spare. Ding Suchi was responsible for packing, ordering and calculating the bill, and she was able to handle it with ease. Not long after, dongpa pork was in urgent need. It was sold out first. She looked at the delivery boy in front of her wearing a kangaroo hat and a yellow vest, and said apologetically, I'm sorry. Dongpa pork is sold out. Can you see if you can change it to other dishes? Our roast duck, crab fry cakes, and braised food are all very good. Wait a minute. Let me ask first. The delivery boy wearing a kangaroo hat and a yellow vest thought about her words, then took out his mobile phone and called his employer. After a moment, the call was connected. Hello. The dongpa pork you asked me to buy has been sold out. Do you want to buy something else or not? The delivery guy reported the situation on the phone. After hearing the reply from the other end of the phone, he nodded and said, oh, okay. I got it. I'll leave first. After hanging up the phone, he smiled and said to Ding Suchin, sorry. I don't need anything else. After that, he turned and walked towards the door of the store. During this period, some delivery guys in the back called their employers as soon as they learned that the dongpa pork had been sold out. After receiving the instructions, they all quietly withdrew from the queue and evacuated. The customers in the queue behind all showed a little bit of joy. The absence of these delivery boys means that their chances of buying food have increased a little. Although dongpa pork has been sold out, at least there are more chances to buy other food. They have good hopes. But Ding Suchin was confused. What's going on? Why are these delivery boys leaving one by one? She was curious about which customers these delivery boys were buying for. She didn't have time to analyze and think at this moment, because there were customers who wanted to order food. She quickly threw herself into the great cause of calculating the bill and packing. As time went by, the clock on the wall quietly pointed to 7 o'clock. All the ingredients prepared by Huang Tao's store have been sold out. There are still a few customers who haven't finished eating in the store. As for those customers who couldn't buy anything, they all sighed helplessly when they heard Ding Suchin's apology. Of course, everyone also knew that complaining was useless. After all, Boss Huang is not made of iron and needs to rest. Everyone left with an understanding mood. And the customers who stayed in the restaurant did not forget to say hello and goodbye to Huang Tao before leaving. Boss Huang, we have finished eating, so we will leave first. See you tomorrow. Boss Huang, you should take care of your health and go back to rest early. Don't get tired. Otherwise it will affect our meal. Let's go. Boss Huang, see you tomorrow morning. Huang Tao smiled and waved to them. Take care, everyone. See you tomorrow morning. Seeing that the customers had left, Ding Suchin stood up and started to work. She quickly wiped the table and disinfected it. Then mopped the floor, cleaned the trash can and threw away the garbage. What puzzled her was, there were obviously more customers dining in the restaurant tonight than at noon. Logically, the more customers there were, the messier the restaurant would be. But after dinner, the table became cleaner and cleaner. Then, there was only one truth. That was that the customers helped clean up after dinner. It was fine that the neighbors volunteered to clean up the tables and dishes. But now even customers from other streets began to roll up and volunteer to join the ranks of free labor. These days, except for Jinchi restaurant, there is probably no other restaurant where customers volunteer to work for free. This saved her a lot of work. She just needed to clean up the floor and take out the garbage. Su Hao and Zifan quickly cleaned the kitchen utensils and separated them according to raw and cooked food. Then, they started to clean the floor in the kitchen area. Huang Tao sat next to Xian Xian, accompanying her while thinking in his heart. At noon, the announcement of the new Dongpa pork was posted in the new group. So why didn't I see a chef in the evening? Think about it. The dining time is the busiest time for chefs. So how can they have time to line up to taste it? Now that he is recovered. He almost laughed at his stupid behavior at noon. Maybe he is really too tired recently. So tired that his IQ is not online. In this case, how can he complete the task issued by the system? Could he organize a party and invite them to taste Dongpa pork? But this seemed so abrupt. Just thinking about it, a questioning voice came to my ear. Hello? Is Mr. Huang here? He looked up and followed the sound. He saw a middle-aged man wearing branded clothes standing at the door, followed by two ladies, one of whom was about his age, and the other was about 27 or 28 years old, and looked familiar. Yang Xiaobing recognized Huang Tao at once and reminded his father, Dad, he is Boss Huang. Yang Jiaqing stepped forward and extended his hands to Huang Tao very enthusiastically. Boss Huang. Hello. Hello. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yang Jiaqing. Hello. What can I do for you? Huang Tao politely shook hands with Yang Jiaqing and invited them to sit together. Yang Jiaqing smiled happily. Boss Huang, I'm here to cooperate with you. Huang Tao looked puzzled. Cooperation? What do you want to cooperate with? Yang Jiaqing rubbed his hands. Today I had the honor to taste the Dongpa pork and other delicacies made by you. Boss Huang, I heard from the neighbors nearby that your pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge are also delicious. Huang Tao nodded. Well, it tastes pretty good. I also heard that my daughter said that Boss Huang, your store was invited to the food festival by the deputy director of the Commerce Bureau not long after it opened. It is also the only small restaurant to attend the food festival over the years. You also won 3 major awards. Your craftsmanship is definitely this. As he said, Yang Jiaqing also raised his thumb. Speaking of, what do you want to say? Out of politeness, Huang Tao had to listen to him patiently to finish his words. After Yang Jiaqing made a bunch of opening remarks, he finally got to the point and stated his real purpose. Boss Huang, I want to join. Join? This was completely beyond Huang Tao's expectations, and he couldn't help but show surprise. Yes, we want to join. Ding Xuan smiled gently. Yang Jiaqing continued. The franchise fee is 500,000 yuan. If possible, I will ask my lawyer to draft a contract tomorrow. Boss Huang, what do you think? Huang Tao was stunned. It's only been a short time. The signboard of Really Delicious actually attracted others to join? And the franchise fee is 500,000 yuan. However, He has never thought about joining. Su Hao and others who had just packed up were a little surprised when they heard their conversation. The boss is awesome. It even attracted a lot of rich people to come and ask for franchise. Boss Huang, your cooking skills should not be limited to this small restaurant. Seeing Huang Tao didn't say anything, Yang Jiaqing said with reason, you don't know? I am also a businessman. I know the real value of a restaurant like yours. You have to believe me. With my ability, within 2 months, I can make your really delicious open all over the province. In half a year, there will be at least 1,000 franchise stores in the country. And within 2 years, the really delicious brand will be able to go public. This passionate speech did not impress Huang Tao. Huang Tao just felt that there was some bragging in it. Unrealistic. He smiled and declined, sorry. My store does not accept franchises. What? Boss Huang, you said you don't want to join? The smile on Yang Jiaqing's face froze in midair. Huang Tao nodded and said with certainty, yes. I think it's good now. I don't want to work so hard. Let's forget about joining. Sorry. Of course. Branches will definitely be opened in the future. But not now. Even if it is opened in the future, it will be a direct operated store. Not a franchise store. Besides, Huang Tao doesn't really care about the franchise fee of 500,000 yuan. As long as he works a little harder, the money will be earned in 10 days or half a month. Besides, he knows very well that if others pay to join, he must provide recipes. People can't just want the really delicious sign. Right? Yang Jiaqing and Ding Chuan are a little anxious. Although he and his wife started from scratch, they have always had a good eye for business. With Huang Tao's cooking skills, wherever the franchise store is opened, it will be popular. Not to mention the shops they bought. It will definitely be a big hit. But the problem is, the other party refused. Boss Huang, do you want to reconsider? If you think the franchise fee I gave is too low, just tell us, and we can talk about it. The franchise fee is not fixed. Right? Yes. 600,000. 700,000. As long as you tell us a number, we can negotiate it. Su Hao and others almost smacked their lips when they heard it. Fuck. This rich man raised the price. Is it always in units of 100,000? Don't think about it. My answer just now was carefully considered. Huang Tao smiled slightly. Please go back. If you like the food in our restaurant, you are welcome to come and eat at any time. Seeing that Huang Tao refused so straightforwardly, although Yang Jiaqing and his wife felt very regretful, they couldn't say anything more. Since Mr. Huang has no intention of joining, we have no choice but to give up. However, if you change your mind one day, please call me or tell me directly. I will often come to your restaurant for dinner. As he said this, he also handed over a business card. Huang Tao politely took it and stretched out his hand, saying, goodbye. I won't see you off. Su Hao and others understood Huang Tao's approach and admired it at the same time. After all, if the boss opened the franchise fee alone would make a lot of money. But the boss refused. This is because the boss insisted on his original intention and wanted to keep the good reputation of Zenchichi. Chapter 210, I didn't go because of the mask. Baby, is the donfa pork that Dad made tonight delicious? Huang Tao rode the electric car against the wind, carrying Xian, her pets and her toys, and drove towards home. Delicious. Xian nodded vigorously and said, Dad's food is the best. Huang Tao couldn't help but smile, stretched out his hand and pinched her little face. You have the sweetest mouth. Talking and laughing, the father and daughter returned to the community together. After parking the car, Huang Tao picked up Xian, gently untied her helmet, and handed her her beloved plush Peppa Pig and Barbie doll. Xian happily hugged them in her arms, and her little face couldn't help rubbing back and forth on the plush Peppa Pig's face. Meow! Mimi in the basket screamed suddenly, and the cat's eyes stared at the plush Peppa Pig in Xuan's arms, as if staring at its own mortal enemy. It is not happy that its exclusive embrace has been occupied by others. After all, it was Xian who carried it up and down the stairs before. Mimi! Holding the plush Peppa Pig and Barbie doll, Xian seemed to understand what Mimi wanted to say. She tried to free her hands, gently touched Mimi's head, and said, You are a big child now. You can't let others carry you up the stairs. You have to learn to go up and down the stairs by yourself equals. Did the little master change his mind? Mimi immediately had a cat expression of this cat is not happy. It also felt that the cat's life was gloomy. Xian reached out and touched its cat head again with curved eyebrows, and comforted it. Be good. Tomorrow morning, I will treat you to the pan-fried buns made by your father, with a new flavor. Okay? Meow. Mimi's cat eyes softened immediately, as if saying, in view of being able to eat the pan-fried buns made by your father tomorrow, I will reluctantly forgive you. It jumped out of the basket and ran to the corridor entrance. Xian. Let's go! Wang Tao smiled and greeted. Yeah. Xian took the big hand handed by her father obediently, and the two walked up the stairs together, arrived at the door of the house. At this time, Mimi was already at the door of the house, waiting for the father and daughter to come. There was no way. It didn't have the key and couldn't get in. Wang Tao opened the door, entered the house, and took Xian to change shoes and came to the living room. He collapsed on the sofa, and Xian put the two toys in her hand on the side of the sofa. Then she poured him a glass of water, sat beside him, and rubbed his arm. Daddy, you've worked hard. Her little hands pinched his arm vigorously, blinking her eyes and thinking, well, wait until I grow up. Wait until you grow up. Wang Tao was surprised, thought about it, and asked with a smile, wait until you grow up and make money to support me. Yeah. Xian nodded vigorously, and said with great certainty, when I grow up and make money, I will take you out to play. To many places to play. Ah! My little cotton-padded jacket is so caring and warm. Wang Tao's heart is warm. Okay. Dad will grow up with you, waiting for you to take Dad out to play. He turned sideways with a smile on his face, opened his arms and clapped his palms, saying, Xian, come. Let Daddy hug you. Yeah. She smiled and threw herself into her father's arms, hugging his thin waist. She pressed her profile tightly against her father's chest, revealing only half of her lively eyes. Ah! Wang Tao closed his arms and hugged the little girl in his arms tightly. It felt like he was hugging the whole world. Incomparably satisfied, the father and daughter stayed together for a while before separating. Xian was busy combing the hair of the Barbie doll. Wang Tao smiled and said, Xian, do you want to watch the World Cup with Daddy? Okay. Okay. Xian nodded like pounding garlic, holding the Barbie doll and sticking to Wang Tao. He reached out to pick up the remote control on the coffee table, pressed the power button, and adjusted the channel. The World Cup was playing on TV. Xian looked at many foreigners fighting for a football, blinking her beautiful big eyes and curiously asked, Dad, who is kicking who? Wang Tao smiled and replied, Croatia and Morocco. Xian leaned her little head on his arm, staring at the TV screen with big eyes. What about the Chinese? Where are they? This question stumped Wang Tao. At this moment, his mind was working fast, thinking about how to get back. I wonder if I should tell her the truth directly. But the problem is, can this little thing understand? After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. He smiled awkwardly instead of politely. I didn't go. I was watching TV at home just like us. Xuan's big eyes were puzzled. Why are you watching TV at home and not going? Honey, please be asked. Wang Tao scratched his head, feeling a little anxious, and didn't know how to explain for a while. Or should he just say I don't like to go to her? Oh, Daddy, I know. It must be because of the mask that I didn't go. Xian's eyes revealed a glimmer of wisdom. And then she said with a face full of confidence, if the Chinese team goes, I will definitely kick them. Wang Tao, looking at his precious daughter's very determined eyes and confident tone. Wang Tao didn't know what to say for a while. Forget it. Let's not say it. Let her have a good heart. Seeing that it was getting late, Wang Tao turned off the TV, carried Xian to the bathroom, poured water, and handed her the toothbrush. The father and daughter brushed their teeth in front of the mirror. Wang Tao gave her a hot towel, and after she washed her face and applied baby moisturizing cream, he carried her back to the room. Of course, she also brought her new favorite toys into the room. Xian was rolling around in the quilt with them, very happy. Go to sleep. Wang Tao patted her little butt through the quilt. You have to get up early tomorrow. Oh! Xian pouted and agreed reluctantly, curled up in the quilt, hugged the plush pig Peppa, and closed her eyes. She looked very honest. Unfortunately, she broke down after a while. She opened one eye quietly and peeked at her father. The result? She was caught by Wang Tao. The little girl didn't feel guilty at all, but winked at him playfully. Daddy, I can't sleep. Then Daddy will tell you a story. After that, you should go to bed obediently, and don't be naughty anymore. Yeah. She nodded like a chick. I promise I won't be naughty after listening to it. Wang Tao smiled and touched her little head, reached out to take the bedtime story on the bedside table, and turned to the page that he hadn't read. The story Daddy will tell you tonight is Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. The light in the bedroom was dim. Xuan Xuan's ears echoed with her father's whispers.